shard.
Yeah, I did. It's not that impressive. I mean, the hero was... They basically improved every hero, and some heroes got better Aghanim shards than the others. So,
dude, that shard's pretty crazy.
45 damage a second and a 600 AoE if you drop a remnant there. I mean,
you also get remnants anytime a hero dies around you. It creates a remnant on their corpse.
Yeah, it's all right, but compared to some of these other Aghanim shards,
I was told Techie's got some crazy reworks here. So what's going on?
Techie's? It didn't.
They just got Aghanim shard.
Whoever told you that was feeding you crap.
Oh, it just has a 1.5 second stun and 600 more cast range.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty good, don't get me wrong, but whoever fed you that...
yeah, what is that? Techies didn't get any buff. All right, we're just getting griefed here by Team Brazil. They want to have some fun at the beginning of the patch, and honestly, I don't blame them. I'm about it. This is what we live for, right, Neph?
Yeah. They also changed Mortal Strike on Wraith Kings. Do you have a chance to talk about that? To work a little bit like Chaos Knight's critical ability. Sorry, Chaos Strike. I forgot what it was called. I think
it's a passive with 4-second cooldown like it used to be. So they gave him the old treatment there. Reworked Vamp Aura and all called Vampiric Spirit. Provides you with some pretty good lifesteal and can be activated to summon the skeleton. So it's no longer tied to Mortal Strike. It's tied onto the aura, which is big. I think that's huge because being able to max out Mortal Strike forces you to not be able to max out your Vamp Aura. And that's one of the things that made Wraith King a little bit kind of overpowered during certain patches. You would just get 4 points in that Mortal Strike, and then you'd have the skeletons as well. Skeletons now also have Vampiric Spirit ability, though.
Yep. So apologies to everybody. I know I was brought on here as an analyst, but I did my best to read through the heroes as quickly as possible. Didn't have time to do the items. Only had about 10 minutes between the games.
I went through the new items, some of the jungle items, so I'm going to do my best as well. But yeah, everyone who's just tuning in, you guys have probably had as much, if not more, time to read this patch since it came out during the last game than us. So get ready for some wild stuff, I'm sure.
Not just for us, you'll have to cut a little bit of slack, but these players too have been given absolutely no time here. I'm sure that the East have like sections and been discussing different things that were good during the draft, but have mostly decided to stick with what they know here. As you can see, a lot of these heroes relatively unchanged, and they're going to go with that. Other than the Wraith King, of course, who has his Mortal Strike reworked. Now, keep in mind,
patch XD. They want to read the patch, I think, because they haven't seen these other heroes. Is what's going on.
Gonna take their maximum time here. I mean, we've got a little bit of time to discuss item pickups and whatnot, hero choices, and I guess the visual improvements in Dota. Every hero now has the Aghanim Scepter buff on themselves, so they have it looks like two little.
Yeah, they'll have the scepter and the shard that you can see.
Yeah, so the shard is listed as the three little dots underneath, and then there's the Aghanim Scepter, which will be listed above it. And you hover over it, it'll show you what the upgrades you get from each of these are. So, creative from Valve using the Aghanim's Labyrinth is a bit of a tester for adding a lot of these abilities, I imagine. A lot of their work definitely ends up being used later down the line. I mean, this is exactly what we saw with a lot of events. They ended up adding Force Boots and Crimson Guard, etc., that were event items. They test these first.
Look at Wraith King's 20 talents.
Yes, those sure are 20. Oh, yeah. 6 skeleton spawned and 30 movement speed.
You know what he's missing? He no longer has free reincarnation anymore. That mana cost is tied to it permanently, 160 mana.
Interesting. So that was their way of nerfing Wraith King with that. Wait, no, it isn't. It's Aghanim Shard now. You're crazy. I didn't get as far down as the W's.
Oh, I didn't get to the Shard either. Well, that's actually a pretty decent buff on a hero like Wraith King then, because now you don't have to like waste a talent. You basically spend, what is Shard, 1,400?
Yeah, 1,400 gold that you have to save up for that one. And it's just pretty easy for Wraith King to have at the 20-minute mark. But it also means that, you almost always win that talent anyways, because on the other side was the +6 skeleton spawned. So a lot of the time it didn't really matter. By the time you're 20 minutes in the game, you're probably getting close to that level 20 and you want to spend all your gold possible items to do as much damage as you can. The Mortal Strike rework is going to be the most interesting change to Wraith King, in my opinion. Just that extra harassing it off on other heroes in lane. I'm wondering if Wraith Kings will max this one out, use it in a similar fashion to Slardar.
Real quick, that's not the only thing the shard gives you.
Yes, it also gives you 3 skeletons to spawn
on each nearby enemy hero.
Yes, which is really strong in the early game, but I don't know how effective that's going to be by the time you hit like the 20-minute mark and you buy your Aghanim shard.
Dude, what if you go the like skeleton attack and 6 spawn skeletons and just like, I guess they have techies and PA, so there's no real way to do it. But like, you could just like take over a fight with all these skeletons, I feel like.
Yeah. Oh, we got Blaze in the chat, our head admin. He's interested in playing some Puck and Phantom Assassin, it looks like.
All right, let me look at Puck here. I haven't had a chance to look at it.
It's pretty cool. So
turn rate.
One of the major things that they've done is increase his turn rate, so it's easier for him to disengage, turn around and throw out a illusionary orb to the direction he wants to.
That's huge.
Quite a bit. Yeah. Waning Rift as well. It knocks back enemies further away from you, so it makes it easier for you to get auto attacks off, and it reveals invisible heroes for 5 seconds. So again, you've got more room to outmaneuver people on the Puck. You can shove them around up and down cliffs. Makes them harder for them to kill people. I imagine we'll see a right-click Puck come back into play here with this Aghanim's shard ability.
Yeah, so I'm sure that this Techies shard is actually trash.
The Techies?
Yeah.
No, it's good.
You think that shard is good enough?
A 1.5 seconds stun before the silence comes out and 600 extra cast range? Yeah.
It's not before, it's during it, isn't it? So it's just like it makes your silence like you just get the stun as well, and they're still silenced afterward. But like the stun only applies to the 200 AoE right on top of you. Oh, look at the presence in the river here.
You got to keep in mind, Ricky, that is a 600 AoE 1.5 stun and 7-second silence.
Hold on. Best upgrade of the patch. Look at Roshan Neph. He's got it. He finally has it. Oh. That's the only thing that matters. The best upgrade of the patch. Thank you so much, Valve, giving us all what we wanted.
I remember one year you got gray Santa hats on your heroes if you had a dying spree, 3 or more deaths without a kill.
That's really funny.
It was in Warcraft 3.
No map changes. I think the map changes always come out later, right? I think they're just realizing like, hey, this patch is big enough. We have an update coming out soon for map, but for now, we're not going to worry about it type of thing.
No, I think that they just didn't want to work on a map update. A lot of the Aghanim shard stuff was probably being worked on for a very long time, and they just worked on the Dire Tide as far as the map goes. They just worked on Aghanim's Labyrinth. They've reused a lot of the resources from the last couple of things they did on this, I think.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Sorry, Valve.
Just throwing them under the bus, huh?
Yeah, I'm not getting hired for anything, but...
Well, we're going to see some interesting stuff from this Techies. I'm wondering if you just go... Like, there's no way you max blast off on this hero. It's just terrible.
No, you definitely don't max the blast off. Unfortunately, it seems in the past we had patched or changes underneath the abilities. Looks like we didn't get that for this patch.
Thanks, Valve.
Thanks, Valve. Valve giveth and Valve taketh away, as they say.
This is true.
So it makes things a little bit more annoying for us, but fortunately I did have time to read through a lot of the hero changes, items that is going to be the big problem for me.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how some of these new items play out. Obviously, there's some new ranged int style like carry items that were added to the game. There's also this Eternal Shroud that I think is super freaking cool. I can't wait to see how this one gets added. Or how this one gets used. I'm sure there's gonna be some like big theory crafting around it. But top lane, Slardar, getting a lot of damage from Benny and Nuages. They got their level 2, so they're able to pressure them out pretty heavily. I mean, they're losing health in a lot of the lanes here on the side of Brazil.
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely losing the lanes, but they're ahead on net worth right now by a little bit, regardless of that.
Kostabile might die here. KJ able to just get that. Come on! What are you doing, Jerry? This guy.
It's the extra tick damage coming out from CM now, every 0.25 seconds. So it starts off slower, but then I think it ends up doing... Actually, no, it's going to do less damage as it opens, because when you activated it before, it did the 75. Now it's just doing 25 every 0.25 seconds.
It does the same damage overall, right? Frostbite still applies the same damage through the whole duration. Just no nuke at the initial part, is what you're saying.
Yep. So before it'd be very... You might once in a while see like a CM steal a kill by using Frostbite. Like it activates, they take the 70 magical damage, the hero goes down. Now it's much less likely to happen because it's going to do like significantly less. But ticks them over the duration of it quite a bit more.
Yeah. I'm curious to see how this Wraith King does. He is going to go ahead and goes to the max Vamp Spear. I feel like that's what you have to do, right? Mortal Strike is great, but you do need the Spirit in order to actually farm and have these skeletons. 18, 26, and 34% lifesteal eventually. I don't think that's good. I feel like this Wraith King got overall nerfed.
Yeah, I think he's less strong as a carry into the super late game. I think he's better in the laning stage now, though, which is something he definitely struggled with before.
I mean, the Aghanim Scepter got mega buffed, but, like, building Ags on this hero feels terrible. Nice deny there from Thelacor as Nuages almost finds the kill.
Mm-hmm. He's definitely going to be played in a different way than he used to be, which is a real shame for K1 Hector. He's going to come back. He's going to be replaced with Tomato. His hero is going to be completely changed around.
The one thing that makes these skeletons really good is the fact that they have their own built-in lifesteal now. So you don't need to be around the Wraith King in order to, get that lifesteal and continue running. Missing a couple kills around the map as we're chasing King RD in the top lane here, but I'm sure Jerry's going to be able to make up for it. No, he's not. Slardar doesn't even die. Okay, I blame Jerry.
Rookie mistake there, Jerry. KJ down here in the bottom lane. Just going to wait for the heroes to come back down here. Kostabile's been doing all right, sitting at 19 and 6. Up to at the top of the net worth chart. So you definitely don't want the PA to pop off like this. I can tell you that much.
You're just going to go for the early Battle Fury this game. That's pretty much the standard PA build when you don't have like a Magnus to work with. I'm surprised Hane went for just this 1 point in Caustic Finale and then 2 into Burrow Strike.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, I guess he's just, well, Stun comes out onto the PA, just trying to get as much harass off as he can with his Caustic Finale. I mean, maybe he's just trying to take advantage of the extra damage and stun duration on Burrow Strike. He wants to be using Epicenter as soon as he hits level 6 now, perhaps, just faking it out. So, again, before you might see multiple points in Sandstorm or Caustic Finale, now I think, stun comes out onto KJ.
That is why I forget, yes, of course. The classic Burrow Strike into Arrow. That is why he is maxing the Burrow Strike.
Well, it's not just that. A lot of the time before, Sand Kings wouldn't get Epicenter at 6 because you'd never actually get it off onto a hero, right?
Yeah.
Now you can fake it out in front of the enemies the same way you would do with a Pango ult and get them to stick near you after you end up popping it.
They are rotating bottom here, trying to do what they can. Nuages gets that Frostbite, but purged immediately by the Omne. Kostabile chasing after the Crystal Main. She's going to find him. 40R comes on in, gets the coil onto the Sand King. This is a huge overextension here from the side of Jaguares. Punished heavily as they both go down. PA survives it, is now almost level 6, and will get it on this creep wave.
Yeah. To mid lane, it looked like Techies actually went down as well, trying to contest the rune inside the river. Ended up spawning the bottom power rune, though. It was a double damage rune, so Mini just going to secure himself up some CS real fast, and I imagine he might try to make a rotation. We'll see. Either way, could probably go for a Slate of Fist here with it on the 40R.
Right, top lane, Wraith King in a little bit of trouble. He gets his level 6. Hasn't chose to pick up Reincarnation. He will now, so, first use of that ult right away, which is a little bit of an issue. It's such a long cooldown, and He's just going to go ahead and try and make some space for himself back on out. You do have, this cooldown on Mortal Strike every 4 seconds for that big crit. Yeah, I mean, Wraith King just feels worse to me, man. I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's more consistent inside the lane. He's better for that reason. I think it's not necessarily worse, but definitely just changed how the hero is playing. Oh my god, Puck ends up going down the mid lane. That is to the Frostbite, of course, being maxed out by Nuages.
That was a sick gank, just rotating in from the trees and setting up a double remnant there for the Ember, just to cut him off. That was really nice.
Yeah. It's possible that they're going to max out the Frostbite first on the Crystal Maiden and then just reducing the cooldown and whatnot. It's actually like an insanely good ability. 3-second uptime and 2-second cooldown, essentially. Okay, ends up taking down.
Oh, he's gonna get popped by that mine. What a sick play there. King RD trying to like bait him back, and they'll be able to get double kill thanks to the rotation from the Puck. Benny, I don't think you win these trades anymore. Yeah, definitely not. Slardar is way stronger, and you do not have your ult, sir. King RD finds himself the 3rd kill in the exchange. Oh, goes to Bile, burning down to the Flame Guard, but it finally expires. You will get the Searing Chains off. A nice, crit at the very end there will put that Mini pretty low, but doesn't end up finding the kill.
Both of them just going to walk back through their jungle here. Unfortunately, he's not going to find any Batterments. Just drops the Remnant, heads back to base, bottles up, and he'll come back again. KJ, he'll find a little bit of farm for himself, get himself his Aghanim's shard. A lot of the players are probably going to be a little bit more greedy so they can hit that extra gold for the 20-minute mark now. That's one of the big takeaways from this patch, I see.
Yeah, that's probably a good point. Ooh, bottom lane. Hane, gotta be careful. He's going to survive. He has the 3 points in Sandstorm now, which is pretty sick. He is going to go this like bracer into Tranquil Boots. He has a bottle as well. I'd like to see him just pick up like an early Hood of Defiance and like a Vanguard. Just tank up super strong for his team because he needs to have someone making space. I don't think you can afford to go to like the Blink Dagger in this game.
KJ might just go down. Okay, gets the...
No, he's super dead.
The observer where they're outside. He's outside now.
Oh, baby. He is super happy to find that. Hero Strike in 2. They're going to be able to find Costa Bile. Great rotation from the mid lane. Oh, my goodness. What a sick setup there by Hane.
Looks like we have some action at the top as well. They're chasing Benny through these trees here.
No reincarnation for 20 seconds, and he's dead. Another find there for Slardar. His Wraith King's not looking so good, man.
There's a lot of people that aren't looking so good. This game has been an absolute bloodbath. We're 10-9, not even 10 minutes into the game. 19 kills coming out so far, and there's a Dream Coil.
Make it 20, baby. He's going to get the bounty rune, but he's going to pay for it with his life. Another find there for 40 Rs. He has an urn. Okay, hold on. I didn't read the Waning Rift Aghanim shard here. Now deals 70 bonus damage and knocks enemies back 250 over 4 seconds, non-interrupting. Reveals invisible enemy units and wards in the area. Yeah. What?
So again, this just adds so much room for outplay on the Puck. That and the fact that he can turn a little bit faster. His turn rate improved from 0.5 to 0.8. Your boss, Blaze, he was pretty happy about this when he was dropping some messages in the chat. You might make some time for Dota finally.
Dude, this Dream Coil, he actually just said it. I was like, imagine this with Dream Coil. Like, you just instantly snap someone on it if they're not in the center.
Yeah.
It's a knockback.
Well, again, if they hold, they're going to have to hug the center of the Dream Coil, much like you said, but it just adds so much room for outplay. It's not just that. It's like pushing people up and down cliffs. It's turning around fast to be able to get extra auto attacks off. They improved his level 10 down from the plus 25 to the plus 30 again. You might want the cast range instead, just so you have more room to play with Waning Rift.
Dude, yeah, I think you might actually go Waning. You might go cast range into Spell Amp, Waning Rift cooldown, and Waning Rift AoE, because this spell is just ridiculous now with that Aghanim shard.
Somebody in chat wrote, did I hear well? Valve just released a furry update. Yes, it's the Canis Vulpes patch. You have that right?
Canis Vulpes actually had to take a small break from his playing of Dota to take care of a few things, as he had to commune with his fellow furries.
I hate him so much, it's unreal.
Yeah.
Mid lane, Mini's going to run into Costabile here underneath the tower. It doesn't have anybody to follow it up quite yet. CM is coming 3 points into this Frostbite, but the way Costabile is dodging, you're going to be fine. He can probably stun out King RD in the trees, but he's probably going to go down into the puck.
Yeah, he does.
Buys enough time for them to get to the CM. Oh, the mine! He's pretty much dead.
Oh my god, in comes Silver. He misses the silence. A nice burrow strike. Ember, can he survive it? He doesn't get the slide of fist off Delacour. Not going to survive. Ooh! A nice stasis. He's out on the techies, and they're going to look for the Mirana as well. Ultra kill for 40R. Give this man a rampage. I want to see it. 12 minutes into the game. Give me a rampage. All right, they're not going to do it. They're afraid.
Boo. Give him blood.
Boring.
Thank you. Jaguares, he goes right back to farming up these creeps here. I mean, on one hand, yes, the Wraith King doesn't feel as strong in the later stages of the game, but essentially you're getting off, what, one auto attack every second at this point, so you get basically 25% crit chance at 270%. That's better than it was before in the early game. He's definitely weaker later on, but they also improved his reincarnation with the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, I agree. It all looks interesting. I'm curious if people are going to be going for this Aghanim Shard on the PA, though. Because this AoE break and 12% max health nuke in a 550 AoE is pretty strong, but is it better than just getting, you know, your Battle Fury Blink or your Battle Fury Deso BKB? You know, to me, it feels like those are still way more important, right?
Yeah. All right, over here in the King RD ends up taking out Mini in the top lane. Benny tries to run at King RD in 40R, but they're just going to be able to walk away. Puck is much too evasive.
I mean, Benny can't fight this hero at all. Slardar just destroys him. He's got the 3 points in the bash right now. He's going to come back, just get slapped down. 2 quick lives there on this Wraith King, and honestly, I don't see this game getting any better for him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No, 40R. He's just scouting through the trees here. He's got absolutely no fear at the moment.
They're going to have to rework this Wraith King again. I feel like this hero is bad.
There's barely been any changes right now. There's the Vampiric Spirit, but other than that, he's the exact same that he was in the last patch.
But the difference is, like, in the last patch, you would have at least farming potential off Mortal Strike, and you could, like, farm pretty quick. Now you have to go a ton of levels into the Vamp Spirit, so it just takes longer for you to come online. And he's already a slow hero.
Skeletons also get your Vampiric Spirit, though. That means they're going to farm up a little bit better, like healing off the camps now. Before, they would just go down in no time at all.
Yeah.
Maw ends up
Benny just goes back in. This just isn't the place, sir. You can't fight this. This Slardar and Puck just doing too much work. A nice coil double kill for 4. This guy's beyond godlike at 15 minutes on the Puck.
Yep.
A great epi. Is it coming out? It gets canceled. Oh, he almost managed to turn the fight around on that Sand King, but oh my god, 40R with the Witch's Blade right away. The projectile speed. Oh my goodness.
Look at this thing.
I was trying to figure out what heroes the projectile blade was good on, and or who the Witch's Blade was good on, and Puck's. It's basically your talent. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it is practically perfect for this hero. Now, Puck, he wasn't buffed massively. Oh, Nuwage's with the Frostbite. But the silence,
he's going to be fine, at least for a moment. Does die, but yeah.
Take a look at that fight recap, see how much gold went each way. So 828 gold for the heroes on Jaguares, and only 85 down.
That is
on the Puck.
Huge.
So much XP. I mean, Puck only got these small buffs. His agility was improved. There was a turn rate, which I felt like is the very big one in an evasive hero like Puck. Illusory Orb damage increased. Waning Rift max distance barely increased. And the Scepter Stun Link break, I think, was improved in the early levels. But that's about it. Other than that, the hero is exactly the same. His 10 talent is given a little bit of a buff as well. But really, he's just playing super well on 4DR this game. It's not like the hero was made broken in this patch.
No, you're right. He really is just playing it really well. And I think everyone else is just trying to figure out, you know, what's fun, what's new, but it is an elimination game. Top lane, they will find the PA. The epicenter is there, and no surviving that one. Well done there. Jaguares finding a big kill, taking down this PA who is still working towards her Battle Fury. Or, I'm sorry, towards her Desolator. Mid lane, took down CM, it seems. Oh, he found the chipped vest on King RD. Okay, that's sick.
I didn't get to see any of the items. Break it down for me and the people what the chipped vest does.
Chipped vest is a baby blade mail, so it's 3.5 health regen, which is really strong, right? Just generally health regen, that much specifically is really good. And then it returns 26 damage to heroes and 13 to all creep. So it's a baby blade mail, essentially.
Oh, little baby blade mail.
You're so cute. All right, what do we get on the Dire here? Oh, they got the Fairies trinket. Okay, so this one's also pretty cool. Gives the mana cost reduction, so that was returned back into the game momentarily. You get 5% spell damage and 100 HP. So this is a really great item for the Sand King here.
Interesting. This 5% spell. Oh. Stun comes out, but he's inside the
mini, oh my god, you just can't outrun the Slardar, and these Corrosive Haze is doing so much work. Crystal Maiden, she's gonna just channel the ultimate. The stuns, they're there. Triple kill going the way of Team Brazil.
Yeah, and they've just been stomping this game, and that was something I mentioned before the game started. It's either you're master of meta or you're master of the game, and it looks like Team Brazil, they're just adapting to this patch and playing the game much better.
All right, who's saving for their shard right now? Who's doing it? Who's waiting?
I'm sure all of them are, or a lot of them are going to be saving for the shard.
Puck's just rushing Ags. We've got Techies rushing Ags. Slardar's shard, which one was this one? 5 seconds to units.
Everybody around who gets hit by Slitherine Crush. It is absolutely amazing.
Okay, that might be one of the best shards I have seen.
Yeah.
That's so good.
You slap the Slitherine Crush on them, everybody, you get True Sight on them and take extra physical damage for another 5 seconds there. So it's got to be one of the better ones. No wasting any time with that initiation, getting the Corrosive Haze off.
So the question is, does that apply? Does the Corrosive Haze apply before the Crush, since the Crush is physical damage?
Thanks.
Or does it apply after the Crush?
I imagine after, because it says applied for 5 seconds to units hit with the Slitherine Crush.
Okay, that's actually so good.
On your team, I mean, you just blink in, get the initiation off, and she's gonna be able to creep everybody down with this Battle Fury.
Oh, a big coil, a nice epi on the backside, looking for the Omni Knight. He's gonna get the Guardian Angel off just in time before dying, but you've managed to lose too. The reincarnation from the Wraith King, but again, this hero cannot fight into this Slardar and Costa Bile, but he's just forced to run on the side. Ember Spirit trying to take down the Slardar. He's underneath some creeps, but Wraith King, again, you can't do much. Costa Bile is going to be able to finish off. He's still got an Aegis as well. 4 heroes dead, and now Mini running for his life. He has no remnant left. In comes the Techies to secure the silence. 5, 4, 1, and an Aegis.
Yeah, Aegis expired, and that's about it. That is going to be 5,000 XP going the way of Team Brazil. And almost 3,000 gold. Techies, he finishes up his Aghanim Scepter after that last team fight as well. I imagine the shard is going to come not long after this one. They just controlled the entire map here.
Oh, he's going the Eternal Shroud. Okay, so the Eternal Shroud, we were talking about this one at the beginning of the game. Super cool new defensive item. Tons of HP, regen, magic resistance, and spell lifesteal. Now, the spell lifesteal doesn't sound amazing, but it does have an active that absorbs 400 magic damage and then converts it to mana. So, when you're in a fight on Slardar and you don't have a lot of mana, who, I mean, isn't going to have a ton of mana after using Crush, Sprints, and Corrosive Haze constantly, you can just activate it, and it should be more than enough. I mean, there's definitely more than 400 magic damage coming out from the Dire in these fights. So...
I've got a question for you. Oh, Stomp comes out onto Ma here.
PA just destroys that Sand King on the backside too, and they're going to keep chasing. She gets the 3rd leap, but King RD, he's just got that haste. They just jump forward. They take him down, dude. It's just a slaughter here by Team Brazil.
Yeah. Puck has the Aghanim Shard queued up, and he teleports back to base, so he's ready to use it. I mean, it makes sense that you want this in the Dream Coil. My question, okay, Benny gets it going on here. Dream Coil comes out. There's no way for this guy to get away. Reincarnate, I'll pull that for another 5 seconds, too. A damn shame.
So
PA not slowing down either. Nuages, you've got only like 10 HP left.
Dude, there. Oh, the freezing field. He's going to do some damage. The Searing Chain's not available to hold him in place. And now Mini is going to be forced to remnant back to the base. But, I mean, as you said it, we've got the Aghanim Scepter on the puck. He decides not to go for the shard and instead buys the Blink Dagger. You know what I say to that, Neph?
What?
Boring. Boo.
Megs, you gotta talk to this team, man. I see you in the chat there. You're their coach. We want content here, and we don't care about who wins. So I got a question for you, as you are yourself, Han Trash.
Yes.
Inside the chat, who is also falls into that category, asked about mentioned engineer and Han.
Yeah, great hero.
It says that Puck is going to work a lot like that now.
Yeah, kind of. Similar for sure. But real quick, behind the tier 2 top. Oh, he went the phase shift attack, ends up finishing up 2. They just called it GG. It's over. 3 heroes dead. They're going to keep diving for more Mini. Oh my god. All right. I don't know if this is... Oh, they even get the... They got the Wraith King with mines. It doesn't even feel like this was like a patch thing as much as Team Brazil just played better anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they destroyed it last game, and they played a lot of heroes on both teams that weren't really reworked too much. Yes, there were a couple items added. Puck absolutely insane with the item. What was that he had at the end there? That was
the something blade. I can't remember.
Yes, the blade. Puck is a master of the blade. But yeah, this is a lot like you said. The Witchblade, yeah. Puck is just doing an amazing job that game, but Team Brazil looked like they would have had it regardless. So awesome showing there by them. And unfortunately for Jaguares, they will be the first team eliminated from BTS Pro Series 4, dropping out of the lower bracket with this 2 by Brazil. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, someone's got to go first. We said we're going to be seeing one South American and one North American team going home today. It is going to be Team Brazil advancing. Jaguares will be eliminated, but we've got Arkosh Gaming versus 5-Man Midas coming up next. And so these guys have had a little bit more time to look at the patch, right? About an hour and a half, maybe. So hopefully they're prepared. Canis Volpus probably took some time away, but we'll see. Really quickly, we're going to show the bracket to you all really quick so you can see what to expect in the coming days. So right now we'll see, Team Brazil will move on to be playing Beast Coast in the lower bracket elimination series. And then we've got Arkosh versus 5-Man Midas, who will be playing Thunder Predator. Now, in the upper bracket, this upper bracket finals, we still have... Oh, whoop, that's definitely not right. That's supposed to be 4 Zoomers over there. We'll fix that. It's supposed to be 4 Zoomers versus Sad Boys, the 4 Boomers versus the 4 Zoomers in the upper bracket finals. So that's going to be coming up later in the tournament. But we've got another elimination game happening right now. So what do you think, Neph? What should we expect? Any crazy stuff coming in that we should look forward to? I mean, we have no idea. We haven't even really read through the patch, really, right?
No, I'm excited for how this game is going to turn out, though. I mean, elimination matches on top of God, this patch, it's absolutely crazy here in Summit. I really would have wished that this patch came out yesterday so teams would have had a better chance to look at things, maybe gotten a chance to analyze their own defeats if they end up losing in the upper bracket. But God, this is high risk Dota. That's what makes it exciting.
It is, absolutely. All right, everyone, we'll be back with our last elimination series of the game, Arkosh Gaming versus 5-Man Midas. Stay tuned, everyone. I mean, they buffed Pango's entire base kit on Shield Crash, which is cool. So Shield Crash got some serious love. That's about it. His 10 and 20 talents, a little bit of a buff. Turns unit protective ball for up to 4 seconds. Magic immunity allowing you to turn, can cast during Rolling Thunder or temporary deposit.
So,
wow, interesting.
Yeah, it works in a pretty weird way. I'm excited to see a real pain or like some. I'm excited to see Lukey play this. I might pop over. I actually don't have him followed on Twitch yet.
Oh, yeah, this is actually pretty sick because if you are in like a middle of an area and have nowhere to turn around or bounce off of an area, you used to just like cancel your ult, but now you can just press roll up, pause yourself, and then roll out again. It's basically like having, in the past, you would buy like this Yule's Scepter to chain stun someone in Rolling Thunder, but now the Ag Shard allows you to do the same thing, and it gives you magic immunity. So that's kind of cool.
5 seconds.
5-man Midas now have to respond to this Ursa pick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so far I like the Ursa a lot because they're anticipating Pango off lane, right? You see the puck pick already?
Yeah, I'm not crazy about Ursa here, actually. I imagine this is just probably some weird Canis Vulpes furry roleplay. And Lifestealer picked up last year, who actually got almost a complete rework. Feast has been changed around. It doesn't give you any bonus attack speed anymore. Instead, it...
a little bit more healing.
Yeah, a little bit more healing. There is another passive to replace Open Wounds, and Open Wounds has been changed to be a Aghanim Shard.
Yeah.
With a 50% heal at all levels. So the new ability, it gives you, I believe, a scaling slow and... God, what was the other effect? I should cheat myself
on
here.
Lifestealer, it's just a slow. It's just a stacking slow.
Slow enemy move, and it gives you attack speed as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Feast attack speed got moved over to open or whatever it's called now.
Ghoul Frenzy.
Ghoul Frenzy.
5 seconds remain.
All right, interesting stuff here, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Arkosh lose this game. They're playing against Puck. I cannot believe that Arkosh let this one through.
RRL Puck of all things too.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what they accomplished last game, 4DR on that Puck. What the new items? What was that he had?
Witchblade.
Yeah, Puck, incredible holder of that item, buffing his level 10 talents as well. And I guess all the small upgrades on Puck have finally brought him back. I mean, we had a Puck patch in, 7.25? It's only been,
something like that.
Since he's back in the game. I imagine he's going to be one of the kings of this patch.
Yeah, I'm feeling Witchblade on Invoker could be pretty wild, too. Attack speed, intelligence, armor, projectile speed. These are all stats that he can work with. And your first attack applies a poison for 3 seconds, slowing 25% and dealing your int. So this can basically act as your earn, right? You can just basically avoid, skip going earn for, on Exort. If you go Exort Invoker, pick up Witchblade. There's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Sonic on his tiny level 24. I mean, this guy's an absolute monster of Pause 4 heroes.
I'm excited.
A disconnect real quick. It's possible these players are stalling up for as much time to go through the patch notes as possible.
Oh, they're 100% looking like, okay, they picked this hero. Time to figure out what it does now. What changed. Yeah, and I don't blame them. You kind of need to. Yep. Dude, there's some pretty big... I was saying, we're going to see a lot of intellect carries coming in here pretty soon. I think Invoker, Puck, great examples. I think people are sleeping on Silencer right now. Silencer, I think, is going to be pretty wild, especially when you consider the ability, when you consider Witchblade in the game. That's just going to be ridiculous.
The new era of Arkosh begin. I'm sorry, Arkosh, but this is where your BTS Pro Series run ends. The open qualifier team, they're going to take you out here. You guys do not stand a chance. I can't wait to see it, Ricky.
Yeah, it's going to be so cool. Also, can we just talk about the fact that there's now an intelligence version of Mjolnir? That's even better.
What is it called? Mjolnir, but better?
Gleipnir.
Ooh, Gleipnir.
I'm sure I'm pronouncing it wrong, but that's the Morning Star looking one. It's
I was
really
having
good.
a conversation last night about items in Dota with their color scheming and what you would assume that they do versus, they were a League player versus ones in League. The color scheming and design of the items is actually so good. You can point at something, you can usually, I'd say more than half the items, you can tell what hero to build them on or what the item exactly does.
Yeah.
I had them going through the neutral items. They didn't know exactly what to do with the tier 5. I think they ended up guessing pretty correctly for about half of them, which is cool.
I'm very confused by this Falcon Blade. It's like an 1100 gold item that's kind of good. It gives you health, mana regen, and damage, but it just doesn't build into anything. It's just, that's it. It's 1100 gold for health regen, mana regen, and damage.
I mean, That's pretty underwhelming. Yeah, I imagine it'll turn into something eventually. This is the case with Kaya as well. And the only hero you would build it on was like Storm Spirit, right?
Yeah. I feel like this Falcon Blade should have just been part of the Witchblade recipe. I'm just like so confused. Like
maybe it was supposed to be and they forgot about it.
I don't understand. Like Witchblade's 2,600. Why would you ever spend $1,100 instead of just saving for the Witch's Blade? It's so weird. Orb of Corrosion, I think, is pretty interesting. Basically buffs. It builds out of Orb of Venom and Blightstone. And then the fluffy hat. Big fan of that item name. And it's just 150 health, but now provides the 3 damage per second, reduces armor by 3, so it's up from 2. Movement speed by 13% and 4%. So it's basically the exact same thing of Orb of Venom, but it does 1 more damage and 1 more armor removal. And then it combines the slots. So that's another thing, is slot efficiency is kind of nice there.
Mm.
The quest for ultimate glory.
Interesting. Now, I'm curious if Valve sometimes does this thing when they add a bunch of items, that there's other items that they think about adding that still exist inside the game, but aren't necessarily removed from the shop. There's a couple like that inside.
Interesting.
What was it? Aghanim's Labyrinth. There were some weird glitch items you could buy.
Yeah.
I unfortunately haven't got the chance to really break the game and test it out yet. I imagine that this patch came out clean. They had plenty of time to do it, though. And it's for a competitive match instead of just the fun of Aghanim's Labyrinth. So
I'm a big fan of Spirit Breaker right now. He's actually queuing up that orb, the Corrosion Orb, or Orb of Corrosion. Yeah. I think for Spirit Breaker, this is actually a pretty sick item.
Yeah. Orb of... What does this one do? What does this one do?
It combines Orb of Destruction and Orb of Venom in the Puffy Hat. So you get 150 health, you get 1 more armor reduction, and 1 more DPS from the orb. And
yeah.
It has no recipe, so it's just 825 gold, and you get basically a mini Orb of Destruction.
That's a lot of gold you're spending, though.
Yeah, let me look at Orb of Destruction. 4, and it's almost an Orb of Destruction. It's just slightly one less armor. And then the slow is not as good, but like,
yeah, it's 825 gold you're committing for this. What do you think? You just buy it on Spirit Breaker and not many other heroes?
I mean, it could work on Spirit Breaker as a thing. I think there's a lot of heroes that like going Orb of Destruction level 1, that you could see this on. There's also like certain like zoning heroes that it works really well on as well, but I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like you just, like you said, you spent 825 gold and you're still not going to have boots, and it doesn't do that much. This game, I can see it being really powerful, though, because you're against like a 0 armor Tiny. You can allow yourself to slow and stick on top of the Lifestealer and the Undying.
Maybe Clockwork would be good on. I don't know, hard to say.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one for sure.
Regen, it would be worth it, but I can't see it really worth it to commit that kind of gold otherwise. It's interesting they're adding things like Fluffy Hat to the game.
It doesn't build into much. It builds into like 3 items. Oh, it builds into the Holy Locket. Wow. It's even better now. An item I still have not seen picked up in any game of Dota 2 ever.
It's all right on a couple heroes. The Holy Locket. Making its recipe cheaper definitely make it so people are more inclined to build it, though. I think on heroes like Undying, maybe once in a while Oracle, because like we mentioned in that game last night when you had the Paladin Sword on PPD, any healing provided to you or any regen provided inside Oracle's ultimate counts as healing that Oracle has done. So you actually heal by 35% more overall during the duration of Oracle's ult.
That makes sense. I can get behind that. So Canis Vulpes is going to go the Quas Exhort build. With that new change to the Forge Spirit now at level 4, you get the 2 spirits. They have no mana cost on their armor corruption, and it can stack up to 20 minus armor now as opposed to 10 before.
Yeah.
And I think this is the new build mainly because of Witchblade, honestly.
Yeah.
I think Witchblade is just going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty insane. Thing to touch on, we move over to the mid lane here. Canis Vulpes actually opted to go, this Forge Spirit build, right?
Yeah.
So we'd rarely ever see the Quas Wex, but because the Forge Spirits, you have 2 of them now. If you have 4 points in each of the abilities, just like you used to, it suddenly becomes worth it. You have so much harass in the laning phase. After it ends, speaking of harass, RL is going to take a little bit here. Thanks to the Forge Spirit. Pushes him back. Just denies his Forge Spirit. But yeah, because of...
Bottom lane, goat. This might be first blood. It's definitely first blood. He's got no charge. All right, Monster's going to grab it with his own Orb of Corruption, and he's queuing up the Orb of Corrosion, I guess. Yes, Jesus.
It's all right, man. They added a bunch of stuff.
This is actually a pretty good Pango item.
I'm not crazy about it, but it looks like it could be all right.
I mean, it applies through Swashbuckle, which is pretty good.
Yeah, but it's not very much damage. The slow is going to be all right. Again, my issue is that you're committing 825 gold per an item that, yes, has a number of effects, but all of them pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, if they had like increased the damage on the Orb of Venom a little bit from 2 to 4, I would say it's pretty good. But from 2 to 3, it just does not seem good enough. Ooh. Gremlo finds a kill on Shu. It's just Burrow Strike into Arrow. We saw this combo in our last game.
Yeah. Just tons of damage coming out from this one. Great setup for the Arrow as well, which allowed him to put multiple points into it, doing more damage. Spear Breaker setting up on the 4-minute runes, so Power Rune spawns the bottom lane. Sonic here to contest it, so unfortunately, nobody is going to get it. Puck would have liked to pick that up, though. Invoker not really caring. Bottom lane. Monster, he's forced to sit pretty far back here against Pale Horse. I mean, Ursa got a number of buffs in the last patch, so you have to be a little bit worried about that. In fact, Monster's going to go down here. He wasted his Swashbuckle.
Yeah, super aggressive. You can't do that against the Ursa, but Sonic with the save. Go protected for a moment by the infused raindrops, but still dies in the process.
Ours, not yours.
I guess he goes down. He finishes the Orb of Corrosion, heals up with the... I mean, Orb of Corrosion isn't really going to help you when you're trying to take a fight against anybody. All it really does is buff up your HP by 150. That's why I don't really like it that much.
It's like good if you can like trade, but I see it being good on heroes like Ursa, not on like offlaners, right? If you want to kill someone, Ursa's a killing hero, and that can pay off there, but seems a little bit weird. Kit's just going to dive the tower, almost gets Gremlo, but manages to stay alive with the magic stick, and he gets his Tranquil Boots delivered at the perfect time.
I am compelled to thank you.
RL. Salem's up here in the mid. Just wants to keep his HP topped up if he's dealing with the Spirit Breaker. He's got to be careful. Spirit Breaker is putting... All right, never mind. I was going to say he has to be careful. Spirit Breaker has put himself into a position where he can charge him from behind. He doesn't have Illusionary Orb available.
Yeah, but you do have the coil, and he's able to dodge it out. He has another Waning Rift as well. He runs out of mana, actually. He's going to have to jaunt away, and now Sunstrike, not going to connect. RRL predicts that really well. They end up losing both in the top lane.
5-man Midas. Not what you want to see.
Mirana did a ton of damage. She better not be queuing up that Ags. That new Ags is straight poo-poo.
Yeah, I imagine Slacks would have words with Crow if they ended up doing that. Spirit Breaker charging down to the bottom lane here.
Nice charge on through. Ursa trying to just juke out Sonic, but the toss back. The Avalanche completely misses, though. Sonic, you could have just Avatossed him in place and killed him. Sunstrike comes through. Monster dies. He gets the Enrage. Oh, my gosh. Sonic just absolutely costs himself the bottom lane.
Oh my god, destroyed now. So many kills going the way of Arkosh. 2k net worth up in only 6 minutes in the game. This kill's worth 550 XP. Almost 600 gold in the mid lane. RRL, he's going to go down. Gets the dodge.
Ooh, he's good. He's going to survive.
Just barely gets out of there.
He legit was 202. He could have just Avatossed the Ursa at 300 health and killed him. And instead, tosses him for 100 damage instead. That was interesting. That was not what you wanted to do.
That was kind of you. Dire are scared.
Bottom lane. And Scan comes out. They do catch out Pale Horse and the Goat inside it, and they set up on them, but Crow's here.
He gets the tombstone on the high ground, but Sonic falling very low already. A 3-man disarm from the Pangolier. Pale Horse now on the run, but slowed down thanks to those zombies. and the orb. They'll be able to grab that kill with ease. Wait, where'd that coil go? It actually misses Crow as he leaps up to the high ground. He has one more leap into the tree. Shu looking for mana, but a swashbuckle from Monster. Getting all the vision they need from those zombies. They'll be able to take him out 2 for 0.
Yeah, the coil actually did connect to the Mirana. She leaped up at the same time and then ended up snapping it to get further outside of the range, trying to get away from those zombies, but did end up going down. So nice recovery there from 5-man Midas. Bottom lane. Charge goes out on the Monster. Pale Horse just zoning Monster and Sonic out of the lane. They both have to be very careful. Again, Ursa got a number of buffs. I think they improved Shockwave, Overpower, and they improved his he gave him an Agnum shot, which is pretty good. On the 6th Fury swipe on a target, he gets enraged for 1 second.
Wait, no, he gets an Entangle, doesn't he? Is it Enrage? Oh, I read it wrong. Yeah, whoops, my bad. Definitely read that wrong. Well, nice pick off there. Crow gets saved for the moment from that wand, but RL has a DD rune, gets a nice coil onto 2, but cold snapped up. He just falls. Double kill for Pale Horse on the Ursa. These rotations don't seem to be paying off here for 5-man Midas, and they're falling a little bit behind here.
I mean, it's been hit and miss back and forth one way or the other. I think they'll be fine after the laning phase ends. I mean, Lifestealer, I'm interested in seeing how Ghoul Frenzy works into attack speed. I'm interested in how this one works after the laning phase ends and how we actually fight into it. The bonus attack, how much it
Bottom
is.
lane, a nice 3-man charge comes out. There's a tombstone in here. You got to get this Pango before he can roll, and it's not going to happen. He's going to be able to come right on back, denies his own tombstone there, and Monster now looking for Crow. If he hits him, should be easy into the swashbuckle. Another kill there, 2 for 0 in the bot lane. Fantastic wraparound onto that Ursa while that enrage is on cooldown.
I don't see why all these people are going... Okay, gets charged out there. But yeah, I don't see why all these people are going for the Orb of Corrosion. Spirit Breaker is going for it as well. It just seems like an underwhelming item to me.
Yeah,
Waste of money.
it like hits towers, which is cool, right? But that's the only other thing is you can get that 1 extra damage to the tower. Wait, does it hit towers? Hold on.
Not even sure about that one. Well, I have to see.
We'll have to see. It doesn't actually say. So I heard someone in chat said it hits towers, and I don't know if that's true.
That sounds like a Valve move. They add something into the game. Given the fact that Blightstone affects towers.
Right? That would make sense. Pale Horse bottom lane in trouble. He has a swashbuckle in 1. He whiffs it, but he gets the disarm on the last proc, and Pale Horse, he's going to go down. Another kill in this bottom lane, and they're slowing down the Ursa. That's a big play here. Goat going to be able to finish this charge, but he's got no follow-up quite yet as the Mirana nowhere near. And they still have Rolling Thunder. Sonic, doesn't go for the toss instead there.
Oh,
commit to Rolling Thunder. They're looking for Goat on the Spirit Breaker, but he breaks the ankles. An arrow's going to come out, finds the Tiny. Soul Rip as well. Goat's sticking very well. Gremlo has a Blink Dagger?
I don't know when the hell this happened. We took our eyes off of him, and he managed to farm up a lot. Sonic.
Okay.
There's no way he escapes the Blink Dagger Sand King at this point. I mean, his tranks are getting off cooldown, but... Gremlo, what are you doing?
Okay, first we praise you, and then you make us look like an idiot, Gremlo.
Oh my god, Gremlo.
Okay, they're still going to get the kill. But yeah, Crow gets that one, not you, Gremlo. You don't deserve that kill.
Those chains are getting tightened up after the game. That was questionable at the best, as they say.
Yeah.
Mid lane, Canis still holding up this lane against the puck. He's got 4 points into the Quas and Exhort now, so he's got the double Forge Spirits. You'll love to see it back in the game.
He's just rushing the Ags here after Midas. I'm curious to see how this is going to pay off, because like I said, on Exhort Invoker, one of the things that you struggle with is that you don't have like the urn to keep those. Oh, Sunstrike to the bottom lane. It's gonna find Shu. He takes the first death, and Sand King's sitting pretty healthy here inside his Sandstorm. In comes Sonic. Avalanche, the toss. He's doing some work, but he's able to roll on by. A nice Netherstruck, but able to pick him off with that swashbuckle, and Crow will just focus down the Tombstone instead.
Yeah. They managed to defend the tower, but they do lose Gremlo there. It's actually worth quite a bit of gold. Ooh.
to another death going their way. Able to chase down Crow. He goes for the leap, but a coil perfectly timed from RRL. Dude, there is some serious lag issues on this patch right now. I mean, are you getting those?
Not quite. My frames were down pretty low, but I think it's because I had the web page for the patch notes opened. I had to close them. Essentially, over one of the skills being tested, it doesn't pause the video again. All of them are just playing repeatedly.
Yes, that's great.
They have 50 videos open as there is one for each hero. Maybe even more. They might have like 100.
Oh, mid lane, they're diving the Invoker, but he's able to get out a nice blink stun into the epicenter. Gremlo trying to turn around a shoe, takes an arrow in the charge, grabs the puck. A fantastic find there. Gremlo earning his keep tonight.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's a hit and miss. You're never sure what to expect. I imagine his farming speed was improved a little bit because of this chip vest. Awesome item to have on Sand King, the extra HP regen and the damage return. Had the jungle and on creep waves. You're like Spectre Light at this point. Tier 1 tower will go down underneath these 3 heroes and these 2 Forge Spirits. 72 damage each. I forgot how effective these things were.
Yeah, you actually see the Possessed Mask as well on the Ursa, one of the other new items. 7 agility since primary attribute and 7% lifesteal. So you don't need the Mask of Death on the Ursa to do stuff, and they can go right into Roche actually as a result of this.
Stuff such as Roshan, exactly like you said. I mean, Roche is a lot stronger than it was back in the day where you'd see Mask of Death picks up first on Ursa, but it's not going to matter. These Forge Spirits helping to tank it up, and all of these stacks of Fury swipes up on a Roche means it's going to be down in no time at all. And they just
Enrage for status resist there, and yeah, Roshan 14 minutes into the game, a great find on the bottom side of the path. They almost get the puck. Shu drops a tombstone on the high ground, and this becomes the no fight zone. So they're going to go ahead and back on out an avalanche toss, finding Gremlo on the Sand King. Burrow strikes himself away. The orb doesn't connect, but RRL, he's going to continue the chase. Sonic will slap him down, Infest into the puck, and they're going to bounce around on this ball, trying to take down Goat, but there's going to be a really nice coil on the backside. Can they turn this around, though? In comes Pale Horse. They've lost 2. He's going to look for a monster. Do they have the damage? The Marana arrow is going to root him in place, and now Pale Horse, he's got to find something here for his team. It's just a 2 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're happy to take that. Gremlo, again, having so much farm worth a lot and slowing down this Invoker who's rushing an egg. And Scepter has gone this Midas. These are pretty good kills here on 5-man Midas, but it feels like outside of these team fights, they're definitely losing. They're getting way more pickoffs here on Arkosh Gaming. Speaking of, bottom lane Sonic, he gets charged by Goat.
All right, let's see. Is this Orb of Corrosion doing anything, really?
Oh no, Sonic ends up tossing the wrong target. I think he's just going to die because of this one. RL's coming in, though.
Oh, Sunstrike on the mark. Cadus Vulpus here as well. A Cold Snap makes this pretty darn easy. RL, they know they don't really have kill potential on, so he's going to leave away.
They don't have kill potential on the RRL
there it is.
Either.
The pump fake.
Very cool.
So good. It was one of the only abilities in the game that still had that interaction. I don't know. It just took so long for them to do it.
Yeah, actually, the audio cue for when it starts isn't accurate to when the ability actually begins.
The audio clip started early, right?
It does. It's for people with boomer reaction times. So if you're very slow, then it's a nice. Then the thing was very nice. But for me, I would end up popping the thing, and I wouldn't shift key my blink. I'd activate it after I heard the sound, and I would just end up wasting it.
Yep, same. Nice Sunstrike kill there. They're looking for Monster on the backside. He will get the Nether Strike, which holds him in place, but doesn't do any damage. And a huge toss coming, holding him in place even longer for this Rolling Thunder to just run him down. And now Ursa, he's got an Aegis, but he is surrounded by 3 heroes, and Arrow splits the uprights. There comes the Infest. They're looking for more on the backside. Invoker, he's caught by a coil, and they're just going to keep kiting around this Ursa. He can't stick on any targets. Invoker now on the run. Can Pale Horse bring down the lifesteal? He does a lot of damage, but he pops the rage. He's able to walk away.
No, all the heroes managed to get the disengage, and this is what I mean. They've been taking favorable fights, just not having the same kill, the pickoff potential as the heroes on Arkosh. Every time an actual team fight breaks down, they seem to find a victory. But now they're going to have to wait until Dream Coil is off of cooldown again. I think once they have the Yule Scepter on Puck, this will get a lot easier as well. And you were talking about the Yule Scepter and the upgrade between the games to me, but if anyone who hasn't read the patch notes yet, you can fill them in since that's the item Puck is going.
So Yule's, I don't think they changed the base item at all. Doesn't look like it, but now they added something called Wind Waker.
Yes.
Nice.
Just like the game. Go on.
I was like, is that actually what they called it? So they added something called Wind Waker, which costs a Mystic Staff and a 1,600 gold recipe. So it is very expensive. But you get 50 movement speed, a bunch of extra intelligence, more mana regen, and allows you to cast the Yules on allies. Something that's never been in the game before, being able to Cyclone or Yules an ally as opposed to only enemies yourself. It also allows you to move the Cyclone if you self-cast it. They managed to catch the Sand King here. His epicenter will be interrupted, but again, it's not on cooldown, so Gremlo, he'll be all right without it for the moment, but Monster can be able to finish that off with a nice Rolling Thunder. Pale Horse chasing down the Undying. Finally gets the kill. Goat and Pale Horse, I think they need to leave. They're just getting surrounded. The silences coming in from RRL's puck. That's just too much. The Pango as well. A nice avalanche the toss, but he hits the arrow. Well done by Crow and Infest to save them both, though. And they're going to keep chasing Kits here on this Lifestealer. So damn strong. They cannot take him down. A great buyback coming in from Gremlo. He gets a 3-man Burrow Strike, turning the fight super far, and Sonic goes down as well. Can he get Kits? That is the question. Burrow Strike is up. He has Blink in 3. He's going to continue the chase. He's going to look for him. If he finds him, the Blink, the Burrow Strike, he's caught him. He gets the disarm. He's forced to go for the epicenter. Rage in 2. Can Kits survive? It's not going to happen. Gremlo somehow saving his team.
They do manage to take that team fight, and though it was pretty even in the end, just a little bit of XP and gold going the way of Arkosh Gaming. 500 XP and like less than 100 gold there. Definitely saved there by Gremlo buying back. They're not slowing down though. Goat, he's charging in. He's looking for Shu. Gremlo could turn this. He's got a Blink Strike up, or sorry, he's got a Burrow Strike up, but Goat does end up canceling that TP in. Now, I was going to say they did find a Bullwhip in the jungle here on 5-man.
All right, this item is cool. So this is one of the other new ones. So what this does gives you 3 HP regen, 3 mana regen. So generally very good stats. Also provides you 16% movement speed when cast on allies and slows by 16% when cast on enemies for 5 seconds. So it's one of those items that has 2 really good ways to use the spell. Now, I'm assuming it's self-castable, but I have not tested that yet. But pretty good cast range, too. I mean, if you look at the cast range, it's about 800. That's pretty solid.
Yep. It's also going to be pretty effective. Ooh, bottom lane.
Yep, the Nether Strike into Arrow, the Burrow Strike as well. Kenny Kits is going to live. He gets the Infest. Oh, no. They're all stuck inside the coil. The Rolling Thunder coming through as well. Gremlo, he's just popped the Sandstorm, trying to do what he can, but a massive Swashbuckle comes out from Monster, and they all go down.
All set up on this Lifestealer, and they couldn't quite get him. The AoE burst is incredible. Show us that fight recap. Pangolier, Monster absolutely destroying them there. Just hit him with so many of that Rolling Thunder. They were just so close to killing a Lifestealer here. I feel like if he had any neutral item other than this Vambrace, it wouldn't have gone down.
Yeah.
Extra strength and magic resistance definitely saved him there. Actually got no fight recap, but that ended up evening out the net worth, and I think XP is probably in the favor of 5-man Midas right now after that one.
Yeah, that was a really good one. Really good fight for them. The full whip, as we saw, just cast there.
As I'm going to say, probably a very effective item against the players on Arkosh, as this is one of the methods Slash uses on them.
All right, bottom lane Invoker. Looks like they're trying to dive. Monster just goes in with the Blink. Yule's trying to set this up for a Rolling Thunder. He's right underneath the tower. A perfect place for Monster to chain stun him up, and he has that dust ready. Canis Vulpus just goes down. An amazing play here from this Pango. And I mean, it's not surprising. He's Master Tier, baby.
Yeah. Showing that he's an absolute monster here on this Pango.
I like that. Nicely done, man.
Thank you. I've been holding that one for a while.
Waiting for the prime time to use it.
Yep. But tons of work this guy's doing with his Rolling Thunder, with these swashbuckles. Very effective here on the offlane, sitting at 11, 3, and 9. Definitely carrying his team right now.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. He's so fun.
The shard. You get to see the shard.
Did he actually buy it?
The shard's flying out to him right now. It's on his courier over here.
Oh, baby. So roll up. A new ability for the Pango. This one is interesting because we were trying to theory craft how this would work. So he now has a 50 mana cost, 30-second cooldown ability that allows him to immediately turn himself into a ball, giving him magic immunity for 4 seconds. You can also change and face any direction. So it can be cast during Rolling Thunder to immediately change your direction as well.
He's going to do it. Roll up.
Okay, so it doesn't chain stun. That's what he was trying to figure out. All right, I was curious about that one too, if it worked like Yule Scepter or not, but a good coil comes in as well. Pale Horse with the BKB. The Cataclysm doesn't connect onto anyone as they have no lockdown other than this Burrow Strike, and it was already committed. Pale Horse, however, just chasing after them. He has to go for that Tombstone, but there's going to be a nice avalanche. The toss, the Pale Horse, he's forced to pop that in rage. Can they get the puck is the question. He needs to get taken down, but he's just too evasive. Oh my gosh, a nice reinitiation here. Shu trying to just slow down this Invoker. Gets a okay Ice Wall, not ideal, but an Avalanche toss comes out again from Sonic. They get what they want, and now Gremlo falls as well. 5-man Midas are just running them over.
Yeah, and Pucky's even harder to kill because he's got the Aghanim's shard as well. His Waning Grip doing extra bonus damage and knocking people back, so it's so hard to stay on top of this guy.
Oh, he went to the shard too. Wow.
He had a fight there, so he kept on knocking people back the moment they got on top of him. He's doing tons of damage already on this puck. Again, this guy is able to do so much outplay with this one, and they go right into Roche here. It's going to be pretty slow. They try to speed up a little bit with the Tombstone, but I don't know, kids. He just doesn't have the edge this one. He ended up going Midas Heaven's Halberd.
Oh, the arrow hit Pango. He gets stomped too. That sword from Shu actually saving his life. The question is, can you reinitiate here? I mean, you're against a Pangolier in the Roche, but it feels impossible. He's just going to blink onto the backside, and RL's here as well. Pale Horse just goes in, pops his BKB. He takes the Aegis. Oh my gosh, an incredible play here from the Ursa. Another strike onto the Lifestealer. If they can keep him locked down, can they get the kill? The bash from Goat again. That charge perfectly timed, not letting him get the Infest off, and now Sonic on the run. RRL at low HP as well. The bash comes out from Pale Horse. They get the kill. Tiny, the lone survivor from this fight. A Sunstrike, an arrow. An incredible fight here from the side of Arkosh.
5-man Midas. I mean, they're desperate to take that Roche from them. They didn't want Ursa to be able to grab it. He's able to so quickly, but their Roche taking ability is so incredibly slow. They set them up for failure there. They expended all of their abilities onto the Roche to try and get it as quickly as they could. With no Tombstone, there's no fight-taking ability, and Pangolier didn't end up having the Rolling Thunder for inside the pit as he tried to use it to zone the heroes on Arkosh out. Because of that, they're back in it. This game dead even again.
All right, I swear, Gremlo better not go the Aghanim shard.
He is. He's got it queued up.
I know he's got it queued up. He better not do it. This thing is so bad. There's no way that's good.
It might be good.
Dude, 700 movement, like every 700 units, you get 140 damage nuke. Like Sand King kind of just like sits inside Sandstorm.
That is a 30% slow though.
Is under attack.
For 3 seconds? Okay, maybe then. I didn't consider the slow. The damage seems pretty bad. But they're going to go in onto the mid lane. There's going to be the... they don't hit any of these Cataclysms. Again, Crow focusing on this Tombstone, but Sue's just going to soul rip that bad boy. And look at Monster just doing so much work with this Rolling Thunder. Crow, he's trying to get the Tombstone, but he's going to get it. Finally has no leaps left. A huge commitment just for a piece of rock.
Yeah. Now they're all forced to back up. They still have the Aegis on the Ursa. They don't lose that one just yet. But Monster, he's been doing so much work this game. You know, I'm slightly... I might have to take it back. I mean, the guy's been having a great game. I'm not sure if it's a result of this Orb of Corrosion. I would say he's just playing super well.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it is the Orb of Corrosion. It doesn't feel that good.
Thank you.
It doesn't seem that good. Now the more I see it, it seems pretty mediocre.
Yeah, only 3 damage to a second to towers doesn't feel very good either. It's kind of a waste of an inventory slot, in my opinion. I mean, you
only
end up
for
selling
3
it later.
seconds too, so it's not like it lasts that long.
Yeah, might find out that it's very good on a hero later on, but you're essentially trading a bunch of extra gold to put the Orb of Destruction and Venom together. Gremlo, he's gonna get himself caught out.
Ooh, he gets the Burrow Strike off in time and does have a Yules to keep himself alive. They're just gonna go ahead and try and reinitiate, but there's gonna be the coil. They're gonna be able to control this Ursa for the time being, and Gremlo unable to cast this epicenter for the time being, but he's staying alive during it all. Able to Burrow Strike on through again. They take down the Lifesteal. They lose Sonic as well. The EMP, it hits the Undying and Monster. He's got no mana left, forced to swashbuckle away. Can they chase? They don't have a Yules on this Murano, so he's able to get that blink successfully, but a 3 for 0. Gremlo just tanking up so much damage in these fights. The charge from Goat. They see Monster on this Pangolier. He has no blink. Okay, these Cataclysms are not good. But
the arrow connects Monster. He's finally gonna get
yeah, I'm telling you, this Ags on Invoker is a big ol' waste of 4,200 gold.
Yeah, this
the Psychic Headband. Yo. All right. 12% increase on your intelligence, 100 cast range. And then it has basically the Hurricane Pike active of just pushing the enemy.
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm gonna have to agree with you on the Agnum Scepter on Invoker. It still increases all of your things by 1 level, doesn't it?
I'm
not sure. It doesn't say that it does.
I think it still does. I'm pretty sure it still gives you 1 extra level to all your abilities, but I don't remember.
Oh no, you're thinking of the Ice Wall on Invoker. That's the Agnum Shard, not the Agnum Scepter.
No, I'm saying it gives you 1 level to all of like Quaswex and Exhort still, I thought, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it does. It looks like this wasn't really changed around that much. The Agnum Scepter on Invoker. It's the Agnum Shard that
yeah,
doesn't look
vector
very
targeted
good.
Ice Wall with 900 cast range, which is actually pretty wild. Ooh, the coil, it catches Mirana. He's gonna have to be forced to pop it, and that's just an easy kill for them. Pale Horse debating on going in. Charge coming in from Goda as well. There's gonna be the Bull Whip, but it doesn't really do a whole lot. Nice reinitiation though. Tombstone on the high ground. They pretty much have everything going for them. They're controlling him. Pale Horse forced to BKB, just going for the TP out. Gremlo, he goes ahead and hits a nice stun. The Meatball does not finish off the Undying there, and Goat and Canis Vulpes forced to run away.
The Tornado Meatball did end up killing Tiny. His craggy exterior did end up proccing there onto the Ursa as he initiated onto him. So that part feels pretty good. If we can survive that initial burst from Ursa during his BKB, I mean, the guy's going to struggle to bring you down.
There's certain there's certain shards that are definitely like a 5th item shard where you're like, okay, this might be a good time to get it now. This is definitely not one of them. I'm sorry, this is definitely one of them. There's no way that craggy exterior is justified in this game.
Come on.
I cannot imagine. I mean, you're a support Tiny. You're going in with like Blink Avatos, and you just want to like have Force Staff and stuff. There's no, or like a Halberd even. There's just no way you go shard here on the Tiny. That's 1,400 gold for something that's never gonna do anything.
Come on.
Take us.
It's fun. It's all in good fun.
It is all in good fun. Oh, we have the Nether Strike shard on the Spirit Breaker. Okay, this one could be Pog. 200 additional damage, 4-second break, and magic immunity during the Nether Strike. All right, they're under vision here, and Goat gonna get initiated on. He can immediately go for the Nether Strike, but they're gonna be able to Yules up the Ursa as well. Not really what you want. In a little bit of trouble. Guardian Greaves coming out trying to keep Crow alive, but he just falls. There's going to be the Cataclysm doing finally something. And they're going to be able to lay into this Lifestealer, but Monster protected thanks to that whatever new ability is called. Not going to think about it right now, but Kit's in the chase. Gremlo, a nice Burrow Strike. He's going to go for that Effie, but he can't get it off quite yet. But guess what? It doesn't go on cooldown, and he finally is able to get that cast off. Kit's now on the run. He's going to have a little bit of health. Nice armlet toggle. Gremlo, he has another Burrow Strike, able to catch that Undying. The buyback from the Tiny Kit's trying to lifesteal himself back up into this game, but it's not going to matter.
Gremlo, he ends up getting away. The heroes on Arkosh, they end up disengaging. You use the 2 buybacks. The Tiny one didn't end up getting you anything. You're forced to roll out. Outpost was taken by Arkosh before that fight, so Tiny, he bought back, but he wasn't able to re-engage the fight, unfortunately.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But that was a pretty sick player initiation that is bringing down the Ursa. The guy does so much damage. He's sustaining himself pretty good in these fights as well. He just using the fact that Ursa was buffed up, ignoring the Agnum Scepter, ignoring the Agnum Shard for that matter. Doesn't really want to get the Enrage on the Fury swipes.
Yeah,
seems.
I think just the regular Aghanim Scepter is pretty good, but he decides to go back and chooses the Overwhelming Blink. So this is something I thought, this is by far the best of the 3 Blink daggers, in my opinion. The Overwhelming Blink, it's an 800 AoE, 50 movement slow, and 50 attack slow, and deals 200 plus 100% of your strength in an AoE. It is
pretty good.
There's no way this is not the best of all 3 of the Blink daggers. This thing is so good. The agility one is kind of bad, in my opinion, but the arcane one could be good. Ability cooldown reduction by 25%, which, I mean, you can literally just like play a hero like Zeus and then just like blink out of position in Thunder God's Wrath and Nimbus and have 25% ability cooldown reduction. So that's pretty neat. We could also see some crazy stuff with like Dazzle and that Blink dagger.
How come it just says for 6 and not for 6 seconds on the arcane blink?
We're not going to talk about it.
All right, fair enough.
I'm pretty sure Arcane Blink Dazzle might be OP. That might be OP. We'll see. Dazzle Core, dude. In this patch, it might be done with the other items.
With Healing Wave with the Aghanim Scepter. Now that sounds broken against some heroes.
Yeah, I haven't looked at his new shard or anything. All right, they're going to charge Find Pango. The arrow, the Cataclysm is on the mark. Pango going to be saved by that Aeon Disc, but there's the Nether Strike onto the life, so he gets the Infest into Tiny. Now, 5 heroes still alive. They're trying to do what they can to knock him outside of this coil, but Monster, that's going to end. You got to run here pretty quick. Gremlo, he gets the stun. He has that shard, so a tiny little epicenter comes out, and they're going to keep the chase on. Nice tornado. They're able to catch the puck. He's going to catch that orb out, but there's the Vector targeted Ice Wall perfectly placed by Canis Volpus, holding him down. A Burrow Strike comes through as well. They're going to be able to take down that Tiny and Kitch. Falling low, but Ursa finally dies. RRL able to survive as Kitz gets himself a huge double kill there. It's about to be a triple kill as he takes down the Spirit Breaker as well.
RL and Lifestealer, they get out of that one. Unfortunately, they're not able to find Canis Volpus or Pro, but fight definitely going their way. Again, the pick-off seemed to be going the way of Arkosh game, but every time a team fight breaks out, or most times a team fight breaks out, Monster able to accomplish so much work at the start of it.
So Lifestealer went back for the open wounds as well.
Yep, he did that a little while ago, and because of that, his damage was a little bit lacking. It's one of the problems that he had in taking Roche. He was gone Midas, Heaven's Halberd, and Armlet, so it took them so long to be able to do any damage or come online this Lifestealer, but now he's finally accomplishing things. That he's got the Desolator. He's going to need to stay on top of heroes, and for that, he's going to need the Abyssal Blade.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's able to tank up in these fights. He's done a lot, and he's doing a ton of damage now. So you're in a situation where if you can't burst down this Lifestealer, I think he just survives through it all. I mean, unless this Ursa can stick on him, but a lot of these fights, we've seen him able to get the Infest off, and then what, you know?
Yeah. Looks like they nerfed Abyssal Blade cast range from 650 to 550. I didn't end up getting as far as the items in the patch.
Yeah, I've only looked at new stuff. That's true. So there's some changes still, but we haven't looked at them. Did they change Midas? I've seen a lot of Midases picked up.
160 gold now. This looks exactly the same.
Roche just respawned Aegis Cheese Aurora Fresher Shard. Pretty good on Invoker if you ask me, but you gotta have something for the double Cataclysm. Their only really good form of stun is this Burrow Strike. And unless you hit a multi-man Burrow Strike, this Cataclysm has felt pretty weak.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have tons of chase ability. Ursa able to get on top of people with the Earth Shock that was buffed up along with the slow on it. The Epicenter coming out every 700 range that the Sand King travels does a lot too.
Shu gets hit by an arrow, and he's taking a lot of damage from Roshan. He's just going to send in the Forge Spirits. Start working on Shu. He's got to be careful. Tornado coming through as well. Only going to hit the Lifestealer with the backside of the fight. RL able to get the Silence and the Coil. Holding Invoker in the center, as we've talked about the Waning Rift now providing an AoE, and the Cataclysm comes out, doesn't really hit anyone again. They're just trying to stall out the Roshan as it's about to go down to this Lifestealer just below half HP, and you still got 16 seconds on the Ursa. Monster here as well. Another arrow will connect on the Lifestealer. Meatball, Deafening Blast. Oh, you get the Undying. A Kid's falling low as well. Goat, if he gets the Nether Strike, you could have maybe finished off that Lifestealer. But on the backside instead, they're going to continue the chase. Tornado coming through. Lifestealer comes out full HP. Nether Strike does connect onto Pango. He's on the run now, but it's not going to be in time. In comes the Epicenter kits. He's finally going to go down the Abyssal Blade to secure the kill, and Gremlo survives. Oh my goodness, Pango now. Can he get out of here? It doesn't look like it. A double kill for Pale Horse on the Ursa. An incredible stalling game there by Crows. He hits 2 huge arrows in the pit. Now setting up third Roche for the Ursa.
I mean, this is where everything goes wrong. Every time they try to take this Roshan, I feel like they can play around the pit, but they can't actually go in here. Their heroes are way too slow at it. Now, things are going to be a disaster. Refresher Shard picked up. Who's holding on to this? It's going to be, yeah, Invoker. So double Cataclysm is going to come out, and I'm not sure how you're going to bring down Ursa twice. You struggle to get him a single time in these team fights. You're dead without buyback for another 50 seconds right now on the lifesteal. Actually, you'll have it in just a moment. He's 5 gold off of it.
Oh my god, they added Cloak of Flames. This is a huge throwback. You remember Cloak of Flames from Warcraft 3?
I do.
It's a tier 3 item now.
Interesting. On which team has it?
No one has it. I was just looking. I didn't see that one. 5 armor, 10 magic boost, and 45% AoE burn in an area around you.
All it did was the burn before, right?
Certain iterations of it had stats as well. And if I remember right, it was armor. Mid lane, the coil comes out, trying to do what they can. Gremlo doesn't hit the burrow strike in time. Sonic gonna toss him, but BKB popped on the Invoker. He doesn't get that coil pop, and they're just gonna walk away. Rolling Thunder in from Monster. If they can catch Crow, it would be huge. He's gonna instead catch the Invoker. They're trying to turn this around. He pops his BKB, the Refresher. He's dead. You can't survive the damage. And on the backside, Goat's all by himself. Oh no. 2 big kills here for the side of 5-man Midas.
Invoker does have buyback, fortunately, so they're not going to lose too much. It's just him popping that Refresher Shard, then trying to pop the BKB and TP out. There's just too much damage coming out from the Lifestealer now, which is one of the benefits of this Desolator that he just got. Again, he needs his Abyssal Blade before he can fight to the Ursa, though. So they'll try to get something after this, but they will probably just turn the fight if you don't have... his Dream Coil is almost off a cooldown. I take that back. He's got Quickening Charm on him.
There's a bug on Bullwhip. I'm just waiting for the next cast of it. You can self-cast, but it's definitely bugged. At least the tooltip is. So we'll see. It says something about armor, and it has nothing to do with armor. So that's what I'm trying to see is the next cast of it here on the Tiny. Either it's supposed to be or it's not, but we'll find out. But bottom lane, Avalanche toss back. You do have those. Ooh, that is an Axe Coil Snap, baby. That is a lot of damage. No buyback either on the Mirana, and your tier 1 or your tier 3 and bottom barracks is just going to go down. They don't want to buy back on the Invoker. Don't have Spirit Breaker either. I mean, they just go 2 lanes here. Can you stop this?
I mean, you could. Gremlo's going to need to do something pretty quickly here. He has cheese available as well, but Pale Horse, he just goes in. He's got to be careful.
I mean, he's taking a lot of damage. He does have the BKB, but Gremlo, he's got Blink still available, but he's just getting chain stunned down. He's dead. We'll buy back into the game. They do like defend the two lanes, I guess. You know, rather the second lane, but you do have to buy back on Gremlo, whose game is now very difficult.
This XP graph looks hilarious this game. Both teams just fights going either very hard one way or the other.
Movement speed reduced by arm. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Hold on. Cast Bullwhip again. I need to see this, sir.
What is it? Use it on him. Speed him up.
Use it. Use it.
Use it. He's camp to camp. The small plate.
Come on.
Irons.
Use it.
People are gonna think we're weird if we're. Let's just move on to something else.
All right.
Pale Horse here in the top lane. God, I keep on moving my camera back here to try.
You have a Spell Prism on Puck and a Timeless Relic on your Pangolier. So a lot of damage now coming out of these two. Oh, he went for the Swift Blink instead of the other one. And now mid lane, I mean, they're looking for Puck here. Well, that was not ideal. He got out. They're going to continue the chase, though. An arrow not going to connect. He gets the coil off onto 3, and it's an Axe coil. They got to be careful. Ursa, you can't snap it. They're just holding them all in place. This monster just bounces back and forth. A dieback on that Sand King, and now Ursa as well. Yule's thrown into the air constantly. No, there's just nothing they can do. They're just getting controlled. Charge on by Goat, but immediately canceled. And Pale Horse, he's trying to find Monster, but the Aeon Disc is going to protect him. The push back there from RRL. The silence, he can't do anything. You're dead on the Ursa, no buyback. They just call it, and that is GG.
There's nothing that they're able to do with no buyback in the Ursa. These disarms on the Pangolier lasting so long thanks to this timeless relic, and they managed to do it. 5-man minus, they take down evil Arkosh Gaming in game number 1. Absolutely beautiful.
Love to see it, you know?
Yeah. I can feel Slacks molding right now.
I don't know, he might be happy. You never know with this guy.
Yeah, that's true. It's a bit of an enigma, but let's take a look at these post-game stats here. I mean, again, the game did go up and down. Arkosh definitely coming out on top after the laning phase, but some favorable team fights. And I feel like a lot of this was set up by Monster. He did an amazing job here on this Pangolier.
Yeah, he did.
So little, I feel like. At the end of this game, you know, he only had Blink Dagger, Aeon Disc, Yules, and this Orb of Corrosion.
That's true, but he did do a lot of work in the early phase of this game, and look at how much, you know, net worth this Puck and Lifestealer have as a result, right? Like he just managed to find a lot of big kills early on. I mean, he ended up 14, 6, and 22 during the fights. Rolling Thunder just doing some incredible work. The Aghanim Shard didn't seem to really matter all that much, honestly. I think it was a little bit of a test trial, but yeah, I mean, they spent a lot to shut down this Ursa, and ended up paying off big time. And he's really the only form of damage that was coming out here in the late game.
Yeah, Keenest Volpez definitely felt underwhelming on his Invoker. Just, I guess, trying to get used to that Quas Wex Invoker build again. A lot of people had been practicing it. Yeah, it's definitely a lot better now. You got the Forge Spirits, but you're planning on stalling things out a little bit. I think if you had the Wex to burn people mana with that Tornado EMP combo, everyone on your team would have been able to follow up with it a little bit better, because that's what they're used to playing with. And I think that's what they tried to do last game in that Team Brazil versus Jaguares series. Just sticking with what they knew in that last patch did wonders for both teams, especially Brazil.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right. Well, we got game 2 between Arkosh and 5-man Midas coming up here in just a second. Again, this is the lower bracket elimination game, so one of these teams is going home. We'll see after just a short break.
Lich now picked up. Now, this is an interesting one. They added his Aghanim Shard, which creates a Frost Spire with 300 max HP that you can throw a Frost Shield onto, and your Chain Frost bounces off between a hero and that Spire if there's no other units around. So you have good solo kill potential with Lich now, with just that Aghanim Shard at 20 minutes in.
I don't know if that's good. That doesn't sound very good.
It slows people around the thing as well.
Does it? Does it do anything besides just spawn an indestructible unit?
It slows them. It does a little bit of damage, and I think that's it. Creates an Ice Spire, slowing it for 15 seconds, slowing enemies by 20% within 500 range. Yeah, that's it. And you can cast the. I had it right.
Wow.
I mean, it's okay. Just slowing the enemies, keeping them in place. Again, the solo pick-off potential is what makes it good, because a lot of the time you can play around Lich's Chain Frost just by not getting close to the units. Now, you drop the Spire, you throw the Frost Shield onto it, you throw the Chain Frost out first. By the time the Chain Frost commits, you drop the Spire, and then you pull them in. You can kill somebody just about anywhere in like a very short disable of your gaze.
Yeah, it is great for solo kills and stuff like that. It's hard to say if it's worth it in my books, because a lot of times you're just going to need Glimmer Cape and 4 staff, and it's like, where are you going to get 1,400 gold on a support Lich?
But pull yourself up by your bootstraps, that's how.
True. So they go ahead and pick the Phantom Lancer here. This is something Pale Horse has played previously in the tournament. Now, this is a really good PL game once again. Tiny, Invoker, Undying Mars, none of these heroes really do well against this hero. You can't really ever spear Arena the Phantom Lancer. You're always going to be able to Doppelganger it. Invoker doesn't really have a good time of dealing with this hero either, since you can always just Phantom Rush and Mana Burn him, take him down pretty quick. I mean, this is a great pick. I like this Phantom Lancer a lot.
Are we gonna talk Mars nerfs?
Oh, yeah, what did they do to Mars? I haven't looked at him.
They made his arena much weaker. The mana cost of it was reduced by a little bit at the earlier levels, but they reduced the damage of it from 120 per proc to 100 at the earlier levels. It does end up going up a little bit, but that I think the biggest kill potential with the arena comes at the start of the game. So
Yep.
You're reducing it by like, I don't know, 80 damage because you normally get 4 or 5 procs off by the time you spear somebody with the wall and Gods Rebuke them. So that kind of stuff does end up making a difference. They increased the mana cost of the Gods Rebuke from scaling 65 to 80 as it goes up, and just the 80. And then the level 10 talent, they removed the minus 3 second spear cooldown. I'm not surprised they got rid of that. They changed it to 15 movement speed. At 20, it's minus 4 seconds God Rebuke. So you can actually spam that quite a lot as the game goes on. And they did improve the 25 talent from plus 80 Arena Blood HP regen for allies to 120. Overall, he's nerfed because you want to be able to spam those spears out as much as possible.
I was gonna say, so the spear cooldown one is completely gone. They didn't move it.
Yeah, it's just gone.
Okay, yeah. So Mars is substantially worse then. We were seeing in some of these fights in the previous patch where Marses were getting 3 to 4 spears off in a fight, just constantly grabbing heroes. Like he would just blink, throw a spear, pin someone down, let his team kill him, and then wait, and then blink, throw another spear and get a kill. And it's that was just becoming such an issue.
They did improve his spear with his Aghanim Shard, but that one works a little bit interesting. You can now pin 2 heroes at once. That leaves a burning trail behind somebody that does 35 DPS. And they completely reworked his Aghanim Scepter, but I didn't quite understand it from the way I read it. We'll have to probably see that in action.
Yeah, we'll look at it in game. So they last picked the Earthshaker here, just a little bit of control for their team, which is it makes sense to me. We're probably looking at core. Void Spirit, Core, Phantom Lancer. I'm going to take PA as the final pick here for the safe lane now. It is, yeah, okay, Gremlo Viper. Okay, good. That's what I was expecting.
Put him on the easy hero.
Yeah.
Do less damage that way. To his team, not to the enemy team. I'm sure he'll do just as much. A great Gremlo.
Yeah, I mean, I like the draft. I think the Phantom Lancer here was a fantastic pick, and I'm definitely worried for 5-man Midas. I don't know if they have the tools to deal with it.
Let's see. You like the buffs that or the changes to Phantom Lancer?
I haven't even looked at the change to PL. I just know generally how the hero works, and in this game, I mean, it's a great Phantom Lancer game.
Mm-hmm. They improved Phantom Rush a little bit. They made it harder to mess it up when you're using the dash and when you're spam clicking people. You don't lose the bonus agility that you get. It applies even if you go like halfway through your rush, or you end up clicking them twice when you're rushing towards the target. They increased his base mana or intelligence by 2. And then I'm not sure what the Aghanim Shard ability was. I didn't get to that. I'll pull this up right now in one moment.
We'll check it out in game. It's not the end of the world. Well,
just tried to skim through things as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, they made my life a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I agree.
Purge first impression patch analysis later on. Oh god, I think he's still going.
He's still going. There's no way he has stopped. I guarantee you he's like just getting through like the first 20 heroes.
That sounds like Purge.
There was probably so much theory crafting around the new hero, and then then 20 I mean, I can't even imagine what he's going to do with the new items. He's going to take so long on the items.
I've never even touched a Purge like impression patch analysis video before, believe it or not. I just know that they're very long.
I think the longest was 8.5 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine they're very good. There's a lot of people watching that.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. He breaks down literally every aspect of the game during that video.
What I like when I approach new things is I check them out first myself. I try them, and then I start looking at what other people have done. That way I don't fall back in other people's ideas. I can put theirs together with mine.
Yeah, there's a logical fallacy actually associated with that, and I can't remember what it's called right now. But essentially, it's also known as information embedding, when you are fed like either incorrect or false information, but you assume it to be true because it came from a source, and so you base all your future thought and reasoning around that topic based on that original source. So you kind of,
interesting.
yeah, it's like actually a really common thing. So that's why it's like actually pretty important to kind of build your own thought process on it first. Goat bottom lane just goes down. Easy kill from these 3 heroes. I mean, you have Mars, Undying, and Tiny. Tons of damage. A perfect toss target there from the Tiny. He's looking for another one. They're going to keep chasing. Canis Vulpes did rotate over. He's just going to have to be very careful. But Sonic also falling low, debating on what to do. A nice slow there from that God's Rebuke. Going to have to throw that fissure and back on out.
Yeah, it's it on 4 heroes, but Tiny, you're going to have to go all the way back to base, I feel, here. Sitting at barely any HP. Definitely not going to be fully regen by the time the laning phase... His HP's bar is broken. You looking at this shit?
Who's?
Tiny's.
Who will emerge victorious?
No, it's fine for me.
It's bleeding off the screen, and the dark red part is going up and down.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely not for me. I don't know what's going on there,
see.
sir. All right, let me look at this Phantom Lancer stuff. So Spirit Lance bounces once on an enemy within 900 radius, prioritizing heroes, increases Spirit Lance illusion damage by 20%. So this is one of the really old Spirit Lancer aghanims. This was before the previous change. Was a Spirit Lance chain, essentially. It only bounces once as opposed to, I think, it bounced unlimited times to heroes. And then Juxtapose... adds Juxtapose active ability, destroys Phantom Lancer's other Juxtapose illusions, and quickly creates the max illusions it allows with a bonus 10-second duration. That is really good, but has a 75-second cooldown, so that is really bad.
Yeah. So I found that I think it's just my HUD is broken for heroes.
Oh.
Actually, no, my HUD's broken for everything. That's cool. All right.
No, we're losing them.
Oh, no. It's all right. 1, maybe 2 more games. I'm expecting only 1. 5-man minus. They're going to wipe the floor with Arkosh here, everybody. Will give me the help I need after this game. For now, we're going to bring you the casting.
I'm so excited.
Middle
Dude. It's going to be great. All right, what do you think happened in middle? We got... Oh.
Whoa, ho, ho. I pulled us away from there. Baited out Jerry.
Jerry, you can't listen to these people. Do your job. You only have one job, Jerry, not to miss kills. And here you go. You know, over and over again. They're going to continue chasing this Phantom Lancer in the bottom lane. He does have Spear. Just opting not to use it quite yet, but maybe they don't even need it. The body blocks from Sonic were just superb. And Monster gets the kill.
Not bad. Monster already on a killing spree. Only a minute and 50 seconds into the game. And you saw what he accomplished last game on that Pangolier with so little. They give him too much. I mean, he's just going to pop off.
Yeah. I mean, he is... What? I mean, he was level 25 on Pango. He's level 19 on the Mars for the Dota Plus levels. In top lane, who managed to... Did they take down? Gremlo took down Shu. Okay. So probably just that... burst damage, I suppose. I actually have no idea. I guess he just got a little bit too low, a little too aggressive because he doesn't have level 3, so not sure.
Yeah. Speaking of people who were a bit too aggressive, I think Gremlo saved there by Crow. He's forced to get a little bit further back. Shu having a pretty good time up here on the top.
Oh my goodness.
Out of the veil.
I guess when you have two, like he literally has 0 armor to the PA because she has a Blightstone. Hits him with the dagger, immediately applies that Blightstone aura, or that Blightstone, and then just Phantom Strikes over, and he's just taking pure damage from the PA.
He was also missing 12 strength when the PA went on him.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Barely any max HP. PA just able to blow her up even this early in the game, and she's sending herself out these gloves of haste first, which is interesting. I guess planning to get on top of Gremlo more here. But let's talk mid lane. We haven't had a chance to look there yet. If these players will give us a second. Oh, looks like Void Spirit a little bit of advantage over Invoker here at CS. Oh my god!
Goodness!
Down Shu.
Shu goes down a second time.
He's got an Urn of Shadows as well, so it's gonna make this lane really difficult. Gremlo, you end up getting thunderclapped by the tomato.
Can't make that mistake. Kits, you don't have a Blink Strike target. He's gonna have to make it over the wall. Tries to pop the... Oh, he's dead. That's a huge death. That one actually shouldn't happen.
Yeah, there was no reason for him to be that far out. I mean, trying to contest a little bit of XP there, and he ends up paying the price for it. So, dead has to come back up being Gremlo. He's having a great time. Got himself some more Urn charges from that. which is amplified by this poison attack. Not if it was his introduction.
Double damage.
What?
Yep.
Okay, Canis Vulpes rotating to the mid lane. You know, Jerry's having a really rough time. These kills happening pretty much immediately around the map. Heroes going from 100 to 0 HP, so you can't give him too much flack for these missed kills.
Yeah. But that's just a huge amount of burst damage from that toss avalanche combo and the double damage rune picked up on the Tidy. So 69 plus 69, nice.
Nice indeed. Mid lane, they're trying to harass down this Invoker, but he's pretty tanky. And he is going the Quas Wex Invoker, because we were talking about at the beginning of the game, you know, which one was he going to go, but seems to be Quas Wex is the play.
I mean, this is what a lot of people have practiced.
Shoe's dead again.
Yep.
And Gremlo's going to get the tombstone. PA, I don't know about this one. Once again, you're kind of getting baited here. The poison attacks, they're going to start stacking them up. He pops the Blur, but... oh, he missed? He did miss. Okay. The Urn, he's on top. He's got no charges left, but he's going to burn down. Double kill for Gremlo on the Viper now. And this first item, Urn, man, it's doing some serious work.
Yes.
Yeah, PA just dropping twice, and this is probably off the back of the first one. Crosan, you want a game 3? I see. Big words for so early in the game, especially considering they still got a net worth advantage here. I think Kits is going to come back. You should not underestimate this man. Look at what he did to Beast Coast.
It seems that all of the voice lines from Dire Tide don't work anymore.
I see. Well, it's possible they just end up removing them all. Did they like fully remove them, or they're just broken?
They're not working. Like 4 of them just got used in chat, and no sounds came out, so they're just broken right now. I'm guessing. Crow top lane. Getting dove on by Kits, but he's fine. He's got enough survivability that the PA can't really kill him yet.
And bottom lane, when that kill happened, top last, Goat actually went down as well as the toss avalanche combo, then a spear back up into these trees here. That is one that we did miss as well. Not Jerry's fault. I mean, he can only move camera one place at a time, so we'll let him off the hook this time.
Sonic's TPing up here. They dropped the tombstone, and a lot of controls going to be provided by Crow, but Gremlo. I mean, you're just surrounded by the tombstone as well as the PA. Not really anywhere you can go. Pretty easy pick off for them.
Up pretty far there, Gremlo. Looks like you don't want a game 3.
Get him back with his own words.
Well, looks like he just wants to leave this tournament. Monster bottom lane here. He's doing a lot better at CS than he was at the start of the lane phase. He's sitting at the top of the net worth right now thanks to the 4 kills that he has under his belt.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. He'll be able to dissimulate dodge this, and he does just that, but Cold Snap comes out, has to astral step away. They might be able to stick on top of him. Tiny, not going to be able to do it. No avalanche, toss range, nice dodge out there by Canis Vulpes. Monster level 6 bottom. They end up swapping the lanes, it looks like, because Gremlo is now down here, does have Viper Strike. So a lot of magic damage he can pump into this Mars. But on the side, Sonic looking for Canis Vulpes on the Void Spirit. Monster's got to be careful. The arena, it's not going to connect, but it will be able to zone out the Viper. 3 heroes trapped inside. They take down the Lich, but Monster, he's going to go down in the process. Just too much dots there from the Viper.
Yeah, and he's trying to get on an Invoker as well, who's got barely any movement speed.
All these, ooh, do they have detection? They have a sentry. This is going to be a great kill. He's got the mana if he can stay on top of him, but he walks outside of sentry vision just in time. RRL, he's going to survive.
Just barely. All those points into Quas ending up healing him all through that one. Gets almost 25 HP a second. Nice play there by RRL. Almost gets caught down. The economic damage of losing that Shunchu ward. Rookie mistake there by Arkosh Gaming.
Canis Vulpes finds a regen rune. Very nice. Fantastic time to find that.
Yeah, tops him back up to full. Kitsa looks like he's going to get punished by Canis here in a second. He's got 2 charges of the Astral Step. He's got double Null Talisman. Unfortunately, he doesn't have boots, so he's a bit slow getting here.
I mean, the game's a little bit slower than we previously would have expected. I mean, Pale Horse, he's off to an okay start, but it's really the Phantom Assassin and the Mars that are having great times. Obviously, Gremlo on this offlane Viper did some serious work, shutting down the PA initially, but yet somehow Kit's managed to recover. I mean, he's doing great despite having 2 deaths.
So I've got a question for you that doesn't make that much sense to me. Fairy, who's carrying the fairy trinket? Okay, it's being flown out. I can look at it on the hero. It's currently on the courier. It says that it grants plus 5% spell damage, but everywhere else it's listed as spell amplification.
Yes.
So Kaya is plus 8% spell amplification, and the trinket is 5% spell damage.
Yes. There's no. You're asking for consistency here in a beta game, Neph. I don't know, man.
I have the answer.
I see. My apologies.
I'm assuming they're the same mechanic, but clearly just mislabeled. Gremlo mid lane. I mean, I don't know what you're doing behind the tier 1 tower. Well, I guess he got tiny airlines, so that might be why. But that's a fantastic pickoff. Losing the Viper there is big.
I don't know what he was doing behind the tier 1 tower either. That was a bit of a bold move for sure.
He was just too aggressive and just got tossed out from the tiny, not really expecting it to happen. 10 minutes in, bounty runes. Looks like it should go 2 and 2 whenever someone decides to pick up the top one, but right now they do have level 6 already on the Earthshaker. Your Lich is only level 4. Okay, Goat is going to need to pick up that tome here pretty much ASAP. Top lane Pale Horse running away from Kits, but kind of struggling here, and they're rotating in on Sonic. They get the Tornado from RRL. He can doppelganger this off, will do just that, but in comes Sonic. A nice toss, and then the Avalanche to finish off that PL, and they will be able to turn it around onto the Invoker, maybe Tiny as well. Sinister Gaze cancel that TP. Fantastic play there, so a 2-for-1. You lose the Phantom Lancer, but I think at the end of the day, it's not the worst trade.
No, if you can get that Invoker, the Tiny, it's definitely worth it. So that is about a 500 XP going your way on Arkosh and 300 gold. Kits did end up getting out of it, and she does need a bit of recovery right now. Didn't have the best early laning phase, but still 1,000 net worth ahead of the Phantom Lancer. Definitely struggling on Pale Horse this game.
Yeah, Pale Horse 3,700 net worth. I mean, that is pretty miserable for a safe lane here at 11 minutes into the game.
Yep. I thought I saw an arena come out, but I think it was just a bug on my screen, given the fact that my HUD is also broken.
No, there was an arena bottom. I think I just missed Canis Vulpes.
No, just only a couple seconds ago. It's got a 90-second cooldown.
Oh. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. Bottom lane, I mean, they're trying to zone this out. You are close on Crow. A Remnant's going to catch a nice fissure as well. He's trying to just walk in for that Echo Slam, but it's not going to happen. Chain Frost doesn't really bounce between much of anything. Void Spirit able to pick up that kill. Now has to be careful. Kits is here as well, and now with Crow, you got no mana left on the PA here. She's got to be careful. They just commit the Echo. A Remnant as well to Simulate should be able to finish off. Double kill for Canis Vulpes. They're going to continue the chase. A perfect long-range fissure coming in, and Gremlo will be able to grab himself another kill. Up to 9 and 3 already on this Viper.
Yeah, I mean, he had a bit of a rough start, but it was just taken off thanks to this Earner Shadow. I think part of that is because the Phantom has to end up dying to him behind these trees up here over in the top lane. I mean, if that didn't end up happening, he definitely wouldn't be this far ahead. Well, just accelerating off the back of that misplay there from Kits. Mid lane, RRL gets jumped on.
Yeah, they're going to be able to find him. I mean, Crow's just wrapping around. Enchant Totem not going to connect. Deafening Blast. He's got to get out of here on Void Spirit. He has one more Astral Step, and he's protected by this Haste Rune, so it looks like he's going to be just fine. Monster throws a Blind Spear. Almost clips him, but not going to connect. Ato's completed on the Viper. It does have the Faded Brooch as well.
Yeah, tons of mana to work with. Just able to run people down. No way the TP out now either. Gonna send him out, himself out some clarities and a town portal scroll. Still has Boots of Travel keyed up where TP should be. I hate this guy. He's had that since I started seeing him play this tournament. And mid lane RRL just sitting here underneath the Smoker Deceit. I think he's worried, or he's trying to get a kill off on a Crow. Set it up with a Tornado.
Yeah, I think you are correct.
Yeah, Crow doesn't fall for it though.
Nah, too dang smart. He's a doctor, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, Crow is a doctor.
In what?
What is it? He's a plague doctor. That's what he is.
I see. So he doesn't actually have a PhD.
No, he's just a PhD in very, I don't know, heinous diseases. I guess I'm not quite sure.
He sounds like a criminal, not a contributing member of society.
He could be an epidemiologist. You never know, man. They're able to go in here on the mid lane. Canis Volpus trying to bait out some spells. Has no Astral Steps left, but it's going to be a DD rune that he finds in the top lane. Bottle himself up a little bit, and he'll be fine. And they force a lot of rotations to the mid lane as a result of this.
Radiant's top tower is
They really have. RL, he's clearing himself up. They're both wanting to hold these mid towers, it seems.
It's a big deal because you need to protect your triangles for both PA and the Phantom Lancer. Tiny does get caught here. A nice avalanche toss back. Almost destroys Canis Volpus. He just goes down anyway. The Tombstone and the Arena doing so much work. They're going to get Gremlo 3 big kills. Did Tiny do all of that? The 440 build? Was that all his damage? Give me the fight recap.
Radiant have fortified.
Let's see it. If I recap, Tiny
Oh
ends
my
up
God.
1200 damage just with a toss avalanche combination onto like two heroes there. Invoker, I mean the EMP and the tornado did a lot, but both of them doing a lot less than this Tiny here. I mean, Chew, he's a pause 4 Sonic, sorry, he's a pause 4 Tiny specialist. He's level 24 on this hero.
He's looking for Phantom Lancer. He's going to hit him with that avalanche, but a great Sinister Gaze. This is a diffusal on. So you could potentially find some big kills here. Tiny, however, surviving on 6 HP and running away with his Windlace. He's gonna live. Oh my goodness, that feels so bad.
Now, hold on for a second here. If you move over...
This should make my life
If you move over Canis Volpus, and you go over his hero portrait, on the left-hand side of it, there's a big red button where you actually have the option of reporting him for suspicious behavior right now. So you could go ahead and submit that one.
Okay, yeah, I don't see it, but I believe you, and if I had it, I'd 100% report that guy. No,
You
what?
hover over his hero, you move your mouse down to the bottom part of his hero portrait, and a red button will come up where you can report him in live time.
What?
Yeah, look at that. Valve with these
Briefing. Oh, it timestamps the replay is what it is. So this is for the Overwatch system, if I had to guess, or something. Like, this is like new types of reporting for the Overwatch system, maybe.
So now we can actually report slacks and everybody on Arkosh. Thank you very much, Val, for adding this one. I imagine this is the one team that they added it for.
Yeah. Dude, you can that's crazy. Because instead of just being like, hey, this guy was cheating at some point in this game or doing something, terrible at some point in this game, you should be like, hey, here's the exact moment this guy started destroying items. Oh, what an unlucky TP in there from Canis Volpus as he just takes the entire EMP to the face, loses all of his mana.
Yeah, ended up losing a lot there on Goat as well. They're just going to be forced to back off to their base to refill their mana on Goat. It's not going to feel very good. Jungle here. It looks like they'll continue to push down this tier 2 tower in the bot lane.
Tower is under attack.
Crow just holding the maximum range, trying to farm up his Blink Dagger right now. He really needs this before they're able to fight on Arkosh.
Yeah, I mean, Pale Horse is going for this new Aghanims, man.
And Canis. They just spear him to the tree.
He misses the spear. The Dissimulate comes out as well. He's going to be fine. Wow. A big misplay there by Monster. That would have been a huge find by them.
Yeah, just messed up with the timing. Was it a pretty long range there, but not what you'd expect out of him. Oh my God.
I am very surprised by this Phantom Lancer. He is just rushing the Aghanim Scepter.
Dire should look to their top tower.
Jesus Christ. Okay. We'll see how this one
Creates
goes.
max illusions. So you get 10 illusions at max level, and they last for 10 additional seconds. 14-second illusions that... I mean, what?
Do they just spawn on top of him right away, or what?
I don't know if it works like Doppelganger or not. Like if it's like another disjoint, but mid lane, Gremlo able to take down Sonic. You have no mana left here on the Void Spirit, and you're getting ran down by PA, protected for the moment by that Frost Shield. Gremlo now taking a lot of damage as well as they just blink on over. They're able to take down Canis Volpus, and a huge crit comes in from Kits and Goat. You ain't gonna outrun that Arena. A double kill there for the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, and now just starting to pop up. Was pretty slow for a little while working on that Battle Fury, but now just farming up the enemy Ancients who had stacked them for them. Thank you very much, Lich.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah. Gets even closer to that Desolate. I imagine as soon as he finishes that, they're going to move right into the Roche Pit. We're 17 minutes in, by the way. All 4 neutral items found by Dire Team. I'm pretty happy about that on 5-man Midas. And
Radiant are scanning for
Arkosh, they've only got 2 of them just sitting on the Nether Shawl in the Pupil's Gift, so at a bit of disadvantage right now. Mid lane.
Ooh, Monster, he's invis. There is a sentry there. He's going to find him now. Has to pop that God's Rebuke, but he's going to be out of mana very quickly. A great fissure block in from Crow. Should be able to catch the actual Mars here, and they do. Canis Volp is going to pick that one up.
If you look long enough into the
Crow's got his Blink Dagger now as well, and they go right into Roche with this one. They don't have the Aghanim Scepter. I'm not sure they're going to be able to complete this. I'm going to be honest with you. You do a lot of damage here with the Poison attack and their Toxic, but they scattered out with the Sunstrike.
PA is bottom, and she does not have a Blink Dagger. She's going to spend a long time running here. They decide, they don't want to fight the Roshan. The TP coming in from Shu. They're a little bit afraid, and honestly, I don't really blame them. They smoke up on the backside, and they're going to wrap around. They've got some vision on the Shu here, and they're going to grab with the Atos, the Undying, the first death. Now, can they chase for more? No more Astral Steps on Canis Volpus for the time being. The Tombstone's going to go down. They grab themselves an Imp Claw. They'll definitely be happy with that one.
Yep. Probably hold. Oh, Sonic! He finds a toss avalanche on the Gremlo
again and again, but Gremlo protected thanks to this Nether Shawl. They're gonna try and turn it around. Mars just gets melted in the center of his own arena.
The illusion with that spear as well. So the guy blown up very quickly. Still up 3 King
Pale Horse. The tornado actually interrupts the combo. He's able to doppelganger the EMP as well. They're gonna lose 2 more. Oh, this is a disaster. Aru, says Canis Volpus. This furry, man, he just doesn't stop.
I'm going to report that one for toxic behavior real quick. Kit's mitigating the damage as best he can, but that tornado is pretty unfortunate. And it's going to be the Aegis going their way. They'll probably pop this onto, Pale Horse? In fact, he's almost done his Aghanim Scepter, and he's just about ready to fight.
Yeah, I'd assume this goes to Pale Horse. There's just no way you don't put it on the Phantom Lancer, because if he stays alive, you can do some serious work with it. Oh, his Santa hat! Did you see what happened?
No, I didn't.
It went flying. As soon as it died, it flew off and rolled across the floor.
Oh no. You should give it to whoever's holding the Aegis. Just a little Santa hand on top of the hero.
Yeah, that'd be funny.
As well. But PL over here. He's I didn't get a chance to talk about the Aghanim Scepter on him yet. I mean, if you rush the Fusel Blade eggs on the PL, you actually burn some of these mana down incredibly quickly. So you can just remove any sort of effect that Monster has in these team fights if you burn out his mana. He's only got the 800 to work with as well.
Yeah, I mean, instantly spawning 10 illusions is really good. I don't know if it works like Doppelganger in the fact that it's like you disappear and then you spawn all 10 of them, or if it just is like, poof, you now have 10 illusions around you. We don't know what the animation looks like yet. Because if it works like another Disjoint, it's pretty great.
It's being flown out to him right now, so we'll get a chance to find out here. But looks like there's also going to be another team fight, bottom tier 2 tower. They realize that they're up to something here on 5-minus, so Gremlin, he ends up playing pretty far back. Alright, here it is. I don't see where the ability is.
It's on Juxtapose. It's his ultimate now.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
So it has a 60-second cooldown, 75 mana cost. I feel like that's a huge cooldown for this ability. Wait.
Yeah.
The heck? Oh. Okay, well, there they go. It just spawns 10 illusions. That's how it works.
That's pretty underwhelming.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these illusions, this is basically like old Juxtapose. I'm not sure if you remember the old days of having these illusions. The problem is they all spawn at the same time, which means they're all going to die at the same time, so you can't continue spawning illusions and farming with them. So it's just like a really bad Manta style. That seems terrible.
The economic damage heal here on Pale Horse.
I mean, for 4,200 damage, you just bought a Manta, basically. That's
Manta that doesn't dispel.
I don't know about this one, man. We'll see. Maybe I'm missing something, but it does not seem good to me.
No.
Top lane, a lot of damage to this tier 1 tower. They're TPing in the Lich, I guess, and going to try and wrap around maybe here on Pale Horse, or on Canis Volpus and Crow. But Monster hiding in the trees, he's going to be fine, and they're TPing out, it looks like, here pretty soon. Oh, Ara's still waiting around, looking for people to show in the mid lane. Oh, Mars bottom, the Sunstrike onto Lich. They will find him. The question is, can they wrap around and get more? Crow with a nice stun, a great tornado there. I did not expect that to actually connect, but They should be able to chase this down. RRL, he's very fast. Yep, Ghost Walks, he's out.
Yeah, not going to be able to catch him with this many points into the Ghost Walk. Sped up by 20% there.
Oh, he walks. He happens to walk under a sentry. The fissure is there as well. You have everything necessary. The BKB comes out from the Invoker, but you have the Viper Strike. They have the damage. Almost get him. You didn't have that Astral Step available. RRL is going to survive, but you do force the 10-second BKB from the Invoker.
Yep, still a nice escape from them. Gremlo actually playing pretty well this match and to catch that Invoker out there, going for his own BKB, seeing it to 11 and 5 here. I think he'll start to fall off the further this game goes. I think he'll build the Aghanim Scepter for himself here.
The Viper?
Yeah.
He could. He took Poison Attack upgrade. Okay, hold on. Causes Poison Attack to lower armor by 1.5 per stack and increases max stacks by 2. Wow. Okay, that is really good. I did not realize that. All right, in the jungle here, they are going to just obliterate Gremlo, though. Not what you wanted. The BKB from Kits protecting him all day long. You just lost 2 super fast, and you're going to have to get out of here on the Void Spirit. You will catch mid lane. The Lich, again, well played by Monster into that Sunstrike. RRL is going to grab himself that gold bounty. 3 for 0 now. A 6,000 gold lead here for 5-man Midas.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to be able to get any objectives off of this one. They actually did use Fortify. They could get mid with this Desolator, but not much other than that. Roshan still not going to respawn for another 2 minutes here, and you're holding on to the Aegis, in fact, on Pale Horse.
Yeah.
So. They get mid. They got the catapult actually, so they could just get this tower. That's exactly what they're going to do. Forge Spirits speed this up a little bit as well. Keenus, you can't go in here, buddy.
Nah, he can't. He has his Aghanim Scepter completed though, so you do have that 2 Resonant Pulse charges with the AoE Silence. Tiny did go for the Craggy exterior. I don't understand this.
Look, it keeps Phantom Lancer and all of his illusions off him. They get stunned if they go on him. The same goes for Void Spirit. If he tries to commit on him, I think if he Astral Steps through him, it applies an auto attack, so it's got a chance of proccing it, right?
Yeah, but you're immune during Astral Step.
No, it's instant from one location to the other, so I don't think you'd be immune for it. We'll have to test it afterwards.
Yeah, we'll have to test a lot in a lobby. Just give a Tiny 1 billion armor and 1,000 health. Invoker in the mid lane. He's been caught. He's dead before he can pop his BKB in the arena. Helps out a lot as they're able to take down Gremlo. Pale Horse in some trouble. A beautiful avalanche toss from Sonic Goat, falling so low he can't get anything off it. Pale Horse, he's on the run. He does have this doppelganger illusion. Wow, look at it go. But Crow able to turn the fight around, saving the boys as he gets a huge Echo Slam. Unbelievable play here from this Earthshaker. They buy back on the Lich as well, and they're going to be able to get 3 heroes here from 5-man Midas.
Gremlo and Goat buying back, but definitely worth it. Crow turning that fight, saving Arkosh in this game. That would have been a disaster if they all went down. But they got room to breathe down. 1,300 net worth swing in their favor, and getting about 3,300 XP from that fight. Approaching level 18 now on Earthshaker. You really need more farm right now on this Phantom Lancer.
I'm just laughing because he has this Aghanim Scepter and he's like, oh, I guess I still got to get a Manta style. Like, dude, this Ags is trash. There's no way this Ags is good. I'm sorry. There's just no way. I like how you hover and it says upgrades, Phantom Rush. No, it does not.
No.
Tooltip broken.
There's just nothing underneath it. I mean, I might as well say that. An Elven Tunic. You know, fun fact.
This one's cool.
I hate elves.
Oh, wow.
All my heart and soul. 8% movement speed and 16%. That's actually very broken.
Yeah, it's really good. 16% evasion, 8% movement speed, and 26 attack speed. This item owns. For a tier 3 item, this thing is incredible. I think all of those new cloaks that came out are all pretty strong.
Yeah, it's definitely better than a lot of other than tier 3 neutral items. I mean, I think in certain cases you're definitely going to want Paladin Sword over it, but here, you know, Elven Tunic on Phantom Lancer. I mean, forced to build MKB.
Percentage-based movement is always good, right? Always. Yeah. And 8%, your PL just has a casual 388 movement speed now. I mean, that's pretty great. I think, you know, you couldn't be happier about that. Shu, he's ghosts, or he's protected by That smoke, a nice sentry on the high ground. They don't have a ward, though. They picked up Psychic Hegband, which is the 12% intelligence increase for Invoker, which is incredible because he has such high int game. 4.6 per level. So you get an additional 12% and 100 cast range, plus the active for the defensive force staff, essentially, to an enemy.
It's not that good against the Phantom Lancer because you push them away, all the illusions, get a Phantom Rush onto you again.
Yeah, it can be good against the Earthshaker though. You know, if Shaker tries to go in, you can just like force staff the Earthshaker away because the cast range is pretty big. It's not small cast range.
The Cloak of Flames now dropped. I'm curious. They probably passed the one to Tiny or Mars, right? Yeah, they're giving it to Mars. 10% magic resistance is not bad in a neutral item. 5 armor. The 45 burn per second, I'm not sold on all these things. Ceremonial Robe now found by Viper. Lowers enemy status resistance and magic resistance by 10. Okay, that's pretty sick.
That one's really good. And it's good on Viper specifically because it stacks with the magic resist reduction on poison attack.
Yeah. Status resistance reduction is also a pretty big deal. I mean, Earthshaker's going to get the full benefits of that one.
Yeah, 350 mana is also great on certain heroes. So we'll be seeing this one picked up a lot on some casters. You know, Ceremonial Robe giving that much is pretty sick.
Yeah. Enchanted Quiver now found as well.
Both teams having one. We saw one already on the Void Spirit. PA is probably just going to take that, right? That's what we've been seeing. Oh, no, she has an Elven Tunic. Okay, yep. She'll keep that. So, more evasion.
Yeah. She went for the armor corruption instead of the plus 35% evasion this game as well. I mean, you obviously don't need any more than you currently have. That'd be a bit overkill. Phantom Lance is going to be forced to go the MKB at a certain point anyways, which feels kind of bad on PL.
I think you go Divine before you go for an MKB, honestly.
Yeah, that's a yikes for me. I'm not sure if you can get away with going a Divine. You might just get blown up in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is I don't think you can afford to go MKB in general. I think you have to build stat items like Scotty and Heart of Tarask and stuff. And, you know, after you have those, you're like, okay, I can get the Divine now type of scenario. Like MKB feels really bad, and it did just receive a pretty heavy nerf, 30% reduction on its damage. Phantom Lancer, I mean, they found him. He just doppelgangers right on over, and he's just gonna get blown apart. 60 seconds. He does get his buyback, but that is your core Phantom Lancer just getting blown apart, and Gremlo. Kits, he's just running through him. They buy back the PL, trying to get into this fight, but what do you do? Tornado's going to catch him. He's underneath this tombstone, just struggling to deal with it. He's going to send the illusions on over. He will finally be able to take it down, but you are struggling here on the side of Arkosh.
Yeah, that's a couple of BKBs activated as mentioned, but go into Roche. It's like 2600 XP swing in the favor of 5-man Midas after the fight, and almost 1600 gold there.
Yeah, but
of course he's trying to Roche. This is a very bold move.
I mean, they know he's in here. They've had vision. It's just like, this is the slowest Roche ever.
Yeah.
It's going to take... It's not going to happen.
You wasted your money on the second Inception. The shopkeeper ripped Pale Horse off.
Hey, buddy, you like this new axe, eh?
How would you like to try out the brand new item and effect on your hero? We won't tell you exactly what it does.
Yeah, all right, they're gonna go and find Tiny here, but Kids one-shots that Lich. He's gonna go down. He gets the Alacrity buff. Nice doppelganger to dodge that EMP, and Tombstone just placed perfectly on the high ground. You need to disengage. Crow goes in. He gets a huge echo, but they cannot blow down this Phantom Lancer or Phantom Assassin, and she is just gonna chase them down. They'll be able to look for Void Spirit on the high ground. Resonant Pulse not available. Will be able to Astral Step himself to the low ground, but Monster is there. God's Rebuke to slow him. Sunstrike not going to connect, but a triple kill now for Kids on this PA. They buy back the Undying. They buy back the Void Spirit. They've got to get something here. They're so far behind now on Arkosh.
BKB is activated again there. Both teams just hugging around the Roche pit. Don't want to give this one up. A Phantom Assassin will be able to take this in no time at all if Arkosh lets them. God, I can't. Pale Horse, I feel like he'd be doing so much better this game if he had anything other than the second himself.
Dude, he could literally have Manta Scotty. like because it slowed down his farm so much. Like, he could actually just have Manta Scotty completed right now.
Yeah, the shopkeeper.
All right, he gets the shard as well, which gives him the bouncing spirit lance, and increases the illusion damage from those by 20%. So, yeah, the old Aghanim scepter before the Phantom Rush one, essentially, like we talked about.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean, the shard one is way better than the juxtap. I honestly think the shard, functionally in every way, is better than the actual Aghanim scepter.
Yes.
For 1/4 of the cost, for like 1/3 of the cost.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. Sonic finds himself in a leader of both teams just hugging the roach pit. It looks like they finally want to commit onto it here on 5-man minus, and they take it so fast with this alacrity. Look at PA go.
She ended up going for an Abyssal Blade as well, so she now has that guaranteed stun to either Gremlo or the Earthshaker or the Void Spear. I mean, they're going to try and contest, but you don't have Echo for 15 seconds. Gremlo trying to get something into the pit, the break being applied, but again, like you're saying, the Roshan, it just falls too fast. In goes that Void Spear, but the Aegis, it's gone. He's picked it up on Kits, and now Palehorse, he's out of mana control. There's going to be a dieback on the PL. Oh no, it's an absolute disaster. They're going to chase for more monster. Yules, he's going to find the Void Spirit. A nice AoE slides protecting him for the moment, but he can't do much of anything. One Astral Step further back onto the dire side of the map, trying to pull them away. And he will make it, but you've lost PL once again.
Yeah, Kit's not falling for it, though. Draws a line down the center of the map, says, and it's time to go. We want to close this game out. Don't let them stall you. And they run down the mid lane. Fortify not available for another 2 minutes either.
Yeah, this is looks like it. I mean, you still have Blink Echo from Crow. Like, Crow could make an incredible play here potentially. Well, he gets found by Monster. I don't think he's gonna go down. Oh, he could go down. The Blink Strike cast rate, the Abyssal over to Gremlo. Oh my god, the damage from this PA. You know, she didn't really get touched this patch at all. They thought, you know, hey, she's super broken. That's fine. She's not Sven.
No, they nerfed her slightly on a couple of things. I mean, they reduced her blur evasion, they reduced her HP and whatnot, but she's still the same Phantom Assassin that she was, essentially. Very slight nerfs here, and probably not enough. They're just getting destroyed here on Arkosh. I keep on going back to this Aghanim Scepter that Palehorse built. I think this was the #1 factor that cost them this game. If this was a Scotty instead, they might have won.
I mean, you can go so many items on the Phantom Lancer, and this is just, you know, it is new patch, and you're testing stuff, and like on paper, you're like, man, the juxtaposed illusions do a lot, but you don't do damage. I think that's the biggest issue here. Is like you're pretty much the only damage dealer on your team, and 4,200 of your gold is invested in illusions that just burn mana, and that's about it.
I was thinking that it would be good depending on how it came out, but like you mentioned, all the illusions expiring at the exact same time makes it so you can't shove out lanes like the old PL could.
Yeah, that's what makes it terrible. The Manta is legitimately better because the Manta illusions can spawn the illusions. You know, like it allows you to actually push lanes. But when you got the Fan of Knives on the Phantom Assassin. Okay, big shout out to the Warden, one of my favorite characters from Warcraft 3.
Didn't she end up going crazy?
Yeah, she did.
With my thanks.
It is pure damage, the 12% health. I didn't realize that. It does not pure spell immunity. The break of it is very cool, but Phantom Assassin, I hear that has
the
very
Penta Edge Sword, no way. She actually got it.
80 attack range on melee heroes, 45 damage, passive maim. Oh, like the old Sanjin Yasha. All right. Now we're cooking.
Oh my god! No way did she actually get it. This item is so sick. It is just a hard tier 4 like attack item. Like, it is so sick.
It looks all right. The 80 attack range is kind of interesting to me. We'll see how this one goes. I don't know how I feel about it. I think there's definitely better tier 4 items in this one. This one is pretty balanced, I feel.
I mean, the maim to me is the thing that is crazy. 20% movement slow and 60 attack speed for 3 seconds.
Oh, 60 attack speed's a lot.
Yeah, like you lose 60 attack speed if you get maimed. Like it is a big deal.
Stormcrafter found on Palehorse here. Cyclones are here for 0.75 seconds. So another new neutral item found there.
Strikes every 3 seconds. Wow. So it's basically a passive Razor ult, almost.
Yeah.
Or it's basically Leshrac Axe. Oh gosh, they managed to just immediately blow up that Earthshaker, forced to buy back on him and Lich. The great initiation there from Sonic once again, man. This guy has done an incredible job in 2 series on this Tiny, finding these big pickoffs. Oh gosh, he's got to get out of here on Canis. He's in some trouble. Kits just blinks in. He gets the dieback on that Lich, and now you're in trouble. He does have that Aegis Pale Horse. He pops the illusions, but he's just gone. Oh my lord. That's it. GG Arkosh rightfully dumpstered out of this tournament 2-0.
Yeah, and they just couldn't do it with a patch right before the game, so it doesn't matter if both people are on the same level for figuring out this meta. 5MI is just showing to be the stronger team. Again, Master of the Meta versus Masters of Dota. Open qualifier from Team NA makes it through.
Love
Impressive
to see it, man.
Now,
I mean, what do we got to say here, really? I mean, this is just the PA show, right? Like, Sonic and PA, both games just played so good. It almost felt like nothing else kind of mattered. I don't know, man. Sonic, 23 assists. I mean, we can look at his damage. Damage dealt 11,800 damage from the 4-position Tiny. Almost as much as Mars and the Invoker. I mean, this guy just owned all game. I loved it.
Incredible gameplay out of them. Now, I wanted to see if I could grab Monster for a post-game interview out of that one. I sent him a friend request and messaged him in the lobby, but we might not be able to snag him. I think he might have missed it just reading all these patch notes.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. I don't blame him.
I'll give it a shot, but amazing game out of 5M minus. Arkosh being knocked out and then moving forward into the next lower bracket game, which is what is that going to be, Ricky?
Well, let me just show you all the bracket here. We got this coming up. So right now, do I have the right one open? Yes, I do. Okay. You guys should be able to see the bracket. We've seen, obviously, that Sad Boys and 4 Zoomers are going to be in that upper bracket finals. But now, after today, Team Brazil will advance to play Beast Coast, and 5-Man Midas will advance to play Thunder Predator. So those games, if I'm not mistaken, will be tomorrow. Another series of elimination games to go. And then, oh gosh, we only have a couple more days of this, huh, Nev? We're done in 3.
Yeah.
Oh my lord. It's coming to an end here almost soon.
Yeah, unfortunately. But there are more exciting games coming up. As Ricky just mentioned, still trying to snag Monster here, seeing if I can get him. Just sent a friend request to Shu as well. Well,
I can message Shu, see if he wants to do an interview. Yeah, he's from Collegiate Star League. I've known him for a while.
Why'd you tell me?
Let me see here.
Oh my god. Ricky, message him right now. Get this man in here.
All right. Oh, he's offline.
Okay. Excellent. It looks like these teams are just tired. They might just want to go to bed. It's a hell of an order to try and read this patch and then play it immediately afterwards. I imagine these teams are just exhausted and they've got other things that they need to do. But we'll see if we can get them for an interview in the future. Today is a little bit chaotic. Thank you, everybody who joined us. And look forward to these upcoming games.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see you all tomorrow. We've got, like I said, another series of elimination on the deck. Tonight, I think we have more Southeast Asian Dota happening, so make sure to stay tuned on the BTS main channel. That's going to do it for us here on the Americas segment. Thank you so much to Monster Energy for sponsoring this tournament, keeping us energized all day long. And big shout out to everyone who's watching. I hope you're going to enjoy this new patch as much as we are, because we're trying to figure out with you along the way. And that'll do it. Thank you all so much for watching. Have a wonderful night. We will see you all very soon.
Get super flamed by chat there. What are some of the other ones? Oh,
yeah.
Do you know that Bristleback originally was going to be released as Bristlebog?
I did hear that, but it didn't make much sense.
They actually changed it at the last moment. And the only reason I know this is because I had Dota open when they released the hero. And one of my friends had picked it, and it listed as in-game as Bristlebog level like 14. So they changed it the very last second.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I thought that was a name from Dota 1, though, was a thing.
No, I don't think so.
Maybe I'm thinking of something else then.
Yeah. But yeah, very last moment they must have changed that one. Either that or they forgot about it in the game files is how it was listed, and they fixed it just on release. But that is something very vivid in my memory.
Neph, Dota 2 knowledge, unparalleled. Sacred's Phoenix is picked up. He's one of the people that really does enjoy playing the Phoenix in the 3 position given the opportunity. And it's a flexible hero, so it's one thing that works really well for Thunder Predator. You know, they have moved this hero around quite a bit, but obviously if it is a good off lane, we'll probably see it here played in the 3 position for Sacred.
Yeah. We've seen him play it a number of times on Sacred so far this tournament, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would be pretty likely. You might even want to run that against the Slaughter. You could shut him down. There's the Leshrac. So we're also looking to play this one pretty fast here on Team Brazil. They're going to need somebody who can deal with the egg a little bit better than the Leshrac, though.
Yeah, absolutely. It is still a really safe pick here. You know, we have talked about how if you leave the Spectre into the draft, it does make Leshrac's game quite a bit more difficult. We've seen it now twice in a row where this Spectre has pretty much made Leshrac's game miserable. But running low on reserve time for both teams, getting to 30 seconds or less, basically. And I don't know if you want to pick your safe lane here. You do see the mid matchup. You should be able to figure out if you want Windy or Void there, and then you can take your support. But they also, I think, are a little bit afraid because they don't know if they want to run the Phoenix as a core or not. Okay, they just take the Faceless Void. All right, that's a great way to pair it up.
Yep. I mean, you see the Leshrac, you probably discuss that with your team until the very last moment of whether or not you want to run that Spectre that's still in the pool, just like you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
It just, we saw the amount of work that they did to it with Jaguares in the first game of this series. They grabbed the Drow Ranger on Team Brazil. I'm not crazy about that one here. I'm going to be honest with you.
Really?
I think it's too easy for Void Spirit to get on top of it.
It's good for Void Spirit, but bad for the Faceless Void. We've seen how many times this tournament, like Faceless Void has just ran across a fight trying to get to the Drow Ranger for the Chrono, and then, you know, the whole fight's over by the time he gets there, basically. But Drow Ranger is an egg hitter for sure. Super fast attack speed, great range with a, you know, Dragon Lance eventually. And it's not an easy hero for them to deal with at the moment. You could run, I think you're likely to run this core Void Spirit, but even if you run this core Windrunner, you have the MKB options that you can go with early and just try and, you know, focus fire down the Drought or the Leshrac here.
Yeah. Again, it's like such a great anti-carry. Just rushing an MKB, you can do a lot of work with that one. And we've seen Wind Rangers sometimes skip that one. It really depends on the game. The hero feels very versatile. We see once in a while even Wind Rangers go for a Meteor Hammer if they want to focus on pushing, which is hilarious, by the way. I love it when that one comes out.
Yeah.
Not my games, but in pro games, yeah. If I'm a spectator, you know, like watching a car crash happen, it's kind of neat. But when you're in the reality of the situation, it is not great.
Yeah, I get you on that one. That makes a lot of sense. They banned the Rubik and the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon is something they've picked up several times this tournament, or who was that? It was Team Brazil, right? Or which South American team was picking the Shadow Demon?
That was
10 seconds.
It was Brazil. Yeah, they've picked it like 3 or 4 times this tournament.
Yeah, and it's a pretty good success. I mean, they've been having a good run of it. They've slowed down the last couple of days. I think they've taken the most losses the last 2 days here. They grab a Marauder around this one out. This one is just a fully classic. It's usually banned out in the first or second phase here, or if it's not picked up. So surprising to see it get all the way through to the last pick. It does pair up nicely with the Drow Ranger. Of course, you can scale and start doing a lot of damage with your auto attacks thanks to the marksmanship. They've got a lot of ways to do damage here on Team Brazil. I'd still favor Thunder Predators draft a little bit. I think it's going to be pretty scary fighting into what they have so far. And there it is. The Clockwork picked up last, rounding out the draft, able to get on top of the Drow Ranger, able to get on top of the Leshrac, blow these people up. I'm interested in seeing what Sladen's going to be able to accomplish on this. This should be a good game.
Yeah, and they end up taking the Windrunner or the Wind Ranger on Sacred, so it is the 3-position anti-carry like you were talking about, where her goal this game is to just focus fire down Leshrac or Costa Bile as soon as he has eyes on him. And now you have Sladen's Clockwork, which we saw what how good this hero is against Slardar, against Leshrac, especially against Drow Ranger until you have Hurricane Pike. Like there's a lot of synergy here on the Thunder Predator lineup. I'm kind of with you, man. The Chrono Faceless Void compared with the Phoenix is always a great combo as well.
Yeah. Well, Ricky, this is bound to be a great game. Leo style Void Spirit, Sacred Wind Ranger. Can they beat Team Brazil this game, though? I mean, they've been having a great run in it, for Brazilian Portuguese-speaking players. Communication on their team has seemed pretty wonderful. They lost the game to Jaguares, which I think a lot of people weren't really expecting, but Jaguares is a bit of a wild card factor, I feel.
Absolutely.
They owed Infamous getting through here, which a lot of people thought Infamous should have been in this tournament. There's absolutely no way they would lose opens. But then they've also been having somewhat of a rough run of it in the tournament. So it's hard to say what you're going to get from Jaguares, and everybody else are kind of proven factors.
All right. Oh, pause right to start it off. All righty. Leo style Void Spirit, an absolute treat to watch. So I'm very excited for that. We're going to see 4DR on the Leshrac. I mean, he's had a pretty good run of the tournament so far. Obviously, his Earth Spirit, the big highlight. I don't know if I've seen him on the Leshrac quite yet, though.
Not what you expected.
Rip Matthew, says Costa Bile. I like the response there from Sladen, though.
Could be worse. Oh, wait, no, it couldn't.
Looks like they're having a little bit of networking issues here, but they should be back in just a moment.
Not just them, but also me had a small hiccup there.
Oh, did you? I was wondering if you were just silent or not, but hello, welcome back.
Yeah, I am fine now. Just seemed to be a little bit of a network hiccup for me.
Expected?
4DR now back in the game, but yeah, I don't believe that he's played any games on this Leshrac, as you were saying. It's been a lot of success on the Earth Spirit. I can pull up the page right now just to give myself a little bit of a reminder. The days have been blending together. You know, if I had time to collect myself. Tomorrow is going to be a pretty short day. We've got only 2 series, and I think tomorrow was supposed to be reserved for tiebreakers originally, but because of Movistar Pro Liga, a lot of these teams had scheduling issues, right?
Yeah.
So we need an extra day to push everything back. We're going to use that day for the games that couldn't be scheduled and tiebreakers, if we have any sort of ties in the upper and lower brackets.
Which right now, based on the scores, doesn't seem super likely. Everything seemed kind of spread out. The head-to-heads were only one that could be a question. No, yeah, 4 Zoomers would come out above Sad Boys. Yeah, it's hard to say. We'll find out. If 4 Zoomers tank a 0-2 today, it's possible. You know, we could see a tie, but I think
this is one of the more distributed group stages we've seen in a little while. I mean, we'd see Quincy Crew, head and shoulders above everybody else. And then group stages would look very close. Otherwise, everyone would be like, I don't know, there'd be 3 people like there'd be like 5 people vying for upper bracket spots, right?
Yeah, the last the Dota Summit, for instance, there were 4 teams with identical scores.
Yeah, it's been pretty wild. This one should be pretty cut and dry, though. But yeah, it should give us a bit time to set up for what we have planned for the playoffs. We got some big plans you guys should look forward to.
For the final fight.
All right, it's going to be a 2-for-2 on the bounty runes. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. I'm a little bit skeptical of the 5-position Phoenix usually. It has struggled in the past. Marana pretty good at dealing with this hero, so she has to itemize for that Ring of Protection early. Just because, you're such a low armor hero, Marana does quite a bit of damage.
Well, especially with all these stat items that she started with. Look at this: 3 Iron Branches, a Circlet, and Fairy Fire.
Arrow just to snipe the range creep. Well done.
Stays out of XP range of it as well. So there's the trade-off there from Theo Lacour. He says, all right, I'll let you have the full XP from the range creep, but I'm taking this gold.
Mid lane, I'm going to be curious to watch this Void Spirit versus Leshrac matchup. No, I think we've seen it a few times in the tournament, but doesn't seem to go really one way or the other. Is, you know, Void Spirit has no way of really reducing the magic damage of the Leshrac, but Void Spirit does so much damage himself and has a great attack animation and damage.
Yeah, it's him being a melee hero, it's easier for him to pull the creep wave a little bit. He's got that, which is a lot easier to land the Aether Remnant, so he gets a bit of harass off. But yeah, the higher base damage, the Quelling Blade he has to work with, easier ways of pulling the aggro, all tools he has in his kit to give himself a little bit of a CS advantage for sure. The issue is the moment you leave your lane and you play Void Spirit like you're supposed to play Void Spirit, you know, going for those early pickoffs, 4DR is going to shove down your tower with Diabolic Edict.
Do you see Sladen right now? Do you see where he pulled this creep wave?
I know I'm with my camera over there real quick. What's up? Okay. All right.
Just all the way to the tier 3 tower. KJ's doing a good job at trying to pull creep aggro so these creeps go under the tower, and he's going to be able to get it, but a couple creeps still going to be deniable here by the clockwork.
Ooh. And distracted a little bit, but yeah, there's an interesting poll. The Yeti in the chat asking what kind of monster energy we're drinking right now. I'm still sipping on my Mango Loco.
Oh, I've already finished mine. My first one is down.
I'm obliged to respond to Twitch chat for comments like that one. King RD does end up dropping MJZ as I distract you, Ricky.
It's fine. Jerry, you know, he caught this one. He did not miss first blood. Speaking of missing kills, bottom lane, they managed to run down this Drow with the help of Clockwork and the Wind Runner, as they're going to be able to focus on KJ as well. He does have a decay, but the Cogs holding him in place and a power shot. Coming out doing some serious damage, but he's accepted his fate, getting another kill. This one over to Sacred.
2 kills gone the way now of Thunder Predator. Sacred, you have to be careful about how much gold you give him in this laning stage. I mean, we've seen Wind Rangers just pop off from the position 3 and 4 and get a very quick MKB. You know, if he manages to take this Leshrac out of the team fights early on, your game becomes very hard. So I imagine that's what's going to happen here. In fact, he's got the Null Talisman, Boots of Speed, then Javelin queued up here. I think we'll see a MKB rush after that one, though, this game.
Yep, another kill in the top lane. Just the physical damage here from Slardar and Mirana making it too difficult for this Phoenix to really do much. You know, in the 5 position, it sometimes works, but this is not one of those times, it seems.
No, it's odd, you know, the moment that Slaughter comes up to you. I have been watching how these kills have gone down. Unfortunately, I've been watching elsewhere on the map, but the moment Slaughter comes up to you, you just want to drop Fire Spirits on him, and suddenly he's not able to take advantage of his dash to the Jeep. But I think Slaughter's been running on him as soon as the Fire Spirits come on cooldown.
Nice shackle against bottom, setting up potentially another kill onto the Drow. They just dive right into the tower. Oh my goodness, just not paying attention, I guess, to the positioning there, and Sacred sets up an easy shackle into a battery assault, and top river, Leo style, he gets the rune in between the two of them. Whoa, with the 3 points and Resonant Pulse, he's going to try and chase them down. Can he get them? Saved by that raindrops, it looks like. Undying bottom lane. Gonna trade lives there with the Clockwork as well. Dude, this is 7 kills at 4 minutes. I love to see it. This is classic South American Dota.
Absolute bloodbath this game, and you know who's going to come out on top of this one? It's going to be Sacred. I mean, he's got 3 kills. There's his Boots of Speed that he's got sent out to himself right now. He's got himself a bottle too, so he'll refill at the 5-minute mark. He'll probably go and grab. Never mind. He'll grab 1. You do have a bottle of Leo style as well, but
yeah,
going to get a lot of that.
They did refill the bottle mid for the Leshrac as well, so he's back topped off. We'll go back and probably take the other bounty rune like you're talking about.
Oh my god, they refilled the bottom bottle as well. Thunder Predator, they're just too efficient.
Yeah, these guys, you know, they don't miss out on these types of plays here.
Yep. And in fact, Sladen, speaking of efficiency, oh my god, is he going to die here? Drow Ranger, Coach Beal, he's going to go down again.
Is he actually? Oh, the Soul Rip though, Sladen keeping himself alive. But dude, the battery assault, the 2 points like we talk about, it's just too dang much. And Sacred now just gonna throw a kiss and walk away. I was looking top lane at the time because they were trying to get aggressive here onto the Phoenix, but yeah, you're right. They just take down the Drow. Is that the 3rd death? It is. Oh
Yikes.
Boy.
Threw a shackle shot off onto the range creep, hit the Drow Ranger that was sitting behind it, and then walked right up to him with that Clockwork, hit him with the battery assault and the power cogs, and he's just dead. No surviving that one. And of course, Clockwork has the bottle, so we'll bring that down to Sacred again with full charges. Having an amazing time here on this Wind Ranger, and it's going to be an incredibly early MKB that I was talking about.
You can't get runes against Leo style in the mid lane either. I mean, he's just got this Aether Remnant. He just has been dropping every time that rune spawns, and Leshrac too scared to play into it, and he just gets another bottled, this time, Haste Rune.
Yeah. It's Leo style. It really impressed me with the last rune grab he got, though. Just in between the two heroes, manages to snag it, that almost killed both of them. Leo style just popping off here on Void Spirit. I think you just need stronger heroes to contest and contest the runes and gank mid lane when you're playing against this guy here.
A real deep dive here in the bottom lane. I guess they were trying to wrap onto Costa B. Like, you end up taking a lot of damage on the Clockwork. He does have these Tranquils, but he's going to get ran down by 40R here. All right, Focus Fire. Leo style being body blocked. Dives in with that Haste Rune, the Shackle. Easy setup. They will be able to finish off. I mean, that's a fantastic trade. He'll take that any day of the week. Thunder Predator, once again.
Just kill after kill here. Yeah, that's about 150 gold and 200 XP, or a little bit more than that on that trade. Sacred, he's just going to walk down here into the tower, and I believe... all right, never mind. I thought they were going to teleport the Sladen down to the bottom lane again, but he heads mid. What's he doing over here? Okay, he's just setting up a Observer Ward here onto their triangle. Makes sense. They're probably going to be moving into that pretty quickly here as well, given the fact they're losing the lane so badly. And they set it up over here, which is very unlikely to be de-warded.
Another rotation from Sladen on this Clockwork, man. We talk so often about how good this Clockwork is, and they're looking for King RD, the Chrono, and ends up coming out a little bit too early as he was just blocked off by the Cogs. MNZ, a little bit of a misplay there. But Leo style might save the day. Barely misses on the arrow from Thelacore. He's going to deny the rune. Not going to connect that time either.
Oh, Leo style. He just can't miss Thelacore. Is forced to walk in the trees. He does end up missing. I jinxed him. Instant caster's curse, man.
Yeah, you know you did.
Yeah. He's doing incredibly well, though, on Leo style this game. 4DR, a little bit behind him on net worth, about 400 gold there. Which makes sense as you're, I think you were ahead on last hits. Yeah, you're a little bit ahead on last hits. Some of them are from the jungle, though, and you do have a kill and assist under your belt here on Leo style. No neutral item for him yet, either.
That is unlucky. Bottom lane, Sladen, he is not done chasing after Costa Bile. Leo style with an Invis Rune. Ends up catching the Undying instead, but he's going to continue the chase there on the Void Spirit. Dissimulate's not going to be enough damage. I doubt you continue the chase. He'll take that kill on the Undying and settle for that.
Yep. Sladen smokes up, instantly interrupted on Leo style, though, as he was under the tower. I'm pretty sure they saw MJZ get smoked, so I'll play a little bit careful here for a moment on Brazil.
Free push on the top lane here. 3 points in the Edict always makes for an easy tower push. And I mean, he's in on Leo style. He takes a stun and an arrow, but the Sunray keep him alive. He's just dead. Immediately falls. Doesn't have the survivability, and a nice soul rip there from KJ as he rotates on in, keeping 4DR alive. Now King RD chasing after Sacred. Jesus, that bash damage just melts that Windrunner, and that's just a two quick kills plus the tower, and some big kills as well.
That looked incredibly bizarre to me. I'm not sure if that was a leg spike or what, but he had the opportunity to astral step out or dissimulate himself. He didn't get any of his spells off.
Oh my gosh, those bashes. Okay. Well, it was supposed to be like a one and disengage, but ends up just getting quad bashed by the Faceless Void.
You know, sometimes you get exactly what you need. Speaking of Costa Bile, finding a kill on his Sladen, recovering from his laning phase a little bit. Much needed find there by him. And he'll clear up these ancients in just a moment, get those bounty runes, and he'll have his Dragon Lance complete. Mid lane, 4DR, shoving out this catapult lane, just stopping Leo style from being able to take advantage of this one. That is an issue that they have right now that we discussed. They didn't really have anybody who was able to hit towers here. They finish off their draft with Sladen with the Clockwork, and it's been going great. You know, they've been finding tons of kills with this one, but they are going to struggle to find any of these early towers. It's going to be like Sacred with the focus fire bringing these things down, and she's going to want to commit this onto the heroes in the early game, especially given the fact that she just completed her javelin. It is the MKB first item that she's going, though, as I was talking about. You want to be able to blow up either Leshrac or Drow Ranger at the start of these team fights, really limit the damage that Brazil can output here.
Absolutely, and they are just going to go ahead and try and soak some XP bottom on the Mirana. We haven't really seen the first Chrono did not really get a lot of good use out of it, but he might just commit it bottom onto the Mirana. You do have some extra speed. Sacred, it really looked like he walked in the Chrono there, but barely on the edge. Thelacore trying to run the power shot off the mark, and now you're walking into 40R. They commit so heavily, and they go down again. The second time a Chronos comes out, and it doesn't seem to do much.
I mean, you hate to see it. You'd much rather throw out the Chronosphere and actually use it if you can set up a kill with it. But if it fails, it feels pretty bad. Just forced to play defensively for the next like 2-3 minutes at that point. If like your Chronosphere comes out and it doesn't do anything, you don't get any like death time space that the enemy team has on the map. They're much more obliged to actually fight into you because they know that they can't really be punished for any over aggression.
Yeah. Now your Faceless Void is really farmed, and we saw yesterday, for example, what a farmed Faceless Void can do as the game goes on. But you're going into a Leshrac, Drow, and Slardar, which gotta be careful there. Now, all those heroes do an enormous amount of damage.
Yeah. Trusty Shovel and an Iron Talon now found for the Faceless Void. Picked up a little bit late here at 12 minutes, but that's still a pretty nice find. You're gonna be happy about that one. Extra attack speed helps a little bit for killing heroes too.
He already almost has a blink.
Huh.
So you're about to have a blink Slardar. I mean, he's got the money for it now. Going to send it on Courier, and suddenly you have the initiation you need to try and start bringing down some of these heroes. Speaking of initiation, they find the Drow Ranger KJ. Going to try and keep him alive. He gets out of the cogs there, pops that undying flesh golem, and arrow not going to connect. But guess what? They're rotating on in, trying to save it, but. Beautiful play from Leo Styles. He just jumps on the back line, able to take him down. An egg as well in the center of the triangle. It's going to be able to stun up the Disco Pony, and Leo Style is going to chase after him. Nice Sunray doing some serious damage, but you got to be careful. The Split Earth stuns him in place. Blink, Crush coming in from the Slardar. They cannot get this Void Spirit. He's just too elusive, and they finally finish him off with a huge soul rip there from KJ. And now the question is, can he get Sacred? He has a Wind Run in.
The pause coming out now.
Does he have 3 points in back? He might get this auto attack before the Wind Run.
Where is he? The King. Sorry, he's very underneath the Undying here. I see him. Wind Run. Just a moment. It's hard to say. This is very hard to say. I think the ping might end up securing that hit.
Oh gosh, they got him! Oh, jeez.
I think the Wind Ranger could have survived that one. He had 21 charges.
King RD's not done, baby. He's chasing after the Phoenix as well. This guy has no chill, just turning this game around. Putting himself now almost at the top of the net worth charts. Hookshot comes in. Nice play from Slade. And we saw yesterday how good Clockwork is against the Slardar. He gets himself almost 500 gold. And they take down MNZ in the mid lane as well.
King RD and MJZ tipping each other. Tries to find something. Gets hit by an arrow, though.
Oh, no.
Oh, the instant punishment there. In that last team fight, I think it would have gone differently if Leo Style hadn't played so aggressive. He was really trying to min-max. I'm sure you saw it. He tried to dodge that Split Earth with the Illusion Rune. But because it ended up landing onto him, everything kind of fell apart for their team.
Yeah, absolutely. Focus fire from Sacred onto 40R. Buddy Yules will give him the space he needs to just disengage. 20 HP. One more attack from Phoenix isn't enough, and you lose 2 once again. Team Brazil just running them over.
Yeah, just taking so many favorable fights, and these heroes are just barely getting out. I mean, if things went slightly differently, Thunder Predator would be winning these. I mean, if Leo Style managed to get that dodge off, if Phoenix landed
oh my gosh, King RD. He just goes in, snipes the rune. Now he's looking for Leo style. You do have no more Astral Steps. You do have Resonant Pulse, but the river, that's the Slardar's favorite spot. He's just going to go ahead and junk back the other way, unable to continue the chase, it looks like. Now MNZ on the bottom line does have Chrono, but there's the Gust onto the Void Spirit. You got no armor to work with. Can he get another piercing shot? He does, but pops the wand. KJ will fall.
Leo Style, I'm surprised he got out of that one. That was a beautiful play by them. It was certain that he's going to jump up to the high ground here, and so was Team Brazil, it looked like. Ended up hitting that one point in the river where the Aether Remnant would have connected no matter what. Ran to the Drow Ranger, but baited him out by popping that wand and getting away. And they end up getting a kill on Danon, dying for it. So Leo Style, I was a little bit concerned. I thought he might have been tilting this game, but, you know, staying calm and collected. Setting up his team for some of these recoveries. He's gonna need he's got his blade mail complete now. That makes it a lot easier to fight in the Void Spirit. And so he's thinking about it here.
He got baited out a little bit. He does have that blade mail though, like you're talking about, and that's really hard to fight into when you're the Leshrac. Makes Leo Style just a lot more survivable here. Pops that regen, so he's perfectly fine.
Back up to full, and then Leshrac's all out of HP and mana. That was, you know, all in all a risky play, but a nice one.
Yeah, ends up working out. Leo Style knew he crunched the numbers ahead of time. There is a smoke heading bottom. They're going to look for the Faceless Void. The Crush on the mark into the arrows. Not in time. Gets that time walk out. He's going to be all right. This is the problem, not having good arrow setup. You know, Slither and Crush, it is only level 1. It's a 1 second stun. It's always a 1 second stun, but you don't have the movement slow either.
Yeah, the movement slow does make a pretty big difference. I mean, the 6 seconds on the slow at 35% once you max that one out. But your other abilities, you've been fighting the river a lot, so the Guardian Sprint actually does feel worth it.
Yeah, I'm usually a fan of the Guardian Sprints. 1 point in Slither Crush usually is the way to go. Mid lane, the hookshot comes in, a nice 2-man Gust. The Chrono on the backside, though, does catch 2, and MJZ, he's going to get ready to say go for a nice egg, but he dives into an arrow. Oh my goodness, a disaster for the Phoenix, but Brazil looking like they might have more trouble going their way as Focus Fire will finish off that Leshrac. They did buy back on this Undying, who's trying to turn this fight here. They find the Faceless Void, the Soul Rip to secure it, and now Leo Style, he has an Astral Step in 1, but he's got no mana. Pops that wand. We'll be able to make it away. The arrow, not going to connect, but TP in a few seconds. Can they stop this? Looks like he has moved all the way around. I think they saw him for a moment. The other core. Oh, they see him on the backside. Do they have any way of canceling this TP? Doesn't look like it. He should be able to escape. Wait, they just...
Their economy in shambles.
Okay.
Everybody runs at him. In fact, Leshrac uses a town portal scroll as well. Leo Styles in their heads, but you know, that fight didn't go that well for Thunder Predator. The Phoenix diving right into that arrow looked absolutely hilarious. And because of that, he didn't end up getting off his egg. And that was such a clean fight to take an egg and your entire team in front of you. You had already been wanting it because that Chronosphere had come off, or winning it rather. Faceless Void ended up dropping too. I mean, you have to be careful when he commits that far forward there on MJC. I think we saw one egg come out so far this game that looked pretty nice, but
yeah, we're on the MJC Radiant Triangle here.
He's gonna have his work cut out for him for sure.
Did you smoke up again? I mean, they know how they have egg because they didn't get to use it on the Phoenix, but guess what? He's the one you find first. The dive away to safety, the missed timing there on their spells, and now the perfect reinitiation. They're going to get a beautiful cogs into an egg on the backside once again. Mirana going to fall right down into the stun. 2 heroes held in place. Leo Style, beautiful Astral Step. Tombstone on the high ground. They gotta deal with this. The Shackle there as well. They're trying to take down a good 2-man split Earth. 40R just melting the side of Brazil, and Drow caught by another Aether Remnant. It's going to be 4 dead and potentially 5 as 40R. He's the only survivor. He will catch Sacred. Does he have the damage to finish it off? The Blade Mill's back up. They don't get it. It's a triple kill for the Windrunner.
And she gets even closer to that MKB we were talking about. Phoenix, you know, setting up that entire fight. They couldn't quite chain stun him there. Because of that, he ended up getting that Phoenix egg off. Mirana tried to run forward, interrupt the egg by getting the bonus attack speed off with the leap. But unfortunately, whose Yules was that came out onto her? Was that her own Yules? It was.
Onto which hero?
Mirana used herself during that Phoenix egg. I thought she'd leap forward and try to auto down that egg because it was just level 1.
Oh, she might have had fire spirits on her.
Yeah,
I think
but,
before the Phoenix went in, she threw the fire spirits, and I'm pretty sure it hit the Mirana, so she has no way of getting the egg either way.
It's damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, but that egg was what secured them that team fight there. Just force her disengage, lose 2 heroes, and then by then it was already long gone.
Mid lane, Costa Bile found. Easy pick off for them as Sacred ends up going for the Blink Dagger as opposed to finishing that MKB, and it should be 2 quick kills for them, the Fire Spirits, plus the Urn. More than enough damage. Ends up going the way of the Clockwork, and they're just, you can tell this, you can see the frustration on the mini-map there. Coming out from Team Brazil.
And they moved right into the Roach Pit, just taking advantage of that fight that they took beside it. You know, whenever you take a fight beside this objective, it makes it quite easy. At Thunder Predator, you know, suddenly finding their pace. It feels like they got the rhythm going. They're in their groove now. Looked a little bit rough for a while, but you know, Slardard needs his BKB before he's able to jump into them anymore with that Blink Dagger. It was going good for him for a bit.
Aegis now completed. Looks like Faceless Void's going for an Eye of Scotty after this Manta style. Not normally the, you know, the carry item you see on this hero. You know, yesterday we saw what a status resistance build could do, and I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, you could do that in this game as well. Now the issue we're running into here on the side of Team Brazil is they have not been able to like really deal with this Windrunner. If I'm not mistaken, she kind of just does whatever she wants. Sacred just blinks in, getting a huge shackle onto like 1, if not 2 heroes.
Yeah, Sacred has been having an absolute insane game, 10-4. I mean, he started the game 3-0, just kill after kill onto the Drow Ranger. And just about has the MKB. Once he has that, I mean, Leshrac, he's just going to get focused down in these team fights. They're going to be able to take him or the Drow Ranger out, and the game becomes so much more difficult. The Faceless Void, though, we are touching on the Eye of Scotty, and you want to see his Dazzle isn't spelled. The reason why he's going for the Scotty this game is just the hero he's up, the heroes he's up against. So he's worried about A, getting bursted down, so he'll have extra armor and HP from the Scotty, and B, he's playing against the position 1 or 2 that are both ranged heroes. So Drow Ranger nor Leshrac will be able to get away from you when you have that plus 50% slow onto them from that Scotty. That's a lot.
Got double energy booster. I'm sure that might have been a misclick. Yep, he literally just sells one. Okay. And finishes his Bloodstone. All right. So a little bit of economical damage there to the Leshrac as he accidentally buys a second item.
It's not a good feeling, especially when you're a little bit behind already. They're nervous to push out this bot tower. They know that Chronosphere is available on the Faceless Void and that he's got an Aegis. So even though that tower would be quite easy to take with the Diabolic Edict, could also set up the Void.
Oh, the Blink Stun from the Void Spirit. Onto the Void Spirit, rather. It's there, but Sacred, he's got this Windrun and a newly finished MKB. Void Spirit, he's the first to fall, just cannot sustain through this damage. The bashes and all of this Leshrac's magic just too dang much. They're going to look into MNZ. He's the big kill if they can find it. He does have the Aegis, but he does have some backup. There's a Phoenix on the high ground, obviously holding the egg. There's going to be the Yule set up. A Sunray immediately interrupted. The Split Earth is there. He go ahead, commits the egg, but they're not going to dive for it. So Delacor, he's just going to burn down. A Yule's will keep King RD out of the egg, but he goes right down into a Remnant, unable to outrun that Sunray. KJ trying to just throw his body at the enemies at this point as they know Thunder Predator is just going to keep diving after him. 40R throws a Yule's, but they get the shackle. They cancel Costa Bile's TP. They finish him off with that focus fire, and another fantastic fight for Thunder Predator. The buyback coming in from Leo style.
Just making it that much easier. Beautiful tail into that team fight there on Sacred. Knew exactly what the Drow Ranger was going for. Threw out that power shot for vision, and then dropped the shackle shot on him afterwards as auto attacks did cancel his Blink Dagger to stop him getting down there. Thunder Predator, he suddenly started playing just so coordinated and not wasting any time here on the map. Imagine they'll try to take a tower off of this one. Leo style is running down the creep wave in mid, trying to clear this up before they get here. And I imagine... Oh, I thought Focus Fire would come out here by Sacred onto the tower. So it will be a bit slower because of that one. Oh, the arrow? Okay. No
I mean,
arrow connected.
I thought they were like smoking to head bottom here, but they're actually just kind of running into the jungle. They're gonna have full vision of this here on Thunder Predator.
I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is they're up to. I think they're just worried about heroes on Team Brazil split pushing them. They have this ward up here now, so I think after a quick scout through the jungle, Seikid will go back to doing what he's doing before. Probably want to try to take Shrine before this 30-minute mark and secure your tier 3 neutral items before you make any more plays.
Oh boy, once again, Costa Bile. I mean, it's just too easy for these guys. They have so much pick-off. Like you said, if you have the catch, the Draw Ranger feels so much weaker. And when you have Clockwork, Void Spirit, and a Blink Windrunner, that's pretty easy, right?
This Blink MKB, we've seen this so many times. You just get on top of a target very quickly, focus fire them down, they're gone in like 2 seconds. Usually the duration of your shackle shot's done. They can't survive it. And if you lose either the Drow Ranger or the Leshrac in these team fights, it just becomes too hard. I mean, Wind Ranger takes care of one of them, and Faceless Void's going to be able to get the other with the Chronosphere. Speaking of, he just managed to complete his Eye of Scotty. So even harder to get away from this guy now. Your position 1 and 2 are now slowed by 50% the moment Faceless Void gets on top of you.
I mean, they're feeling pretty good here on the side of Thunder Predator, right? 8,000 gold lead. We kind of knew their draft was a little bit better here, and they didn't really... I mean, they struggled a little bit in the very beginning of the game, took a couple bad fights, but it feels like at every point of this game, as it goes later, they're still favored, right?
They are, yeah. But slightly off topic here, but I just got an update from my admin. Oh, never mind. Mirana is blown up. Nothing to be able to do to get away from this one. But on that note of Theo Lacour dropping, we have an update from our admin, Nina, who's in charge of scheduling and bracketing for this tournament. Shout out to him. He says Arkosh, 5M, Midas, and Jaguares are all confirmed to be inside the lower bracket, but what seed is yet to be confirmed?
Yeah, I saw that because Arkosh still has one more series. Jaguares is done to my knowledge, finishing 3 and 9. And Arkosh has their what? I don't remember, 2 and 8 maybe. But they have, yeah, they have one more series left here today. Ooh, mid lane. They managed to find Sacred, but the Split Earth, it is timed correctly. A nice Force Staff out. The Sunray heals. He's going to be fine now. Dust, it manages to catch KJ just on the edge. And the damage coming in from this Leo style, but he takes an arrow. Beautifully done. They're going to be able to put that egg on the high ground. The Chrono. We've talked about this combination over and over, just how dang good it is. And MNZ chasing after Costa Bile. The Force Staff pushes him away from that Split Earth. The Sunray just on top of them. All double, triple kills here for the Phoenix and double kill for Sacred. They just cannot do anything. They buy back Drow. They buy back the Undying. They may force more.
I mean, getting Leo style is best case scenario with that stun, but you know, beautiful Chronosphere coming out protecting that egg, and very unfortunate Hurricane Pike coming out from Costa Bile pushing MJZ away. Oh, just off the mark there with Sladen. There's a shackle though, and once he's on top of you, there's no getting away.
Yeah, you take those for sure, and that's a dieback now. Again, they have Lestrac's buyback available. Sardar up in 7 seconds. I think that we're just likely to see them take the tower. I don't know if you can get the melee barracks here. Yeah, they're just going to back on out, and I don't blame them. So far, getting a 15,000 gold lead seems much more worth than that barracks.
Yeah, not if you're about to throw a little bit of that lead away. It can go either way. Leshrac and Drow Ranger are able to take towers so fast that the game turns around. So Thunder Predator not willing to give up this lead, and they managed to secure it for themselves. And I think that's the correct play. Clockwork working on his egg and his scepter. Awesome to see that on that hero. The guy's just jumping around the team fight. The bonus move to an extra attack speed goes a very long way as well. I like that find for him. And M and Z working on his MKP. I think Leo style needs to tank up a little bit, and that's what he's doing. He's going for the Shiva's guard right now, but also needs a bit more HP, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That is definitely the next item you will need.
What do you think he grabs to bulk up a little bit in the HP department? I know
just the Ags. Ags is good enough, right? It'll give you enough to work with. Plus, you have the quickening charm. The AoE silence is always good, especially against heroes like Lestrak who don't have BKB quite yet. But it's going to be the first stun onto the Clockwork. Split Earth Arrow set up. They get something here on Brazil, and they're going to chase for more. You do have the BKB on your Slardar, but you are very far ahead by yourself. There's the Shackle, the Sunray. You never even got a chance to use it. And now Leo Style, he's going to try and turn on to this Lestrak. An egg perfectly placed on the high ground. There is a tombstone there. Can they finish it in time? The high ground misses. Oh my goodness, it's not enough. And now goes to Bile. He's going to try and spider legs himself to the low ground. A great gust coming out. TP not going to be in time. A Yule's there to cancel it. Going to fall into that dissimulate, and they just call the GG. It's going to be Thunder Predator taking this game to 1.
Yep, and MNZ, he throws out a Chronosphere onto Sacred at the end just for good measure.
Yeah, he's like, hey buddy, have a Chrono.
Have a Chrono. Thunder Predator, you know, they had some rough spots there. Slaughter had his Blink Dagger. You know, he did an amazing job here on King RD. Don't get me wrong. Beautiful performance out of Slaughter this game, but it just wasn't enough. Costa Bile died so many times in the laning phase to Sacred, struggled to come online, and of course, they didn't end up getting enough towers with this Leshrac. Leo Style did an excellent job, got himself caught out a number of times there, which slowed down his performance a little bit, but Thunder Predator, they're looking good.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of had this trump card of just a super farmed, you know, Faceless Void and the offlane Wind Ranger. And when you have that scenario, I don't think you really care too much.
Yeah, it's like I was talking about. The Wind Ranger is able to pick off one of these core heroes at the start of every fight after she got the Blink Dagger in the MKB. So we got to choose between either Costa Bile or Costa Bile or 4DR on this Leshrac.
Yep.
When your other tool is like the Chronosphere that's going to come out, and you know the Chronospheres did a lot that game. Yes, one of them didn't go so well, but then a lot of them protected the Phoenix Egg. And then speaking of Phoenix Egg, that ending one where he managed to dive onto the high ground perfectly in those evasions one, just securing the game for them, that was very clean.
Yeah, that was so close. I would love to have seen how many missed auto attacks was there, because they had both. There was like 2 heroes trying to hit the egg, and it still survived, which was ridiculous because it looked like there was probably 5 or 6 misses. But yeah, it was just an incredibly well played game from Thunder Predator. The draft, like we said, just seemed to favor them right out of the gate, and they hit their timings. They did what they need to do, and they're ready for game number 2. If I had to guess, you know, Team Brazil having a little bit of a rough day so far, but you know, this might be deja vu where they take a loss game 1 and then come back and stomp game 2. You never know.
Sad boys factor.
Sad boys factor, the 1-1. All right. Well, we'll be back with game number 2 in a little bit here. Just after a short break, everyone stay tuned. We'll see you in just a little bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the BTS Pro Series Season 4. We got another day of playoffs here on the Americas edition. I'm rkryptic. With me is Neph. How you feeling, bud?
Oh, yeah. Feeling proper right there. Gotta say, looking forward to these two hosers playing against each other. We got a proper South American mumble.
Yeah.
Don't we, brother?
Yeah, we do indeed. We do indeed. I see you're taking kindly to the new woods that we're in here now.
Oh, yeah, and I heard there's a new vermin to hunt in the woods here. And this Mistwood update, ain't there?
Yeah, indeed, sir. I actually can't. I'm so bad at this. I'm so pink right now because I'm laughing and trying so hard not to be embarrassed, but it's fine. Thank you so much, Neph, for treating us to these great moments that we couldn't live without.
Well, just trying to give you a little bit of Canadian hospitality that we're so famous there for.
Yeah. Okay. Coming up, we got Beast Coast versus Team Brazil. Following them is going to be Thunder Predator versus 5-man Midas. You know, two teams go home once again. This is a big first series, though. I mean, these teams are powerhouses in the scene.
Absolutely. These teams, both of them have been looking incredibly good inside the group stage. Team Brazil looked like they were going to take the top of the groups. Then Beast Coast swooped in the last minute. Tomato and KXY looking so clean as stand-ins. And, ended up ending up at the top of the two North America teams, the Boomers and the Zoomers. They knocked both, Beast Coast and Thunder Predator down into the lower bracket here.
Yeah, you never know, man.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise to me.
Yeah, I think a lot of us were kind of expecting Sad Boys to have a little bit of a rougher time in the tournament. I mean, they started kind of rough. They won a lot of series that, honestly, they probably could have 2-0'd. And then some of the other wins that they got seemed kind of like Hail Marys almost. But and they ended up finishing super strong, going 4-0 in their last 2 days, and just netted that top that third position here in the playoffs. And then they ended up just somehow getting a solid 2-0 over Beast Coast, which no one really, I don't think anyone expected that, but they just played really well.
No, I think they selected who they wanted to play in the upper bracket as well because they were the first seed. That's how it was for the 7-13. So impressive for them for Sad Boys to end up beating Beast Coast there. We'll see how this game goes though. We got a new patch. We got Magnus picked up. Almost forgot we were on a new patch when we jumped into this game here.
Ah, me too, actually. I was like, I don't know. What's changed? No, there's a lot. There's a lot that has changed. Phantom Assassin is actually just as broken as ever. I think she is probably the best one position in all of Dota right now.
Excellent. You love to see it. New Arcana, second Arcana she's probably going to get if she's broken. That's usually the treatment that a hero gets just before their Arcana is released. They're broken.
Yep. We're waiting on that spec Arcana, right?
Exactly. Spectre nerfed a little bit, though.
Yeah, she was. Not as much as our boy Sven, thank the Lord. Something happened there.
Mm-hmm. We got the bonk, the Ice Frog bonk, as anyone who was tuning in yesterday would have been able to see, but Magnus reworked just a little bit as well. I'd say he's a bit weaker, right?
Yeah, he is. Tidehunter, one of the biggest winners of the patch, by the way. I think this hero has some like crazy carry potential. Like mid lane Tide could be a possibility, something we start seeing pop up. Go ahead.
So I actually got to I was standing in for Kips last night, casting Perfect World, and I got to see a mid lane Tide. Yeah,
I'm telling you, dude. I think I was theory crafting, and I was like, it's just too good. It actually is possible that we could see this be a thing. Like he can take towers now.
Yeah. He can take towers now. Thanks to that Anchor Smash. Sometimes just because of the way that you're playing the ability, the way you're playing the hero, makes it so you don't want to spend that extra gold on the item shard until a lot later.
Yeah.
You want to get your first couple of core items first, which is the case for a lot of heroes. This item shard, hit and miss. Sometimes you want directly at 20 minutes. Sometimes it's like, okay, is it better than maybe? God, I don't know. Another stat item or an item I don't really need that much. Could it be better than a Glimmer Cape?
Yeah.
You should decide that. One of the big winners was Phantom Lancer.
Oh my gosh. You think so?
Yeah, I mean, not for the eggs, but for the Aghanim Shard.
Yeah, the shard is good. The Ags is worse than the shard. In every way. Like, I actually can't see a scenario in which you would ever buy the Ags in that hero anymore.
I mean, we saw a situation last night. The situation is when you want to lose.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. There's a couple heroes I think that are beyond broken, but they are not in this patch. They're not in this draft right now, so I'm really curious as to if teams are realizing it. For me, I think one of the items that is new, the Eternal Shroud, I'm not sure if you've looked at that one much, makes certain heroes really good that weren't necessarily, all that strong, but yeah, the Eternal Shroud, an incredibly strong item. Heroes like Pudge, Tidehunter, Timbersaw, and Underlord make incredible use of this item. Less so than Tide, but Pudge and Underlord, Timbersaw, those heroes love that item.
Yeah, Bristleback might like it as well.
Yeah.
Just recommend the spell lifesteal looking pretty good. I'm glad they're finally using the Voodoo Mask for some other items other than the Octarine core. So it got the Kaya treatment.
Yeah, it needed to, man. It was just literally like, oh, I guess I buy a casual Voodoo Mask and I'll sell it eventually because I can't afford to go Octarine. But yeah, that Shroud, heroes like Undying, it's pretty sick.
Yeah. Are there any other items this patch that really stood out to you? The Blink Daggers all look pretty nice, but they're expensive.
They are the second most expensive item in the game. So all of those blinks incredibly expensive. And what you're paying for is largely a recipe. So the activation on it has to be very good to warrant it, because overall it is incredibly expensive.
Hard to say which heroes to be very good on. Maybe Lena.
I've seen
Blink Yules.
I've seen certain instances where I was like, okay, I can see this Blink Dagger being really good. Troll Warlord is one where the agility Blink Dagger is pretty sick because it gives you so much attack speed and damage immediately when you blink on top of a unit that it allows you to build those fervor stacks really fast. So on heroes like that, I could see it like, okay, that's pretty good. I think the most situational one, or the one that we'll probably see more often than anything, is going to be the strength, the overwhelming blink, right? Because there's not many casters build Blink Dagger and then also want to spend that extra money on the Blink Dagger unless it goes, super late. But it can be something that you can see on a strength or an offlaner pretty commonly because it is a pretty big AoE slow for them and a good sized nuke.
Mm-hmm. All right, this one's an interesting one. The Gyrocopter. His base agility was increased by 7.
That's a lot.
Base damage was damage unchanged, but base agility increased by 7, which is a lot of attack speed. It's more than an extra point of armor. They did some small other changes. It changes Rocket Barrage around it. I don't quite understand how it works. I haven't had the chance to see it yet. I mean, there's the demo of the Aghanim Shroud inside the update page, but it hits an extra target now. So does that mean that if there's 2 people beside you, it'll do full Rocket Barrage damage to both of them? I don't know.
Wait, so the Aghanim Shroud says it does 2 Rocket Barrage?
No, it says it hits an extra target.
So I'm assuming that means like it does the original base, but then acts like a side gunner almost and can also hit a second target without splitting the damage. That would make sense to me if that's how it works.
Well, we'll have to see. I imagine they'll get it this game. It also increases the duration by 1 second. Well, again, we'll see. Last bands here: Monkey King, Clockwork. Monkey King looked like he got a bit of a buff. He's changed around a little bit again. You see the extra 100 armor he gets in Wukong's command now? So now he sits at 200 armor underneath it?
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that one was interesting. I don't know why you're going to need more than 100 armor. 100 armor bonus, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know either, but hopefully we see it. It'll be cool. It's basically at that point you have a Guardian Angel.
Yeah. I think everyone gets the Wukong command extra ring, though, don't they?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Just because the extra range of it feels a lot better. No one's going to fight you underneath your ultimate anyways. But I guess that can make extra sure. If you hit level 30 on Monkey King, I imagine it's quite nice.
Yeah. Have you seen the tidal wave thing on Kunkka yet?
I have. The little splash of water.
I don't understand. I don't know if this is good.
I have a friend who's a Kunkka spammer, and he absolutely hates it. And he's just, keep on giving these stupid water-based utility spells. He has Torrent Storm. Now he's got this stupid little splash. He was losing it the other night.
Imagine Kunkka with like the boat fleet, Aghanim Scepter, and Shard. There's just like it would literally melt everyone's computer because there's so much crap happening. You'd go from like 100 FPS to 5.
Yeah, I imagine that's what's going to happen in this game. That in fact might be one of Team Brazil's strategies. Unfortunately, Beast Coast they keep everybody well stocked with the latest computer upgrades. Fun fact.
Oh, nice. That's convenient.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, apparently, real talk. Apparently, the organization is quite good to them. So
I believe it.
I'm friends with Mr. Coast myself. The guy, I don't know how he's an actual businessman, but powerful memer. I'm not sure if you've ever had the chance to speak to Mr. Coast.
I have not. I have not spoken with the Mr. Coast himself, but I have seen him around, you know?
Mm-hmm. You'll get the opportunity, I'm sure. CM last picked here.
So
this has happened a lot this tournament.
Yeah, I was gonna say we keep seeing the CM last pick, and they did change her around a little bit, but she's nothing like too drastically. Just some big stuff on the Frostbite. Let's see it. Anything?
The Aghanim Shard, improving the Frostbite, making so she can use it on herself and reduce damage that she's taking. If you could use it on your allies, it'd be a little bit better. But I think it's only self-targetable, right?
It is only self-targetable, yeah.
Yeah, a real shame. Then one more pick here for Beast Coast that they have available. I mean, the Aghanim Shard, you have what 3-second uptime, 2-second downtime on the the Frostbite. So, I mean, if you can spam that stuff onto any of these heroes, it's wonderful. I mean, Gyrocopter just barely able to move.
Yeah.
1 second goes a very long way when the cooldown's only 6 seconds and it lasts 3 with that shard. But
I'm curious if this is going to be the new mid Tide Hunter, because I would like to see mid Tide and have them pick something in the offlane that can really dominate this Phantom Assassin. I think they're debating it.
Mid Tide, it's possible. When I was watching, it looks like it could be Death Prophet to the offlane, probably. You could run it offlane, but it's very likely going to be Tide Hunter off. The reason why Tide Hunter was run into the mid lane in the game I was watching last night is because the other team had last picked Broodmother, and I said, okay, well, we'll just throw Tide mid.
That seems pretty good.
1 point Kraken Shell, your Spiderlings aren't going to do anything because the Spiderlings do 18 damage, the Spideites do 9, right?
Yeah, and they just buffed Kraken Shell to do exactly 18 damage block at level 1.
Correct.
So that's a convenient matchup.
Yep. So when Tide Hunter really ended up popping off that game, there was nothing that they were able to do. I believe it was DLG taking down Nigma, who a pretty strong team. They ended up winning Perfect World Season 2. They 2-0'd them that series. But we're playing BTS Pro Series 4 right now. Don't want to go off about Dota inside the Chinese region too hard. Upset anybody watching.
Yep. Well, no, one thing I forgot to mention, Neph. I think you know where I'm going with this.
Oh, Ricky, how could you even start to forget? I'm ready.
All right. It's that time of the day. It's the first game of the day, first series of the day. We got elimination time. We got to get in the zone, and nothing helps us get in the zone better than a good old-fashioned Monster Energy. And I don't know about you, Neph, but I'm trying a new flavor today. What do you got?
Well, I got the El Clasico again. I need to mix things up. I'm pretty boring here, Ricky.
You've been sticking with a lot of El Clasicos lately.
Yeah, I was going for the Mango Locos for a little while, but I'm liking these.
Yeah, I've got myself a Rehab Raspberry Tea. So I'm very excited. I've been told the Rehabs are incredible. I've just never got my hands on one until now. So, count me in, Neph. It's time.
All right. 3, 2... I hope there's no splashback. 1.
Oh, yeah. Does not get any better than that. Perfect timing with a new game and a new pause. Describe the flavor. Give me, what is it, Neph?
Candy from a baby. And no longer
Mana in liquid form.
God, this raspberry tea is so good.
Is it really? See, I don't have access to those in Canada, I don't think. I've been to a number of stores. I haven't been able to get my hands on a rare rehab.
Really? I
So
only
if any
found
of you-
2 at the store near me, and there was 1 peach, 1 raspberry, and I just took them immediately.
If there's any monster connoisseurs in chat, particularly the Canadian ones, and you know where I can find some rehabs, let me know.
Yeah, I'd appreciate just Monster. If you want to send me just an entire crate of rehab Monster Energy, I will pay for them. I don't expect anything for free.
No, me either. I mean, we had Master Chief on the show earlier. I got that from somebody from Monster. Unfortunately, he only got to make 1 appearance this tournament.
Mm-hmm. All right, we've got... Wow, what? Jerry, what are you doing here? Why are you displaying the network information? Please turn that off.
Oh boy, I got the network information up. Jerry, you don't need it. Not that Jerry knows how to read.
Yeah.
Either.
This is
Actually,
true.
Observes entirely on instinct.
Step lively now. Your admiral
I heard he
is on
doesn't even
board.
play Dota. I don't know how he's so good at observing. Well, I guess he's hit or miss, right? But
Yeah.
sometimes he's real hit.
Yeah. Some days he's on point. All right, we got the tips coming out both ways. 4DR tip and whisper god.
Are you kidding me?
Who do you favor going into this one, Ricky?
Very cool.
I mean,
Cool of you.
it's hard to say with the new patch. You know, a lot of these hero changes I don't quite know yet. Like the Aghanim Shard Fire Spirits. It's just basically IO Ags, but for Phoenix. Like, it's pretty crazy. I don't know. There's a lot of potential here. I mean, just based off draft of what I saw from the last patch, I'd have to give it to Team Brazil. I mean, you're PA Mag, and I still think PA is the best hero in the game.
Yeah. It adds to that problem that I've been talking about a lot when you have a core Magnus. You only have 40 seconds of empower time now when you pass it to another hero. So Phantom Assassin needs to be playing a little bit closer than Magnus. In the last patch, it was 50-second duration.
Oh, is that what they did to nerf him?
It was one of the nerfs, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, even without the mag, PA is still PA. Like, this hero didn't change at all. They gave her 5% less blur evasion, and then we're like, yeah, that's fine. Also give her an AoE break on a 20-second cooldown. That seems good.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's quite good.
Only 1,400 gold as well. I mean, that's nothing for what it does.
Yeah, it's like you still go your regular Battle Fury, Deso, BKB, but then you just like also pick up Fan of Knives if it's good and you're against a Tide Hunter. So you're definitely going to get it. Absolutely you're going to get it this game. Does it break Side Gunner is the question. Is Side Gunner considered a passive on Gyrocopter?
I don't believe it is now.
Okay. Because it's tied to Flat Cannon, right?
Yeah. It's tied to flat. There's some of these things that exist inside the game that were not breakable, such as the previous Faceless Void backtrack. You could not break that for a very long time.
Yeah, which never made sense to me because he was just uncounterable.
Yep. Good stuff there, but Side Gunner, you cannot break either. I don't believe.
So have you seen the new Magnus Shockwave? Ags?
I have not. Does it just like is it like triple arrow and then back or what?
It's incredible. Like this Ags is so good.
Horn Toss is less good. It looks a little bit funny for sure, but
oh yeah,
anything you can do with Horn Toss, I think you could already do with the way they change Shockwave around with the pullback and the slow duration.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how I feel about that. It's just like a baby stun for 150 damage. It's like you're paying 1,400 gold for 150 damage baby stun.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty bad. Like if it had a really low cooldown, like if its cooldown was like 5 seconds or something, I'd say maybe it's worth it because you can just constantly maneuver people. But yeah, there's no reason. I think you actually like go Aghanim Scepter Core on Magnus now. It's just so much nuke damage.
You can only hit somebody once with it though, I thought.
Each one of them can hit someone once.
No. That's not right.
That
That can't be right.
I'm pretty sure that's right.
I gotta check real quick. It can't be right. Get it?
Bottom lane, Costa Bile grabs the first blood on a Shadow Demon. Now, Jerry, too busy looking at new Aghanim Scepters. You know, clearly the guy, he hasn't read the patch notes. He must be hungover still.
Again, not really a Dota player. I mean, it's surprising that he was casting with us for the entirety of yesterday and didn't end up reading the patch notes.
Yeah.
Look, the guy wasn't even trying.
Jerry.
Yeah.
Kunkka falling low mid to KXY's Death Prophet, which is expected, right? Kunkka not going to do exceptionally well against the DP lane, but there's this, the good old X to bottle, and this is what makes Kunkka a great mid laner.
Yep. Did he just buy the bottle there?
No, he already had it. So he bottled full. He bottled completely in lane, causing Death Prophet to use, you know, all her Death Spirit Siphons, and then TP's out. You know, X TPs rather, and gets all 3 bottles. Charges back.
Yeah, he's just gonna be able to do it again in another 50 seconds here. Let's look elsewhere because we're probably not gonna see too much action. Schofield stacking up the mid camps here. Probably gonna max out that. I'm curious if he's gonna max out the Crypt Swarm or the Spirit Siphon.
You usually max out the Crypt Swarm, even though you're against, you know, Mag and Kunkka. They have a lot of control on those heroes that can break the Spirit Siphon, and I think you're better off just having Crypt Swarm for the nuke. So the nuke scales really well.
Yeah, the nuke is quite good. You are in a matchup against a melee hero, though.
Yeah. Color me stupid.
I like that one. I'm stealing that later. But you're in a matchup against a mid hero, so Spirit Siphon goes a lot further here. I think if you're against a ranged hero, you want to max out the Crypt Swarm. But here they want to be able to zone Kunkka from the lane, so 3 charges as well as the...
Oh, I didn't know it went up in charges. Is that a new thing?
Nope, that's been in the game for a long time.
Yeah, well...
yeah, 1 charge per level.
For some reason, I always thought it had like the max charges the whole time, or that it started at 2 or something. Bottom lane, Costa Bile is just getting slapped by Whisper on this Tidehunter.
Yeah, he's up to go multiple points in the Kraken Shell. I like that they improved it to 18 damage block at level 1 rather than the 14.
It was 14. Yeah, I went up by 4 at every level.
Yeah, because you had the 50% chance of damage block at 16 damage, so you'd end up blocking less with Kraken Shell than you would with...
Than just passive being a melee hero.
Yeah, exactly.
You're like, wow, thanks. Great ability.
Yeah. So you don't really want to invest the point into the ability.
Yeah, until you're ready to put 2 in, and then... Oh, nice snipe there from Schofield. Grabs Thelacor's Courier, and he's got no spells left. He's going to kill it. Wait. Is he afraid? Is he actually afraid? Oh, he's going to get him. Yep. You've been got, bird.
I mean,
he's trying to hold the disruption. Yeah, there you go. 5 points. Doesn't want to have to commit the disruption for sure. Oh, bottom lane, you lose Tidehunter. That's a big death.
Yeah, it looks like Steve just ran him down. That's all it really takes. Curious if he's going to max out Frostbite first. Some people have been doing, given the fact that at level 20 you might want that Aghanim Shard. He's holding the point for now. I mean, they've got a lot of disable here between CM, Kunkka, and Magnus. Even Phoenix. They have ways of keeping people off this Phoenix. I actually like Kunkka and Phoenix together quite a bit.
The torrent, the boat, everything is just so good. They're going to dive Schofield here, kind of punishing his like positioning. He's just been really deep here, trying to make space for KXY in the mid lane. KJ rotating over a great Crystal Nova, and with that Frostbite, they should be able to take him down, but the Exorcism, my lord, from KXY, just easy kills for him.
Yeah, the Exorcism to get some damage into the tower. The Fortified came out, and then Death Prophet decided just to continue to dive there. So she doesn't get the tower, but they bring it pretty low. Fight recap shows that things obviously a little bit in favor of Team Brazil after that one. 422 gold, though, going their way, and 438 XP. Look down here to bottom lane again. Whisper, he's just by himself while PA in the jungle.
RP top lane committed. They're going to try and just go real heavy on this Gyro, and he is not fast enough to get away from the Crystal Maiden plus the Skewer. That's a fantastic kill, just using the RP as soon as he got it.
Yeah.
Great communication, right? You have to set that one up with the team. You're like, hey, I have RP on this creep wave. Come.
now.
Doesn't happen in pubs, you know. You'd be like, "Hey guys, come, we can kill this hero," and they're like, "Oh, hold on, let me finish farming this creep camp."
And then also the one beside me, because I might as well since it's here. Then the opportunity for the kill is long gone by the time they get there.
And then they're like, "Well, I don't see the hero there anymore. It looks like we can't kill him. Like, I'm gonna go farm another creep camp."
Why'd you call for me to gank in the first place? I don't get it. Yeah, we've all been there before. Whisper is getting a little bit of space now here in the bottom lane.
Your stacks have been found by 4DR on the Kunkka, and they do not want this to happen. He's already taken one of them, but the boat's coming in. King RD here as well. I mean, this is another kill. If they take down Tomato 2 times in a row, that's a huge deal. He does get the disruption off on the backside, and Finger's be able to go on in. Keep him alive thanks to that IO, but the dive in from Thelacore, lots of magic damage. Kostabile even TPs on in, and they will get one. They lose the Crystal Main, but at the end of the day, you're pretty okay with this. Thelacore TPs out barely in front of the Tidehunter.
The absolute mad lad. But killing the gyrocopter there, again, you're more than happy to trade the CM for that gyro.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Some extra XP and gold going the way of Team Brazil once again. I feel like outside of the team fights, Brazil are out farming them, but for now, inside, they're just getting outplayed. It'll change pretty quickly here. I mean, Empower on this Phantom Assassin, you gotta farm up very fast. You got the Mask of Madness build. Kostabile is no joke either. This guy is an incredible carry player.
He really is. Every time we've seen him in this tournament have just a little bit of space, he just comes out of nowhere. The Fairy's Trinket, pretty good item. Great on spellcasters for sure. So I'm a big fan of this one.
So did we figure out why it's called spell damage and not spell amplification?
No, not even a little bit.
I see.
Possessed Mask and Broom Handle drops for the Tidehunter. I'm not really sure how I feel about the Possessed Mask. 7% lifesteal is pretty good, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think it's good on Ursa and Luna. I'm not sure about other heroes. Oh my, Schofield. He's just gone. That's the RP. Used off a cooldown again.
Yep, he just skewers right in, RP's the boy, and PA blinks forward with that extra empower damage, and he's just super dead. And he's got that Mask of Madness, obviously the build that you typically go when you have a Magnus on your team, and it's allowing you to farm incredibly fast. And she's going to rush the Desolator. Everything checks out here. Bottom lane, KJ goes down to the IO Tidehunter. Dude, he slaps. Oh, baby.
Yeah, that's a Vladimir's offering on that boy. He runs into any trouble, he's just going to heal up to full HP instantly. The spirits expire before they find Thelacore, and he gets the TP off.
That was so close.
Nice escape there, very clean. King RD sweating a little bit, I'm sure. Sorry, Thelacore sweating a little bit, I'm sure. King RD already up here providing the power with the DLS. That's quite close to Phantom Assassin in this game.
It's funny, I've been looking through a lot of the Aghanim shards for like, basically last night played a bunch of games with friends. We just made an in-house lobby with like 15 people and just rotate in and you know, play the game, experiment new heroes. Our agreement was no one's allowed to play Hoodwink.
I see.
Yeah.
Why is that the agreement?
Because everyone wants to play her, right? Everyone wants to play the hero, but she's so broken that it just makes the game not fun. So we wanted to, you know, figure out what changes there were. And there's some pretty wild changes. I think Underlord might be the most slept on hero right now, in my opinion. That hero is now a magic damage tank. Like,
yeah. Is the new Firestone really that good? The 15% heal doesn't seem great, but it following you around.
It has 100% uptime.
Ah.
It has no cooldown.
I see.
So it's pretty good.
I did not consider the 0 cooldown.
Yeah, no cooldown on Firestorm is pretty good, and it follows you around. Obviously, you still have the option to not have it follow you around, so you can just deep-push waves with it, but I mean, in fights, you just drop Pit of Malice and run at people, and you're 15% spell amp. You get the 20% spell amp off of the Eternal Shroud, and then you just build like regular tank items. I went like phase boots into Eternal Shroud, Kaya Sange, and then like Radiance. It was just like running around and no one could hit me. It was stupid.
I mean, you don't even have to right-click people. You just M-click them with your.
Oh yeah, I bought a. They had a troll who would just like try and kill me, so I bought an E-blade and was just like, yeah, I dare you.
Yeah,
That's good stuff.
Onto him after you E-blade him, or yourself for that matter. If
yeah, I would just E-blade whoever. But it's one of these things where I think Underlord was so static as far as his builds in previous patch, right? Because he didn't really. You just built him as like this annoying person that D-pushes, and he's just a big tank, right? And I think now you can legitimately build him as a damage core. And it's like that's something that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But we'll see. There's a lot of potential in some of these heroes. Ricky's Sleeping Dart, pretty interesting. He's not a support. I was completely wrong, by the way.
Let's see, did you get the chance to play him, or did somebody turn the tables on you?
No, I got a chance to play him. It's really bad.
I see. So he's not a support or a core, is what you're trying to say.
He's still a core. They just made his utility better. So he like gets a buff from the core aspect because now it's like Smokescreen is just better. But yeah, lots of weird stuff that came out. I'm just watching Whisper slap creeps in the mid lane here. Level 9 on the Tide Hunter. He's just got these phase boots, the Vlads like you pointed out, and now he's gonna go back for, I'm assuming, Hood of Defiance and a medallion.
Philicore might just die here.
Yeah, he's pump faking the Ravage. He's like, do it. Oh my gosh, the dive forward.
Oh,
if that hit, you might have died on the Phoenix, but you're going pretty heavy in here on the Tide Hunter, and they should have the damage. He's going to commit the Ravage to cancel out that Sunray, keep himself alive. 5 heroes come out into the mid lane. Whisper nearly dying to that Tidebringer, but he's going to survive.
Yep. Again, did have to commit the Ravage, though, so that is down. I think they're just going to shove mid tower here. They'll get back and go to farming. And we're talking weird things. Costa Bile actually not, or the team of Team Brazil actually not pulling ahead on net worth, despite the fact that they're farming up with Magnus PA. Still neck and neck with them here, thanks to that IO Gyrocopter combo on Beast Coast. Doing pretty good themselves.
So, IO has the fluffy hat, one of my favorite new items. Fine and functional Fopery for, I don't know, fashion forward. Something KXY found in the river. Schofield ends up disrupting the enemy. He's not able to get a single Spirit Siphon off. He just goes down, and Egg on the high ground committed, but 2 fantastic kills, opening up that mid lane tower as well.
Yeah. And again, without the Ravage that the Tide Hunter had to expend to get out of there earlier, there's absolutely no way for them to take the fight. RP is still up as well. It looks like King RD, he's out for blood.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, he's pretty strong right now on the offlane mag. I love this build. He just has Arcane Boots into a Hood of Defiance, finishing the pipe. Probably see a Guardian Greaves come out eventually too. I mean, he knows his PA is going to have all the damage in the world to kill any hero. He doesn't have to go this damage build. He just needs to keep his team alive and enable the PA here. And that's, you know, pretty much what she's doing. She's got a Deso completed before the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, Beast Coast is playing a little bit slower than I'm used to seeing them. Usually it's a bit of a bloodbath with the 4 Protect 1, but given the fact that Stinger is on this IO, it must accelerate Tomato's farm here. They're playing a bit more defensive and farm-oriented this game. I'm surprised that this ward has lasted the entire duration, essentially. The Observer here.
Yeah, the Observer sentry on the high ground.
Yeah, I think he's going to deward it now, maybe. No.
Doesn't look like it.
What are you up to here, Schofield?
They're pinging him out. They're like, guys, he's got 3 wards. Where's he going? Doesn't find the one on the high ground there. He wanted to catch both of the high ground sections, but they got a ward over here. He might find... Oh, he has no other sentry. Oh, God. They're going to see him place the ward. Oh, that feels so bad. Bottom lane, they did find Thelicore on the Phoenix. He's trying to dive himself away. Able to make it to the trees. Has a TP available, and I really doubt they commit a rat. Oh, they don't need to. The 4 points in Crypt Form finds the kill, and on the other side of the map, Shadow Demon ends up going down since they did see him just rotate over. And KJ just drops a sentry.
Out of there, KJ.
You can't underestimate those PA illusions, sir.
Yeah. Don't forget about how strong Costa Bile is. Whisper's got Ravage, but there's no way they find Costa Bile. He's not going to give himself up until he gets that BKB online.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to go Deso BKB and then pick up those Phantom Knives, I'm pretty sure. So good at breaking the Tide Hunter if they have any form of stun. He just can't get out of it.
I mean, it's pure damage. It's max HP and pure damage. That is so good.
And it's 12%. It's not a negligible amount. It's 12% of your health immediately gone, and you're broken for 3 seconds.
And a huge AoE too.
Yeah. It's good. It's a good ability.
No Blink Dagger available on Magnus, which is why they're playing so closely together on Beast Coast here.
Ooh, they commit the Exo. The Ravage comes out as well. Egg defensively placed on the backside of the fight, though this could be a big problem. The Tide, he's going to go stunned up. The boat is there, but he walks with 50 HP. RP on the backside, though, catching Gyrocopter and KXY on the Death Prophet. She cannot get herself out of here in time, but the IO comes in. He saves him. Whisper heals up thanks to the Anchor Smash. It's a disaster for Brazil. They lose 4, and they're chasing down King RD. They got everything that need. That Exo going to be able to easily clean up this Magnus, and Whisper, it said, just slaps him down with that Anchor.
And they get Tomato there, but everybody else stays alive. That was a beautiful disruption there from the Shadow Demon. You really need a BKB on this Phantom Assassin. Threw it out onto the PA, so rather than save the Death Prophet, so rather than her being able to do the damage, the PA was just taken out of the fight for that short duration of the RP. Gofield choosing the perfect target to use the disruption on there. Usually you use that as a save.
How do you feel about this Falcon Blade item? I have yet to figure out if it's any good or not. I think it's good on like a couple heroes. Like the new hero, Falcon Blade actually is pretty sick.
Let's see. I think somebody shot me a message about that one. Yeah, he said Falcon Blade is actually okay. After playing a few games, I realized drums cost more and doesn't give mana regen.
Oh yeah, it's the mana because like if you need a mana regen item that's still decent, it's basically Falcon Blade, right? That's the idea because you don't get it from drums anymore.
Well, I think you get Urn, to be honest, but if you can't get Urn, you might get Falcon Blade.
So if someone's already building an Urn, Falcon Blade's the alternative. Maybe that was the idea, is because they saw people wanting a mana regen early game item, and they're like, well, we have 2 Urns. And Brax, you know, in that other game, he's like, I know you're building an Urn, but I also want an Urn.
Well, I'm not, maybe he didn't know that you were also building it. We're assuming things right here.
Yeah.
I don't imagine Brax would make mistakes, though.
Yeah, Brax has never made a mistake. Roshan going to Team Brazil. Whoa. That's weird. Nice stack clearing here from the IO Gyro. They do have that Aghanim Scepter completed. Get some good drops here off of the Ancient Camp. Aquila, Pupil's Gift. They already have a Grove Bow.
Both teams having a Grove Bow. They pick them up at the same time. It goes a long way on Gyrocopter. The extra attack range, attack speed, being able to buff the damage that you do with Rocket Barrage.
And Call Down. I mean, it makes your whole kit really good.
Yeah. He's not gone the Aghanim Shard for the Rocket Barrage upgrade on the Gyrocopter, and this doesn't surprise me. Again, I wanted to see what it looked like inside the game. I'm not sure if it ends up shooting out 2 onto multiple targets. But, we might see it in the late game, because eventually he's just going to want more slot efficiency, right?
Yeah, reloading bottom. They're going to go and take IO down here with kicks. Well, I guess they were a little bit afraid for some reason. One thing I did notice, Holy Locket picked up on the IO. Now, not a bad item since it builds out of this like fluffy hat, right? I think that's pretty good. And she also, or it also picked up a Bullwhip. I'm not sure how familiar you are with Bullwhip, but 3 HP, 3 mana regen, grants 16% movement speed to the target you want, so you can just tether the gyro, give them 16% movement speed, and it applies to both of you. That's pretty good. This is like an amazing IO item at level 2.
Yep. I'm very familiar with the Bullwhip, actually. I know that they've reused the Queen of Pain Arcana sound on the Bullwhip.
You did notice, right?
Yeah. Did you notice this one last night?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, under closer inspection, we realized that Valve is just reusing, recycling resources, not reusing.
The new Coddle ability uses the same debuff animation as I think Hoodwink's ultimate debuff or something. But it's just like way more intense, but it's the same. I'm pretty sure it's the same debuff. Look. Valve on a tight schedule here, guys. Give them a break.
Tight budget as well. Small indie company cannot possibly afford Hiring some extra staff to do animations for them. I don't know.
Have you seen the Mars ags? Because, oh my god, dude, those soldiers need to be completely remade. Schofield gets caught out of the place here by Coast Bay. A nice missile, though, in the save from Stinger. PA, first life down. They have Ravage, but you got to be careful of the BKB. The Exorcism coming out. King RD zoned off the fight, unable to go in quite yet. They blink out, but 40R, he goes in. Coast Bay forced his BKB already as well. Whisper still holding that Ravage. The RP comes out holding IO, but it's not enough. There's going to be the Ravage, and they just turn around. 40R, you got no saves. Coast Bay goes in the egg, will stun down the Death Prophet, but oh my god, just gets bursted by Schofield and that anchor smash, and now KJ on the run. The butterflies or the bats will do their bidding. Chasing down through the core, gets caught by a silence. I don't see how you survive this one. 4 more heroes will fall. This time, Beast Coast once again taking an incredible fight.
Yeah, and these saves coming in from Schofield are doing a lot of work. Whispered is showing patience, holding that Ravage until he absolutely needed to pop it. And Phantom Possession, she died, what, like a second there? She took 337 damage from that anchor smash and ended up dying to the Exorcism, the Gyrocopter side gunner, the Gyrocopter flat cannon. All these heroes going down in no time, and also all this AoE.
Oh, he took 330 damage from the anchor smash.
Yeah, he doesn't even have the Aghanim shard.
Yeah, he's got a Solar Crest. He just Solar Crest you and slaps you with an anchor for all of your health. And he's going AC next. I honestly think this is a viable Tidehunter build because you can just pick up this Aghanim shard at any point and suddenly you just do so much damage. It's also really good for amping the gyro, right? Obviously, that's probably like the primary reason. There's going to be the BKB 4DR going in. Death Prophet trying to soak up some damage, but the boat, it's not going to connect. Costa Bile and 4DR committed their BKBs for this. They need to back.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
They've expended a lot of the abilities on their side. RP up at another 30 seconds here. Phoenix Egg in 20, but Beast Coast, they're just going to get the disengage here.
Yeah, it looks like they want to go push top lane, and that's exactly what Tomato's going to do on the gyro. Getting closer to the MKB, which obviously does work on your side gunner. So it makes it very good against heroes like Phantom Assassin. It did get nerfed, right? We talked about it. 30% damage nerf to its active. Oh, psych, he's going BKB.
Top tower is no more.
Makes sense. I mean, you're against the Kunkka, the Phoenix, the CM. You don't want to just get locked down in these team fights, even with your status resistance that you have from your Sanjin Yasha. It goes a long way, this BKB.
I want to look at Holy Locket before and after the patch. The amplification is the same. The aura is good. 3 regen aura for you and your allies. You get 2 from the mech. Dude, he actually just has... What is that? Just like 8 passive regen on anyone he's tethered to, plus himself. So it gives him 16 bonus health regen, just base. Between the mech aura, Holy Locket, and the bullwhip.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good. You can bullwhip the target you're tethered to and speed both of you up as well.
Yeah, exactly. Right? That's what I was saying. It's a pretty sick combo. All right, well, Egg committed on the high ground. He's looking to get on top of the gyrocopter. He doesn't have the BKB quite yet, so he's got to be careful. Stinger, you can relocate your boy out, but it looks like they're feeling comfortable to stand their ground. Schofield just throws him under with the disruption, and there's going to be the heals. They turn it around. They have Ravage available, chasing down 40R on the Kunkka, the backside of the fight. Here comes KXY on this Death Prophet. They grab 2 on the Ravage. Delacor and KXY looking pretty rough here. 3 heroes go down, and Beast Coast take a 3rd favorable fight.
And with that, the loosest tier 2 tower in no time at all. Once this fortification ends, oh my god, look at this Exorcism rip through the tower.
Yeah. Did they change Exo at all?
I don't believe so. Exorcism, I think, exactly the same.
This Blink Death Prophet build is awesome. I'm about it. They force BKB. They get the RP Costa Billy. You got to find something here. Get the kills. You need to take down Stinger, but it's not going to happen. He goes for the relocate. He doesn't even need it. Oh my gosh. A little bit of miscommunication there maybe from the side of Brazil. He just wasn't ready to go in on the PA.
Phantom Assassin needs to somehow get in these fights. I think she needs to sell something to get this Phantom Knives upgrade. You're going to lose your racks if you don't do anything. In fact, you're going to lose your other racks if Beast Coast feel like it.
Yeah, they definitely just go 2 here. There's no reason not to. You have Gyro Side Gunner, this Tidehunter. incredibly tanky on the front line. And KXY, I mean, he's got Lotus Orb, Yule's Blink. He's incredibly tanky himself. He doesn't need the IO to tether him.
Yeah, and this IO, Tomato heals him Stinger heals Tomato so much with this mechanism. I think that last fight when he popped the mech, thanks to the amplification there from a Holy Lock, it ended up going like, I don't know, almost 800, 900 HP. It was absolutely insane.
Yeah, and then not to mention, he has like the active on the Holy Locket.
Yeah.
All right, 40R has been found, forced to BKB once again. You're just gonna have to TP on out. No way to stop that. But I mean, again, you're forcing stuff out of Brazil in this form. In this case, it's another BKB charge from your mid lane. He's down to 6 seconds.
Yep. This game might just be over. I mean, still only hitting level 16 on Costa Bila. He needs 18 before he can really take the fight and have those big crits on Phantom Assassin. Doesn't have the Basher just yet. I think if this creep camp it'll be completed, but Phantom Knives is something else you need. You need to get on top of Tidehunter with that and the Basher and blow him up before he's able to use his Ravage. With that to break Dispelling the Kraken Shell. I don't see them checking all these boxes here in Brazil, though.
The offensive Demonic Purge. He bought it. So the Shard for Shadow Demon allows you to cast Demonic Purge on allies, and it continuously dispels them and then heals them for the amount once it's over. It's a little bit different. Egg right on the high ground. That is... Oh, the sidestep by Tomato. Incredibly well done. And on the backside, Costa will be able to take down that Shadow Demon. He's focusing on Stinger. The IO, can he get fault? Oh, he has to just TP out. It's not going to happen. The Torrent, though, will catch him. Well played there by 40R, at least getting 2 for 1, but I mean, it's going to cost him his life. His BKB expiring. That missile's going to connect. Another kill going the way of the Gyrocopter. And where did King RD die? He died bottom.
Yes, it looks like he ran all the way down there. What did he die to, though? That's my question. Just a siege creep, it looks like. After the boat buff expired, that's what it was.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It's HP removal. Boat buff expires, and he ends up dying to the creeps and doesn't get his TP up. Oh, man. They're going to lose their last racks here. RP on cooldown with 70 seconds. There's nothing that they're able to do here.
I mean, they didn't even commit Ravage in the last fight. He has no cares in the world on this Tidehunter. Like, look at him. He's just sitting here. You know, so much armor. Even with the Solar Crest used, he sits at like 25. They're going to go ahead and initiate onto the Gyro, but there it is. The Ravage into the call down. Tomato, he had the BKB waiting the whole time. Coach be like trying to blink out, but KXY was there waiting anyway. You lose the PA. And they still have plenty of playmaking potential here. There's going to be your offensive Demonic Purge. I'm curious how much this heals. So from 950 basically. Okay. That's pretty good. 400. Yeah, the full. I would say if it's reduced or not, it doesn't seem like it. Ooh, a nice disruption. But he is going to be pretty far out of position here on the Gyro. He goes down. Well played there from King RD, setting himself up. A nice kill. KXY going for a self-Yules. Or I guess whoa, some lag right there. I'm not sure if you caught that, but
I did.
Sure, we're fine. Whisper still frontlining here for his team. Stinger should be able to jump over. Nice defensive disruption. He's going to get in a little bit of trouble here. The Lotus Orb comes out, trying to keep him alive. Ghost Scepter as well. On the other side of the fight, 40R is just chasing Whisper on this Tidehunter, but he just doesn't seem to really care that much.
No, Schofield. They do end up grabbing him. Tidehunter does not care. This is the world's most relaxed watermelon.
Oh, yeah, man. What does a relaxed watermelon look like?
Whisper.
Ah, okay. Very cool. Guardian Greaves completed on the IO. So we saw him in previous fights, you know, having to get Lotus Orb by the Death Prophet in order to remove, you know, Spirit Vessel and stuff like that. But now you have Guardian Greaves as well, which gives you so much healing for whoever you're tethered to.
The scan comes out immediately as they go into Roshan. Ravage not available for another 50 seconds, but they do have Exorcism. So,
oh my gosh, KXY just blinks right into the center of the Roche Pit, but a good RP, can be able to hold him in place. Stinger still has some spells, still some coolers. Oh my god, a massive throw by Beast Coast. I don't know what they were thinking. They didn't have Gyro there, and Whisper has no Ravage. They're just going to chase him down. X pulls him back. Sunray, easy work there. Now you get Roche.
That was Not great. I mean, I don't think they were in that much of a rush. In fact, I don't think you really mind giving up Roche there. The agency team isn't going to go that far on Brazil when you're already down 2 Sensor X's. Tomato, he just bides his time, finds himself a ceremonial robe, but all of a sudden there's a little bit of room to breathe on Team Brazil. The game looked all but over to them.
I still am not sure how I feel about ceremonial robe. It is a really sick aura. I mean, it's 1200 radius, 10% magic resistance, and 10% status resistance as an aura, which, I mean, these types of items are always typically pretty good, but I'm still not entirely sure how I feel about it.
I think it depends on the hero.
Yeah, or I mean, to me, it's like, it more depends on like your team lineup, right? Because you can throw this on any hero. Like, no hero is going to be like too upset about having 350 mana, but if your lineup like works really well for this, it's pretty good. Oop, they've caught Shadow Demon. He's going to go ahead and just fall there to Costabile, an easy kill for him. PA queues up the Divine Rapier.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. She managed to find herself an Orb of Destruction while she was in the shop earlier, and she's queued up the Divine Rapier. She's going to get the -3 Armor Corruption too, I imagine. So, finding some pretty useful tools here on Costabile. The game could turn around. It looked all but over for them, but now a small glimmer of hope.
I'm not really sure how I feel about the Psychic Headband here on the Phoenix. That one seems pretty bad.
The item or just it in this game?
Just on Phoenix. It's like very good for certain spellcasters because it gives you percentage-based bonus intelligence in cast range, but like Phoenix doesn't really use either of those things.
No. I think OD would be good on.
It's like OD and Silencer and Invoker have been the big ones that are like, they get that item and it's pretty wild.
Puck be a good one.
Yeah, Puck would also be a good one. Cast range, incredibly valuable. The pushback is also really good.
Mm-hmm. Well, is there any highlights of this in-houses that you played last night? Any truly wacky stuff that you saw now that we have a moment of downtime? Actually, I take that back. We've got no downtime.
There is no downtime, yeah. I mean, there was a ton of wacky stuff that we were trying out, yeah. Just some funny stuff. I think I really want to see Dazzle make his way to being a core with some of these changes, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think in certain lanes you might be able to see it, but... KXY is just going to go ahead, Exorcism the high ground, walks right on in. Spirit Vessel immediately purged thanks to Lotus Orb. He's only got 2 charges left, so that's actually pretty significant. They're just going to continue whittling away at this barracks. Fortification has expired, and Exorcism should make quick work. Tank the missile there on the Phantom Assassin. I mean, this is Mega Creeps. You got to do something here on the backside. They go ahead and get the egg down. There's going to be the BKB from the gyro. He just tunnels it. Stinger gets RP'd. He's taking so much damage, but he's able to get the heals off. He still has 20 rocket charges, and boy, his HP just went all the way back up, and this is just going to be a stomp here from Beast Coast. Team Brazil, no way to prevent this from happening, and Costabile, he's got an Aegis. They just didn't care. Wait. Oh, I thought Costabile died. He just one-shotted the IO. That'll do it. Okay.
Yeah. That is a lot of minus armor, and IO does not have much armor to work with. He's got a bit more now that he's beside his here. He's got the Ring of Aquila aura. He's got the Assault Karas.
They're just going to focus on this. IO will break the tether. Oh, no. She takes... What? You just took your damage out of the fight. Gyrocopter. Oh, he's got boots of travel. And there's the Ravage reinitiation. They take down the PA. They get the Aegis. And they call it GG. Rightfully so. PA, Costabile, he's angry, so he's going to get a couple kills before the game is over. And Beast Coast take game number 1.
Yeah, they look incredibly clean in these team fights. They did a great job of controlling Costabile here. In that last fight, in fact, the Death Prophet used the preemptive Yule Scepter on the Phantom Assassin. So as soon as the Blink Strike connected on the Gyrocopter, he was thrown up in the air. And this happened a number of times. I mean, in that one team fight in the bottom lane where you got a very sick RP off and things looked like they were going to go in favor of Team Brazil, Schofield was there. He disrupted the Phantom Assassin, just constantly kiting her around, which is one of the hero's biggest weaknesses, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I liked this draft a lot from Beast Coast. I thought Team Brazil had it just because PA Mag seems to be really strong, but, didn't really consider the impact of this Death Prophet. Like, this build was perfect. This Blink, Yules, the Lotus Orb, he just finished 12, 2, and 12. KXY, man, this guy has had an incredible tournament.
Yeah, Figure doing an excellent job as standing for Chris Luck. Him and Tomato both, I keep joking around. They got to be nervous when they come back from vacation. Just they find out their replacement or the temporary replacement was better at their jobs than them. I'm half joking.
Half joking, yeah.
Half joking. You guys better watch out for Tomato and KXY. But clean game there from Beast Coast. Both of us, I think, thought that the game would go in the favor of Team Brazil, but the series isn't over yet.
Definitely not. It is an elimination series here. We are in the lower bracket, round 2. So game number 2 between Team Brazil and Beast Coast is going to come up in just a few minutes, everyone. So definitely stay tuned. We'll see you after just a short break.
got your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Freeze you like I'm Elsa, so my let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, head to toe. Said you got your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Freeze you like I'm Elsa, so my let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, never know. Talking like Geronimo, get dropped down like some dominoes. Blues and greens and pinks, I got a lot of those. Yeah, you know, talking slime, I can't relate to snakes, I see a lot of foes. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, head to toe. Said you got your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Freeze you like I'm Elsa, so my let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, head to toe. Said you got your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Freeze you like I'm Elsa, so my let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, 10 toes. Keep it thorough, stepping out for sure, though, time to let them know. Rubber band bands, I got a lot of dough. Oh, for sure. Working around the clock, sometimes I need me more than 24. Meeny, money, mo. Head to toe. Said you got your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Squeeze you like I'm Elsa, so my let it go. Meeny, money, mo. Head to toe. Said you got your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Squeeze you like I'm Elsa, so my let it go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the BTS Pro Series Season 4, brought to you by Monster Energy. I'm rkryptic. With me is Neph. We've got game number... Oh, God, what number is this? 2. I'm just kidding. Game number 2 coming up between Team Brazil and Beast Coast. Now, game 1 looked pretty rough for Team Brazil. It looked like Beast Coast kind of just took over out of nowhere.
I wouldn't say it was out of nowhere. I was talking with who's this guy, Tasty Mints NA, inside the Twitch chat. He was curious as to what Team Brazil should have done in order to win that game, and the answer was jump on Shadow Demon and Io in the backline. It's difficult because one of them is going to be able to save the other a lot of the time. They couldn't blow anybody up thanks to the Io heal and the Shadow Demon disruption. I think the Yules was eventually coming out from the Death Prophet as well. There's too many saves and things for the Phantom Assassin to deal with, and most of the damage came out from her. So if you want to go for this one extremely hard carry way of playing the game, then you need to make it easy for her to get on top of heroes and blow them up. And someone needs to be able to disable the backline.
Yeah, I agree. That makes sense to me. Now, the thing was with that is I don't know how you reliably get to those heroes, right? That was the hardest part. You had this Tidehunter Gyro there just going to stand in your face as DP with Blink. I mean, you're never getting to those heroes. They itemize to protect them at all costs, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair. It was a little bit difficult to get on top of them. Kunku could sort of hit people with the Tidebringer, but we also didn't see the Fan of Knives picked up for the break on the Tidehunter, so he's always going to get his Ravage off without a cat in the world. We didn't see the Torrent Storm on Kunkka, and I think a little bit Disable would have gone a long way too. This game, we'll see how it goes. They go for Magnus and Phoenix again, so they're feeling pretty confident about that. And Beast Coast, they start with Shadow Demon. Just this one's interesting. They put a lot of value on this here. You see it picked up with a couple of teams. Team Brazil especially grabbed a lot of Shadow Demon, and since it was buffed a little bit in this patch, I guess a lot of teams consider it worthy of that first phase pick. Do you feel the same way?
I mean, it seemed to work out really well last game, and certain teams have been running it with a lot of success, so I'm kind of okay with it. And then on top of it, it is something that Team Brazil liked to pick, so it is a little bit of a deny pick in that regard.
Yep. Another question as far as things Team Brazil likes to pick. I'm surprised we didn't see the mid Earth Spirit. That's something that they've seen a lot of success for. TR, absolutely insane.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Now, did they make a big change to Earth Spirit? Is that why we're not seeing it?
No. They buffed a lot of heroes. Earth Spirit was one of the heroes that was relatively unchanged. They decreased the duration of his Enchanted Remnants from 2 minutes to 1 minute. And the reason for that was because of the Agnum Shard ability they added, where if your Earth Remnant is placed, you have 400 ground vision around it.
It also increases your charge count, so you can hold more.
Oh.
So you can hold up to 4 additional remnants.
So you get 11 remnants. That's pretty sick. I mean, you're never going to actually have all 11 of remnants unless you have like a refresher orb at that point. I think if you have an Agnum Shard and you're constantly taking fights, a refresher orb is necessary at that point to replenish all your charges. Because you'll get all 11 back much faster that way than waiting for them. All right, I've taken a team fight. I've expended all my remnants, or every 3 minutes, it's time to just click that refresher orb, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's talk these other heroes. Ursa got a number of buffs in the most recent patch.
A little bit, yeah.
Quite a bit better. There's the Enrage that I didn't want to admit it yesterday, but I did read it as Entangle as well.
Wait, is it Entangle?
It's not. It's Enrage, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it is. It is Enrage, right? Yeah. I thought it was I read it as Entangle the first time, but it's definitely Enraged.
I don't know why we both read it like that. I was too embarrassed to speak up at the time, but now that I've had time to think about it, I will share the shame with you.
No worries.
Enigma now grabbed for Beast Coast. This is a Brack specialty, and it's been a little bit more popular. Enigma's gotten a buff, though. Did you see the Agnum Shard that got added to it?
I love this shard. I love this shard because it's literally just like oops, I missed my black hole. Oh well.
Time to hold it anyways.
It's just so funny. It's like, oh, I guess I missed my black hole, eh? And then they're like, I guess it doesn't matter. You just get pulled in anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. No, don't laugh at it, man. It looks like it could be pretty good.
It has a potentially to be pretty sick. I think we'll see a lot of like combinations with this hero coming out just because of that shard, which previously, it wasn't as you weren't like guaranteed to get a multi-man black hole, but now if you have anything that can get them close enough to the black hole, they'll just get pulled in constantly to the center. So that's pretty cool.
Yep.
Do you know what the AoE is on it?
1,200.
Okay. Rip.
It is quite far.
Take me back to Flux, man. When we get Flux in this game, you don't know. You're not Han trash. God damn it.
No. When you say Flux, I think of the Arc Warden ability.
Okay. Hero from Han named Flux. His ult was a global force staff, essentially. Either pull or push with his hero as the center of it. So like wherever you were on the map in relevance to his hero, you get force staffed either away or closer. And you would just like black hole and then like flux everyone to the center of the black hole. It was some good stuff. Loved it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well. So what you mean to say it is the diva path from the 6 paths of pain in Naruto? No? All right.
I don't know.
Took a swing.
I don't know. I knew one word there, and that was Naruto. I did not get the rest of them.
Well, it was worth a shot. He is the... You know what? I'm not even going to go into it.
It's fine. Don't even sweat it.
That's fine. Naruto fans in the chat will know what I'm talking about. Shout out to the pain arc.
They'll get it. They'll get it.
They'll get it.
I know what tuning exams are. That's as far as I got on that show, man.
Yeah. The dead silence was incredibly impressive and hurtful, by the way, Ricky.
If only you could have seen my face. So it's all right. You'll see it. You'll see it eventually. I'm sure it'll get clipped.
Yep. Bat Rider banned out here on Team Brazil. I guess they're just worried about even the save potential from that one is pretty good. You saw the Agnum Shard change to Bat Rider, right?
Yeah, it's really weird. Allied Force or Allied Lasso with a drastically reduced cooldown.
Yeah, I mean that's got to be pretty good. You grab your ally, you're reducing the damage by 80%. You're pulling them to safety.
It's the thing is like, do you want to rely on your Bat Rider to do that when you could just like pick a Venge and not have to invest 1,400 gold onto who is supposed to be your initiator? You know.
Yeah, I mean,
unless you're playing like a 5 Bat Rider.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing with that one though. You grab the Bat Rider. It's
10 seconds remain.
It's another tool in your kit, and that's why Earth Spirit is incredibly broken. He can do so many different things.
That's true.
So like the pole, I mean, it's a great silence. It's used for damage. When you used it before, that pole, you can pull your allies, and it's essentially adding another tool into your kit for a little bit of gold. 1,400 isn't exactly crazy, and that's why the Phantom Lancer Agnum Shard is so good. It's one third of the cost of the previous eggs, and it does the exact same thing with the Spirit Lance bounces.
It only bounces once, where previously it bounced to everything in range, which is what made it so good. And you just spawned illusions constantly. But it's still like, it's a... oh, my boy. That's a mid. This has got to be a mid Underlord, right? No, it's going to be KXY. So Whisper's going to be taking the Underlord. They'll take Stinger on the Enigma.
Interesting.
Okay. I like this pick a lot because it's into the Spectre, which is already a good lane. And you now have amazing wave clear to deal with this Nature's Prophet, which they were definitely lacking.
Mm-hmm. They need some catch for King RD. I mean, Invoker, Enigma, Underlord, all able to deal with King RD on this Nature's Prophet. Now, I'm interested in seeing how good this Underlord is. I said you wanted to see it as a mid. I wanted to see it as like a position 2, maybe eating up a little bit more farm on the map.
I think he is position 2. He can be played as a position 2 like more frequently now, but he is still primarily a 3. Just because he's so good at denying the enemy offlaner farm, and that's what makes this hero so strong. Like, you just slow down the core of the enemy team so much, and then you just take over the map, and they can't ever push into you. But like I said, I think he has a lot more potential in the mid lane now, and he has a bunch of different builds you can go. Because when I played him last night, I took him mid, and I was just like, I care about nothing now. This is great.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited to seeing how this one goes. I mean, you've ranted and raved about it. It better not disappoint here, Ricky.
Nah, hopefully not. I don't want egg on my face. But we have King RD on Nature's Prophet. Now, this Nature's Prophet had a very interesting update to its shard. I'm not sure if you saw that. You can't Quelling Blade through anymore.
You can't Quelling Blade through the trees. Does it just respawn the tree instantly, or does the Quelling Blade not work?
As soon as you chop it down, it spawns a Mega Treant.
Oh.
So it's worse. It's like if you chop down the tree, you're gonna get slapped by like a 1400 health treant.
So you could chop down the tree and phase boots through, though.
You could phase boots through it, yes.
Let's see. Let me read this from my reading glasses.
Yeah.
First 2 trees destroyed will summon the greater treants. Can only have 2. All right, so you can destroy your own trees with Nature's Call and summon 2 additional Mega Treants as well.
Yep.
Okay, now that's kind of neat.
It's really good because I'm not sure how much, like if you remember how strong those things are. They have 3 times the stats of the regular trees, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, that's a lot. It's like almost 100 damage and like over 1600 health.
Yeah, they are pretty crazy. I was doing some experiments with those and Clinks when they reworked Death Pact again.
Oh, that'd been fun.
It wasn't. It's interesting learning these mechanics, but you don't use them often enough in games for them to actually be useful outside of very niche situations. Much like the Psychic Headband looks worthless a lot of the time. This game, though, we'll see how it goes. Magnus, he ends up putting the first point in the skewer. I think he tried to skewer somebody up into the cliff and ended up missing it.
That is unlucky. Or was he skewering to cut down trees somewhere? I have no idea. Alright, I'm excited to watch the Whisper Underlord. He is going to go for the Soul Ring, interesting enough. Now, skewer down to the low ground. I don't know what
his end game is.
What the point is here. I guess some harassment from Costa Bile. But Underlord is just going to walk to his tower and get plenty of regen. Alright, I mean, he takes a decent chunk of damage. That was more than I thought he would.
Yep. Oh, it's interesting how they've reworked Nature's Prophet, Wrath of Nature, and Scepter as well. They give it an Entangle, but reduce the damage a little bit. I say an Entangle comes with the Scepter, but the rest of the ability they reduce the damage. I'm not sure it's worth getting the Egg from Scepter and Nature's Prophet though. So overall, I'd call it a nerf.
Yeah, the Ags is not as good, but I definitely think the Sprout like Aghanim Shard is definitely like value worth picking up almost every game now because you're gonna have the farm for it, and it just makes it that much more difficult for teams to de-push against you. You know, if you just send those Mega Treants or the Greater Treants, I think is what they're called, yeah, Greater Treants down the lane. Yeah, they're very strong.
Yeah, assuming it's a much harder to deal with the Nature's Prophet Sprout. I mean, you could just start maxing out that ability. Stuck. Well, you probably would max, but first point into it is definitely more value. Everybody tends to carry the Quelling Blade against that Nature's Prophet even into the late game, just in order to deal with that Sprout.
So KXY on the Invoker versus 40R mid lane on the Void Spirit. Now we've seen these matchups over and over and over in this tournament, and I think every time we see the Void Spirit win the first 2 lanes, and then it kind of tilt back to the Invoker, right? Because you end up just winning that war of attrition with all those extra points in Quas, right?
Yeah. Again, you're not able, none of your harass actually sticks onto the Invoker when you have all these points in Quas, right? That's the logic behind it.
All right, he's gonna force it to Assimilate. It looks like. Oh, he just dodges it and does a ton of damage instead. His Courier. Oh, that's a big one. He does get his bottle, however.
Yeah, I mean, that was just unfortunate timing there. 40R definitely made the correct play walking into him and using the Resonant Pulse rather than Dissimulate. But his Courier delivering that bottle at the exact same time. Not great.
Yeah, if that was like a completed null tally like Mango Salve, his lane would be a disaster. But at least it was a bottle, so he's going to be able to get a lot of the regen still out of this and kind of sustain the lane for the time being. A lot of fighting in these side lanes. Schofield doesn't have much left. I mean, he goes this level on Disruption. KJ just running down these two. He gets the skewer. Oh, KJ, you don't want to be stuck up there too, brother. And this is just going to be first blood, you know. Oh. No, it doesn't work that way.
Nice try.
That is really bad because not only does he give first blood to this offlane Underlord, but you now give him 34 bonus damage to work with for 30 seconds. So he's going to be able to deny out a ton of these creeps and get tons of last hits. I guess with the positioning on the lane, it's not going to be as strong. Like normally if you're playing really aggressive on the lane, you can put in some, you know, really annoying damage with this bonus, but...
Yeah. It also kind of sucks that he brought back down to the low ground with that shockwave there. He would have been at the very least forced to use that TP, which would have cost not only the 90 gold for using the Town Portal Skull eventually, but the extra mana.
And put it on cooldown. So if he like happened to go down, it's a big deal.
Yeah. Ended up helping him quite a bit there. Middle lane.
I think KJ immediately panicked is what was going on there. He's like, shockwave.
Yeah, it is hard to react to situations like that. You're not sure what's going on.
Illusion.
Nice rotation from KJ there, taking the illusion rune. Obviously, they'd want to give this to 40R, who is struggling, obviously, because his courier's been dead for a while. Finally gets himself Mango Salve. That null tally completed recipe as well. Ooh, Invoker. Invoker? That's not Invoker. That's Enigma. Just dying in the jungle to Thelicore on the Phoenix. He has those 2 points in the Fire Spirits.
No. Whisper's actually taking some pretty heavy harass here. KJ, I think he's the ability to bring him down. One more dagger would do the trick if Costa Bile decided to continue to chase, but
Thelicore is super dead here. Just pop him. You got 5 stacks. Why are you messing around here? All right.
Schofield, the S God likes playing with his food.
He does. That's true. All right, so 5-minute bounty runes. They are going to be able to be in position top lane here on the Magnus for it, and I don't think Whisper feels safe enough contesting the other one. Dude, where have these Magalus are just from the rune? He just had them running at Whisper the whole time. That's so annoying.
KXY is just going to go down here in the mid lane.
Ooh, is that just
King RD blocking him with the trance.
Wow, there you go. Nice call. Jerry missing a kill, but it's all right. You know, he's granted 1.
He's granted 1 per day, and then we take the free banana that he gets away from him.
I didn't know he was getting bananas.
Well, we don't pay him, obviously, but we give him a single banana for lunch.
Okay, that's good.
Just another kill. He's not going to get that, though.
Ooh, Thelicore is going to find Ursa's courier. That is unfortunate. Bottom lane. He was looking for the Enigma, but I guess he'll take that. Bottom lane, King RD sprouts himself up, but Tomato will slap him down. Level 6 now on the Ursa. I mean, he's having a great start to this game. He's basically been left alone because Enigma's jungling, and they didn't really shove him out of lane.
It's difficult to deal with him just by yourself now on any of these heroes, so... Going for these power treads. His courier is currently dead, so not able to send himself out or get any extra mana regen, but yeah, he's having the time of his life down here in the bottom lane. Now they're reacting multiple heroes here, but I feel as if it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, King RD spent a lot of time down here, but he did TP mid lane once, and Thelicore has just been kind of zoning out the Phoenix, so when he's not here on the Phoenix, it's just Ursa versus the Nature's Prophet, and somehow Ursa has done really well. I really expected King RD to come out ahead in this lane, but these 4 points in the Earth Shock is just his new build.
Yeah, I mean, they buffed it up quite a bit, reduced the mana cost and whatnot yet again, and the trance they weakened at the earlier levels. They've got less movement speed now. They scale. So before they started at 325, just like lane creeps, but now they go 300, 320, 340, 360.
Wait, what is this?
The treant protector, or sorry, the treant's movement speed here from the Nature's Prophet. They scale it at 40 per level.
Wow, it's just not on the tooltip though.
20 per level. Yeah, definitely not on the tooltip. We talked about this yesterday before we got patch note updates below the abilities when they were changed around. But Gaben giveth, Gaben taketh away, as they say.
Yeah, unfortunate. Oh wow, he does end up just going down on King RD. Did KXY even do anything? I guess he hit Cold Snap. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yep. Well,
Okay,
none
that's
of
why I
the
did
cold
most of the
snap, it
damage.
looks like. Oh, yeah, it was cold snap. It just doesn't count as a stun here. It was a tornado setting up the kill, allowing him to gap the distance with that earth shock, right?
Yep. And with the super low cooldown, 8-second cooldown, it's a 40% slow for 4 seconds, 225 damage. Like this is a good nuke. When they first reworked Earthshock into its current form, oh my God, Schofield finds a haster and he's just gonna juke out these boys in the river. I remember how broken this ability was right away. King RD bottom lane, again, he's in trouble. He's just going to leap forward on Tomato. He has the Enrage. Just going to chew right through that tree, take him down. That's 2 deaths in a row for this Nature's Prophet now. He does have TP, obviously, since it is a Nature's Prophet, but onto the bottom lane. They're trying to get on top of KXY, and they will just take him down on this Phoenix. A little bit of a trade.
Stinger being brought down. I mean, he's not worth much. He's playing the position 5 Enigma, but the Invoker worth quite a bit more, sitting at level 8 here. So ends up being at almost 500 XP going their way and 150 gold.
I'm not sure if you saw Whisper and Schofield just clear 2 giant stacks in the jungle, but
I did not.
yeah, I don't know who those stacks were for, or if it's actually just been Schofield stacking them, the enemy jungle, to take them. But yeah, he just cleared like a penta stack on this camp.
Penta stack, I like it.
He's got the 3 points in Pit of Malice. Now, I really like Pit of Malice. Ooh, bottom lane, Ursa goes down. 4-man rotation, big commitment for that, but definitely worth it. Phoenix that gets the kill, gets herself 330 gold. They should be able to take the tower down here pretty easily as well, thanks to the Nature's Prophet. And top lane, Whisper, you don't really have a lot of tower killing potential, so you do need the Enigma to help. KJ, he's trying to do what he can here, but there is no way out. Pit of Malice is going to prevent him from skewering away, and it's just going to go the way of Stinger here.
Yeah, Stinger, he hasn't had too much of an impact so far this game, but again, when you're playing this Pause 5 Enigma, it's really limited what you're able to do when, you end up going Malefice, Demonic Conversion, which is a farming ability, but you don't really want to take farm from your teammates. He'll have a better impact once he gets his Black Hole. I mean, it's basically a free kill once every 2 or 3 minutes.
Dust comes out on KXY. He's kind of just debating on turning on Thelicore. He doesn't have the mana quite yet. If you hit him with that Cold Snap, there's going to be this Urn as well, but there you go. He will go ahead and dive away. He's going to be fine. Just waiting it out.
What's he building right now? He's just got a Void Stone queued up on Thelicore.
I'm not sure yet. Too busy watching Stinger die once again in the top lane. Thelicore, Void Stone. I mean, you could go Meteor Hammer with Void Stone, right?
Oh,
Still
yeah,
an option.
Meteor Hammer or Yules, probably.
Yeah.
He's, against the Ursa, he enrages, he Yules him up. Falls back on the ground again. He'll decide later. I imagine that's why he doesn't have any particular item queued up. Costa Bile has the Possessed Mask and the Blade Mail, so lifesteal and a little bit of agility topping him up. The Blade.
All right, mid lane, he's going to drop right into that root. The Atos is there. He's going to get caught again by that Pit of Malice, 40R. He's going to be able to survive, though, an RP on the backside, plus the egg will make quick work of that Shadow Demon. Now, the question is, can they get Whisper surrounded by all 5 heroes? He is left alone to die. Does get a lot of damage to the Fire Spirit. He's going to grab him. Now Invoker, good Ice Wall to slow these guys down. Enigma, he's still doesn't have Black Hole. Never mind. He's just coming over for moral support. He's going to cancel Costa Bile's TP. Oh, that's annoying.
A lot of mana now, so you'll just go right back to the jungle regardless. You might send yourself out some clonies, but you have Empower to work with, you have Blade Mail, you have the double ring of regen, the Possessed Mask. You'll heal back up inside the jungle.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's just gonna ferry himself like Mango South and just take Ancient stacks. You also have Empower, if Spectre didn't farm Ancients fast enough with Blade Mail and stuff.
With a triple stack that he's doing at nearly no HP at only level 10 on Spectre.
Yeah.
This hero is absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, you think he can do this one without a care in the world. He'll finally pop his Fairy Fire, I feel. That's why he swapped it in.
Oh, no. He just wanted the damage.
Come on, please pop it, Costa Bile. I'm begging you. You're dying over here. Speaking of dying, Thelicore.
Yeah, caught out. No egg, no dive. Easy pick off. I mean, these three heroes have so many ways of locking down this Phoenix, right? You have the Atos, the Pit of Malice, KXY. He's got, you know, tons of tools on the Invoker, and then you have even Shadow Demons, Disruption. Now, does the Purge cancel the dive is my question. I don't think it does, right?
No, it does not. That is non-dispellable.
Should have covered it.
The debuff is dispellable, but the dive,
is not. It's not like a 4-staff.
Yeah, exactly. It is like movement, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Mid lane, you are set up here on the side of Team Brazil. I mean, they're ready to go.
You're hesitant about fighting too far into them, and your black hole available here on stage.
I mean, I don't know how you can come this far forward. It's just an easy kill for them. You have so many roots.
But Stinger's positioning in that last team fight forced all three of these heroes back because they don't want to get locked in by this black hole, right?
Yeah, look how big did you see how big the barrier is that comes out onto Underlord from the Hood of Defiance? No. It's actually hilarious. I didn't realize how large that barrier was.
They changed how it looks, didn't they?
Yeah, they definitely did. It's like much more noticeable.
Now.
Yeah.
We saw it in the base last game.
Ooh, Enigma caught out. Just drops a black hole, but there's an egg and no follow-up. The Hunt, and they're going to be able to choke onto this Shadow Demon as well. That's the Orchid reveal here, but the backside, what they really want is the Invoker, but he's ghost walked out. He's going to be fine. It's kind of just space made here is Tomato has a Battle Fear, and he's just casually farming the bottom side of the map right now.
He's going to... It's difficult to outfarm the Spectre, who's got... oh, God. EMP, Cold Snap comes out. KJ, you've lost all your
King RD comes in, gets the Orchid onto the Invoker. He's super dead. Now Whisper in trouble as well, but finally Tomato, he's rotating on over, trying to find a big target, and they're looking for King RD. Just a few autos is all that's necessary. Now Schofield, ooh, you gotta stop this Void Spirit with this DD. Your Demonic Purge is gonna be necessary. He does scout him now, but now Void Spirit realizes he's like, okay, maybe I need it back here. Oh, they found Phoenix.
He has died, but he's not managing to get off inside that pit. That brought up Atos as well, and the Underlord doesn't even give him a chance to move, and they turn their eyes towards Roshan. Whisper, he'd be able to tank this up while Tomato takes it. I mean, this guy's big. Yasha, Power Treads, he's got the 4 points into both Fury Swipes and Overpower as well. Might as well.
Yeah, no reason not to.
I think they're just trying to make a little bit of space for the team here in Invoker, KXY, putting the pressure here on Coast to Delay, burning through all of his mana.
Not to mention Shadow Demon is like keeping King RD and 4DR busy right now in the top lane, and they don't even get him at the end of the day. Like, he just walks out. He's fine.
Peace Coast, you know, again, surprisingly coordinated for a team with 2 standards. Marlo's been doing an excellent job. And Faker as well. Whisper, he just goes back to doing Underlord things. He got the chip vest at some point, which I didn't notice. How do you feel about this item?
It's really good.
All right.
It's just genuinely pretty good. I mean, it's a baby blade mail. Like, that damage doesn't really add up a ton, so it is more situational. It's not like you take it every time. Like, sometimes you're like, all right, I guess it's not bad. But 3.5 HP regen is pretty sick. Like, that's a lot.
Yeah. If you can find that on Spectre, I imagine it would go a very long way.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, Spectre is pretty happy with the Possessed Mask as well.
Yeah, 7 agility, 7% lifesteal. Ursa would like Possessed Mask too. I saw it one game. You can take Roshan pretty easily with it.
Yeah. But they're pretty chilling right now. Not really worried. I love the Fairies Trinket on KXY's Invoker here. That's already done some serious work this game. I honestly really do like a lot of the new jungle items. They removed a few of them, like Woodland Striders, I believe, was removed from the game at tier 5, which is kind of necessary. That item was dumb. Shadow Demon goes down. They do see the Orchid come out, so they know King RD's on the high ground, but a great Sprout there holding him in place, and now KXY dusted up a nice egg. KJ, RP to follow, baby. This is going to be a great fight for Brazil, but Tomato, he got the enrage off, and KXY still survives all the damage. The roots, the ice wall, they're going to be able to finally bring down the Invoker, but it costs you 3 and now 40R. He's got no mana to go, and Tomato on this Ursa gets a triple kill.
I think that that skewer cost them the entire fight. I mean, to be honest, they didn't need to drag him close to that Phoenix egg. It would have been great if they didn't get the rage off on the Ursa, but they did.
Yeah,
that cost them everything there.
I think they were just like, hey, bring him to the team, get the egg off right away, and no big deal. But yeah, I think they just didn't anticipate the enrage. You're right. He just has that status resist, immediately pops overpower and takes down that egg.
Yeah, the Sanj and Yash as well, giving him even more status resistance. So the RP barely lasting any time at all, and thanks to that overpower, I think the worst thing you could have done was drag him to the egg there. KJ and his team is not going to be happy with him.
Yeah. They do manage to find a Philosopher's Stone for the Shadow Demon. He's super happy about that, and he's closing in on his Aether Lens. Bottom lane, 40R is here, going to go and find Whisper on the Underlord, but this guy, I mean, he's the tanky one. He's got the pipe. They do silence him, a nice defensive disruption, able to dodge out that soul burn damage, and as a result, they turn it around. Nature's Prophet's dead. The Black Hole even committed. Why not? Tomato's just running him down. This guy's 9-1-2. KXY is looking for Thelacor. He gets him the Cold Snap, the Spirit Vessel. He does pop that Eul's to try and give himself some space. But he's going to take a lot of harassment from those just those 2 spells.
Oh my god, this Alacrity making this so much faster for years to bring down this tower. And there it goes. Get 2 taken, and that'll open up those shrines now before 20-minute mark. So I imagine we'll start making a beeline over to there.
Basher completed on the Ursa. Yeah, I'd like to see them rotate up top. It looks like KXY is going to do that right now. They need to get control of that outpost before Brazil can defend it. There's no real reason to not. I mean, they still have the Aegis on Ursa. He's by far the strongest hero in the game, and we've seen, they cannot kill this Underlord either. I mean, they commit heavily bottom lane on him, but the defensive disruptions keep him alive. He's got this pipe. Imclaw drop there. Might go over to Ursa. What else is he has the Quicksilver amulet. Okay, maybe not. In the mid lane, the first hit bash onto the Magnus. He can't get the skewer.
I'm not sure what they can do to defend from this now. Schofield, he's actually not going to get the outpost in time. He's just kind of walking back.
Thelacor into the Sunstrike. Oh my gosh, they got him. So this Quicksilver amulet is pretty crazy.
Yeah, it is. What is it? Another 25 attack speed, 10 movement speed. When your abilities are on cooldown, the attack animation speed goes a long way as well. It just looks really good.
Yeah, enraged in the mid lane. He's gonna be able to come on out. Tomato just toying with them. The Aegis perfectly timed and Haunt to cancel the regen, but I guess they're afraid to go back in. No, they're gonna follow up onto Stinger, but oh, there's Whisper. He wants to just Atos that Magus so he can't get the skewer. Oh my gosh. Oh, they managed to pick off the Shadow Demon. Nice find there on 40R, but mid lane KXY, you're underneath. And the Invis Rune, this is exactly what we saw yesterday. They just TP back to the mid lane. They're ready to fight. They've caught Magnus. He's going to go down. King RD, TP canceled by the Atos. A Sunstrike as well, and 2 more kills. Whisper. Oh my god, what the plays from the Underlord.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about how buffed he was, but I'd say that the buffs haven't really come into play in this game. He's done an excellent job here with his Pit of Malice and his Atos, keeping heroes locked down, and Tomato's able to run a train on them if he's managed to get close to them.
Yeah, and the main thing is just the Firestorm additional waves and the Firestorm cooldown by 15. So basically what this gives you is just so much damage in fights if you can play inside the Firestorm.
His talents are going a long way.
Schofield died a second time mid lane. Stinger, he's going to look for him. He doesn't have Black Hole for another 10 seconds, but guess what? KXY is here. This kill, it's not worth it. 40R on the backside. They lose KJ again to Tomato on this Ursa.
I mean, it's difficult for them to break high ground right now. They have a Magnus, they have a Phoenix. Spectre has the Manta style on the blade mill, almost a diffusal blade done. They don't have anybody who can kind of sit in front and hit the towers just yet, right?
Yeah.
Ursa will get kind of heavily punished for that, especially once the Blink Dagger is done on Magnus here. But I think the net worth lead is just going to increase and increase for Beast Ghost. They'll probably wait for the next Roshan. They'll take the Aegis and the cheese. Maybe wait for the tier 3 neutral items, keeping Brazil locked in the base. and they'll be so out-farmed, there's going to be nothing they can do, regardless of not being able to break the high ground just yet.
Yeah, you just finished Abyssal here on the Ursa, though, and it's one of those things where, oh, he just goes up onto the high ground and claps him. Did he have vision there? Oh, he did. This deep ward, not one that you see all that often, barely sees that Magnus walk on up.
Yeah, and that's thanks to the trees that they cut down around there. That's the reason they can plant that ward. They've got some up over here, but I imagine they'll de-ward them with staying once they fly them out.
40R hiding on his remnant, just kind of hoping the Ursa won't go for him. Carney gets the TP out. He's going to be fine, but mid lane, Spectre going to take a lot of harassment damage here. Might be forced to Manta. Yeah, she will. They just commit the black hole. You're kidding me. They have the damage. Potentially gets rooted again. Ursa drops in, but it doesn't matter. He gets the A. Can the RP protect it? It will this time, and it stuns down the whole side of Beast Coast. That's Sunray doing some serious work, and Whisper trapped on the high ground. They will be able to just lay into them. Tomato with an ultra kill. The Ursa just too damn strong, it seems, at this point in the game. The demonic perch comes out. Give him the rampage. He's got it. Tomato Ursa, the icing on the cake here for him this game.
And Team Brazil, it feels like there's nothing they're able to do. This is an elimination match. They lose this, they're out of the tournament. They're not willing to call this one just yet, despite losing every hero. Tier 3, there's no doubt this one goes down. Rack's probably going to lose this one as well. Their heroes, they're not even seeing grace right now is the fact that they're such low level they'll be able to respawn and take another fight, or they can get another set of racks here. But my god, this game is difficult. When you fight underneath both the Phoenix Egg and the RP and you get them both off and you can't win the team fight, I mean, it
looks pretty hopeless. Yeah, they do catch Ursa here, but I don't know if they're going to have the damage. He's going to have the Enrage in a moment. Oh my goodness, the damage from the Shadow Demon there is Thelocor. Super low. If he can get the shockwave off, not going to be able to make it, but he's going to be forced to chew through these trees. A lot of damage coming back out from the Phoenix. Tomato, he doesn't have much left. They need to be able to close the gap and finish him off. In comes 40R. He's going to be able to get the Ursa. The disruption. Can they save him? It's going to be big. He gets 4-staffed out. The Ursa, the Tornado KJ. He's on the run. The shockwave doesn't come out, but King RD, he's not going to be in a good spot. He's going to get taken down. You're going to survive. You're absolutely kidding me. Oh my goodness. And now 40R, the chase was not worth it. Tomato Ursa survives. They call the GG. This one is over.
Mental in shambles here on Team Brazil. I mean, not being able to take down that Ursa, if losing wasn't bad enough. My god, did they just get styled on in the end there. Amazing series out of Beast Coast, taking this in a very convincing 2-0.
Yeah, that was a pretty incredible game from them. Tomato Ursa just popping off here. And this is kind of one of the first times we've seen this hero in the patch, right? We weren't really sure how the Enrage or the Shockwave changes were going to look, but I mean, oh my gosh, 850 GPM, almost 22,000 net worth on this hero, just destroying everyone he came in contact with on Team Brazil.
Yeah, amazing game out of Beast Coast. Amazing game out of Tomato. Again, I was joking around about this. Hector, he's got to be sweating when he watches this kind of gameplay. The man a little bit worried about getting replaced.
Dude, I mean, Beast Coast looking really good, keeping their tournament lives on the line. They did get 2-0'd by Sad Boys, but, you know, they're keeping it alive. They move on to the third round of the lower bracket as they eliminate Team Brazil from the tournament. So, you know, unfortunate for Team Brazil. Thank you guys, and congratulations for making it as far as you did. But we've got another series here today, Neph. Are you excited? You know who it is?
Absolutely. This is the one, is it not? Is this the... Oh, no, this is not the one.
No, it's not the one. It's not the Boomers and Zoomers. That's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow. We got Thunder Predator versus 5-Man Midas. So, these beasts of South America up against the open qualifier team from NA. Oh, Ricky, I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah.
Can these absolute beasts of Dota players, can they take out the open qualifier team here? Leo Style looking very good lately, but I'm surprised they got knocked into the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they struggled in their series against the Zoomers, but 5-Man Midas also looked really good yesterday against Arkosh. I mean, definitely putting them in their place, just 2-0ing them out of the tournament very quickly. And it's going to be a really exciting final series here today. And then, you know, we go back to tomorrow. The 4 Zoomers versus 4 Boomers. The final, another lower bracket elimination game. These teams, they're falling. There can only be one winner at the end, but it should be a lot of fun. That being said, any final thoughts about that game, that series that we just watched?
Got impressive gameplay at a Beast Coast. They're playing so well together with the stand-ins. I mean, it barely feels like they have stand-ins. Again, they played to such a similar style. The only thing I kind of noticed that's different is Chris Luck has very specific heroes that he plays, and KXY, his hero pool seems to be a little bit more diverse.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is interesting. Tomato, he doesn't play as greedy cores, but he's been playing the strength heroes that Hector seems to favor quite well. So fitting in, being a very good replacement. I know everybody's spamming inside the chat asking if Beast Coast is having stand-ins today. Well, I would say it doesn't really matter. They're performing absolutely amazing.
Yeah, they really are.
Players.
All right. Well, that being said, we're going to be going to a short break and into our second and final series here of the day. As we mentioned, it's going to be Thunder Predator versus 5-Man Midas. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you in a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's the BTS Pro Series Season 4. I'm rkryptic. I've got Neph here, as always. Rather, I'm here with Neph. This guy is a legend. Speaking of legends, Thunder Predator. What are they doing right now, Neph? What's going on?
Well, unfortunately, these people might have gotten a little bit baited because you did the same intro we've done every other time before the game.
Got him.
Sorry to anyone who got baited by Ricky, but right now there's another tournament going on. Thunder Predator are playing in the Movistar Pro Liga series in a best of 3. Not really sure who's going to win game number 2 that they're currently on. The match, even get them here, is a little bit of an upset, so not really something that was being planned on. There's going to be a bit of a delay before we start this next match. We are going to be waiting 15 minutes after the Movistar Pro Liga best of 3 ends, which could go anywhere from
15 minutes to an hour, kind of, is what we're thinking, right? If it goes to 3 games.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, like he said, it's currently going on right now. They're in game 2, getting towards that late game scenario. So we'll see what happens. If Thunder Predator wins, they're currently up 1-0. Then we'll be able to go right into our series here. Thunder Predator Rivers 5-man minus after a 15-minute delay. But if Omega Gaming win, they will be pushed to a game 3, and we will be playing at the conclusion of Game 3. So whenever that series is over, we'll be coming right back here on the main stage, the BTS Pro Series Season 4 for Thunder Predator versus 5-Man Midas. So stay tuned, everyone. We don't know exactly what the ETA is going to be. Like we said, probably less than an hour, but it could be quicker. So definitely stay tuned. We'll see y'all in just a little bit. Enjoy some fancy tunes. Throw your cat jams off. Grab some food if you haven't already. But we'll be back hopefully sooner rather than later. Stay tuned, everyone.
it up.
Hello, everybody. We're actually back this time. It's not a debate. We're here on the BTS Pro Series Season 4, and we have Thunder Predator versus 5-Man Midas about to go down a lower bracket elimination game. One of these teams will advance to play Beast Coast tomorrow, but one of these teams, unfortunately, their tournament life will be over. Now, Neph, what do you think? How do these teams look? How do they match up? What should we expect?
These two teams, God, anything. Thunder Predator, incredible team. Leo Style, the best mid out of South America. Almost every time I'd say they would win this match, but 5-Man Midas, this is the open qualifier team from North America. And what better matchup do they have when their backs are against the wall in this elimination match?
Yeah.
If this is when they're in their element, okay? They play these single eliminations to get here. This is when they're at their absolute strongest, Ricky.
Yeah, absolutely. And, 5-Man Midas had an impressive showing yesterday. They are just going to go back to Sonic's Tiny. I mean, he crushed it. He absolutely crushed it yesterday.
Yeah. But, going back to this Tiny one on Sonic. He's level 24 on this hero?
Something like that. So he's Diamond, is what I know.
Yeah, Diamond. I call it Platinum, but...
it might be Platinum. You might be right. Mm-hmm. So they did nerf him, though, right? That's the surprising thing. Yeah, his avalanche damage went from 2.5 times during toss, or went to 2.5 times during toss instead of 3, so a little bit of a nerf there. They did give him more damage on Grow, which isn't a big part of his kit. And then the tree grab cooldown got reduced. But it's one of those things where I wasn't entirely sure if this was still going to be a super hot hero, but it seems to be that 5-Man Midas really enjoy it.
5
yeah.
seconds.
Plus they got the craggy exterior. It's back in the form of Aghanim Shard, and I know you're not a very big fan, but against Wind Ranger, all you got to do is get nice and close to her. Her focus fire is not going to do a damn thing anymore.
Yeah, if you can get close to the Windrunner, there's no way she can focus fire you. She's 100% just going to stun herself and probably take more damage from the Craggy than she'll take from herself, because there's 100 damage every time it procs in a 1-second stun. So it's pretty hilarious.
It's 20%, right?
20% chance, 400 range, 1-second stun, 100 damage.
Yeah, so Wind Ranger has to keep max range, which she doesn't like to keep max range when she's focus firing people down, because you don't get many as many auto attacks off.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to hug that 200 range threshold between outside the craggy exterior and your max range.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, one other thing, old craggy exterior stopped the auto attack when you got stunned. It didn't actually let the auto attack through. It used to stun as soon as the auto attack was initiated. The difference this time is it stuns you when the auto attack hits. So it's not as broken. So if you're like a Sven and it's not going to stop a massive crit from coming in, but you could potentially still stun the Sven for a moment. So it was rightfully nerfed. That passive was the dumbest thing in Dota for a while.
Yeah, man, this break between the games, the extra long break, almost an hour. I mean, it's got me on in here.
Yeah, what are you gonna do to fix that, Neph? You gotta pick yourself up by your bootstraps.
Yeah, you beat me to it. I'm gonna take a couple more sips of this beautiful Monster Energy. I didn't quite finish this one. I'm near the bottom of the can. I'll open up the next one beside me. I'm keeping it down to 2 a day, though.
Cheers, Neph. I'm going to finish off my rehab then, because I've only got about a sip left. Tell me real quick, though, what do you think about this Death Prophet pick? Because this hero seems to be owning.
10 seconds remain.
Before we talked about how it was a poor man's Leshrac, right? But it's managed to come up pretty strong itself. It's great against melee heroes in the mid lane, which, of course, they could be running Void Spirit here. Void Spirit and Wind Ranger are both picked up on Thunder Predator. Leo Style has seen major success on both of these heroes, though. If you're playing against the Void Spirit, you're going to do fine. If you're playing against the Wind Ranger, you're probably going to max the Crypt Swarm there. But major damage to the Exorcism against towers, and they actually did change it around slightly. I told you last game that there were no changes to the Ghost. They increased the Ghost movement speed from 500 to 525, which is incredibly minor, but... It allows the attacks to come out just a little bit faster, the overall DPS of your ultimate to increase just a little bit. Because they hit the target, then they return to you, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Then we got Oracle Undying, Draw Ranger banned out. Thunder Predator just played a bit of a doozy of a game against Omega Gaming, which is why this game took a little while. They're playing Movie Star Pro Liga, as we talked about during our break. They did end up taking the series 2-0, though, so Draw Ranger wasn't able to knock them out. They still aren't interested in playing this again, though. So it's possible they're thinking about a Morphling if they're banning out the Draw Ranger here. Void Spirit and Wind Ranger both deal with Draw pretty well. So I'm thinking, Morphling or Terrorblade here, right? I mean, if you're Morphling, you take over either Death Prophet or Tiny. You got some good abilities to work with. You got the Toss Avalanche combination. You got the Spirit Siphon and the Silence. And you also have Wind Ranger on your team. I'm surprised they didn't ban Morphling, in fact, on 5-man Mias. Considering they watched that last game, it's got to be an oversight.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, right? And it's something that they're comfortable with playing on 5-man Mias. You've pointed that out a couple times. You could go for like the Faceless Void, which is something we've seen kits play before too. I'm not sure how that hero got changed in this patch. I was just looking at Leshrac, actually.
Shit. I got insider information, everybody. It seems like SG just picked up Team Brazil.
Whoa, what?
That's right. You might have seen them out of South America before.
Sponsored POG?
SG eSports is what it is. Brazilian organization. Yeah, all switched over just today. They had a lot of the same players on their former rosters.
That's wild.
Yeah, Bardo was formerly on the team. Flea back in 2017. Huh. And they participated in the Kiev Major in 2017. SG's back.
SG's back, dude. That's huge. That's cool.
And, shout out to Moxie for sending this over to me just now. My expert. But I go to Moxie for all kinds of that's insider information.
I was just looking at the Faceless Void rework to see, what they did. It's really weird. You can now reactivate Time Walk to go back in time.
Wait, what? Oh, right. Right.
It's recastable for like a second and a half. Yeah. They take the Abaddon Pango, which makes me believe this is probably going to be the 5 position Abaddon here for Shu. Now, it did get some carry buffs that, if I'm not mistaken,
5 seconds.
They made him a little bit stronger as a carry, just because you can apply your Curse of Avernus now in various ways, but I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, pick up Phantom Assassin. It's got to be one of the best breaks in the game, the Fan of Knives. The 3 seconds in the AoE, not just that, but the cooldown of it is also pretty low. So against Abaddon, you can end up popping him before he can get his ultimate off, right? Between the break and what Void Spirit applies to him, the silence there.
Yeah, if they get any form of silence, which is going to come out from the Void Spirit's Aghanim Scepter eventually, the Abaddon is pretty easy for them to take down. Now, again, PA doesn't want to rush this Fan of Knives passive or Aghanim Shard. You definitely want to still get your regular build, the Battle Fury, the Deso, and the BKB, but it is a good ability late game to get, especially in this one when you see it can break both Pango and Abaddon here.
Yeah. I'm still surprised that I'm seeing the Phantom Assassin to the Morphling here. I mean, all the stars had aligned to make it a good Morphling game. I mean, you don't like playing against Death Prophet Silence, but even then you can have a Mantis style to deal with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, ban the Slardar. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, that hero is so strong right now. The Aghanim Shard on him, the 5 seconds of Corrosive Haze onto everybody that gets hit with the Slitherine Crush.
Yeah, it's just really good. Like when you blink initiate and get a free crush like that, and you're like, "Oh, I applied Corrosive Haze on 3 people." Neat.
Yeah.
And then you can like pick and choose who you want to like permanently apply it on, right? But yeah, it's a good one. I'm looking through the Abaddon here. They changed his damage talent to 15. And they increased the duration on Borrowed Time Scepter by 1, which is kind of, not that big of a deal, but I don't know. You could see more carry Abaddon with a 65 damage talent at 15. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is pretty good, and that's one of the things they were trying to push in this patch. I mean, that's a direct buff to Hector, who's one of the few people that have managed
10
to
seconds remain.
actually run this pause one bad, and
5
Yeah,
So-
definitely.
he can already pull it off. He's only going to be even stronger with that one. The 1 second, I'd say, actually does make a pretty big difference because it's like invulnerability. You got to star for your Mario.
True. Thunder Predator have last pick. I'm assuming this is going to be their offlaner, right? No one here wants to be in the offlane. You do have last pick for 5-man Midas, likely the carry. Now, Underlord could be a safe pick.
10 seconds.
They don't really need wave clear because Void Spirit's kind of safe and PA has blur. But he is good control for the Death Prophet and the Pangolier. I could see it. I could see it being Underlord here.
You can see it being Underlord. I can see it being
Give me Pudge, dude. Just give me
Tide.
Pudge.
Tide Hunter still in the pool. I mean, he's broken in this patch.
I'm trying to think what Sacred's going to play, right? Sacred does play Tide. He also plays the Phoenix. His Pango is something he likes, but it's banned.
You need a dangler here, Ricky.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Danglers are your Tides and your Underlords.
Yeah. It's time to dangle here on Thunder Predator.
Someone just make space for the PA. Can fight with Void Spirit.
Yeah, I'm feeling a Tide Hunter. I think Tide Hunter is the best dangler.
Yeah, he's a good Dangler for sure.
Close second, so I'm on a similar page to you here. Is there anybody else they could run other than those two heroes? I mean, there's Doom in the pool, right?
Doom got a good buff. In my opinion, he got a good buff.
Now, I thought Doom was pretty unchanged.
So they made the Infernal Blade no longer the Ags. It's now a Shard. It doesn't apply break anymore, but it still does a pretty substantial amount of damage and stun. And then the Doom Ags now applies break.
It's coming back to me.
Oh, they took Coddle, so one of these is going to be off lane.
Yep. And they brought back the Spirit form, but changed things around. He has Recall again. A couple of the classics.
Coddle is so different now. He also just got a completely new ability.
10 seconds.
Yeah, that one was... They changed
Solar Bind.
They changed Will-O-Wisp. They added Solar Bind. They gave him Spirit form, which works the same way for Illuminate as it used to, right?
Yeah, so Spirit form is now his ult, and his Ags is now Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah, Will-O-Wisp is still the same way it used to be, but rather than stun, it just pulls you towards it, so you're able to walk away at the same time, right?
Yeah. Now, is that faster than the previous one? And can it not be killed? Is that the reason why? Maybe you can't kill the Will-O-Wisp.
Interesting. We'll have to see it in game. I haven't actually had time to test it out myself. I was playing a couple of pubs last night rather than testing anything. I didn't have a chance to watch Purge's 11-hour patch analysis. Or sorry, first impressions, not
first impressions.
First impressions. You don't. Purge obviously hasn't figured it out yet. He's not pretending to. This is just an introduction to the patch for 11 hours.
That's so funny, actually.
He looked so happy yesterday. I didn't get a chance to watch much of the stream, but the guy is like giddy, like a kid, like waking up on Christmas morning. It seems to be the one thing that brings him joy in current year. Terra Blade now picked up on 5-man Midas.
Yep. All right, I like this a lot. The last pick's Terra Blade is pretty good. Great at fighting into Phantom Assassin, as she typically does not deal well with super high armor heroes. It is going to be the Shu Abaddon like we expected. And they're going to take Sacred on the Void Spirit and Leo style mid Windy.
Yeah. Now, given that Drow was banned out by Thunder Predator, I was sort of expecting to see Terra Blade on their side. A bit surprised by the Phantom Assassin coming out from them. Overall, I wouldn't say I favor one draft heavily over the other. Leo style has been absolutely insane on the Wind Ranger this tournament, though.
He really has.
He's 3-0, right?
Yeah, he is. And the other thing is that with this Wind Ranger, if you can get on top of Terrorblade or the Death Prophet, she should be able to melt them down. I'm pretty sure his goal, though, is to try and kill this Death Prophet as soon as the fight breaks out. And leave the rest of his team to try and deal with the Terrorblade, because they have plenty of magic damage between Shadow Demon, Void Spirit, MJZ on the Keeper of the Light, which we'll have to figure out how this hero works entirely now. They did revert his entire kit basically back to spirit form and then gave him a new ability. So Mana Leak was essentially replaced with this at the end of the day.
Yeah, they're getting the old player base back by re-adding some of the old abilities. You know, the Phantom Knives on the Warden, although that was never in Dota, I don't think.
No, it wasn't. They're realizing we're all boomers now, and we want the nostalgia effect here. So
yeah, they're selling us the Mr. Game & Watch. See, Nintendo come out with that one recently.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, did you get yourself one?
No, I did not. Definitely not.
I see. I recently bought myself a couple things from the store, but I'm not going to run an ad for Nintendo while casting the summit here.
I don't think they deserve it either.
Ooh, get him, Ricky.
Yeah, screw them. Not a big fan right now.
You a Smash fan?
Used to be.
Ho ho.
Shu's just gonna walk in, gets a sentry down. They don't notice, but they do see him now.
Yeah, they zone him out. Sonic and Shu are both being pretty funny in the lobby. Sonic wanted to decide this entire match with a 1v1 mid. He was in charge of Thunder Predator. Unfortunately, Thunder Predator did take the bait.
Yeah.
I think Style would probably win that, though, even on a ping disadvantage.
I mean, he's pretty darn strong. Yeah, it'd be a little difficult. All right, well, a nice pull out of position here. The PA, the toss into Swashbuckle, and she has no place to go. The Spirit Siphon's just stacking up, and Sonic with the incredible body blocks pulling him under the tower. Pops that Fairy Fire. 30 HP. He's going to live.
MNZ, cool, calm, and collected. He might just want to suicide the tower.
They're going to toss in Monster. Get the kill with a Swashbuckle. Yeah, oh my goodness. Well, he knows they have a ward there now. But First Blood going to the offlane Pango. I mean, we saw yesterday Monster on this Pangolier. He just crushed Arkosh. He was like the playmaker for the whole beginning of the game. And again, you know, they're doing the same combination. Oh, no. That's not where their ward's going to be. Okay.
Mistake. You got to know where it is. It was MJZ's ward, though.
Man.
Not MFC. So he lost the gold.
I mean, he wanted the money for it. He like gambled. He's like, oh, I know where this ward is, and ends up being incorrect.
A
could have been a salve.
It could have been a salve. There could have been a huge XP boost for him as well. MJZ doing damage control in this lane. And pause coming out. Kit's disconnecting from the game, and Leo Style dropping the all chat lines at the same time. Thought something would be happening in mid lane if that was the case, but there is nothing. Bottom lane, the one saving grace to going down on MNZ there was the fact that you would have had to sit in lane, wait for your courier to come out with the salve, which would have been extra slow because they slowed down with consumables. It does not have been able to CS. So yes, you do die, but your game is a little bit better for it.
Yeah, that's true. You kind of like trade your game for being better for Monster's game for being better, right? That's the idea.
Yep.
But the big issue was, like you said, not getting the ward. He tossed you underneath the tower, behind the tower at that. You know, the ward had to either be here or over here. It had to be behind the tree line for sure.
I mean, this one is such a common ward spot as well.
Yeah, it had to be behind the tree line, and unfortunately, MNZ just does not guess correctly. Sonic taking a lot of damage from this Coddle.
Yeah, just gonna get run away there.
Ooh. Illuminate. Gonna do a little bit of harassment. Coddle coming back into favor here, and I'm assuming a lot of it is just because the spirit form change, right? Like Solar Bind is pretty good. The magic resistance reduction scales pretty well, starting at 15%, scaling up to 30%. And then you also have the slow. So as they try to move, it slows them more and more. Kind of like how Mana Leak was. So rather than losing mana, they lose movement speed.
Yep. I don't know. Oh, I thought it was called Solar Blind, not Solar Bind. It's like it doesn't blind you at all.
Yeah, no, Solar Bind. He still has Blinding Light in spirit form. It grants him both Recall and Blinding Light, but MNZ just takes down Sonic. He's just playing a little bit too low in this bottom lane.
Yeah, you're going to get punished for that. Your hero's got absolutely no armor. You've got boots of speed and no HP regen. Be able to rotate, if nothing else, after that.
Beep, beep from Monster as he misses his swashbuckle there onto the Coddle. He was very happy about that because that would have definitely procced Lucky Shot.
Yep. It interrupted his clarity, too.
Yeah.
I imagine things are going to slow down a little bit here in the bottom lane. So,
it should for the moment, but Sonic, I mean, he's back full health, full mana. If he's able to get an Avatos ever onto the Keep of the Light, he does die. Well, looks like they're trying. Well, I mean, they would toss him over to Monster, and at that point, you're really out of position.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, they're going to go for it. Avatos in place. There's going to be the Swashbuckle. I mean, the Keeper of the Light. The bind, though, slowing him down quite a bit. MJZ chews through the trees. Sonic continuing the chase, but he does get the salve off, so he's going to be fine. That's a huge amount of burst damage from these two heroes. Monster does need to be careful. Does he have a... He has no bottle on the way. He ended up going this Wraith Band into Stick and eventually a Wand. I guess makes sense when you're against Coddle and Phantom Assassin, huh?
I think there's just no ward here now. This ward got to sit here for its almost full duration. It's only got 2 minutes left.
I mean, they have to know it's there, right? After that dive, after finding him there.
Yeah, but I guess they just don't have money for it. No, it's a healing salve and a Sage's Mask. That ward is going to sit there for its full duration. No one is going to kill it.
That's not ideal.
Radiant team in shambles.
Nice TP to the mid lane. Refill Leo Styles' bottle here.
Yeah. The El Clasico of this patch. I imagine... oh, he messed it up.
What?
We got 2 bottle charges now. Yep.
Oh, I think he just stole one from... oh, no. Yeah, I don't know.
He messed it up. There's no excuse for that.
Avalanche toss. Leo Styles has been found. They're going to toss him underneath. He just immediately goes for the TP, knowing there's a lot of damage coming out from these two heroes. No, he cancels it, and Shadow Demon's protecting the DD rune top. Leo style. The mental damage this time. Oh, power shot off the mark, though.
Ooh.
Sacred. Falling super low. Monster goes down in the bottom lane, though, at the same time.
Oh, that's why it was off the mark with the power shot. They actually increased the duration of the banish there. It's 2.75 seconds now.
What was it before? 2.5?
Yeah.
Did not know that.
At least I think that they increased. It was 2.5 at one point. Okay, top lane.
Yeah, this should be a kill here. He's going to immediately use that Aphotic Shield, but you got 3 poison stacks, and you should be able to pop those pretty easily. He does, Sladen. So Aphotic Shield does not remove the stacks, it would seem.
It
cannot
does.
be dispelled. No, Shadow Poison cannot be dispelled.
Oh, they changed that one around.
It used to be when you dispel it, it applies the damage immediately, but now it can't be dispelled at all.
Interesting.
So that's a huge buff to Shadow Demon, which I did not notice. Sonic bottom lane taking a lot of damage, but Monster, if he gets a Lucky Shot proc, should be able to save him. There it is. Nice not blinding light, but a ton of damage coming out from that Illuminate. Monster has to swashbuckle up onto the high ground. Sonic, is he going to toss the boy? Monster not close enough. And look at that slow. The block. He literally has 100 movement speed. Oh my god, that's so annoying.
That was partially from the dagger as well, though.
Shu finds Sladen in the top lane.
Looking to find Sacred as well, but he's got the shield from Resonant Pulse. Ooh, off the mark with that Aether Remnant. Not doing too hot right now. Terrorblade, he is behind the Phantom Assassin even still. They've done a decent job at contesting his CS.
Yeah, in both net worth and last hits. He needs to be careful, though. I mean, they are doing a really good job at playing inside the Illuminate, and Coddle just kiting out this Tiny. He's unable to ever close the gap, and just kills him.
Yeah, and this is only going to get worse once the boots come out on the Keeper of the Light. I mean, the hero has so much base movement speed already, 330. He's done a decent job with this Ring of Basilius as well. I mean, he only has to go the 1 point into the Chakra Magic, just wants it for the cooldown reduction, it seems. So the double daggers, the double slow coming up from the Phantom Assassin is going to go a long way.
All right, there's going to be a nice rotation in the top lane. They take down Sacred. They commit the meta for this, but definitely worth it if your kit's here, because you are going to be able to get level 6 off the wave. You can get complete solo experience here. Well, unless he keeps building poison stacks on you, kits. Kits has lost 2/3 of his health. He has to leave now.
Now, did you see the Aghanim Shard from Wind Ranger that's come out?
I have not. Let me see. Oh yeah, the global power shot, and it's an execute, right?
And do you see the old, oh no.
Oh, great rotation from Sonic. He goes straight from top to mid, gets 2 big kills, and now the Exo with this Arcane Rune is going to allow them to do a lot of tower damage here. He might turn his attention on over to Sladen, but hasn't quite decided. He does have quite amount of survivability with these Spirit Siphons, as well as these Exorcism Spirits coming back eventually.
Yeah. Just trying to take full advantage of that Arcane Rune there, right?
Yeah. So let's see. Global, but only hits 1 hero beyond its default range. Max 1 hero. Okay. Impacted hero will be killed if they are under 13% after taking damage from the impact. Scales based on power shot channel. Ah. Interesting.
Okay. So you can't just use it to globally farm or globally steal CS.
Yeah, it only hits 1 unit, I guess. Right?
It won't apply to regular units, just hero outside the range.
Okay. Yeah, it's basically like Ancient Apparition's Ice Blast to an extent, but it is not easy to hit. I saw someone using it yesterday. Monster bottom lane down to 100 MS again. Nice sidestep there. We'll be able to get him out of that dagger. Has to commit the Rolling Thunder immediately, and he rolls on out. As this PA and Coddle lane is really strong.
Yeah, I'm surprised how well they're doing here. I mean, the slow in between the dagger and the solar blind ends up like moving you to almost no movement speed.
Yeah, it puts you at base. It 100% just puts you at base movement speed.
Yeah. You just have to kind of stand there for the duration of the dagger and then start running after it, I think. Because you're essentially getting the auto attack in as if you're not...
Ooh, he might have found MJZ, but not fast enough there on Tiny's fingers. He's able to just walk away. Oh my god, look at this slow.
He's limping.
It's so annoying. It's such a cool part of his kit too, because it works in the same way that Mana Leak did, where it's like you don't want to move because you know, you got this debuff on you, but if you don't, you're gonna take an Illuminate to the face. Bottom lane, they dive the PA here. She gets a nice Phantom Strike away. Sonic, he's going to be the first to dive again, but gets the toss off. Now RL in some serious trouble as Leo Style just burning into him with this Focus Fire. Gets a double kill with that power shot, and now Monster forced to use this Rolling Thunder, try and get away. Triple kill for Leo Style. He had a DD rune the whole time.
Yeah, just going to stand his ground and fight. Shouldn't have Rolling Thunder in that. Should have gotten out right away. Awesome by him, and he's having a great game, sitting near the top of the net worth chart with this Phantom Assassin. They do manage to take mid in response to Sacred and in response to Leo Style moving though. Yeah. That was a heads-up rotation there by Kits.
Yeah, I did not expect that. Just using his position on the map where he's farming to just push mid lane tower with this meta 0-4-4 build and gets the tower. It is a great hero to have Possessed Mask on.
Mm-hmm. There was no
Ooh, Leo Style, you're in trouble. Silenced up, taking a lot of damage. Will have the wind run when this is over, though, so he will be able to get on out of here. Sonic trying to close the gap. Does have Toss and Avalanche. The question is, can he close it? Gonna be a little toss in the Pango. Avalanche to slow, but he sidesteps it for the moment. Swashbuckle off the mark. Leo Style, dude.
Styling on him.
He's styling on him. You're right. MJZ gonna try and run the Death Prophet bottom lane, but it is 4 points in the Crypt Swarm.
He's just too good.
You're not going anywhere.
Dropping the all chat lines. Man, that was a sick play by Windring. You're getting out of that against all odds. And with the spacing created, they created a 2K net worth lead.
Yeah, PA taking tier 1 top. They're losing bottom, so they are going to swap the towers. But MNZ, he's closing on the Battle Fury, and he's going to have it a really good time. He's got treads completed, the wand, and he's only about 1,000 gold away.
Radiant have fortified their structures against attack.
Over here in the jungle, Shu is taking a bit of harass here thanks to his own illusions. Sladen does a lot of work against him. He's just going to pop the Demonic Purge. Interesting.
Ooh, they're losing Sonic in the mid lane too. Is Sacred's just going to chase him down, and thanks to Coddle, easy stuff for them. So a 1-for-1 trade.
This is why they call me.
I think Leo Sai was hoping to line up that power shot. In fact, Shu, you're dead.
Wait, is he? Oh my goodness. I didn't even notice. Managed to catch it there at the end thanks to Jerry.
Well, thank you, Jerry. You will have your banana today.
He has earned 1 more banana after we taketh 1 away. Ooh, they got the shackle onto RRL here in the mid lane. He's just slowed so much. Oh my god, it's so annoying. That spell is really cool.
The Skywrath mage animation or what?
I think it's the same debuff animation that they use on the new hero's ultimate, but it just looks way more amplified.
Interesting. It looks a little bit like Mystic Flare coming down.
Oh yeah, almost does, huh? You're right. Oh, Kit's top lane. Good night, sir. Rotation from Leo Style and Sacred. Another DD rune going his way allows that focus fire just shred through him. They do take down Coddle. You know, it's some trade, but you know, you are losing the Terrorblade here when he needs to be the one farming.
Speaking of farming, MNZ's almost got his Battle Fury online. Just need working on this last 200 gold here to complete his Void Stone. Finds a possessed mask for himself too.
That's a happy one. Mid lane, they get Leo Style. They surround him.
I mean, he's bound to go down eventually. He's been playing very dangerously here. So we'll slow down his MKB a little bit. He might go something else after dropping like that, but he's so close to this Demon Edge and be able to blow these heroes up in no time. And all Royal Jelly now found. He'll pass it the way of Leo Style. It would have been nice if he had it before. Slighted thinking about having a taste for himself, though.
Right, he's going to go in, find both supports here. A nice Avalanche and toss the Rolling Thunder immediately canceled. They do get a silence onto the Void Spirit. It would be a great find, but they do just need to disengage. A great 4-man Resonant Pulse doing some serious damage. Shu does have borrowed time. It's going to get popped. They'll have to disengage here on 5-man Midas, but the Shackle. What a sick time there from Leo Style. A couple auto attacks. Power shot off the mark, not necessary. MJZ secures it with the Blinding Light.
Yeah, and they go right down here down the mid lane to take down this tier 1. So getting a little bit of map control back from 5-man Midas. Now we're going to have to slow down. MNZ probably wants to move over to the jungle and actually use this Battle Fury. MJZ ends up getting vision of the creep camp so we can hop over to them, in fact. Wasting no time at all.
This is kind of funny. Monster has the chipped vest and he's going Blade Mail, so he's going to have the double damage return. So Blade Mail does how much damage? 20% of your attack damage.
And 20 damage, plus 20. It works a bit like return like that.
Yeah, so 20 plus 20%. Chipped vest does 26 to heroes. So 46 base plus 20% of the damage you take.
Yeah. I mean, if you activate that Blade Mail, it's going to be even more.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately for him, Wind Ranger almost has this MKB, but you're going to need a BKB directly afterwards. You're not going to be able to focus fire down Monster here on this thing.
RL gets found in the mid lane. A nice bait out of Sacred. Shu trying to keep him alive, but the focus fire is just too damn much. The Spirit Siphons, it's doing something, but they're going to get the kill here. RRL goes down. Beautiful kill there once again from Thunder Predator.
Leo Style, he keeps going. He wants to refill his bottle by grabbing their bounty rune. There's the economic damage, and he power shots to scout out the next one as he goes. And with that, pretty sure they're going to find kits.
Ooh, just out of vision, but Leo Style is going to find him. No focus fire quite yet, but power shot does a lot of damage.
Yeah. Wants to turn around, keep the light, has decided to disengage from that one. And if you don't manage to get that initial shackle off, you can't win run gap that distance. You don't want him to get the Sunder, right?
Oh, sick guess by Sacred in the top lane. He is going to just... he's got nothing left to chase. Never mind. He's close to an Ags, though. He's just rushing it instead of going a Yules or Orchid or anything this game.
Yeah. It's interesting that he opted to go with that one for sure. Would you prefer to see the Yules? I mean, the Aghanim Scepter, we talked about the break from the Phantom Assassin plus the silence on the Void Spirit in order to deal with Abaddon very easily. I wouldn't have hated to see a Yule Scepter first, though.
Yeah, I think the Yule Scepter would have been pretty decent. The big thing for me here is how good that Ags is at dealing with heroes like Pangolier and Death Prophet, because they both are going these Blade Mail builds to try and reduce the amount of damage that, you know, this Wind Ranger is doing. But the big problem now is you don't have any like way to deal with like the rest of the team. Like this PA can still just one-shot. You don't have any other defensive items. You know, you might be able to get the Blade Mail off, but they have a lot of control and a lot of jump.
Top lane. I think you gave yourself away on Sonic by planting this GG brand. Oh, Sonic actually gets the lead for now. He didn't end up revealing him with that blur. Sonic managed to gap enough distance. He went up there into the trees thinking that his blur would pop if he got close enough to Sonic, but he was still there. He's playing with them.
Leo Style pops this Invis rune. There is a sentry here, but it's not going to catch him for the moment. So Leo Style feeling pretty safe. He drops the sentry on the backside. It still misses the other ward here that Thunder Predator have placed in the jungle. So they still are going to have some value vision off of that.
Yeah,
bunch of jungle items dropping.
Yeah, some pretty good ones too. That's Grove Bow will go a long way here on Void Spirit. So he picks up the
Void Spirit or Wind Ranger?
Okay, fair enough.
It's because it's gonna amp his MKB damage eventually, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna take it. Void Spirit's gonna take the Van Brace for the magic amp, which is also really good. So I think, okay, he's not gonna take the Nether Shawl. I expected him to hold the Nether Shawl, but that's a great coddle item.
Mm-hmm.
It's on Shadow Demon, it seems. Okay, I mean, yeah, both supports happy to take that. Tons of magic damage coming out from these the 5-man Midas lineup, specifically Tiny, right?
Yep. Not committing this focus fire onto the Roshan just yet. I mean, you still got a 50-second cooldown, and you just a little bit of gold off finishing up this MKB. You take Roche here, you get your MKB, you send out the Gropo with it. You're gonna be pumping up.
They're exoing right into the pit, but it's not early enough. Sonic goes in with a nice blink. He takes down the Wind Ranger immediately. Kit's on the backline doing some serious damage. The rest of the team just disengages Sacred. One more Astral Step away, but RL, he's really fast. The Death Prophet movement speed, it's no joke. Can they continue the chase? Sonic jumps on in. The Avalanche off the mark. He's gonna go to the low ground. Doesn't look like they want to continue the chase, and I mean, overall, I'm surprised that went as well as it did for them.
Yeah, I mean, they ended up getting the fight at the tail end of that one. I think the main thing was how quickly they managed to blow up Leo Style there. A lot of the damage comes out from him, so the toss avalanche combo landing onto him, the swashbuckle lowering his armor, and then the shield crash hitting him too. It was just too much. I think he ended up taking like 500 damage, taking a Roshan there as well. I saw like 500 damage from some random source, but MKB just about done on Leo Style, and I think that's where the game just like completely turns into Thunder Predator's favor.
Yeah, I think you're right. As soon as he has this, it's going to be pretty big. He also did pick up the Quicksilver Amulet, so for heroes like Wind Ranger, as soon as you like Wind Run Focus Fire, it's just that much better. You have more movement speed. The attack speed doesn't matter too much, but it is just a generally good item. I still would have expected her to take the Grove Bow in this game. I think that's just better than the Quicksilver Amulet, though.
Well, we'll see. I mean, a lot of the time, one of your abilities is going to be on cooldown, so you get the extra movement speed and attack speed from it. We'll see.
Yeah, it's like roughly 30 movement speed.
I mean, that's all right, especially once you get that eggs.
All right, they're going to find the Tiny. Nice initiation there from the Void Spirit. Easy catch. And he's a big part of the damage from 5-man Midas. Like, a lot of these fights, the only reason they're going well is because Tiny's able to blow up one of these heroes. And now your tier 2 tower under siege. The Deso, the BKB almost done on this Phantom Assassin. Just trying to split push as fast as they can on Monster in the bottom lane. And Terrorblade top lane, I guess, doing the same thing. Going for his Manta now as he's completed the Halberd. Did he go doesn't he have an evasion talent? Did he go for it? Yeah, he did.
Who?
He was the 16% evasion talent, and then he's also got the 20% evasion from that Halberd. Going for the TP out, potentially. They don't have vision on him. Kits? He has TP in 3 seconds. Oh, my goodness. Do you think they guess?
No, he's
Looks
out
like
of there.
He's out. Okay.
Yeah, they didn't think he'd be all the way up there, so nice dodge by him. Ended up not going this way, but rather over here. Not what they expected. Sonic's got his Blink Dagger online over here. And I guess just looking for a potential setup or a counter initiation onto RRL, which I think is going to happen. A lot of the heroes moving towards her. Chu gives them away, though.
All right, well, that's weird. The audio clip for that whatever bind does not stop. Sonic, a huge initiation onto the PA, forced to BKB Monster with a great Rolling Thunder holding them in place. They will take down the Tiny, the Focus Fire making quick work of it, but MNZ, he's chasing after RRL, and he can't afford to go down to the Death Prophet. One more crit, the power shot from Leo Style, able to finish it off, and now Monster in some serious trouble. He pops that Blade Mill, he has a swashbuckle, but he still can't finish off the PA. He's kept alive, another Remnant triple kill. Headshot after headshot. This guy, as we like to call it, an op main.
He's just having an amazing game here. I mean, he's gone down a number of times, but just because of how aggressive and far forward he's playing. Go for this BKB next. After he gets this, I think there's just no way they're going to be able to bring him down. Tier 2 tower brought down as well, and I think they'll make their way over for Abaddon in this shrine, or sorry, outpost inside the Dire jungle. They're smoked up. They're going to find Shu.
Yeah, unfortunate here for the Shu. He has the borrowed time, right? But I don't know how he ever gets out of here. Sonic debating on going in, right? He has this blink. Can he help the boy out? But borrowed time finally going to come out. Sacred will hit him with that Remnant, and eventually Shu will go down. Another kill going away. Sacred the toss into the base, though. They caught Sladen. Silent swashbuckle underneath the tower. Okay, a nice find from Sonic. This Tiny, he does some serious work on this hero.
Yeah. I mean, she was Sonic's probably one of the saving graces of their team. He's been getting some amazing tosses backwards. I think, yeah, he's participated in most of the kills on his team. He's 8, a total of 11. I thought it was 100%. That was my bad. But that's how he managed to farm this Blink Dagger, right? Pulled himself up by his bootstraps this game.
That is indeed true. I mean, and he's got the Faded Brooch and the Windlace Tranquil, so he's very fast. Like, he's able to move in and out of these fights pretty easily, which is a big deal. Bottom lane, they're chasing Kit on the Terrorblade. He's got vision on Kit. The question is, do you want to keep chasing or by yourself? Aghanim Scepter, as we pointed out, has been completed. He has those 2 charges in the AoE silence on the Void Spirit here. He goes in, gets the silence onto 2. On the backside, Monster, I don't know who they're chasing. It's going to be the Shadow Demon. He's going to throw himself in the disruption, saving himself because he's got a little bit of time there. But on the backside, Sacred plus Leo Style, they take down that Tiny pretty easily. Dissimulate, gonna give him some space, but Pangolier in trouble. MNZ chasing after him. That Blade Mill protecting him for the moment, but Kitsy's just getting kited out. Sacred going on in, protected by a Glimmer Cape as well. And MNZ, he's got to run that BKB. It's expired Kits. He's a lot of damage coming out here, but he gets pulled in. He's got to get asunder. He finds Leo Style. It's a triple kill for Leo. It's about to be a quadra, making an ultra kill. 5 heroes go down.
Leo Style is doing so much damage in that fight. I was a little bit worried because they took it when using Focus Fire on that Tiny. I mean, Leo Style understands that Sonic, a lot of damage in this fight is going to come out from him, but it didn't end up mattering. The Terrorblade struggled to stay on top of any targets, and you still have that Wind Run on Leo Style to fall back on. So just stood right in Terrorblade's face. 4,100 damage, or almost 4,200. Oh, sorry. Coming up from the Phantom Assassin, actually, as Leo Style just styled on everybody there. You can't really get your hands on any of these heroes, and you put yourself so far out of position just to get Shadow Demon at the start of the team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And they committed a lot for it, right? The Rolling Thunder was committed. The Terrorblade couldn't continue following them. Like, he's just solar binded. Has no way to purge that off. Like, didn't have the Manta. It was already committed. And, of course, no BKB. So he's just slowed down and held down on the backside. They do find Void Spirit here, and he's going to be able to Astral Step up, but right into Shu. Another Glimmer Cape saving him, but the dust comes out. The Monster just playing ping pong on the high ground. Can't get on top of the Void Spirit, and he's going to live. On the oh my gosh, MNZ, he has no chill. He just takes down that Death Prophet in no time. Double kills, he gets the Abaddon. Now he's falling a little bit low to the Tiny. In comes Kits. Do they have the damage here to finish off Sacred on the Void Spirit? It would be a fantastic kill, but they cannot find a triple kill for PA. They buy back the Abaddon. Monster goes down to Sladen and Leo Style, and it's just pickoff after pickoff. Suddenly, this game looking so hard for 5-man Midas.
Yeah, and Monster wasn't able to do anything either. He ended up getting kited out by the Keeper of the Light and the Phantom Assassin at the start there. He tried to chase the PA with his ultimate on this cliff over here. Ended up heading over, hugged the edge, went over here, then just jumped back down to the Keeper of the Light on the low ground after that. And, just stuck playing pinball back and forth over here with the Rolling Thunder. And if you can't take fights with Rolling Thunder and Exorcism, I mean, there's nothing you're going to be able to at a 21k net worth disadvantage.
Yeah, we see, these double blade mails it's like a, you know, it's a decent item, but it's not really paying off for them here in this game, you know.
Roshan is going to respond in another minute and 40 seconds, and I think you just hold the map until it does. Maybe get yourself these tier 3 neutral items and like go up another 5 seconds. Chance of Quiver now found by the Wind Ranger. I don't... Okay.
All right, mid lane. Sacred goes in, throws a lot of spells. They're going to be able to follow this up. A nice Rolling Thunder holding 2 in place, but he's kind of by himself, and then there's the Focus Fire. More than enough damage. Pangolier does not do well in the open like that.
No. Leo Style heads up to the top lane now, and Kits is forced to get back, so no tier 1 tower. They're going to be able to grab top and just finish up his catapult in a moment here. And they'll set up around the Roche pit, I imagine. No need to rush this one. I mean, it can be difficult to push into the Tiny and the Pangolier on the high ground. If you get caught out on the ramp, he can just jump back and forth onto you. No need to play it risky at all if you can take it late, and you're able to take it late thanks to Wind Ranger and Phantom Assassin. MNZ just walking through the jungle, farming up all the creep camps that 5-man miners could potentially take.
Oh, shoo. Walked into a remnant and pulled on the high ground, forced the TP.
Oh, no. Spends the last of his gold on a town portal scroll, too.
The economic damage, as we like to call it.
Meant at this point. 10 seconds
Oh my
left.
god, a DD rune bottled on PA as she finishes the Eye of Scotty. It is going to pop here. They have vision. There's going to be the PA. This would be the target if you can get her, but she has BKB. Oh, they're not able to chain stun her here. She's going to look for the Death Prophet on the backside. Goodbye, sir. The DD rune, just too much double kill for Phantom Assassin. Is going to be able to continue the chase. Sacred looking for a Yule's target. They see Shu for a moment. Leo Style able to get in range, cut off that escape. And his borrow time's going to be forced here. The Yule's to delay that out. And this is going to be another 3 kills going the way of Thunder Predator.
Leo Style finishes that one off, and God, 460 damage per attack without considering crits here on MNZ. There's nothing they're able to do against this one. The Desolator ripping through this tower in no time at all. Assisted by that armor corruption too. I think this is it for them. 5-man Midas, they're not going to be able to do anything here.
Yeah, they're focus firing down mid as well. Monster gets found, and a Remnant's going to set this one up with ease. And guess what? In comes the PA. He plops the Blade Mill, but she doesn't really even care. She hardly loses any health. Blade Mill seems like an underwhelming item to me. I don't know.
I mean, it's great, but when you're losing this bad, it feels like it barely matters.
Yeah. Slayton, a nice aggressive blink, gets this disruption onto Sonic, trying to prevent him from getting a blink catch here.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind we have hit the 1K net worth per minute mark that you like to talk about, or just about hit it.
Yeah, that's pretty much the point of no return. Is Roshan respawns, just going to make it that much more difficult, and PA closing in on Assault Kuros.
Yep. Once that one's done, you're going to have no armor left. PA and Wind Ranger just going to be able to blow you up instantly.
They're opting to try and fight this. I guess they realize they have no choice, but the Roshan, if MNZ gets a crit here, it's going to die before they even make it in time. Sonic, he has Blink. He's got to go in, but instead they just go for the Coddle. I mean, that's fine, but now Sacred, he's here, and so is MNZ on the PA. The Rolling Thunder, it's canceled for the moment, but oh my god, the crits! RRL pops the Ghost Scepter, but he gets Demonic Purge. He can't escape. There's nothing for this guy. You lose both cores immediately, and the GG is just called.
Yeah, nothing they're going to be able to defend, especially with that Exorcism and Metamorphosis down. And Thunder Predator, such an amazing game number 1 here. Leo Style has been an absolute beast here on this mid lane Wind Ranger this tournament. It puts him at 4-0.
Yeah, that is not a hero you're probably willing to give them at this point.
Yeah, and 5-man Midas, you know, they struggled to find anything that game. I think the Terrorblade pick was pretty good, but you weren't able to find the same amount to farm, and Leo Style, he really popped off. This Keeper of the Light, I think, took them by surprise as well. The Solar Blind, the PA, Keeper of the Light lane, I mean, that won way harder than I thought it would. The bottom was just a disaster. I mean, look at these the player net worth graphs here. PA managing to sit like head and shoulders above everybody else throughout the entire laning stage.
Yeah, you come out of the laning stage and your Pango is almost the same net worth as the enemy Keeper of the Light. I mean, that just shows exactly how well that lane went for them. And Tiny, of course, is just super poor, about the same as his position 5, which is not what you want to see, right? Like when you have this lane, Pango, Tiny, you're expecting to be able to find kills, but they just kited him around. Like Tiny never got on top of Coddle outside of the first, couple minutes. And that Solar Bind Dagger combo, I mean, you can't move. You might as well be stunned.
Mm-hmm.
0 armor as well on the hero, so just getting kited in these auto attacks, it really starts to add up.
Yeah, Leo style as well. Just kill after kill as he moves around the map here. I did like what they did on 5-man minus. You know, they responded to Leo style's rotation, took that mid tower with a metamorphosis, but even that, it wasn't enough. Bottom lane, I think it just lost way too hard.
Yeah. I mean, that's game 1. We've got game 2. It's a best of 3 elimination series here. So Thunder Predator versus 5-man minus is going to continue after this short break, everyone. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a little bit. everybody, and oh my god, excuse me, and welcome back to the BTS Pro Series Season 4. A little bit of a hiccup there, my bad. My name is rkryptic. With me is Neph. We're going into our final game of the day. Well, potentially. Sorry, final series. I'm not, Thunder Predators expecting a 2-0 here in my mind. So I don't know. But it is the final elimination series of the day. And Thunder Predator, if they get the win here, they send 5-man Midas packing.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a rough one for sure. But when their backs are against the wall, that's what make these NA Open Qualifier teams the strongest.
That is true.
If they're good enough to take down these SA Giants here.
It'd be a huge task, man. These guys not used to finishing very low in a tournament.
No, absolutely not. If they win this one, I believe it puts them up against Beast Coast, but they do have to win one more game. 5-man Midas, they are playing for behind. We'll need to win 2 in a row in order to take them out. And then Predator, they opt just to go with the Wind Ranger again. Leo Star has had an amazing performance on it this tournament, sitting at 4-0 so far. But Undying, this is a shoe specialty.
It is. It absolutely is. Now, do you happen to remember what the head-to-head was for Beast Coast and Thunder Predator? They did get 2-0'd. Okay, so Beast Coast did 2-0 Thunder Predator earlier in the tournament. So they, might be a little bit afraid to go up against them again, but we'll see. Undying and Tiny, huh?
With a stand-in for Leo Style, though. He was off that day.
You are right. Leo Style was not there. That's a big deal.
I mean, I'm going to sound like a Leo Style fanboy. I already sound like a Leo Style fanboy, but I think the results would be a little bit different if he was there. They definitely are a lot stronger with him on the team. Me, of course, believing that he is the strongest mid laner out of South America. Always has an amazing performance, though. Last game, he was styling on them. I mean, you see those jukes in the bottom lane?
He really was.
Yeah. But Beastmaster picked up next here on Thunder Predator. This was a Frank the Tank specialty, but Sacred has been running into decent effect as well. 5-man Midas. They want to go Tiny on Sonic again. I felt like that was the most impactful hero in the last game. He managed to get a lot done.
Yeah, I don't think the issue, right, is the Sonic Tiny. I think he has not been, the reason that, they lost that game. But we're going to see the shoe Undying, see if he can have more impact here than he did previously on that Abaddon, which it didn't feel very good personally. It's against the Shadow Demon. We learned that the Shadow Demon poison stacks cannot be dispelled now, so that Abaddon ended up backfiring really hard.
Yeah, the Abaddon definitely didn't work. I don't think they realized that change has been applied. These teams, they probably reading through the patch notes themselves have a bunch of different things that they're trying to do. And my God, was the patch long? I mean, Shadow Demon towards the end of it as well. So you might not have gone as far as the S's. You might have gotten bored and started to skim it there. I know I did. I missed the fact that it was non-dispellable.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm just looking at the heroes that pop up in the game, and apparently that was one that a lot of us overlooked. It's the first thing though. Poison is no longer dispellable.
Let's see how this game goes. Death Prophet banned out. It's a strong one. Somebody who we both agreed on was a little bit slept on. The hero just great against melee matchups in the mid. 5-man Midas. It looks like they're not as willing to play it this time around, though, given the fact that they realize they're going to be playing against Leo Style on this Wind Ranger mid. You generally want that melee matchup, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one for sure. And the thing is like you said, it kind of protects them to allows Thunder Predator to have the Death Prophet pick if they want, and then rotate, the Wind Ranger someone else. And we know Leo Style can play that Death Prophet very well.
Yep. Monster, he's normally had a pretty good performance on the Pango. Last game, he wasn't able to do anything, though. That Phantom Assassin cube with the light lane, just way too strong. This game, they do ban it out. So it's likely the safe lane is going to be a little bit weaker. We saw him do so much with so little against Arkosh yesterday. Or sorry.
Yeah.
I think
yesterday, yeah. Yesterday was our first elimination games.
Right. My days are mixed up. I was doing Perfect World last night as well. So I'm like, it was Perfect World yesterday and this 2 days ago.
I don't know.
Yeah. Last band coming up from 5-man Midas. What would you hate to play against here?
I think you do have to probably start considering supports. I would get rid of the Keeper of the Light. I think it just caused too many problems for them, especially for the Tiny, and you're dealing with Beastmaster. Oh, okay, they're going to go ahead and ban the Morphling.
Yep, this is something that made it through last time, but they didn't end up getting rid of. And I was a little bit surprised that Thunder Predator didn't end up grabbing it because they had the Wind Ranger. There was the Tiny and the Death Prophet on the other team there, and Morphling's more than happy to switch into the Death Prophet to Spirit Siphon a couple of heroes and then just run them down afterwards, as well as get the Aghanim Scepter off of Wind Ranger, the Shackle Shots, and double charge Wind Run while you're in Morph. That might have been something they were going for here. The way they might have to have a change of plans. But Morphling banned out. Get rid of Naga Siren on the other side. That's not something that you want to deal with either. I mean, there's the Song of the Siren tombstone set up in these team fights, which can do a lot of work.
Yeah. And we've seen it once before. Like we saw, I think 4 Zoomers were the ones that were running it in that game. We saw Sammy Boy, Naga Siren, and Husky on the Undying. It was a really interesting game.
That one was awesome. Husky has been doing so much in this tournament with the Undying. Sammy Boy as well on that Naga Siren. We'll see what they pick up next here on Thunder Predator. They might just try to close this out early. I mean, they were complaining in the lobby about how much Dota they've had to play lately with these both the games here in BTS Pro Series 4 as well as the Movie Star Pro Liga, Liga Pro. I forget which direction it is or where the pro sits.
Yeah, whatever that other tournament is.
Yeah. I mean, they run a pretty good event.
Oh, yeah.
So I hear. I've got 40 seconds left here on Thunder Predator. Probably pick up a support next. They grab the Ogre Magi. Not a big fan of it here.
It's pretty good when you factor in the attack speed bonus that Beastmaster provides as well. So we might see a hero that can really benefit from both and kind of meet with the timings here. In my mind right now, I'm kind of looking at an OD, honestly. OD might be pretty sick here.
5 seconds.
Interesting. OD's been not the most successful hero, it feels like.
Did get a pretty solid rework, though.
That hero is always being reworked.
Well, first off, they renamed him to the Outworld Destroyer instead of the Devourer, so he's back to the old name.
Yeah, I pulled up the patch notes because I realized I didn't remember what his changes were. This is like 3 paragraphs long, just like his ultimate. I can't read all of this.
Yeah. All right, they take the Brewmaster, though. So this hero got some pretty big reworks.
I'm a big fan. You've heard me go off about Brewmaster a number of times. He gets a 4th panda now. And it's about time. They also buffed up his Brewlings. This hero, I think his ultimate was very outdated. It's been a while since they changed it around. There's been a slow power creep over the years in Dota. Everybody's gotten their stat growth rates have been increased. Their armor has been increased. Items are stronger than they were before. Everybody has more passive gold. So the Brewmaster Brewlings don't scale in the late game nearly as well, but they finally buffed them up. So I feel like he's on par, if not his potential to be a little bit stronger than them now, finally. And again, you turn into you use your split, which has 2 charges now, everybody. That's right, 2 split.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, the Air Panda, Storm, he still has the Dispel Magic, which is damage to summoned units. It actually damages the Necronomicon and everything in Beastmaster's Menagerie. Fun fact. I think it's like 800 damage on a 5-second cooldown to summoned units. As well
That's
as
pretty
dispel.
good.
Yeah.
That's
It'll
pretty good.
Overpower. It'll dispel Bloodlust. It'll dispel Windrun. It is absolutely insane. And because it's got 2 charges, you can actually reliably use it in these fights.
5 seconds.
I like that. I mean, I think it can, yeah, I think you're right. Against summoned units, especially the Beastmaster ones, that should be pretty good. And it also makes it so that there's certain heroes, like Illusion heroes specifically, they can't really pick into this, right? So they do see the Ursa, they respond with Troll Warlord, which honestly, I don't know if Troll Warlord is the pick into the Ursa, but it is good at dealing with the Beastmaster in the lane, which is good.
10 seconds remain.
Mm-hmm. I'm not a fan of Troll Warlord. I've said it so many times before. I feel like whenever you win a game with this hero, it's you win despite having Troll Warlord, not because you have Troll Warlord.
Yeah.
Too easy to kite him around. He gets completely owned by anybody holding a Heaven's Halberd. If you can toss him in the air with Yules and kite him. Right now, I definitely prefer Thunder Predator's draft. I don't know how they finish rounding this one off.
It is Radiant's ban.
Kutka banned out here. I mean, they don't necessarily need a frontliner. I feel like Undying, Tiny, and Brewmaster can all kind of share the burden with that job. They might need more damage coming out from their backline because at the moment, I haven't seen the kind of damage that Brewmaster can put out with his rework. But I think you've kind of put all of your eggs in the Troll Warlord basket here on 5-man Midas.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, we see this a lot with troll teams, right? Where they end up kind of investing a lot into the Troll Warlord and trying to make him have a good game. But there's, to me already, there's already a handful of good counters. I mean, you can build a Halberd on Beastmaster pretty easily. Has no problem going for that. Ursa, of course, a pretty good hero at dealing with the Troll. The Enrage makes it very difficult for him to go down.
Turn to ban.
They banned Pugna and TA out of the mid lane. Pugna would have been great. A lot of tower push that could have come out. They're worried about TA as well, and I think, rightfully so. You can still run Leo style in the mid lane on this Wind Ranger. They have ultimate last pick, so they should be able to set up their lanes for success here.
Yeah, there's also the huge kiting potential that could come out from the Pugna if you have all your eggs in the Troll Warlord basket. The Scepter rework for a Troll would help with that a little bit. Range Axis dispels enemies and melee Axis dispels yourself. The cooldown is reduced from 9 to 4. Mana cost in half.
That's the new Aghanim Scepter?
Yep.
I did not know that. Okay, that's actually pretty cool.
Which is a lot better than disabling your allies and griefing them by casting Berserker's Rage on them.
Oh, what's that? My mid lane? You want to go run into them by yourself? All right, have fun.
I think I told you this story once before. I had somebody play like position 4 or 5 Troll Warlord in a game that I was playing, and I ended up losing in the end because he rushed the Aghanim Scepter and thought that he was going to help me by clicking it on me. I was like solo carrying the game, and I got disabled by my teammate. He provided me nothing the entire game, and then eventually got me killed trying to assist.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. I love it.
That's your typical pub in North America. It was time to put the game down for the day after that.
Yeah, you're like, okay, I'm gonna go for a walk, get some fresh air. You know who's not going for a walk? Thunder Predator and 5-man Midas. Is their tournament lives on the line, specifically 5-man Midas, as they're down 1-0. They get their last pick Storm, and they respond with Leo style Ember, an absolute classic.
Yeah, this guy is an absolute beast on this hero. I mean, his Wind Ranger has had a flawless record so far in this tournament, but his Ember Spirit is nothing to scoff at. And up against the Troll Warlord here, I mean, he's just going to get kited around. We talked about this potential issue. So Storm Spirit, he's going to have his work cut out for him in the mid lane. He needs to win this and somehow get a very early Orchid against the Ember Spirit.
It is Storm Spirit favored, right? Doesn't Storm Spirit have the advantage in this lane?
Yes, at the start of it anyways. It becomes a little bit easier for Leo style after he has a couple of levels, and of course your harass does end up sticking with the Sleight of Fist, but Storm Spirit has so much armor that it's not that easy to harass him with it, and of course he's able to burn right through your Flame Guard because of the massive amount of magic damage coming out from the Static Remnant and the Overcharge. So it's a bit favored for him, but if you start losing at any point, it's very easy for you to just pop off on the Ember Spirit. The Ember also rotates just slightly easier than the Storm.
Yeah.
At the start, anyways. Later on, Storm Spirit definitely has the advantage on that one. Anyways, let's go.
We're making it. This is going to be fun, man. We'll see what this Brewmaster can do. Obviously, he got some serious love in this patch. Absolutely needed. The Primal Split can grant the Void Bruling with the Aghanim Shard, and then obviously the Aghanim Scepter giving you 2 charges of the Primal Split, which can also be canceled at any time.
Okay, I got to Peru Dota 1, 2, 3. I absolutely love this guy. I see him in basically every chat. He's wrote MLPG, Movie Star Liga Pro Gaming. Thank you very much for correcting me.
So we're going to see Sladen on the 4-position Wind Ranger. Oh, wait. Yeah. 4-position Wind Ranger, MJZ down here just bullying out with the Ogre match. He wants to make sure they can get these runes. And even top rune, I don't know if you can contest this on monster. MNZ can do some serious damage to you. All right, looks like RL wants to rotate up just to make sure that they go 2 for 2. Okay, this is smart. Bottom lane, though, a lot of damage coming in. Shu does have the decay, but again, you're against, four heroes that are pretty great early game right now.
MNZ, he's actually getting chased off by this Brewmaster here. Thunderclap is no joke. It's pretty lengthy slow at 4 seconds.
Ooh, shoot. He might go down bottom. No decay for 3 seconds. The toss out. Is it enough? Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. Slaying the Sonic, just the MVP.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, we talked about what a high impact he had in last game, despite the fact they lost it. Unfortunately, Shu does end up salving himself back up, which isn't going to end up bringing him at full HP, but
feels really bad as an Undying to commit a salve that early.
Yeah, at least he doesn't end up dying, though, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want to give an early advantage to the heroes on the Thunder Predator here. So good to get chased out of lane, but Sladen also does quite a bit of damage. Saber might just go down there without the boars to slow. Right. Ends up getting real close as well on the Wind Rangers by 15%, so they aren't able to keep that chase going and finish off Sacred there.
That good old the good old denying your boar feels good.
Yeah, no XP or gold. It's worth a pretty big XP bounty at 60.
Yeah, it is. It's a big deal. You cannot feed those boars in the lane stage, because then you just lose the lane, because they'll get to level 2 before you and can play really aggressive.
Yeah. On top lane, end up pulling the creep wave between the tier 1 and 2 tower. As your basic stuff for Tiny, who struggles to exist inside the lane, can't trade underneath it, and takes a lot of harass from creeps. As if he tries to trade for right clicks. Mid lane, it looks like it's a little bit in favor of the Storm Spirit. Like you mentioned, RRL, he's having a pretty good time. Sitting at... actually, after you finish this creep wave here, it'll be 10-4 to 5-1, double the CS and denies.
Yeah, there's not much you can do when you have level 2 Flame Guard. The 220 will protect you quite a bit, but you really struggle level 1, because you literally cannot use the Flame Guard at all in the lane.
Yeah, the moment you try to walk at RRL, he just pops that static remnant and your shield disappears. He's got level 2 now.
Yeah.
But
the overcharge, or the overload rather, doing some pretty good work there. Nice harassment from RRL though, knowing he's going to try and pop that Flame Guard, ASAP, and ends up just getting a lot of right-click damage, and instead forcing Leo Style off the lane again, and he's up to 14-6.
Yeah, Leo Style tipping him for some reason, just absolutely bodying him in lane, maybe just a show of respect.
He was like, all right, I see your storm, I see it. You know what you're doing, sir.
Yeah.
Top lane. Oh, the tomato is going to clap someone. It's debating. It's thinking about it. Get the clap, sir. Do it. It's not going to clap. Oh, it already clapped. That's why.
Bottom lane. Kits continuing to work on CS. The courier ends up going down. Sladen, he's about to find a second.
That feels good.
All right, not bad. 60 gold going to everybody on your team, and they're not going to be able to send items out for a little while either.
Dude, Sacred's taking so much damage in the bot lane. That Soul Rip, he gets level 3 now, so if that was level 2 Soul Rip, he might have been able to find the kill, but Sacred's salving back up. He's doing pretty good. How soon until Shu has to walk base is the thing, right? On Undying, he's run out of mana. He has a Clarity, but he has no Courier now. Looks like he's going to go for the Clarity.
That's probably just about now. Shu. He's got the board.
Mid lane, Leo Style, the wraparound from Sonic. This guy has set up so many kills. And he does it again. First blood for the Tiny.
Not bad. I mean, we saw him do this against Leo Style a number of times last game, but Leo Style ended up popping off anyway. But now so heavily CS'd. I mean, you got double now on Storm Spirit, and now first blood going their way. His game is definitely going to slow down. He's got the Flame Guard build, so he's able to recover and go into the jungle if he absolutely has to. He jungle a little bit quicker with this one, but still, Leo Style, he's used to getting a lot more out of the mid lane than this. Yeah,
absolutely. He's very much struggling. You are level 5 on RL, and he goes for the 3 points in the overload, which more damage. It's pretty sick. Leo Style definitely starting to struggle. I mean, I don't even want to say start. He's been struggling. 26-10, my lord. Bottom lane, Shu and Kits. Shu's going to take a lot of damage here, all for this boar. He's going to go down. He does give the last hit on the boar over to Kits, but I think, you know, 169 gold, very nice number for the Brewmaster, or for the Beastmaster, is better than the 60 gold for that boar there. Top lane as well, they're able to chase down MJZ. Sonic has an avalanche. If he can close the gap, a nicely timed double crit. Able to pop that fairy fire. He's still running to Ogre, and the thing is, he knows he's gonna die, but it's just time wasted. And look at all of the space this Ogre is making.
He's outrunning both Sonic and Monster. He'll eventually clap him and they'll melee him down together, but
oh my lord, what a nuisance!
I thought you were in charge.
let's see what where the damage is. They almost managed to get RL. Sladen couldn't quite bring him down. He managed to get back. No power shot available. I don't think it'll quite finish him off anyways, and he's just gonna let him go. We might search for him over in this camp here, see if he ends up sticking around, but I think he realizes Storm Spirit. He's not going to end up giving up his lead that he ended up getting. 6 minutes, and Leo Style, there's his recovery, manages to find a double damage rune, so that's the price you paid for committing so much onto that Ogre Magi. Storm Spirit forced to walk all the way back to base at 330 movement speed.
And no one can contest the 4-minute rune, or the 6-minute rune. Monster top lane might be in some trouble here. Is MNZ just going to pop that Enrage and purge off that slow? He does have Earth Shock in just a couple seconds. You're pretty quick on this guy, but not faster than an Ursa with Bloodlust. And Monster... Ooh! Yeah, okay, he's dead. One more auto attack from the Ursa, finds it, and this is where this lane gets really difficult. I mean, they picked this Brewmaster hoping that it's going to pan out, but they just immediately responded. Ooh, bottom lane, Tombstone does end up going down. Nice find there from Sladen, but you do find the Beastmaster, and I think that's all you wanted.
Right, comes in the mid lane.
Leo Styles DD, RL. I don't know about this one, sir.
He bottles back up, so he's got a little bit of mana to disengage. Leo Styles thinks about going for it, but he realizes Sonic's here with the assist, so he does have to get back. Respect the Storm Spirit here.
Overall looking pretty good. I mean, net worth-wise, Ursa obviously at the top here. Almost level 7 to the level 4 of the Brewmaster. Monster having an absolutely abysmal start to this game.
Monster... I mean,
ooh, Tiny coming in. I don't know if you have the damage for the Ursa, but maybe you can toss that Ogre back onto the tower. They do exactly that. He's going to pop that Drunken Brawler, but the nice stun, the body blocks from Sonic. This guy, they're not going to be able to get him again. Oh, man, Ogre, too dang tanky. He's invested all of his points out of intelligence into strength.
I mean, he's got an incredibly high strength growth rate for an int here at 3.5 per level. The guy just can't be brought down. Sonic, despite these amazing tosses, 8 minutes, Illusion response, Storm Spirit gets it, and Leo Style, he's forced to get back, just Remnant away, in fact.
Yeah, with that Tiny showing his face there for a moment. If he gets... Ooh, nice tower deny from Monster. Kind of necessary, though. But if he gets that Avatos, the Storm Spirit might have been able to blow him up with those 3 points in Overload and the Static Remnant. But Leo Style just bases, comes back, full health, full mana, everything. He's feeling really good.
Yeah. I mean, I wanted to touch real quickly on Monster and just not having such a good time in the offlane. This happened against Arkosh as well. The guy managed to accomplish tons despite not finding farm in that game. And last game didn't go good for him either. Ooh.
Mid lane, some dukes out between the support and the two spirits, but just trading some HP. RL does have that illusion still bottled. The thing is like Kits is at least doing relatively decent on the Troll Warlord, and if he can get a Battle Fury around the same time as Ursa, well, he's not going to get around the same time as Ursa, as he did not opt to finish the treads, and you do have this Wraith Band, so you are quite a bit behind Ursa on the way to the Battle Fury here. Nice Avalanche toss, looking for Sacred the Tombstone. It is down, doing some work, slowing him, but he's able to walk away thanks to that Bloodlust movement speed and MJZ. He's got to be careful. He's got these 3 zombie boys chasing him down. Another Whirling Axes. Kits with a great shackle coming in from Sladen. Should be able to finish this kill eventually. Storm Spirit says, he wanted to snipe it, but it's not going to go his way.
Yep. Leo Style thinks about joining the fray as well, but it's too far over. Sonic is sitting pretty low, though.
Yeah, they're going to try and go on him, but a great shackle holding Storm Spirit in place. He's going to have to commit all his mana to Ball Lightning away, and now Sonic might have been baited. Little toss back, but Leo style, oh, he has no Sleight of Fist. He went to those max Flame Guards, so no cooldowns.
Worried about the kill potential here that they have on 5-man mines. And again, if you end up not doing as hot in the lane, then the max Flame Guard build does help you farm a little bit quicker. Brewmaster all pop in the top lane.
He's going to be able to throw that Ogre into the air, and there's going to be the second boulder. If you can chase him down, doesn't look like. He wants to go back, just get this oh, he doesn't get the rune. Oh, that is unfortunate. And now Monster, you do not have enough mana here to work with.
Wait, did he end up using both charges of it? Or does that
No, the Ags gives you the charge.
Yeah. My bad. Misread that one on the patch notes. That would be kind of ridiculous. If you
just start with two right away. Yeah.
Leo style still struggling, but he's catching back up. He's sitting 4th here on the net worth, and Storm Spirit's actually fallen a little bit behind him. 500 net worth down. Just he's been going for kills, but he has been farming nearly as fast. So Leo's now taking advantage of this max Flame Guard build and this Arcane Rune because he's going to commit.
Yeah, I mean, he can do a lot of damage here on Leo style, and he will finally pop that Flame Guard, but, I mean, you did a lot more damage to this Storm.
Yeah, and he'll just re-engage in another 11 seconds here.
Ooh, a nice slight chains into the power shot. RL's going to have to base or, like, farm some creeps on his way back, at least.
Yep. Nice job on Leo, zoning him out of the lane. Imagine he'll pop his Flame Guard again as he's still got the Arcane Rune active.
MJZ on the Ogre is level 6.
Yeah, it's not so bad. We're 11 minutes in.
No, I'm saying that's pretty good. Like, considering he just ran around dying and, like, making space for an Ursa. He was borderline, you know, not sitting in lane at all. The Ursa's level 10 as a result, right? That's the big benefit you got.
Yeah. Speaking of, he's finally finished up his Power Treads and his Battle Fury, so he's sitting pretty far, 1,000 net worth up on the Troll Warlord right now.
Yeah, I mean, 12-minute Battle Fury Treads is pretty darn good timing. He's also got the Chipped Vest, which is fantastic. Almost an engagement in the mid lane. Unable to find it. Sladen. Ooh, RL's looking for the rune, but there's no way you can go for that. A nice Shackle as well. Leo Style's going to bottle up that Invis, start using that regen pretty much immediately. They salve, and it gets popped right away. They will go ahead and top that bottle off thanks to the Monster TP to the mid lane, and is now a 3v4. The question is, who do you go for? It looks like it's going to be the Ogre. Magi Shu pops that Fletch Goal and drops the Tombstone down, but Sonic falling super low. He will die to the Remnant, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Now, in comes MNZ. This is the guy you got to be scared of. You throw him into the air. You can't let him do anything. Want to take down this Tombstone here, but Shu wants to protect it. Another Cyclone.
He'll just end up getting the deny off next to auto attack that comes off. They dance around it. They try to get the last one.
Enrage comes out. He's going to be forced to jump forward. Now Leo style Searing Chains onto the Undying. Does have a nice decay to give himself some HP to work with. They go ahead and pull Leo style into the tower. They get the kill thanks to the Avalanche. Sonic is back, baby. He's going to go ahead and toss back that Wind Ranger and then set that up with a nice amount of burst magic damage. Falling super low, pops that wand, but cannot survive as Kits finds the kill. All right, some signs of life from 5-man Midas.
Yeah, things were looking pretty heavy in the favor of Thunder Predator there, but that fight managed to snag almost a 1,200 XP swing and got about 1,000 gold going your way. Killing Leo style was pretty important as well. He was starting to pull ahead of the storm there. But there was no buying back and coming into that fight because he had just Remnant base and, teleported the base and Remnant back out.
Ooh, Brewmaster, sorry, not Beastmaster. Beastmaster commits the roar. They find themselves a nice kill there in the mid lane, and turning that into a tier 1 tower would be a great objective for them. Dude, what do you think of this new Aghanim Shard for Beastmaster? How weird is that thing? Have you read it? It gives you controllable Hawks again rather than just sending them. But
dive bomb. I read that.
Yeah, and then they have like the random dive bomb, which just sounds worse than having the Hawk there.
We've had something a little bit like that before. Do you remember the old tree protector? You put the sentinels in the trees, and they would dive stun people.
Troll Warlord's been found. He gets shackled. He does have the battle trance. He's going to pop it immediately, but Leo style, he cannot get the roots. He's just getting kited, and then there's going to be a remnant away. He turns his attention on over to Slayton with the wind run, doing too much work. In comes the big boy Storm, as he's going to be able to get a double killer for them, and MNZ focusing on Roche, bursts that bad boy down, and now Sacred slowed down in some trouble. You don't have this primal split for another 2 seconds, but Shu, he's getting these decays. The flesh golem amping so much damage. There's going to be the avalanche, the toss. You can't reduce that cyclone, and oh my goodness, MNZ almost removed from the fight as they focus down the rest of them. RRL running low on mana. The toss back onto MJZ is going to finish off the Ogre. Can they get the first life of the Ursa? The avalanche, it will find it. I think it's time to back. You don't have a lot of mana to work with, but a big win once again for 5-man Midas.
Yeah, managing to take several of those heroes down and burn MNZ's Aegis immediately. The Cyclone actually was reduced. It doesn't work quite the same as the Yule Scepter there. It's like a non-dispellable Cyclone thingy. Different mechanic. So he was held in the air for half the time because he did pop the Enrage first, but it didn't really matter. He was held in the air for long enough and wasn't able to wreak havoc with that Battle Fury when everyone was grouped up. So, nice play there by Monster.
Yeah, definitely. I just realized, did you see what they changed Ogre's 25 talent to?
Ogre Magi? The Fire Blast versus the 20% for a 1.5 second bash. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, very nice, see?
Yeah, that is cool.
Not good. It's definitely not good. You'll 100% take the Fire Blast damage, but it's definitely funny. Mid lane, Ember Spirit's been found. The Avalanche, the toss, all the magic damage. Leo style goes down once again. He's had back-to-back deaths now. Look at what I'm on the net worth. Where'd he go? He was towards the top. You're behind Storm now, sir.
Yeah, I mean, there's a pair there where he was 500 gold up on the Storm Spirit, now sitting 300 gold behind him. And it's going to be even worse than that by the time he actually manages to get out here. Actually, his Remnant won't expire. He'll just be able to pop that to the mid lane. Doesn't have to expend Town Portal Scroll for that.
Nicely done. So we are just rushing the Aghanim Scepter on the Brewmaster, giving him the 2 charges of the Primal Split, and then allowing him to cancel it from any of the Brewlings and return to that one. So rather than always going to your Storm Panda, or I'm sorry, it's Earth Panda, then Storm Panda, or then Fire Panda, then Storm Panda. Is that how it was in the past? I don't know. But top lane, Leo style, nice root. Gonna hold them in place. You gotta be careful. Kits does have the battle trance, but the double multicast, he gets saved, they turn it around. MJZ, he's gonna have to run, and so will be gone on Sacred, but managed to get that kill. Troll Warlord falls in the end. Another tornado throwing that Windrunner into the sky, but I mean, this is just the team fight potential here is just way too much. Leo style getting out on 90 HP, still running for his life, but Monster trying to close the gap. Gets the Purge, will remove that Flame Guard, but it's got nothing left.
Yeah, and they're not interested in taking this fight here. MNZ, he wants to finish his BKB before he jumps in. So fight after fight now going the way of 5-man Midas, and they're up 14-7. Despite the fact that Thunder Predator has managed to keep the gold lead in their favor.
And they've kept it pretty even, but you know what they did? Sonic picks off Leo style. Once again, he didn't think they had a ward, but look at this. It's right outside range. Sonic's Tiny has been instrumental to 5-man Midas winning these games, or like having a chance at winning. He was a big part of them winning the game against Arkosh, and here he is once again, absolutely owning.
I should have banned this one out. It was the highest impact in that last game, and he's about to take down another hero.
Yeah, they're just falling around the map one at a time, and they get some good jungle items. Philosopher's Stone and Dragon Scale now. Philosopher's Stone, I'm assuming they'll just put on Shu. It'd be pretty nice, and then that Dragon Scale, probably your Brewmaster, if I had to guess. Those are some great items. Oh, Troll's just going to keep the Dragon Scale for now.
Interesting.
They've really struggled on taking towers, I just realized. They don't have anything on the side of Thunder Predator. Or against Thunder Predator, right? 5-man Midas, like they're working on this tier 1 top. It's the first tower they could potentially take. Whilst Thunder Predator has taken all 3 of the tier 1. So just doing better, I guess, as far as finding these objectives.
I mean, they've been playing very well. They've been getting these kills, but Thunder Predator has been making all of it happen on 5-man Midas' side of the map. So they haven't been able to get that much more map control. Because that MNZ has had tons of space to farm, so he continues to sit pretty far ahead of the Troll Warlord. That's going to start to turn around now, though. I think at this point, MNZ needs to start contributing to fights now that he's got this BKB.
They're smoking mid lane. They're like kind of pinging out Sladen, but they don't have the vision quite yet. There is a ward on the high ground that they know of, but they're looking into the jungle instead. Maybe just gonna blow up this Ogre Magi Leo style. He doesn't want to like walk into this. Sonic, he's gonna get the vision, looking for the Ursa. He does have BKB though, and on the backside shoot, gets a nice high ground tombstone. They cannot fight into this. We've seen over and over how good these things are. And there's going to be the primal split, chain stunning them down. Leo style cannot take down the Undying Roar, comes out onto RL, but they have plenty of chase here. That bonus movement speed's only temporary. You'll be able to get 2 more. A fantastic fight once again for 5-man Midas.
Yeah, and the gold lead is negligible now, just up 1k net worth. So kill after kill going their way. I mean, look at these XP and net worth grabs here. There's littered with the green dots of 5-man Midas's kills. Monster getting focus fire down, but you don't even have a javelin here on Sladen.
Yeah, he should go down here because of the help of the Ursa. A nice find indeed. A little bit awkward for him to continue to stay down there in such a scary place on the map.
Yeah. MNZ still is pretty terrified, even if you manage to get a bunch of kills on your own side here. But Troll Warlord slowly closing this net worth lead.
Stupendous.
Battle Fury.
Never refuse.
Battle Fury, Sanj, and Yasha doing the job. Ursa struggling to keep up here. By the way, speaking of Ursa, Dipper on top of him is absolutely adorable.
Oh, right. I love that thing. I wish I would have got it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, one of the hats I was not lucky enough to get this Battle Pass season.
It's very cute.
I think it's the only one I didn't get on, you know, classic Valve.
They'll be able to buy one eventually, right?
You can buy one in like a year, but I'll probably forget by that point, or I'll have something even better. Primal Split committed bottom, and they're wrapping around on the backside. He gets the D-ward on Sacred, but an avalanche toss. He's just going to get bursted down. He's going to get the roar off onto the Troll Warlord, but Shui drops the tombstone again, perfectly placed on the high ground. And now look at the zombies spawning. You've got to run a tornado, holding this Ogre in place. Leo style able to clear up those tombs or those zombies thanks to that sleight of fist, but now you're going to lose the Ogre. Another 2 kills. Here's the thing, though, Neph. You're getting these kills, but you keep losing objectives. Your tier 2's gone.
Your tier 2 is gone, and these kills, they've been on MJZ mostly. I mean, he's sitting at 1 and 8. He doesn't really care that he's going down as the Pause 5 Ogre Magi. I mean, again, you're managing to keep up with this Ursa's net worth, but I think it's just a little while until he manages to hit critical mass. Once he does, you're going to struggle to deal with him. He hasn't opted to activate this BKB yet, so in these fights, he's been getting hit by the tornado and being taken out. As soon as he pops his BKB, I think it's going to be a different story.
Yeah, I agree. Leo style almost gets caught there in the mid lane, very close, but just baiting it out as he had a nice defensive remnant and a regen rune to boot. Yeah, that's my big concern is, you know, what happens when Ursa finally presses BKB and he's getting closer and closer to the Abyssal. They're going to walk onto the high ground. Monster, he has the Ags. He's just going to Primal Split immediately, and he's got to get these spirits out of here. A nice avalanche, a toss, a whirling axes, some serious slowing coming down here from the side of 5-man Midas, but another tombstone on the high ground. You can't fight into these. A roar does catch a troll. Is he going to be able to be kept alive? He does bash. He doesn't get the battle trance off, and now they're turning around. Sacred falling low. A nice vortex from RRL. The avalanches again from the Tiny doing some serious work, but he's able to make it down to the low ground. And now Monster, he's on the run. He does not have another charge for 70 more seconds. But he's pretty tanky. MNZ trying to close the gap. He gets the bash. Triple kill for the Ursa. You know, Neph, you asked what happens when he presses BKB. We finally get some insight, it would seem. Oh, RL. He's out of mana. This is not where you want to be. He's got to be very careful. He's trying to throw his body at them as Sonic, but you've got 4 heroes wrapping around, and that is going to be a dead Storm Spirit. Oh, you are all by yourself, sir.
Sonic, he was thinking about going back in, might have been able to.
He's going to go for Sladen, 100%. Yep. he can pick off any of these heroes at low HP, but he didn't want to die in the process.
Yeah, if they stuck around like that, I think he could have gotten 2 of them with that toss avalanche combo. The Ursa kill would have been huge, but he will take the Wind Ranger as a consolation prize. They ended Storm Spirit's godlike spree as well. I mean, it went down for a lot of gold. Roshan not responding quite yet. That is the one saving grace of losing that team fight. It looks like it ended up being a max respawn time at the full almost 3 minutes.
Leo Style has an invis and just pops their dust. Oh my gosh, what is it called? A smoke? Can we talk here today? What's going on?
There.
It's my brain.
You're gonna be okay. don't want to end up like Ricky, man. Come on, give yourself a little bit of a break after today. I know you've been working nonstop.
Yeah, this is tomorrow's gonna be the first day I have a day off, and by day off I mean I don't work in the morning. Nice.
What do you mean, like 2 hours of sleep a night or something?
More than that. I'm getting a handful.
I see. Maybe 3 or 4 on a good day. But, Kits, he needs this BKB of his own. He's getting kited up in these team fights. Last team fight, he just ended up getting permabash. Didn't even get off the battle trance, right?
Yeah. That's the big deal. Is he did get the statuses from the Sanjin Yash, but we know the SNY, status resist build is not as good as it used to be. You do have the 25% there, but it does not exist on Satanic anymore, and it does not stack with other forms of status resist from Sanj. So unless you get a Titan Sliver, that's all you're getting.
Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, it makes sense they changed that one around. I mean, we saw what...
Who had the Orchid? Leo Style picked up an Orchid on this Ember Spirit and ends up finding a really nice pickoff there, and it sets up for a second on top of Sonic just as Roche respawns, which is an absolute disaster.
I mean, this isn't an item you would normally ever see on the Ember Spirit, but it's so good against a number of heroes here. I mean, Troll Warlord's going to stop him popping his ultimate, it's going to stop Brewmaster, and it's going to stop Storm Spirit from getting away.
Yeah, this is a great Orchid game.
It makes sense. You would have rather been playing a Void Spirit or something like that, but, role play.
So we saw RL, he ended up going for the Electric Vortex Aghanim Scepter to pull everyone in. Now, in a lot of games, I feel like this is pretty good if you have follow-up, but I don't know where the follow-up really is on the side of 5-man Midas besides, just keeping Troll Warlord alive, right? Trying to CC as many people so Troll can get Battle Trance off. Like, that's about it, right?
Yeah. Troll, struggle to deal with anything in this game. He's almost got his BKB. I don't know, man. This game is looking so hard for 5-man Midas. I'm struggling to figure out how they can come back here. I mean, you're going to need some beautiful splits here and by the Brewmaster. He's got his Aghanim Scepter, but he's been working on the Shard for the last little while.
Yeah, I mean, they've managed to close the gap quite a bit. Or they managed to close the gap quite a bit on the side of 5-man Midas when they were winning a bunch of fights, but it was never really going in their favor. And then one bad fight turns into a Roshan, and suddenly again you're at a 6K, about 7K, almost 8K gold lead. Right? It's just getting worse and worse, it seems.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this came down to whether this Ursa just activating that BKB the one single time that he has so far. When you can't throw him into the air, he ends up ripping through your team, and Orchid doing a lot of work because you don't have much to kite them other than that Cyclone on the Brewmaster. And Sonic, he's falling off now too. I mean, a lot of the damage came out from him, but as the game goes on, you're not able to burst people with that Toss Avalanche combo anymore.
Yeah, you're right. That's one of the things that's struggles when if you are playing the 4-position Tiny, you can do a lot of work in the early mid game at trying to shut heroes down, but if that end early mid game is over and you start falling very far behind, the hero seems to fall off with it.
Cloak of Flames found by Sacred. He's going to hold on to this one. The extra magic resistance is going to go a pretty long way. He doesn't have to worry about that coming out from the heroes on 5-man Midas. The burn damage feels pretty good as well, considering you're normally playing pretty far forward in these team fights. He gets the ceremonial robe.
Oh, he's going to take the ceremonial robe, isn't he? Oh, no, he's not. Okay. He's going to keep the Cloak of Flames. Someone should definitely use the Oh! You're kidding me.
What happened?
Do you see where Storm is? Storm literally just zipped in to the Beastmaster with his whole team behind him, and they paused as soon as the Storm Vortex is the Beastmaster.
I mean, this guy's still in Ball Lightning. He vortexed well inside the Ball Lightning.
Oh my goodness. This is...
He's invulnerable.
Yeah, I know, but it's gonna the question is, I think Storm just has to leave now. Their element of surprise is over.
I'm not sure that he can.
Do you think he's just gonna get Orchided from Leo Style? What's his cast range?
Leo Style is going to kill him without a doubt. He can go.
He doesn't even have vision of Leo Style.
So he can go maybe about as far as I just pinged with the 600 mana he's got left. And Leo Style is very easily able to close that gap with Fire Remnant, Slate of Fist.
Now the fight resumes.
Oh my goodness. This is as bad as it gets. They will be able to look onto the back line. They even lose Tiny. RRL goes down. They're going to go down on... Oh, he gets the BKB up, hitting that battle trance, but he pops the Enrage, and then you have 2 lives here on this Ursa. About to be 3 basically, because you have the cheese swapped in as well, and that's just going to be the end of the game.
That's got to be it. They can't do anything here. Too many stacks of that Fury Swipe on the Ursa. The guy is absolutely... this guy is fucking... 21k net worth, and Troll Warlord, he's stuck at just 15 himself. I mean, it was only a matter of time.
Yeah, it really is. He's doing great.
Monster, no.
Oh, so close. Almost gets it off, but not going to happen. And they just continue the bashing. That's going to be it. They're just too strong. Like you said, Ursa, he has 21,000 net worth here, 29 minutes into the game. He just crushed it.
Yeah, didn't even get a chance to use, well, I guess he did use it to the start of that team fight, but the Aghanim Scepter and Aghanim Shard there on Brewmaster, it didn't really come into effect this game. The 2 charges, I couldn't really feel. It felt like a little bit of a waste of money, but I'm not sure picking up different items would have won this for you.
RL with a nice, sick AoE Vortex, but again, there's just no follow-up damage. Your Tiny can go with an Abatos, but doesn't really matter. He even has the Shard, which gives your team the Electric Rave. So maybe that's the idea. Oh, no. He gets the Yules off. So, RL, he might survive. No, the Roar just to make sure he goes down. Kids on the run. Battle Trance in 3 seconds. But again, you still have this Aegis on the Ursa. It's not expiring for another 50 seconds. Oh, okay. There it is. There's your Void Bruling. Can they make some things happen here? They got to get at least 1 or 2 pickoffs. The Windrunner able to just kite this out, and now he's forced back into the base. Oh, Avalanche toss. You blinked onto the wrong person. Surd pops the Enrage, looking for the Troll Warlord. He has to battle trance, but the Enrage, the Yules, you can't do anything here, sir. Oh my gosh. He doesn't even get the first life. It's going to go down to Shu with that Soul Rip, but Brewmaster, he has a... oh, he gets sized by the Orc, and he's not going to be able to get the Brew split off. He needed 1 more second. Oh my goodness, the Abyssal Blade as well. Sonic dies in the base. That is everyone down, and the GGs finally come out as Thunder Predator will close out the second and final series of the day.
Yeah, nice performance by them. Not only winning this one, but their previous series 2-0 in the Movie Star Liga Pro Gaming. Oh, hot day for them. Leo Style, he struggled in the mid lane at the start of this game, but Ursa just managed to pop off. MNZ did an amazing job. It was just a matter of him getting that BKB and choosing to activate it inside these team fights. After that, just so heavily in their favor. And win probability, while it did favor 5-man Midas's draft, they just couldn't keep up with the farm there on Thunder Predator.
Yeah, I mean, this is typical MNZ, right? We've seen him do this over and over again. If he gets space, he ends up just crushing the net worth charts, and he ends the game 13-0-7. I mean, we can look at player net worth the entire game. He is just so far ahead. Troll trying to keep pace, but it just doesn't really happen. Post 20 minutes, it just flatlines for him, and his team kind of starts falling off as well. And yeah, I mean, Troll, you're not a big fan of the hero. We have not seen it do well in this tournament at all, and it seems to be a recurring theme, I guess.
Yeah. So unfortunately for 5-man Midas, they are going to be knocked out of the tournament here. This will be the second match they ended up playing in the lower bracket. So this ends them in, this puts them in what, 5th to 6th place. They go home with $1,750. The BTS Pro Series 4. I did manage to snag a Monster for a post-game interview. Unfortunately, we didn't get the chance against Arkosh yesterday. Just needs 2 minutes before he's ready, apparently.
Oh, okay. I mean, we're going to talk about the bracket here anyway. We are, 2 days into the lower bracket run tomorrow. We're going to be starting, I believe, with Sad Boys versus 4 Zoomers, which is going to be your upper bracket. 2 NA Giants going head-to-head, and then the lower bracket elimination game is going to be 2 South American Giants going head-to-head. Thunder Predator versus Beast Coast, and Thunder Predator coming off some really good games today, but so is Beast Coast. I mean, Beast Coast has been looking borderline unstoppable. They were top of the group stage And unfortunately, just got 2-0'd by Sad Boys. But other than that, they have been looking incredibly good. They 2-0'd Thunder Predator earlier in the tournament. They're going to see if they can do it again. But despite having the stand-ins, Beast Coast looking pretty strong. That's where we're at right now.
I am excited for this one, though, Ricky. I absolutely love these Beast Coast versus Thunder Predator games. Again, there's a bit of a grudge between these two teams, and that means it's all the more spicy when they play each other.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Always, always.
And I know that you are excited for the Boomers on Zoomer action.
Oh, yeah. Who wouldn't, man? It's a story. It's an epic storyline.
DNM has been doing an excellent job with these Boomers, by the way.
He really has. Yeah, I mean, he's fitting in with the team really well. They're playing they seem to be getting better as the tournament goes on. When it's something we talked about, like the Sad Boys lineup, they maybe didn't get to scrim or practice much before the team formed for this tournament, and they were a little shaky the first few days, but have just really excelled as the tournament has gone on.
Yeah. I was questioning how much they had managed to scrim beforehand, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Sometimes these teams, they scrim a little bit, then they start to hit their stride. Sometimes they just start playing together and they happen to mesh really well. I know that teams sometimes have this honeymoon period where everything seems to click together, and after a little while, things fall apart again.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see whether or not they continue to play together upcoming in this DPC here. I mean, you got a bunch of really big names here. There's some potential that everybody plans on going their separate ways and put together a potential stack for the DPC. But again, we'll have to see there. It's nice to see them all inside this tournament playing. Looks like Monster has just gotten back to me and we're ready to go. Gonna drag him into the call.
Okay, let me go ahead. There's gonna be some Jerry production problems here. I'm gonna have him fix it, I'm sure, but we'll be fine. All right. Still fixed there. Whoop. All right. You're good.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, guys.
Everybody, win the open qualifier for the BTS Pro Series 4. You guys had an awesome run through the tournament. Do you have a webcam at all, or is that just not an option for this one?
Oh, I can't get him on screen anyway.
Okay. No worries, man. But yeah, welcome. Ricky, I'll let you start. I mean, I'm sure you have a bunch of questions. I've got a couple listed here, but one spicy one that I wanted to bring up. I think I mentioned to Monster before we started.
I'm sure we'll get around to that
I wonder what that could be.
Yeah, so I got a question for you. As an open qualifier team, did you guys get to scrim or practice at all, or was this kind of like a last minute stack? I'm sure you guys know each other a little bit from playing pubs and stuff, but how did this stack come around?
So we basically didn't scrim until like a week before. We're like, oh, you guys want to play this? Okay, we'll play this, and then yeah, we played open qualies and made it through. So yeah, I don't think there was that much. I didn't even know my POS 4 and 5 before the tournament, so
there you go. The classic NA stacks. That's what you hear.
Really?
Yeah, that's the everyday NA.
So you beat two pretty good teams on your way here. There was a Rod Rock, which is the A and B stack. I mean, that one plays in absolutely everything. And then you beat No Pangolier. Were you expecting to beat No Pango on your way here?
Yeah, but I was expecting them to be in the finals.
Interesting.
To be honest.
Happen to be in the same side of the bracket as them. I guess it's just a little bit different system that EPOL's had than Face It, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think for this one, it's a lot more stacked in the top bracket, and because SA and NA have their different brackets, I think is a good thing for us, because I think the SA bracket's much more competitive.
Yeah, I mean, Infamous was in that, and that would have been a hell of a match. I'm surprised that Jaguares ended up getting through there.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't actually watch the game, but it's just like, oh, these guys beat Infamous? Oh, they must be pretty good.
Let's talk about your run through the actual group stage and then the tournament here. You had some hit and miss moments. Arkosh, I want to bring up first of all. Were you expecting to beat them? Do you think that would be an easy match? Do you think you 2-0 them? How do you think that one was supposed to go in your mind?
So during the group stages, we weren't even really sure what we were trying to draft. We're kind of like using it as a substitute for scrims. We were just like, oh, no one gets eliminated in group stage. Like, okay, we can use these to figure out like what we're actually trying to do. And so I think we didn't expect to get 2-0'd by Arkosh. I can tell you that, at least in the group stages. But it looks like we were able to recover from that later on. So maybe it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, you ended up beating Jaguares 2-0. I thought that one could have gone either way. I'm surprised you guys didn't end up winning more games in the group stage, though. I did think they probably had that same problem on Sad Boys where they just kind of threw together the stack, I was thinking, and you guys might be able to take some games off of them because of that. But I think you just, with a little bit of practice, I'm sure you guys would have done a little bit better inside of this tournament, I think.
Maybe in the future. Maybe we'll play together for longer than a month, but that's hard to say because we're all NA.
Oh, and second last question before I get to the spicy one. DPC, do you guys have any plans for that one?
I think so. I think we'll probably keep most of the same players around for DPC. Not sure yet, though. Can never really be sure.
There's a lot of spots, right, in the NA region available for teams, right? So if you guys can, it'd be worth it, most likely.
How many slots are there? I'm actually not.
8 Division 1 and 8 Division 2.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, maybe we can have one of those.
All right. And now the spicy question, which I was hoping that you'd have a camera on. I told you to find your old jersey. This actually isn't your introduction to competitive Dota. A number of years ago, you were on a lesser-known team, Team YP. Can you share some details about that one? I'm not sure how much trouble I'm going to get in for even bringing this one up.
Oh, dude, pretty sure the sponsor got banned from all Valve.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Don't bring it up. Don't bring it up. If it's banned from all Valve,
I'm just looking out for you, but yeah.
That's a yikes. I had no idea.
Yeah,
it was a good ride.
Yeah, it was a good ride. You can talk about your time on the team, though, I'm sure.
Somehow got a lucky win into one LAN and then disbanded within 3 months. Not that big of a deal. Yeah. Just a small thing.
Typical NA, like you say.
So the jersey is an NA Dota relic, in my opinion. If ever get a chance to see that, does it just say YP on it?
It just says YP. They didn't even bother to slap our names on the back.
I see. Discount jersey. But thank you for hopping on. I'm looking forward to you guys playing together potentially in DPC. I'm sure you'll be able to snag top 8 if you could get into this one. I mean, it's a top 8 for North America and then a tier 2 division as well.
Yep.
I mean, you guys had a pretty good run.
Yeah, cool. We'll try our best to get into that. And thanks for having me and casting our games.
Yeah, before you go, is there any shout outs you want to give? Anyone you want to say thank you to, say hello to?
Shout out to my teammates for playing some good Dota, even though we got 0-2'd. Did our best.
You got 0-2 by Thunder Predator. Keep your heads up. You know, this team is pretty incredible. They are one of the best teams in the region. So
shout out to MJZ Dota.
Yeah, seriously.
Good player.
Very good player. All right. Thank you so much for coming in for the interview, Monster. You enjoy the rest of your day. Probably go experiment with the patch now that you don't have scrims.
Yeah, cool. Thank you, guys. See you around.
Take care.
Yeah.
All right, Neph, we did it. We've made it through another day here on the BTS Pro Series Season 4 Americas, but we've got more Dota to come. 2 more days remain. We have the upper bracket finals tomorrow between Sad Boys and 4 Zoomers, also known as 4 Boomers versus 4 Zoomers, and then Beast Coast versus Thunder Predator for the lower bracket elimination series, and then we have the last day semifinals and grand finals. It is sure going to be a blast. All 4 teams remaining are absolute beasts, no pun intended. But guess what? You know something very interesting? These are all 4 teams from the top 4 of the group stage. Just
interesting.
It's who would have guessed? It's very rare, I think, in tournaments that you don't have like a top, team like somehow blunder their way out of a tournament. But here we are, the top 4 from the group stage: Beast Coast, 4 Zoomers, Sad Boys, Thunder Predator, all still remain, and they're going to be fighting for the victory for first place here at the BTS Pro Series. But that's going to do it. Neph, any final words for the viewers before we call it a night?
Thank you for everybody. Thank you to everybody for joining us today. There's a little bit of a delay because Thunder Predator is playing nonstop games. These guys don't rest. It was pretty fun. Unfortunately, we do see the open qualifier team from NA drop. I'd love to see them get a little bit further, but with a little bit more time, maybe we'll see a performance out of them DPC like we talked about.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that being said, big shout out to Monster. Thank you guys so much for keeping us energized all day long and making it through the tournament, because it has been a hell of a tournament and a lot of fun. We are enjoying every moment. And we will be back tomorrow, same place, same time on the BTS Pro Series Season 4. We'll see y'all then. Have a good night.
A little bit of a buff, yeah. Just some nice quality of life fixes here. His Aghanim Shard is nothing
10
special.
seconds
It's like
remaining.
1 second of enrage every 6th Fury Swipes hit that you have. So
5
it's like,
seconds
well,
remaining.
it's nice. You're just able to stand in the middle of a team fight and brawl. But one of his big strengths towards the end of it was, of the last patch, was that he was pretty good at man fighting against a Sven. He's never going to get bursted from 100 to 0 with that enrage ability. So now that Sven's kind of out of the pool, I'm keen to see how he matches up against some of these other heroes. And obviously Timbersaw, very good matchup. Wind Ranger is another one of those heroes, assuming it's a position 4 potentially, that I feel does make really good use of the Ag shot. It's the global power shot, where it kind of acts a little bit like the AA blast. I think it's like a 13% kill threshold. Yeah,
it was
13% kill threshold. Only hits onto heroes and maximum 1 hero, so the first one being hit. And for me, as a position 4, all you really need on a Wind Ranger is like brown boots, a magic stick, and a javelin, and then you can go straight into the Ag shard, because that's all you need. Like, you've got the pick-off potential on your own with that big power spike, and it just gives you so much information at the 20-minute mark of the game. You can see all the time if they're going for Roche. You can see if there's a stack in the ancient camp that you need to go and invade. You can see if there's a smoke camp going on. You can see where they're farming. You know, it's so much that it provides, in my opinion, that it's going to be really impactful. And well, Fnatic, they're going for the Death Prophet, something a little bit different. It's kind of a soft counter to the Timbersaw as well, I would say. With the being able to leech off some of that armor, it's going to be very nice, and also getting, I think it's like a 25 movement speed buff at level 1, which is always nice.
Yeah, it was 25 movement speed buff. Yeah. But what was the shard for Spirit Siphon draining the armor, which is going to be pretty interesting as that one continues on. I'm just so excited. I mean, we've got completely new shards, but like you said with the Wind Ranger one, I mean, information is one of the most important factors in Dota, and late game information with the power shot potential could just really enable you to be able to take a fight in your advantage, dodge, maybe, have a smoke gank, scout out that smoke gank. It literally just information. You can't put a price on that. It is just so vital for a team to be able to succeed. But Fnatic, looks like potentially looking for a 3 or 2, and they're going to pick up the Void Spirit. So this is a hero that we've seen some flexibility. They've given it to Masros in the position 3. I've been incredibly impressed when he has played the Void Spirit in the 3, so that and you can run the DP in the 3 or the 2 as well. So some flex going into this here for Fnatic.
10 seconds.
I think he's going to take good advantage of it as well. It's kind of a little bit of a counter to the Tiny, let's say, just because there's these tiny little windows of free movement, I suppose you can call it, within the avalanche. So if you're able to just get off a dissimulate, suddenly the combo isn't as impactful to being able to try and just completely 100-0 you. So I think, yeah, Masaros has been playing really well on the hero. No real huge changes for the Void Spirit. I don't know if we'll see the shard on him unless it gets to a super late game, but it's a nice little buff. He just gets an extra circle to dissimulate to on the outer rim of his usual ones. So we will see. And I think the hero that was banned out last from Motivate is one of the heroes that's really going to rise to prominence with the Tide Hunter. Like, the amount of damage reduction that he's able to do, like the fact that Anchor Smash hits towers, not only does it do damage, the damage reduction applies as well. So they're probably going to be dead by the 20-minute mark when he's able to pick it up. But assuming there's a tier 1 tower still alive, normally hits for 90, you take off 54 attack damage from that tower. Then you've also got the Kraken Shell blocking a lot of the damage. You're basically getting tickled by the tower and fulfilling a similar kind of role to the Timbersaw. It's just probably about 10 or so minutes later down the track. But it's definitely something to be considering when you're going for these high ground sieges. You can just have Tide Hunter on the front lines, Death Prophet, for example, standing behind, and having a lot of difficulty to try and contest it. But they're just going to go for the Phantom Lancer. He underwent a little bit of a change with his Ag Scepter, I believe, just not providing that increased range on the Phantom Rush and the lack of cooldown. It's more about, I think it's refreshing all of your Juxtapose illusions and making them last for even longer.
Yeah, the Juxtapose now has a cast where you can destroy your illusions and quickly create the max illusion that it allows depending on the levels, and they also last for a bonus 10 seconds here as well. And then the Aghanim's Shard is just the old Ags, which is that Spirit Lance bouncing
and it's a mid-tiny coming through as well.
There we go.
So that's the way Motivator's seeing things. I mean, Fearless, he He's here. When I was speaking to him previously, he's like, the two biggest tryhards on the old Motivate are him and Masaros. So I'm sure that they've just been, playing games either against each other, with each other, who knows, in the lead up to this. And maybe he's found out something with the Tiny. I'll have to have a look at it. And of course, we've also got Death's as the position 3 now on Motivate. It was Nevermind previously, but Death, he stood in for the lower bracket match. He was pretty convincing with his performances, and they're going to stick with him for now.
Yeah, if I remember correctly as well, he also played the Timbersaw in one of those matches as well in the low bracket. But it's a pretty difficult match for a Timber. I mean, this Earth Spirit's gonna go Spirit Vessel. You're in a lane versus the Ursa, which is one of the worst matchups that you can possibly have. I mean, Timber is incredibly weak, level 1, level 2, even 3 as well. If you're against like an Ogre and an Ursa, that's just gonna be so lane dominating. And I'm worried because this hero Ursa needs like a perfect lane setup where you want a position 4 who can stay in the lane for the start and be very strong at the early levels just to get him out of that weakness. But then he wants that position 4 to roam across the map. Like that 4 really doesn't want to be staying in the lane because the Timber really wants to find that solo experience and start to take over. So you do kind of require a lot out of the position 4 for it to be a perfect pick, and we'll see if the win range is going to be that. But this is a see the question mark from Boombell. There's a lot of tips coming through, but the storylines are there at the moment. I mean, this is 23 Savage up against his old team. We even got Masros as well on Fnatic going against his old team as well. So who's able to come on top? A lower bracket round 2 elimination match, and man, Boombell, you're in a tricky spot to start, my good sir. I mean, he tries to keep a deep observer ward down. Luckily enough, he's got the brown boots, so he's going to have a decent amount of movement speed.
Essentially, every single one of Fnatic's heroes count as this Timbersaw, except for maybe the Ogre, but even in lane, it's going to be pretty deadly. I mean, you can see what the game plan is. Raven, he's got the Orb of Venom. They want to be able to catch up to Timber, use the Ignite on DJ, and then just burst him down with the Fury Swipes. Not even burst him down, it's going to be a slow death.
Oh, they don't have the tooltip. Actually, I'll bring it up after. We might have a fight here. Looks like a lot of Radiant heroes coming over for this top battle. 2 showing at the moment. Actually going to back off, so PL's looks like maybe thinking about starting at this lane. They got the Timber going down, and I love this. I mean, well aware that the Timber matchup versus the Ursa in the lane is I don't want to say unlaneable, but it's goddamn difficult to say the least. So
you could call it horrible.
Yeah, horrible is a good way to put it. So you're going to dodge that matchup, which is literally perfect. Timber can struggle in that laning in matchup, so now getting the favorable side is important. One thing I was going to say is that usually the last patches, if you hover the abilities, it gives that kind of tooltip of what they changed. Yeah, and it's not there. I wish it kind of was. Makes it a lot easier.
I mean, they just wanted to make things harder for us.
Yeah, exactly. Goddamn.
I wonder if they're going to be going for a little bit of musical lanes here. Who's going to be the one that switches up? Are they going to try and rotate people down bot to deal with Death? Because he's already got a full wave. He's level 2 by this point, just through the use of that Whirling Death. Has to be careful with his courier. Just puts in the trees, so that's nicely done by there. And Jabsy's going to block off that small camp. Again, at its core, nothing too much has changed about the way that you play the early game, but it's just the different options that you now have. That's where we're going to see. So I think around the 15 and, of course, the 20-minute mark is where you're going to really see the big changes happen.
Yeah, and I mean, as the game goes on as well, I'm really excited to see how the Phantom Lance is going to fare. This is a hero where, watching a couple streams today, people had pretty strong opinions on how the PL, the opinions on thinking that this might be a carry who's going to have some pretty hot commodity as 7.28 does continue on. And honestly, for Fnatic, I mean, they really suffer with being able to deal with the Phantom Lancer illusions, to be honest. I mean, Ogre, kind of single target, you can't really rely on the Ignite at all. Maybe, Masros with, if he goes the Aghanims, that double Resonant Pulse is nice if there's a decent timing there, depending when he picks it up. The Death Prophet Exo can be okay too. It's a game where Fnatic going late, they might really suffer to deal with the PL. That's what I'm worried about, though.
Yeah, for sure. Alright. Well, looks like Q's got the similar sort of idea. I mean, it's nothing game-breaking, this, what he's got queued up in his quick buy. Tranquils into the Javelin, Of course, some nice harass being able to come out from being against a couple of melee heroes with that Blightstone. But big thing for me is he going to go into the orb? They're going in onto Boom Bell,
though. The rotation, the level 2 finds the first blood. You saw Radiant, they tried to scan it, but it was just a little bit shy of when that Earth Spirit actually TP'd up. So they were kind of well aware that movement was going to come through, but little, kind of baited themselves actually. They got too comfortable with knowing that the scan missed, and it's going to cost them that kill there. And now Fearless mid as well. Jabs is thinking about a wraparound. He doesn't really have the angle at the moment. Maybe he just wants the courier
as well. This would be huge.
That's massive. Yeah, Jabs. Oh no. That's so much gold. You should die for that. Yeah, and he's going to be able to do so. I mean, that is a massive courier to bring down there. I mean, it's down from minute 15. Just a bottle for Fearless. Now he's got no regen, so he's got to be so careful with how he plays this lane. I mean, at least it is shoved out. You're going to see he's just going to go back to base, and he's not really going to miss too much here, at least.
He did well. He made sure to throw the tree out there, keep the lane pushed in as much as possible, and yeah, he's got the long walk of shame, unfortunately, all the way back. Good courier micro, though. It was just the boots of speed and the wind lace on Jabs too much to be able to chase down that courier.
Yeah, but this is, the lane's going relatively well for Motivate. It looks like Tiny's the one that's kind of suffering the last hits, but, top, Raven could be in trouble, gets a little bit of distance with that Earth Shock. Now, DJ even helping out as well. But they have... I think the big thing for Motivate is the fact that Timber isn't getting pressured in the lane against the Ursa match. I'm kind of surprised Fnatic weren't... Oh, actually mid, roll forward, Fearless. He's still got the Abba, so he should be fine. Looks like Moons doesn't even have a bottle anyway, so looks like Boom Bell is going to be able to pick that up. But yeah, I'd say Motivate have to be incredibly happy with the start of this game, where they've, even though they've given up first blood, Death is in a matchup where he's very comfortable in. You've got the Phantom Lancer getting a decent amount of farm as well, and Ursa's a hero who can be a lane dominator, and well, Ursa could just be in trouble here. Raven with that Echo Stomp needs an extra little bit of damage here, and Q is going to be the one to snipe that from downtown, but it does leave Fearless now free in the mid lane, though, when Ranger's going to try and TP to get a little bit of help, but Moon with 2 points up in that Crypt Swarm is going to be able to get a return kill across the map. So Fnatic, a big one on that Tiny.
Some good experience going the Wind Ranger for this, making sure that it's not just going to be lost underneath the tower. I'm sure Fearless is going to be a little bit disappointed about it all. He's ended up being able to get his bottle career respawning when he was dead.
Oh, DJ sets up for Jabs rotation as well by the bounty runes here, so they're going to get another. We've seen the rotation from the Jabs in the early game. He's 1-0 and 2, been a part of all these 3 kills at the moment from Fnatic, and the past couple of days, well, yesterday in particular, we saw the Earth Spirit have some incredible performances, and so far Jabs is looking really strong as well, and he's actually got the drums queued up too, which is an item that did get changed a little bit here, so I'm excited to see how that's going to fare. It doesn't have that agi anymore, and the charges is up to 8 instead of the 6.
Yeah, I mean, if you're wanting to take a lot of team fights, which is pretty standard as the Ursa, we're yet to see if he's going to go into the old school Battle Fury style.
Down bot actually, Moon pops the X, so Death could be in trouble here. They got that percent damage coming through with the Spirit Siphon, so it's going to be sucking him dry of that health pool. Might be able to get a kill before he dies, but not Masteros able to just keep his life. And now this is with a catapult wave as well, so if Moon can get that lane in, he might be able to put some pressure on the tower. Meanwhile, as well, Motivate trying to even up the count here up top. But one thing we've been bringing up throughout the BTS Pro series is the Death Prophet for Moon is one of his best heroes, and I am I'm very excited to see how Moon's going to be able to play with this in this game, because in the last series I was very impressed with his second and third game in the upper bracket. Unfortunately, they still lost that series, but now being on a very comfort hero, let's see how he's going to fare as well.
Yeah, I mean, and the fact that, like we mentioned before, you just have that extra 25 movement speed at level 1, it means that you have something baseline that previously you had to commit the Spirit Siphon for. So that's going to be really effective for avoiding ganks, making chases happen, even after the start of a team fight. Yeah, Fearless, he's having a rough one in this mid lane.
Yeah, he's only level 6 at the moment. I mean, he's got 25 losses. Let's say only level 6, but the fact that Moon's already 7 and a quarter, he's got that level advantage. But the Tiny is someone who does need a lot of levels to be able to have that combo. As Boom Bell top, though, could be in trouble, but they got some rotations coming through. Fearless going to get involved here. He's got an Arcane Rune as well, so if they drag this one out, he might be able to get a couple of combos. looks like Fnatic with the Fire Blast is just going to enable them to retreat away. So once again, Jabs, you know, paying off pretty big here with these rotations, getting involved, fighting a kill on that outer Titan. Fnatic, they got 5 early and a 1,000 net worth lead.
And the other thing as well is, you know, we talked about how the Timbersaw's lane is probably going to be tough if he was to be laning against the Ogre and the Ursa. And they've even still got a kill onto him. But so much of the attention is towards this top side of the map. You can see 3 observer wards up here. They know that eventually they're going to be able to deal with this Timbersaw with at least 4 of their 5 heroes. So they're just not worrying too much about it. If he extends too far, sure, they'll punish him. But right now, it's the Tiny. That's the big deal.
Well, Q's in the area to try and help out. Shackle's not going to land on 2 though, so with that, Fearless will still fall. And Moon's got the Exism as well, so they're going to try and commit it mid, and with the help of the rest of the supports here, just being those kind of bodyguards in case Motivate really commit to try and defend the tower. And this is a very big one to claim, because Motivate, they're the ones to be a little bit more passive with the Phantom Lancer, someone who's, you know, can come online with something like the Diffusal Blade and Yasha, but, you know, definitely not as fast as something like the Ursa. Although Ursa is going the Battle Fury, so at least he's going to have a mediocre way to deal with the illusions. And, you know, we saw that Ursa Battle Fury for a while ago as well. Just works really well with the Fury swipes.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Fnatic are no strangers, similar to the way that TNC play, and making sure there's a lot of stacks. Oh, a chipped vest coming through, so Scuffed Blade Mail picked up by Moon.
Couple of the new neutral items we're going to see brought out here in this series and our latest series as well. So we'll see how, you know, important these ones, even the Possessed Mask as well. That's going to be
very useful for being able to farm. I mean, it means you're spending a whole lot less on regen. PL never really goes too much lifesteal until super late, so that's going to be really handy for him as well.
And he's also, you know, going to have kind of the illusions that can help tank up. So this is going to be pretty nice here. But we'll see Epi, like you said, he's not really going to have to bring out too much regen to keep himself afloat in that jungle. But Fnatic have, you know, still continuing to look incredibly strong. And the big thing is the fact, you know, when you're able to really kick back Jabs, even though he misses the roll, still having an impact here. Phil is going to try and attempt the TP. The Crypt Storm's on cooldown, which is that extra little damage they needed. But a big thing for the Death Prophet is when you're able to really, you know, get successful usages out of the Exism. You know, if you kind of fall short on a couple of the early ones, then can really limit your map control. And, you know, this is similar to a hero like the Dragon Knight. He wants to take towers early. As Cube rolled in once again, is in trouble up here because we see just the rotations coming through with the emphasis by these bounties.
Getting pretty lucky with the neutral items though, as Savage is just going to be blocked out by Masaros from picking up that DD rune, so Masaros going to be very happy with that. Some more pickoff potential enabled, but they don't even need a pickoff. They're just able to push straight into this top tower. Only 10 seconds until that Exorcism's off cooldown again.
Yeah, and they got that catapult wave coming in as well, so, you know,
being chased up here a little bit.
Yeah, Masaros and Jabs being a bit of a nuisance right now. Fearless going to try and come over. Savage with that strength treads. Now they're going to look to turn. Fearless brings down one, and now nice block. Stops the roll from Jabs. He does have the drums for the movement speed, though. Looks like he's going to get some distance away. Now, meanwhile, back up to top we go. Moon committed the Exism. Braven's going to close the distance. It's the dominating spree so far for your Death Prophet. And they've still got a lot of usage out of this Exile as well. So they're going to be able to take their second tier 1 tower of the game. Top and mid now claimed. And this will give them a lot more opportunities to make the infiltration movements inside the triangle camp.
Yeah, and just after they finish their foray there, all the wards expire. So they're like, great, job done, information received. Now we can look to play around. Well, Roche is still important for Fnatic to play around, of course. You've got an Ursa, so he's always going to be able to take those at quick notice, but they can look to put a bit more pressure towards this bottom side of the map as well. As we can see, Raven, he TP'd down here. His courier died, so he's a little low on the mana department, but it shouldn't be too long until it's back up. Yeah, just a couple of seconds, and he's going to be able to bring it out with that Claymore as well.
Looks like Motivate really want to try and get Death involved now. You know, he's probably the strongest hero on their lineup. So level 9's had a pretty good laning stage. He's got that hood as well. Even utilizing the Ironwood tree, but this is something that did get nerfed just a little bit. The cooldown, was it 4 before? I can't remember what it was, but it's up to 15, so 6, yeah. But it was something that we saw really start to get utilized from some of the heroes, like, you know, the Wind Ranger, the Timber, and even just the good old BM factor of dropping the GG branch as well. You know, just can never take away that tilting aspect. So I like this though. They get involved. You bring Death up top. Really needed to get that first objective, and now it kind of gives you some extra camps to be able to farm here.
Oh, you're right. It was actually 4. I mean, syncing up very nicely with that timber chain. Just made it incredibly busted, but now you need to wait for every 3rd or 4th timber chain to get the maximum value out of it.
Bio? Let's smoke it up, man. Fnatic have been playing this game pretty fast at the moment here. They want another kill. The wrap through top. Moon Smoke does get popped here. And Savage is going to see the Ogre running, so the instant TP out from Death, and Q's just going to be able to scurry throughout the river. So kind of nice positioning there from Savage, I guess. Still farming, but and look what he's got queued up. He's got that ag in him, so might potentially be able to see the new ags here for the PL.
You love to see it.
And man, oh man, though, this new change to the Ancient, that Thunderbird, it does so much damage with the clap. I think it's like 210, 230 maybe, some ridiculous amount where, against Illusion heroes, it's going to be so annoying.
Yeah, it's clapping those cheeks to be sure, but we've got Savage. He's just finished up his Diffusal Blade, and yeah, that is a pretty damn quick Battle Fury coming through from Raven. I mean, we've seen it in the past. What was it, like a 10.5 minute on the PA Battle Fury, I think, in the previous series?
That was a naked one though, so this is at least, he's got the treads, the orb, stick, and some couple other very minor items. I think the PA just had Wraithband or something. So, but the fact that the Ursa already has this one completed is ridiculous. Raven's farm's just gonna skyrocket, and they commit the Exo. Looks like Radiant just going to try and trade this tier 1 tower. They really don't feel confident with taking fights at the moment here on Motivate.
Q's just finished up his Javelin, so he's going to be able to go for a few of these pickoffs with the Diffusal Blade on the PL, looking to fight around this mid tower or towards the top side. That's really where they're wanting to fight right now, but some good vision already achieved by Motivate. They're trying to get rid of as much as possible. But some really...
Here we go. Oh, nice roll. Stops the chain, and now Death's in trouble. They've got the drag back as well. The Acrostom's going to disrupt this. Let's see if Death's going to be able to disengage.
Still alive.
That's a lot of damage as well. Phil's going to be able to counter-initiate. They bring down the Earth Spirit, and Moon's in trouble as well, utilizing that Iron Wood. Death's back in, but Raven's going to try and clean up. Look at the stun on top of Boombell as well. The tower's going to be able to go to work, but now Savage showing up with the Diffusal Blade. Raven, he's in trouble. Shackles locks him up, and now DJ's going to attempt the TP as well. They're going to cancel Fearless, and Co will bring down 4. Motivate, an incredible fight. They've been suffering in this early game, but showing up big. They're finding that tier 1 tower, and 4 heroes on Fnatic as well.
Oh, Masaros just right in front of his face takes the bounty route away from Fearless. Yeah, Masaros wasn't showing up to that fight just yet. He just finished his Yule Scepter, so he's perhaps a little bit late on the reaction time, but still some great use of the item timings coming through from Motivate with the Diffusal Blade and the Javelin on the Wind Ranger, making big things happen.
And that's a big fight there for Motivate, because they didn't have the blink on Fearless. He had like about 1,500 gold at the start of that fight, and afterwards now the blink is completed. So this is going to give them, I mean, PL's top of the net worth now, getting involved with that Diffusal Blade. We see the Javelin paying off, but now the big thing is Tiny's kind of suffered through that laning stage, the early game, but now Fearless can really have a lot more impact. He's got the Avatos, maxed out now, so his burst potential is going to be through the roof. Now they did nerf the combination a little bit. I think it's down to 2.5% instead of the 3 if you get the Avatos combo previously. So the damage did get kind of tweaked, but still we will see the Tiny be able to burst through some heroes.
For sure. A little disappointed in Q. He had the MKB queued up as well on the Wind Rangers, so probably not going to get to see my my hope item, I guess you could call it. See the first use of the shard, but I mean, they've got some really good pick-off potential as well with the Tiny, right? You don't need all that much to be able to even have an impact from the other side of the map. Just opting to go for the standard, not changing things up all too much.
I'm excited which heroes we're going to see the first shard on, honestly. Like, who's just going to go for it? I was going through all the heroes, seeing that quick buy. Unfortunately, no one's got one queued up at the moment. But, at least we're seeing a new Ags on the PL. And that's kind of something, but definitely not the shard. So, if someone's going to go for it, I'm excited to see that. We do have the Death Prophet, though. Actually, looks like he's going for the Bloodstone here. So,
yeah, it's going to be quite nice. And, yeah, I wonder if we're ever going to get to the point where it's just like it hits 20 minutes, and then you just instantly see the buy on like shard, just because people have found out which ones are busted and just cannot be let through.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. It's just going to be a massive timing by that 20, where if you've got the gold, see can really maybe come into play here. And while we're 4 minutes away from it, but still without too much gold in the bank from a lot of these players, so we'll see how they're able to utilize that extra advantage that has now been given by Lord Gambit and his Masteros. Well, going to be able to catch up. Boom Bell here. Phil is going to try and counter Nisha. Can they bring through the Void Spirit? The Scepter is going to be trying to disrupt this, but it still gets a Resonant Pulse off. They've lost the AT. It's going to be a 1-for-1 to start, but Fearless with the wraparound moon straight on top of the Spirit Siphon. Epi's going to try and get involved here. But Savage, what can he really do? It's Death in the middle. He's in trouble. San's going to prevent the chain away, so it looks like Motivate. They're going to end up losing 3. Savage, thought about coming through. Maybe chucking out that Doppel. Seeing what he can, burn some mana down. But that's a nice fight for Fnatic where they, Motivate weren't really set up and didn't really have too much vision in the area as well.
I think just wanting to wait in particular for when this Manta style comes. It's still very scary for a PL to try and join any of these fights. You've got the DP Silence, you've got the Earth Spirit, and eventually you're even going to have Masteros on top of that. Now that he's finished his Yule Scepter, he's gone straight into the Ags.
And the extra kind of control that it's able to provide you against the Timber as well, that double silence. Yes, he's got the Yule Scepter. It's also another way to be able to deal with the Phantom Lancer illusions, which I highlighted earlier, depending on the timing that you get the Aghanims and, even kind of the extra control before he gets the Manta. So, if he's able to find, that at a decent timing, I mean, what is he? 125 at the moment. He's, 4th in net worth, so Masteros has, been having a relatively good game here. But, the big standout is, Raven's still getting incredibly farmed. He's got the Bastion now completed. Even the, we see one of the Teacher neutral items picked up as well, the Quicksilver Amulet.
Yeah, Gaben's blessing us. We're getting all sorts of new neutral items coming through here. So Quicksilver Amulet, for something like an Ursa that always wants to be casting his spells, is just going to be so impactful. Getting that extra movement speed, the extra attack. And I think we saw a Bullwhip come through as well, so that's probably just going to be used to enable Raven even further, given that extra 16% movement speed.
Oh, Fearless. They got that ward, but Moon's going to be able to disrupt the Avatos combination with the Yule Scepter now. Rotation's coming through. They want to try and punish this deep attempt here, but they've got to be careful with the backline stab. Masteros has got a DD just controlling up the backline so they can't counter initiate with the Echo Summon. Just disrupt it as Tiny will fall. Boombell's in trouble as well. Masteros cuts him down with the double damage. Nice use to that outpost control, wrapping on the back, really preventing the Echo Stomp from allowing Motivate to reset the fight. But this is still, Raven, farming on the Ursa, but also 23 Savage as well. They're giving a lot of space to the Phantom Lancer, and, I'm still worried if this game goes on, that Savage might be able to take over.
Yeah, there's the potential. We don't know quite yet how good this Ags is.
That's true.
Right? A little bit unlucky with the Thunderhide again, with all of his illusions. He manages to take out the main one, but they're just going straight into Roche here with the Ursa, with the Exorcism. Why not? They've scattered it out, but it's going to be a little bit too slow.
Yeah, it's just way too late. They're going to be able to shred that one down. They do commit the Exo, but Raven's got the Aegis now, so that extra life for the Ursa really going to be strong for them. They can heavily utilize this. This is always a hero that loves that early Roshan. It's one of the better ways to be able to bring that down.
And you can just see the tempo that Fnatic are wanting to play out. They've used 4 of the 8 charges of the Earth Spirit's drums. They're continuing to go in.
Let's see if Freddy want to fight here, because they know the Exorcism's on cooldown. They got a very nice ward in the area as well. Savage going to show up. Yeah, Fnatic want to retreat instantly, although Raven actually TP's in. They get the shackles. They're burning out all the mana, though. We might just lose that first life instantly. Masteros on top of the backline as well, but the Echo Sum's going to control him now. They're going to be careful. The Earth Splitter flying through as well. It's going to disrupt the toss back. Beautifully done from the Tiny, but where's the follow-up? Savage, he's controlled. He's going to be careful as well. He's going to try and deal with the back, but the Doppelganger gets him some space, but they found the real one, and now Savage utilizing that Phantom Rash on top of the creep wave, but it's not going to matter. And now with the cleanup coming through, they're just bringing them down slowly, one by one, although they're still holding this live. Q on top of the back. Focus fire is there, but Masteros now big combo on top of the back. Fearless brings down Void Spirit, but where's the extra? Death has got a little bit of mana to utilize, but Raven finds the bash, and with the extra attack speed coming through from the overpower. 3 down from Motivate, which looked like a really good start. They knew the Exorcism was on cooldown. They had a very good ward on the high ground. They brought that first life from Raven too, but man, they just died so fast.
I think you're kind of okay with it. You know, taking away the ages from an Ursa means you can get closer towards your next timings, and I mean, it just takes away some of that fear that they're just going to be looking to come up onto your high ground, because that was an exorcism used in the previous fight. It wasn't used there, and you're going to have the Arcane Rune as well available for Moons, so still something to be scared about. But I think the next Roshan is really what Motivator are going to be prioritizing right now.
And there's a good old Midas picked up actually for DJ, so we might actually see that Fire Shield, honestly. And yeah, he's got the shard queued up after what looks like the Holy Locket, and I am really excited to see if Holy Locket might actually... Oh, we got a multicast on the first one. That's literally, you love to see. Nothing more you want on an Ogre than to get a first multicast with the Midas use, but yeah, I'm excited to see if this Holy Locket might actually be viable. You know, we kind of saw it on the Io, maybe even the Phoenix occasionally, but you're now with that change, you are getting, I think, every 15 seconds, one charge, which is with the big factor here, and you know, it's going to be pretty interesting.
It's the regen aura as well. 3 HP regen is going to be really nice when they're looking to take all of these fights as a team of 5, so that's going to be pretty handy. Although, honestly, with the Shard, I can't think of too many worse games to have it than, you know, like against a PL,
Yeah.
right? Just because he's going to melt them off.
It's true, just the illusion's just going to shred him and won't even have to really worry about much. I mean, I guess it gives you at least a defensive factor, but Fnatic trying to roll in top here. Jabs catching up Boom Belt. I mean, it's going to at least give the rest of the Motivate side a way to be able to disengage, although mid, we've got a battle coming through as well. Raven's already got an Abyssal Blade just showing up big here in this game one, dominating spree for the Ursa, and well, 23 Savage going to be careful too as well, but this is, when top of the net worth, we're seeing the Ursa really, you know, be that nuisance entire of the game, and Fnatic are looking strong.
I think the thing that they're really waiting for is the ability for the Wind Ranger to go for these solo pickoffs as well. Getting closer and closer to completing that MKB, even with something like a Death Prophet. If you're able to get that full duration shackle off, there's no guarantee that she's going to live. You don't have a ton of save, because we've seen in these team fights, Jabs has been on the one on the front lines. If you're able to somehow skirt in behind them,
They're trying.
they do have that capability to kill, although missing the shackle, don't know how that latched onto nothing.
Nice Echo stop on the high ground though. If
I
they...
think they know though. Yeah, no vision.
This is a pretty good spot for Dire to be able to hold around that triangle. They got a ward situated. Very power spot for them, for Fnatic. And you see how they're controlling. They got top and mid shoved in, just controlling the triangle, really limiting the farm that they're able to find here. And well, they're pressuring Mastros. That's a deep attempt here on the Tiny. Do they have any save opportunities though? Cute shocks up the shackle, but it's not going to matter. They don't find the extra latch, so pretty much just a mini stun almost, and Raven's just able to clean that one up there.
They're getting a little lucky here on the bashes. Fearless was just wanting to, rather than immediately use the Avalanche, get his Force Staff back into the base, but immediate bash straight after the Abyssal. Not so great. Doesn't feel so good. And there we go. DD bottled up for Raven. He's already level 19.
Jeez. Highest level in the game at the moment, and he's getting pretty close to that 20 as well. He goes for the Earthshock with a plus Fury swipes damage. You know, more than likely, I mean, he's going to have an immense amount of damage as this one continues throughout the fights, and this is all without a BKB. So now is, you know, it's really going to stop the Timbers damage, stop him from, you know, losing out all on the mana, the combo from the Tiny. You know, it's a lot of abilities that he has to be worried about, and the fact that he's already had such a good game without it, you know, it's going to be very difficult for them to kite him.
Double damage.
Oh, this is going to be a big team fight. They've just put the vision down, so wonder if they're going to spot it.
Mastros
Mastros
gonna
breaks
move
it.
forward, but Fearless tries to counter up. It's a lot of damage already on the Void Spirit. They're going to be careful.
They see
Trying
the
to go
double
on the
damage.
back line as well. Savage, he can build up the illusions. He's in trouble instantly with the Abyss Blade. They found the real Phantom Lancer, but the bash coming through the last second. No, Savage, he tried to stack up the illusion on top of the supports here, but the rest of Motivate, they gave up that higher ground, and they might give up another hero as well. Fearless caught out in the mid lane. The hero sets up for the roll. Raven, he wants to see if there's any heroes on top of the back, maybe trying to defend the Tiny, but there isn't. So just turn his attention to the position 2, who hasn't really been able to get a foothold in this game. 4-7-4 for Fearless, and Fnatic now utilizing that DD, finding 2 pickoffs onto the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I think just getting that little bit too keen. The DD, way too much to handle at this point of the game, considering the farm that Raven has. That Abyssal Blade coming in clutch. As I mentioned, getting somewhat lucky sometimes with some of the basher crits, but procs rather. But yeah, if you're going to have a PL diving in that deep onto the backlines against a DD, you're always running the risk of something going awry.
What have we here?
Well, they don't find that T2 tower mid, but the big thing is the fact that the MKB is now being completed for Q. So now you've got a way to be able to find some of the pickoffs here on the squishy heroes, really going to amplify that potential. So we'll see how he's really able to utilize this though.
His timing for his Ags is going to sync up pretty well with Juxtapose being maxed out as well. So that's going to be a nice little power boost for Savage.
It's found death. He doesn't have too many reactive armor stacks as well, so Raven just shreds him down. When you can stack the Fury Swipes on someone like a Timber, usually feels pretty tanky, but not so much when Raven's on top of him. And now that leads him into a tier 2 tower, and you see instantly trying to sweep to top where it's getting shoved out from Fearless, but they're going to try and disrupt this though.
They cliffed it just to make sure that he wasn't able to keep the wave pushed in.
They really want that tier 2 top. They're just trying to get all the map control right by the potential Roche spawn coming through.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just so much information being given by the fact that you're able to just have Roshan and the enemy team doesn't. And as well, it just enables you to go on to that next high ground with very little that you're worried about. You know, Ursa, such low cooldowns on all of his spells, so he's the perfect candidate to try and take it up. And he's going to Blink Dagger as well, so maybe looking to build into one of those new Blink. Yeah, I think it's perfectly possible.
What, the Swift Blade, or that's one of the... I think that was the Agi one, right?
Yeah, and there's like an Arcane something. Arcane Blink, Swift Blink, and Overwhelming Blink. Yeah, I mean, Swift Blink seems fine to me. Gives you that little bit of extra attack speed, extra movement, I think phased movement speed as well. So even though he hasn't opted to go for the phase boots, obviously going the more farm-intensive style with the Battle Fury Ursa, you're still going to be able to phase through people. So you're totally fine with it.
Oh, okay. I actually got excited. For a second, I saw the Mastros with that new kind of UI with the Aghanims, which I will say I'm a big fan of, though. Hang on a second. Death and Boombolt, they're very far pushed out here without really the rest of the team to back them up. So they just melt through the Elder Titan. Now the rest of the team got to dip out. What do we got? Ags picked up from Phantom Lance as well. So with that timing of the level 18. And is this... Did he go the shard, the Ogre? He did. Okay, so we got our first Ag shard. Let's go. Ogre, like you said, probably not going to be the best ones in a game where you're against a Phantom Lancer Illusions, but they're going to take a fight down bot as Q. I was trying to deal with jabs, but he's in trouble. He's able to just roll away out of the focus fire and back in to help out with claiming that kill there. Just, unfortunately, that MKB wasn't doing too much. And Spirit's got an Echo Saber as well. Oh, God.
I honestly don't mind it. You do so much damage with the level 10 talent. Plus 50 damage, plus you're hitting twice, plus it gives you some intelligence and mana regen when you're trying to roam around the map constantly. I think it's perfectly fine. Like a position 4 with 2400 HP is nothing to write off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, at least this is, you know, the first shards. I'm excited for this. We'll see how DJ's able to play with. What's the cooldown? 25 seconds. Okay. Oh, sorry, 18 seconds. 25-second duration, though. But you can melt through it very easily, which is the big issue. He's got a Midas. Can he get a multicast? Oh, I hate to see it.
Disappointing.
At least Motivator going to get an outpost. They will give up that Aegis, though, so Raven claims it. Cheese is on Moon as well, and he's got 16 Bloodstones to boot.
Bounty.
They were able to keep their outpost on Motivate's side, so that's going to be really important. If they can get Boombell up to level 12 as well, that's going to give them that little bit extra wombo combo that they need to be able to take down these much tankier heroes.
The ET's got his Aghanim shot as well. I'm not sure if he got that before the Ogre or just picked it up, but allows you to switch to the Echo Stomp with auto cast. So we'll see how that's going to end up faring here with the ET. But Fnatic, they're just walking up high ground. They don't even get You know, they got the Aegis, they got this Exo, so not worrying about Motivate's lineup. And I mean, let's see, Fearless going to try and drag back the Death Prophet. Can they bring down Moon? But he pops the Bloodstone. There's still a lot of damage coming through with the Focus Fire, and he's getting burnt through the Illusions as well. But now with the Abyssal Blade, Raven deals with the support. The Magnetize as well. They're going to be careful with that slow tick damage here. The Illusions are shredding them, though. They're slowly losing that mana, but can they have a long drawn-out fight? Nice Echo Stomp. Oh, finds 3, but where's the follow-up? Pops the cheese on Moon. They're going to roll forward on Jabs as well. Wind Ranger doesn't have a buyback. They didn't really... I mean, Exo has been committed now. Oh my god, perfect Yours timing. And now the setup of the Remnant as well. They got the Echo Stomp to disrupt this. Savage going to try and deal with Matros as well, but he's got one more charge in that Astral Step. Straight on top of the backline. Savage going to have to do the full brunt of the force here, but does he have the damage show as they're slowly forcing Fnatic away? But they got to keep in mind that Raven, he's still got this extra life. Fearless going to counter up once again on top of the back, but the Avatos, it's not enough damage, and now he's going to have to look to turn as Raven. He finds the bash coming through, the Ghost Scepter, but it doesn't matter. Down for 75, dieback for the Tiny, and now Motivate. Are they too far outside the base here? Q, he doesn't get a double shackle. Death gonna try and charge in with the Timber Chain as well. Raven dealing with Savages, forcing them away. It's a lot of the damage though. Mastros will find an extra. Q's down. They're going for more as well. Death inside the base. Where can he chain off to? He doesn't have any extra change to be able to utilize it now with the Remnant. Drags him back. Double for Mastros as Motivate. They don't have buybacks here.
Oh, and Raven, he's just taken up a couple of those tower
Savage?
hits as well. He's got the Aegis. Oh,
Okay.
to get it
Well,
onto
can
the
the PL
backlines.
do it? You're gonna have to hope now, but the bash comes through. They deal with the Illusions. Bye bye PL. Down for 70. They just shredded through them. Moon's gonna be able to catch out the Elder Titan outside the base as well. And
He's looking
man,
to swap
this
himself
is
again.
oh god. He has... It's such a comfort hero for Moon on the Death Prophet, and he's shown up 9-1 and 16 Fnatic in this game one. 25,000 net worth lead. They got the melee racks up top, looking to try and take the mid racks as well. And oh, this is a game where it's going to be hard to come back from here.
Even the creeps are just going to do the job on top. The rotation through the bottom, forcing the buyback through from the Elder Titan. This is the thing though, like I feel like in this position where they're playing from behind, you're never going to want to swap forward onto that Spirit as the position 5. You're just dead meat. So I feel like maybe there could have been some better usage of his network.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Well, PL is going to be up in 10, but it doesn't matter with the Exo already available here from Fnatic. They're just going to be able to claim the Mega Creeps. And oh, Motivate is going to have to be one hell of a comeback here, down 29,000 gold. Fearless toss, but it's on the Illusion, unfortunately. Now he's outside the base as well. Moon sets up for the roll forward. They don't get the connection. But be careful how deep you dive here, because the Extra's about to wear off, but they just find the real Phantom Lance of Raven with the Abyssal Blade. The Mantis not going to do enough, and now without the PL, the damage won't be there. Motivate have to call it quits as Fnatic take game one here in our lower bracket elimination match.
Fnatic, victory.
Well deserved. I mean, it was great team play all throughout. I really like the way that they were using the Fire Shield as well with DJ. Whenever that Exorcism is up, he makes sure he uses it onto Moon. Whenever it's down, he uses it onto the Ursa. Just really prioritizing who the frontliners are, who is going to be taking the brunt of the damage, and who the enemy team is going to be focusing on at that point in time. So really nicely done by Fnatic, taking what was eventually a somewhat easy win through. And yeah, really not caring all that much about the Timbersaw in the early game. Turns out it paid off.
Yeah, still Fnatic. I mean, they didn't get that Ursa in the lane versus the Timber, but it just seemed like it didn't really matter. I mean, Raven's Ursa 12-2, Moon went 10-1 as well. Just the overall early game performance from Jabs, the rotations and the involvement that he had in these early kills was made it so important for Fnatic to be able to take the early towers and just, you know, allowed them to really steamroll through this game. And it was a beautiful one for them. And now they are one game away of knocking Motivate out of contention here for the BTS Pro Series. But we're going to take a quick break here. Game 2 will be right around the corner. You don't want to miss it. 7.28 Dota 3 pretty much. I mean, we've got some incredible games coming your way. So with that, a short break until we got some more action.
What might be a scary lane a lot of the time is suddenly turning into a potential kill one for yourselves. So I think Omni might be a decent pick for him here.
Yeah, what they changed with Omni, was it just it was either Purification or Heavenly Grace dropped by 2 seconds, right? Yeah.
It's the Heavenly Grace, and they gave him the hammer as well as his Ag shard, which I think is really strong, but I'm not sure how I feel about Omni as a core just yet. But probably going to be irrelevant as they pick up the Shadow Demon. Little, I don't know if you want to call it nerfs or buffs, but they made it so that assuming you've got multiple uses of the Demonic Purge, as soon as you use the second one, the first one immediately expires and deals all the damage that had been stored up, I guess, until then. You can't dispel shadow poisons anymore, and you can also use the Demonic Purge onto allies to heal them and give a movement speed boost, I want to say. There's too many changes. I'm looking this up constantly.
At least that's the thing. We're able to go back and forth, see the changes. One thing about the mag, though, I mean, there weren't many. The empowered duration got rescaled. It's just now a flat 40. So it was 38 and then buffed up by 4 seconds each level. So max out was 50. So I guess, max out dropped by 10 seconds, but the rest of his, it just got some talent changes, that scepter rework. We got the horn toss as well for the shard, but honestly kind of surprised there wasn't maybe a little bit more of a rescaling with the mag empower, at least damage. But they get rid of the at least the duration nerfed a little bit.
When there were those leaks going on, like before the patch was officially released, I think people were looking at like the Brazilian website or something like that. Magnus was one of the first ones available, and before we knew what Ag shards were, we saw the horn toss, and I'm like, oh, so all heroes are just getting another ability now? And horn toss like tosses someone behind you. That's just like, man, this is the easiest laning tool of all time. Toss someone behind you, skewer them under the tower, they're dead. But turns out you can only get the shards at 20 minutes and beyond, so it's not going to be super impactful for that. But Motivate, they're just not looking to innovate all that much. They're just like, look, this worked damn well in the past patch. Let's try and make it work for us again. The Empower onto the PA, who's also going to have the Corrosive Haze, and probably by that point a Desolator as well. So nothing too different, just looking for those key timings.
Well, usually when we see that slaughter, a lot of time teams are banning out that Phantom Assassin. Honestly, PA didn't really get nerfed. Honestly, you could argue some of the talents hit a little bit. I mean, that Phantom Strike cast range dropped down from 350 to 300. The level 25 talent was 100% critical damage. It's now 7+ % for the coup de grace.
I argue that that's a bit better now, though. Now it felt like the coup de grace was basically chosen when you were losing heavily and you had a rapier and you just needed a way to pop someone, and that extra 100% damage was probably going to be enough. Now it's a lot more 50-50. I feel like there's going to be situations where you want to go the daggers just for that, spread of damage, take attention away from, I don't know, someone that might be trying to flank in from the side. Whereas the extra coup de grace damage is just like, if you are the man, if you're looking to man fight against the enemy carry, that's just what you need to try and get a few more of those lucky procs off. But we saw in the series yesterday how effective Shadow Demon is at dealing with the PA, especially once you finish up the Ags on the SD.
Void Incarnate.
Alright, well, Motivate gonna be the ones to pick up the Void Spirit here in this last pick. So they got the flexibility, I mean, with being able to play it in some multiple roles. What are we feeling? Is it a Mag 5, Lena 4?
I think so.
Yeah.
Remaining.
Mag 5, Lena 4,
Lena 4, Slaughter 3, Void 2, PA 1.
Well, this is a matchup that I've been a big fan versus the Storm. That Yule's catch is incredibly strong. We've even seen, honestly, I think the Storm matchup in the lane, you're a little bit better, but I've been surprised at how Voids have been actually able to fare, and even a Dragon Knight's getting picked up as well. They don't have the greatest catch at the moment here from Fnatic. The instant jump with that dragon tail no cast animation if you're not in the Elder Dragon form, so a great way to be able to catch out that Void Spirit, and being in the offlane actually here from Fnatic. So this is something we had not seen previously, but with the new patch we're going to get a bit of a treat. Motivate being the filthy buggers they are, they're one game away from elimination, so they're like, all right, you know what, we're going to go back to what works. We'll pick up the Slaughter, the Mag, and the PA. A hell of a combo, but Fnatic, they got some new heroes, the Nyx and the DK.
I think Motivate essentially have exactly what they want, but Fnatic's just like, look, Ice Frog's given us a lot to play with this patch. Let's try and find something that's just going to absolutely dumpster this past. And the thing is, towards the end of the previous patch, things were starting to get a little bit predictable. You know exactly what their timings are. You know exactly when they're going to make rotations. You know exactly where they're going to be farming. So I feel like Fnatic feels that they're going to be able to exploit that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I mean, at least, you know, with the second draft, I know it's a little bit more difficult to be able to read with not having, you know, as many games to be able to compare. But how are we feeling going into this? Do we think Motivated are going to be able to force a game 3, or is this just a 2-0 sweep here for Fnatic?
I'm sure they're feeling confident about it. It's a 5 Nyx assassin as well, so not even a position 4. Jabs is going to be playing the SD. I'm a little worried about how effective DJ is going to be in that lane towards the top side. Like, he's against a Lina and a Slardar. You don't really want to get close to either of those. How do I feel? Do I feel like they're going to be able to create enough havoc? Like, I'm just thinking of what are some of the shards and the new ags for some of these heroes on Fnatic's side. You've got the fiery breath on the DK that's just going to cut off a big section of the map. It does decent damage, like it's like 80 damage per second or something like that.
Yeah, 80.
What's Storm Spirit got? Did he get any shard or anything like that? Don't think
Electric
he did.
Rave, Grand Storm Spirit, and allied
Rave, yes.
heroes. The Overload Charges. Charges. This is yeah, an interesting one. I mean, we don't see the Nyx much, but I think it's nice at least they have this duo with the Shadow Demon Nyx where you can set up for the Impale, which at least is, you know, it's very, very similar where we see the Shadow Demon with like a Leshrac, because you have an E setup for a skill shot ability, so at least it'll make it a little bit more easier for DJ to be able to play. And they do have a break for this Phantom Assassin as well throughout some stage of the game, and it's also that the information... the Shadow Demon. Yeah. For a second, I'm like, who's this extra one that I'm missing? I'm just overcomplicating things a little bit too much. But yeah, I mean, it's also the fact that, you know, DJ is going to have a very good way to be able to scout out, because we know Motivate, this is a pretty kind of, you know, similar draft to what we were seeing last patch. They're going to try and play around the triangle, make a lot of stacks with the Phantom Assassin. You know, once he's able to come online, doesn't really need that Battle Fury, of course, with the mag, but it's still going to be a bit slower, really utilizing the Empower.
The battle begins.
DJ is going to poke his face forward, but when he sees the 3 heroes, he's like, all right, this is probably a little bit too much. And you can see he's kind of resigned himself to the fact that he's going to be taking a ton of harass in this lane, getting the 3 sets of tangos for himself, just wanting to be able to create a little bit of nuisance to make sure that Troll's going to get a good amount of farm. And I mean, if the past few games that Ravens played is anything to go by, I don't think we need to be all that worried.
And they're
just
actually
going to go into the Battle Fury as well.
They're holding 3 down bot at the moment here for Motivate, so you know, maybe hoping Death is able to find a setup, but no, he's just going to tip it up on Boombell. So want to make sure that they can at least hold Savage through that first, but fortunately gets the range creep deny. This is, you know, the Lina has been a hero who has been such a hotly contested position for throughout the meta, and you know, we'll see how you're going to be able to do up against the Nyx Assassin. I mean, just, you know, the extra range and the right clicks can be such a nuisance, being able to trade with that LSA as well. You know, DJ does start with the mana burn, so it's going to be a bit annoying here for Q if you can just burn all that mana and really then just have Lina have to rely on the right clicks. But, you know, Raven's going to do pretty well versus the Slardar, although if he doesn't have the help of the support here, this double stun combo is going to do a lot of harassment.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other positive thing. DJ is going to be able to just funnel in some of his regen through to Raven as well. He's been able to get the pull off, so nicely done there. And yeah, like you mentioned, he's just going to be continuously chasing down Q. Got off the Light Strike array just before the mana burn hit, so he's going to get full value out of his mana pool. Top side, a little bit of aggression going on. Jabs and Boombell were chat-willing each other. Jabs just a little bit slow to block that small camp with his body. So they're going to be able to pull that through. I feel like one of the reasons they picked this DK is that you're really not that worried about the PA in lane. You've always got more sustain. You're just going to be able to trade nice and easily with her. So I want to say that Jabs' job is, when he gets a little bit of spare time, is just to obviously stack some camps so that the Troll Warlord's going to be able to build those up, but also prevent Boombell from doing the same. You know, Lina wants to be putting a lot more harass in onto the Troll as opposed to getting these stacks up.
Are you worried that they go for more of a passive hero in the lane like the Dragon Knight as well?
Skewer.
There we go. They're going to drag him onto the tower. And now with the Dagger Slow as well, Mastros is going to eat a lot of damage here as they're going to try and body block him off so he can't get the retreat. Force the TP away. It is back to the tier 1 tower. We'll have to see that sustain not start to play through. But yeah, like I was trying to lead into, do you think this Dragon Knight is going to be a little bit too passive for the lane? Because Phantom Assassin's not the strongest laning stage hero. Your Mag as a 5 support's not the strongest either. So is this where, you know, the DK is not really going to pressure the PA enough in the lane, or?
I think he's going to be fine enough, honestly, and it's just about getting levels, right? Just sustaining, kind of playing a style similar to the Timbersaw, right? There's the tower threat as soon as you hit up onto that level 6. So I think he's fine just to be able to trade somewhat evenly with the PA, provided that Jabs is also doing his job in preventing the stacks from being built up for Motivate.
Yeah, that is the big factor though about the DK, that it does give you, once you have 6, you've got tower taking potential, so being able to go top to mid, just getting the map control, and it's really then going to be able to open up the opportunity you have to really start making these movements, because again, you know, you've got this Mag lineup where you're going to play a lot more passive, really trying to utilize that Empower, get the full usage out of it. So, you know, once Mastros is able to get that 6, yes, he might not pressure as much, but, you know, when he's got the ultimate, then the tower aggression will really start to be a big kind of worry here for Motivate. But we do have the rotations.
It's more of a retreat coming here from Jabs. He's trying to get away. Fearless could potentially make the play for him, but just a little bit low on mana.
How's this mid lane been going? I haven't watched too much. I mean, unfortunately, Moon doesn't get the rune there, but looks like, what is he? 22-4 compared to the 15-3. So doing a little bit better right now in the last hit department.
He's doing just fine, and Raven as well. Despite the fact that DJ's been spending a lot of his time pulling, he hasn't copped too much harass. He's still got the 1 tango left. DJ, he's been just throwing his body in the way. He's used all of his 7 tangos that he started with.
They're really taking away the factor of Q being able to utilize any abilities as well. Just a constant mana burn, chipping him down. But mid lane though, Moon drags back Fearless. Jabs' TP though looks like just trying to refill the bottle, not really going for an opportunity to kill.
Yeah, and he actually even gives the bottle over to Jabs so that he can just stay in lane, make sure he's not losing too much of that experience. So nice team play coming through there from Fnatic.
It's the min-max coming through, making sure you're able to get as much as possible, and might be able to actually put a little bit of pressure on. DJ's even wrapping over as well. Nice dodge with the dissimulate. Fearless going to be able to get under any threat, and that's also the fact that DJ was able to steal away the bounty on the high ground. So now Fearless doesn't have a refill in the bounty, and they're probably going to try and look to shove the lane in because they know that he doesn't have any sustain, and you know, he's either going to be forced back to the base, or if he wants to stay, he's going to be under trouble. Well, there we go. The support duo Banishment sets up for the Impale, and bye-bye Void Spirit. I love that play. Like, that is flawless from Fnatic. You see the emphasis from the supports. The wrap through from Nyx steals the bounty, so it means the Void Spirit has to, you know, start. You either stay in the lane and you die because the emphasis they had. They've got a catapult, so they want to shove the wave in and then dive that attempt. And if he stays, well, he dies, and if he leaves, then he loses a full wave of experience and a lot of damage on the tower.
Trouble as well. They're starting to close in here on both of these supports. They might have to settle for the Lina if they've got the damage to finish her off, that is.
Q gets out the LSA, but he runs into it on the Nyx assassin, gets that spike. Carapace and Jabs, he's got 2 points in the poison, so that's going to be the damage required with that extra level. And 2 kills here from Fnatic, and I highlighted this support duo, the Shadow Demon and the Nyx assassin. You know, if you do start making movements together, that Banishment setting up for the Impale can be a very nice way to enable some kills.
Yeah, especially considering Jabs, you know, he yoinked the first blood, he yoinked the second kill as well. It's enabled him to finish up that arcane boot, so he's able to make a lot more rotations than you might expect from a Shadow Demon this early on.
Do you reckon he could go, what was it, 11-1-9 or something like we saw yesterday?
I don't think he's quite on Paulison's level just yet. The Paulison Undying is a thing of beauty.
Oh, it's a masterclass to say the least. I was still like, what? That game yesterday, I'm like, how is this Undying actually like godlike? I was like, what's going on?
Yeah, it's awesome. And just spending his time really effectively, you know, making these rotations through, forcing Fearless back a little bit. We've already got 3 stacks up here due to the Shadow Demon. He even got one as he was heading towards bottling that 5-minute rune. So just really effective map maneuver here for Jabs. Just keeping on making plays here onto Fearless. Boombell, he was trying to stick nearby, but his job is to start making these stacks. He's only been able to make one.
Let's look at the stun though. He's got an Astral Step, so Fearless is fine, but almost got in range of that Spike Carapace. Was a nice attempt, but well, they could be in trouble now because Mastros is still being able to keep that catapult alive, and now with the Elder Dragon form, he's also got the Meteor hammer coming out of the Korra. Are you a fan of the Meteor getting picked up?
On the DK?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if your main priority is just tower taking potentially, it's alright. It's the 8-minute mark. He's, like we were saying before, doing things that a Timbersaw typically does. And, well, Timbersaws can build Meteor Hammer as well, so he's just fulfilling the roleplay.
Oh, that is a incredibly early tower that's going to get claimed here, and it's also pretty similar where we saw last game. Moon getting a lot of usage out of the early X's and finding these objectives, and it's kind of very similar how the DK wants to play it. If you're able to get the first couple of towers early with that Elder Dragon form, it just can then allow you to use the next ones afterwards as maybe more of like a farming way to be able to keep back up in the farm and find some stacks if you even get that level 12. But you see Motivate, I mean, you've just got Savage trying to farm up the Ancient stack at the moment with the Empower. I mean, it's only level 2 unfortunately, but still the beautiful thing about the Phantom Assassin is that you can utilize the blur. But mid lane, they've got the setup though. Zip in, pull back. Moon is going to be able to get involved. Jab's actually still the one to find that, so he's on a killing spree.
Savage, he should be able to take this one relatively soon. Even gets the stack off for himself, so really nicely done there. But he's starting to run low on that Empower. Actually, it's run out completely, so he's going to need Boombell to get him back up to full health. It's the big priority for him that he takes it before Fnatic do know that this is the area that he's farming in. And he's going for a bit more of that aggressive build as well, not wanting to go for the Battle Fury to double up on the cleave that some carriers do. I feel like Raven's done it in the past. He's just going into that Desolator immediately to enable that strategy.
DJ, I get punished here. Boombell's going to skewer him down into the river, but Death has got that movement speed to be able to catch up, so he was trying to get some vision down and de-ward around the triangle just to enable Fnatic to eventually make this movement in the jungle. But even though they got that tier 1 tower very early top, you still see Savage doing well in the farm. This is the factor that they've had some stacks available for him, and also of course the Mag, who does need some experience though. He's about 4 3/4. They can always drop the tome for him, and actually Raven coming around mid though, keeping Moon alive. And now throughout the river, Death got that movement speed still. He's going to be able to scurry himself away, but we got to fight by the bounties down bot too. Jabs, he might actually give away this streak. Banishment to the TP out. Can you get a crit? Savage won't be able to.
And here we go. It's the level 6 picked up by Jabs. So he's grabbed the tome, immediately going to head straight back out and look to make a beeline for that PA as quickly as possible.
Asros
Lucked out a little bit.
Oh, they missed the Remnant. Really needed that to set up for Q. He's even going to commit another ulti, but I mean, he's got the Arcane, so it won't matter too much. You do see what the DK is doing. That's so much damage on the tier 2 already at this stage in the game. He might be in a bit of a trouble though. Zip on the back. Moon's going to try and disrupt the Lina, but she's still able to get the Laguna Blade off, so that Pierce is enough here. A lot of damage early, but they're still going to try and take the fight here for Fnatic. With the rest of the heroes coming over, they really want to get involved. Death's in trouble. The Purge going to stop the retreat. Fearless helping out with the Remnant, but it's just not going to be enough here. As Jabs on the dominating screen. Fearless still sticks around, but having a charge in the Astral Step available will make it very difficult for Fnatic to be able to continue on with that attempt. So we see a 1-for-1. Both the off lane is going to end up falling. Raven, with his farm at the moment though, we see he's going for that Battle Fury. He's got the Ring of Health, the Broadsword completed too.
Savage has been able to grab that bottom tier 1 tower, so not wasting the time that's being created by his team. I mentioned before, he got quite lucky being able to pick up that Possessed Mask, not put too much more into the regen, needing to take those Ancients. We've got another contest happening towards the mid lane, wanting to take full advantage of this siege creep. Will they look to tank it up with any of the heroes? I was thinking maybe Masaros might put himself onto the front lines, but no, it's just going to get denied out, and they're going to be very happy on Motivate's side that that's been able to happen. A few more new neutral items coming out as well. The Fairy's Trinket, that extra spell damage and mana cost reduction, particularly for Alina. As support Lina, that's going to be really impactful with the Laguna Blade.
We even see the mask as well for Savage. We saw that last game, but this is so nice for the Phantom Assassin. Just your primary attribute, even just the 7% heal as well. But the Void Spirit's actually going to end up dying mid here. So with the help of DJ and a couple extra Fnatic heroes inside the river, they're going to be able to bring down the Void.
I mean, Void having 5% mana cost reduction. Sorry, the Storm Spirit is always pretty handy.
Oh god, yeah, that's...
Dire's top tower is
And
under
Raven,
really nice.
when he starts to take some of these stacks, there's not too many, honestly. Storm's been the one clearing most of them, but he's got the Scuffed Blade Mail on himself, so he's going to be able to quickly take them down as well.
Fnatic still looking to try and posture pretty aggressively here. This tier 2's almost down. Dire, do they want to smoke and head to top? And Savage just has the Desolator completed, so if he does want to get involved, but Moon, you know, posturing down to the southern side, so in the area where Motivate need to come through if they want to try and link to the top side of the map here, and might have an engagement break out. Fnatic and Motivate holding the area. Death though stacking up the poison. They're going to be careful if it keeps ticking him through. He's got that hood at least for some absorption, but he's going to try and go to the back. Savage instantly deals with the support, and now they're going to be able to find a secondary target as well. As with that minus armor, they're going to go to work. Nyx will pay the price as Fnatic. They end up losing 2.
Yeah, just a little bit too eager. I'm surprised they didn't finish off the tier 2 tower, considering it was, what, 13 minutes and it's down to about a tenth of its HP pool. Would have given them a lot more map control. Even if they did end up picking someone off, they had the potential for the buybacks to come out super early on. It's not going to cost them all too much, but yeah, just taking that one little step too far. Good vision being provided by, I believe it was Boombell, so that Savage is able to just jump on in, get the lucky crit with that Desolator onto Jabs, get his kill streak over into his pocket, and now he's just closer and closer to finishing up that BKB.
Yeah, and this is... Are you a bit worried that Fnatic... I mean, they've gotten 2 towers, but haven't made any aggressive movements in the triangle, because Savage has been free farming. So do you want to see them continuing... Oh my lord. Unfortunate that there was already a sentry pre-dropped here from Motivate, and man, Savage makes him pay. And well, if he gets another crit, RERUN's got to be a bit careful there, but he's going to be able to zip away. So I was going to ask, are you worried that Fnatic haven't pressured too much around the triangle camp from Motivate?
I mean, I feel like they've already taken the majority of the farm that was there to be had, right?
Yep.
Like, now, when they take the tier 2 tower top, that's why I was wanting them to prioritize it so much. You feel a lot more scared about venturing into your own jungle, where you have to play in your own triangle. You have to play on the enemy side of the map. And so I feel like that was the point where they might try and put a little bit more pressure on, but yeah, just these micro decisions, I like to call them, from about a couple of minutes ago, that are just influencing the farm that Savage is still able to get.
Radiant are scanning.
By the that 15-min timing, and Radiant, they're still coming over. I'm over here. Really wanting to continue trying to put some pressure top and find that tier 2 tower as Mastros. He's got the Elder Dragon Form for a little bit longer. Savage is going to show up as well. He's got 2 components of the BKB. A little bit away from the extra one, however, so won't have this for the fight. But now down to the southern side, they found Boombell. They bring down the mag. That RP threat throughout the fight is going to be pretty big, and he's going to whiff the RP, but it still looks like Jabs is falling pretty low. They get the banishment set up, and now Void Spirit's going to pay the price as well. Fnatic, with these 2 early pickups, they're going to be able to chase for more as the route sets up. They even get the Storm Top of Death as well. It's going to have the sprint available in a couple seconds, but Raven drags him back, sets up for the meteor. Oh, that crush going to prevent it, but it doesn't matter. Raven with the ultimate has the attack speed now with the backline stab as well. DJ yoinks that one away. 4 down for Motivate. They lose that tier 2 tower. At least the Phantom Assassin keeps his life. Savage doesn't have the Empower, so not really farming as efficiently as what he would hope. Might just melt through Jabs though if he still sticks. Just needs the vision though. Savage, can he find it? He sees him now, needs a crit.
Can he find it? He doesn't need no crit. He's a PA.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Shreds him through, and nice little cheeky kill, and it's just getting him closer towards the BKB. Still holding that top of the net worth as least is the Savage PA.
Yeah, those 2 tower denies go in the way of Motivate, so they get that little bit of extra gold boosted into their coffers, which is always going to be nice. Even once he finishes this BKB, though, you've still got the threat of the Shadow Demon just being able to completely take you out of it through the use of the Demonic Purge.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, Shadow Demon is going to be such an important factor here for Motivate to be able to deal with the ways to control the Phantom Assassin as this game goes on. And it's even so annoying versus the Void Spirit as well. I mean, if you more than likely will see him use that yours pretty aggressively to set up for the Aether Remnant, but you know, the Purge is going to take away that defensive factor that he will have. And well, there we go. Aggressive use. Nicely played from Nyx. He's going to eat the Remnant now. They're going to try and deal with the back. Instantly, Savage finding the Shadow Demon, but he's able to get the banishment off now. They're going to try and look to turn with the Dragon Tail. They've got the stun like, oh, the timing. Savage, he just gets the Blink Strike away. They're still looking to hunt though. Raven down to about half HP. Do they want to continue walking up into the higher ground? Guys still have a nice ward scouting out everyone in Radiant at the moment. They're sticking around. Moon showing. Let's see if they want to jump again.
And they're fine with waiting that little bit further on Motivate. RP's just come back up online, so they're keen to try and make a play now.
They saw the DK top. Oh, nice Spike Carapace connects on top of Q, but it's not going to matter. They melt through the Phantom Assassin. Now the rest of Motivate, they need a retreat, but Q, oh, he's just pretty much ran on top of Raven here. He's got the Yours, but it's not going to matter. Moon's hunting the back. He's out of mana though. They find the Yours, the LSA as well. Laguna's going to do a lot of work, but it looks like where's the extra targets coming out? It's Fearless. It's Yashul. And that was a lot of damage on the Storm, but there just wasn't the follow-up. The fact that they found that Phantom Assassin to start there, and you know, Fnatic grouping up as a team, and they, oh, what more do you want? A DD in front of the Roche Pit. This, you know, this is something that they didn't actually deal with in the patch, surprisingly. I mean, you know, not even that DD in front of Roche, but also just the power runes at 4 minutes as well.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting to see something a little bit different there. Man, that BKB just freshly picked up. They had the RP nice and ready, but Savage, you got to use it. You know, that's the big difference between that team fight. I think if he gets that off, he doesn't get 100-0 burst. He doesn't get the Carapace hit on him by DJ, and that is a completely different fight.
And now Fnatic having the extra life advantage. I mean, if Dire, they're gonna actually smoke up here and try and head to top where Moon is positioned at the moment. He goes for this extra wave. He should be able to clear it pretty fast, but Dire, can they punish Fearless? Got the setup. The creep might eat the Remnant though. Oh, it's not going to. Death with the Blink for Fearless as well. Can they chain lock him down? Boombell will show up with the RP. So that's a beautiful pick off for them. Bloodstone still wasn't picked up for the Storm Spirit, and they gave the Aegis to the Troll Warlord there, but this might give Radiant an opportunity to be able to quickly get into the triangle and drop some vision down. They've already got one on the back, which does see the Lina. And well, Q. Uh-oh. You're continuing to walk up pretty aggressively here. They know the Storm's down. Fnatic, can they fight though? They've got the vision. Yours controls up DJ for the Dragon Tail. Nice two-man stuns. Fine Savage well, but on top of the backline. That's a perfect target to bring down. Shadow Demon, so important. Boombell with the skewer. Stops Mastros from being able to treat. He's going to attempt the TP, but that's a bit ambitious in the middle of the fight. And then when you don't kill the Phantom Assassin, we see that damage start to skyrocket, as he doesn't even need to commit the BKB. I love the target prioritization coming through. They instantly find the Shadow Demon, control the Nyx as well, and it just allows, you know, Savage and also the Void Spirit to have a fight.
And Boombell not even fulfilling his traditional role. He's normally very happy to sacrifice himself for the rest of the team, but he was there for all of those kills. So a lot of assist goal going his way. He's got the Philosopher's Stone as well, so about halfway towards his Blink Dagger. Same sort of thing with the Shadow Demon though. He's got the Philosopher's Stone, and he's building in towards that Axe. So it's going to be quite handy for them to grab. Are they going to be able to catch Fearless out here? That's the question.
Haste
just gets out.
Yeah, a bit too difficult for them to be able to catch, but well, we're still seeing this one. I mean, it's neck and neck at the moment, even though Fnatic do have that extra life to be able to utilize, and you know, Raven is doing a relatively good job with being able to keep up in the farm here against the Phantom Assassin. He's just a little bit behind in net worth by about $1,000, but you know, he's got the Battle Fury, he's got the Sunjin Yasha, and he's going for the MKB is that next item, so it's going to be a way to go through the evasion.
And I feel like that's really important against a lot of the lockdown that you've got now with Motivate's lineup. They've got, of course, the Mag, Lina, you've got the Taunt from the Void Spirit and the Slaughter. Lots of ways to stun, taunt, do whatever else to you. Satanic doesn't provide that status resistance anymore, so the Sanjin Yasha are going to be coming really handy.
They've still got the Aegis for another 2 minutes. It looks like they're trying to link down to Raven, who wants to shove this lane out. They actually want to go on the triangle. They draw the line, but this could be a decent spot for Dire. They got the RP back up in the choke point, but the scan connects. Well aware, Radiant, they want to be the ones to hold the higher ground, but now Mastros blink forward. They find the Mag, who's posturing pretty aggressively, but they find the Sun. RP onto 2, but he can't get the skewer away. Savage going to try and commit forward with the BKB, but once again, the Banishment's going to give them protection up the break as well. They're going to be careful. PA blurred up. It's going to get the strike on the high. Comes the Bash coming through as well. The Storm! Crit down! Savage, nice start to the fight. The buyback coming through for the Mag as well, but they can't continue for more. Fnatic, they need to retreat up on the high ground, but it looks like Motivated is going to give them the opportunity. Death with wing forward, find the catch. He could be in trouble here if Raven can get on top of him. Still doesn't want to commit too heavy. He's got that Aegis. Can they deal with the rest of Fnatic though? Yours sets up for the drag back here. Phil is going to be able to catch out the Nyx Assassin. So we just see the I'm not even done just yet as Death has got the follow-up. Jab's going to end up falling as well. Killing spree for Savage. That's 4 down for Fnatic. And man, that fight, I mean, you drop the RP instantly. And you see that it controlled up a little bit to start there on some key heroes. I was a bit worried because they didn't find the Shadow Demon to start though. That RP, the Banishment save, but so I should say the purge on the Phantom Assassin, then the Banishment save, but it didn't matter. Motivate just had that higher ground. They dragged it back up. Were able to find some key targets towards the later stage, and good fight for them.
I suppose that's one of the advantages of the PA. You know, they had good positioning from the supports, allowing her to blink back onto the safety of their high ground. All the vision was on Motivate's side. So some good team play coming through there. And it just goes to show, like, who's going on who. Boombell being able to punish those two, jumping right in on top of his head with the reverse polarity. And it's the two main cores on Fnatic's side.
And I want to highlight the item here from Q. Not a lot of time we see the Lina going for a first item Euro Scepter. Usually it's that the Aether Lens, at least support based, but it is such an incredible game for the Euros. If Troll pops that Battle Trance, without BKB, you just kite him, even protecting yourself. The defensive factor, not as much this game because of the potential purge from the Shadow Demon. So, you've got a factor to deal with the Troll. Another way is that you're setting up for the LSA is one of the best ways to catch out the Storm Spirit, because that Zip has a bit of a cast animation, and that was a big factor in that last fight. Q, he got the stun, Savage was able to get on top of him, get a lucky bash, and that was all they needed for the Storm, so he's going to have to be a little bit more wary of how he takes these fights.
That's all well and good, Ares, but I think you're forgetting one big thing. Where are the shards? It is past the 20-minute mark, and I'm seeing none queued up. I'm very disappointed in both of these teams because we've got some pretty saucy ones that could potentially be picked up, like the Shadow Demon heal, the constant dispel is going to be really nice for them as well. But of course, just picking up that Aghanim Scepter is the priority.
I mean, it's going to be a pretty good Ags game. We've already brought up the fact on how the Shadow Demon's going to have an impact, and that Philosopher's Stone's really going to enable him to find some of the items. And Dire looking to smoke up though, controlling the triangle by the bounty timing.
It's going to take them a lot longer if they keep having these losing team fights on Fnatic. It's just little things, little tiny positionings, like a couple of people getting caught in a pre-Blink Dagger RP. He's getting pretty damn close as well, only 400 gold away now from finishing up that Blink. He has used the buyback, so no threat of that being expended anymore to try and slow him down even further.
I've been a big fan of how Motivator being continuously controlling the triangle, just exactly where Savage wants to be, utilizing the Ancients, mass clearing that one out, and with how they've positioned with their Observer Ward, you see one kind of on the higher ground, scouting out the stairs, infiltrating up. You got one by mid as well, which is giving you the secondary route to really come through and wrap onto the higher ground by the triangle. So just the defensive factor, because they lost tier 1 mid and top so early, so they really just got suffocated in that triangle, but it didn't matter. You just gave all the farm to PA, and they're still continuing to hold that side. So really been impressed with how they've been able to set up, and this has at least enabled them to be able to have a net worth lead now. The fact that Savage is mass farming, and the rest of the cores are finding the items as well. I mean, the Void Spirit's got the Aghanims now.
Void Spirit's got the Aghanims, and you would think that after just picking up that Ethereal Blade, that Savage would be like, right guys, time to go. Good shot calling through from Boombell. Just, he was playing so scared underneath this bottom tier 1 tower, thinking, there's a creep wave right there. Am I going to die if I go for it? Oh, he spent about 20 seconds umming and ahhing. Eventually, when no one shows up, he's finally able to finish it, and that's his Blink Dagger coming through. So I think, is this a little bit too keen though?
100% Boombo. I mean, he gets the RP. Savage coming over as well. They get the Bassman up with the Bishop Blade's already hard on the crit. Bye-bye, Storm. He's just baiting Boombo the positioning. Thought it was too aggressive, but they melt through 2 heroes. And now, you know, this was a big timing for Fnatic because Raven just picked up the MKB, but you know, now that's going to be them losing the tier 1 tower mid. Unfortunately, Roche is still, it's not going to be up in 2 minutes. Until then, I should say. So they won't have an opportunity to be able to take that tier 1, then go back to Roche. But, you know, it's at least now continuing to delay this.
And with the build that they've gone as well, Q feels somewhat safe to just continue pushing down on this bottom side. You know, you've got a couple of heroes making sure that the pincer move is going to happen, coming through from the left. Storm Spirit's dead, Nyx Assassin's dead. There's no way they're just walking up to you with the item builds that they've gone. Masaros did quite recently pick up the Blink Dagger though, so always going to be pretty scary, but he's just prioritizing fixing up that mid lane as opposed to the bottom one, particularly as that Roche, like you mentioned, is about to become a factor in a minute and a half.
But the big thing is you know, getting that tier 1 tower now gives you a lot more map control and kind of, you know, because you know that next Roche fight, and also allowing you then to ward the triangle, which does just get taken away from DJ. So nice awareness that, you know, Dire more than likely trying to be able to control that area just before this potential Roche fight does end up breaking out. And now they've got an immense amount of vision of the area. So now it's Fnatic's turn.
Smoke coming through from Motivate. I was wondering, they've been grouping up for the past 30 seconds or so, and I'm thinking, is this a little bit too keen? Because the past 2 team fights that they've won, it's because they had the RP onto Boombell every single time, but it's still 30 seconds away. So it's these single target pickoffs that they're going for. They draw the circle around Moon. He's going to show in lane. Are they going to be able to catch him out quickly enough? Fearless is going to zip forward. Needs to TP
pretty quick. Fearless might be able to find him. He's already used that Aether Remnant. Unfortunate they won't be able to.
Just able to get away. They don't have their courier in the Roche pit, so a little fortunate perhaps that it's a longish respawn time. Could have been Fnatic taking it if it was you know, immediate.
Well, this is at least giving them an opportunity to try and shove in the lanes. Raven's dealing with top, bot's in a good spot at the moment. It's going to be, it looks like just on Radiant's side, so this is the next big factor, this Roche fight. Who's going to be able to execute? Who has the vision advantage? Savage is a little way away from that next item. He's even going Sunj and Yasha as well. So it looks like the fact that there's no status resistance now on the Satanic, I think, is a big factor why it might not be going for that one.
No smokes left, though, for Motivate. So they're kind of having to posture around this high ground as Fnatic. They use theirs. So they're like, look, if we can't come to them, we'll just have to wait, positioning ourselves correctly, using the blur to the full effect, just to make sure they're popping it ASAP.
And connects. They know Motivator up on this high ground here. There's no information at the moment coming through. The lane's completely static, no one's showing.
Yeah, you can see the Raven picking out the PA's missing, like that's what popped it, guys. They've got no other invis.
Death, they get the Dragon Tail. He does get the BKB off, and now with double stun, no, Greenbell's gonna get caught as well. On top of the backline, they find the Nyx with the breaks. Now on top of the Phantom Assassin, he doesn't have a target to be able to jump through. Where's the team? Inside the river, they've caught out the Storm Spirit, but Moon just gets to zip away. Now with the haste as well, it's gonna try and disengage, but the real target is that Phantom Assassin. Raven's on top with the battle trance, and he brings him down. The MKB. The item to deal with the PA, and now 3 down on Motivate. Oh no, they're thinking about still coming over. Q and Fearless are here. I mean, at least he's got the Arcane. Level 20 talent as well, potentially. Now with the Void Spirit, so the reduced timing on that Astral Step if he wants to go through. But man, what a fight for Fnatic. You see Death, you kind of baited out with the bounty, and they got that 2-man Impale on the mag, slowed down the RP.
It's just the difference of having Death at the start of every single fight. You know, these previous ones, they've gone their way because those corrosive hazes start to stack up. And, well, that time around, he was the one that got gone on. You know, immediately burst down. Yes, you're able to get the kill onto a squishier hero onto the side in DJ, but when you've got the Shadow Demon still alive, they didn't quite have the crits or the minus armor to be able to immediately burst him 100 to 0.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And we see now Fnatic with this advantage. They've been able to claim both Roches in this game so far. So the Aegis is going to be on the Storm Spirit. He's down to 9 Bloodstone charges at the moment. And Motivator are actually still hunting bot. With Death and Fearless, can they get that first life? But Jab's nice positioning from him. And actually, they're going to go mid, though. Uh-oh. Lena's in trouble. Mastros pops the BKB, so the skewer's going to do naught. And now that just means the Lena's going to be a free little juicy kill for Fnatic.
Very nice. It's actually going into the MKB on the Lena. Looking to do some right-click damage as well.
I don't know how I like that versus the Storm. I feel like him in the... You got a Storm, such high catch potential. DK is going to jump you. The Nyx as well is going to be a bit of a nuisance.
I mean, just having no stats as well is the big thing for me. You know, you've got a lot of potential to just burst yourself down.
Storm, do you want to zip for this? Got their way to catch up, although they get the information on Fearless to simulate. He's got some ultimate charges. Doesn't get them right now, and now with the benchman sets up for the stun. He got way too greedy, not committing anything. Tried to min-max it out, waste as much time as possible, but I mean, he's down for 70 and he doesn't have a buyback enough. Fnatic like, alright, we got an opportunity. Mastros pops the ulti. Raven just going to work on top of the tower now, and well, Motivate, they're gonna have to do something without their Void Spirit.
It's gonna be a tough one though. Gonna look to use the full version of this Elder Dragon form. It was only just popped, so Mastros is in a comfortable position.
Tried for the shot. Mastros able to pop the BKB though. They get the drag back as well. RP's not there at the moment, but Savage instantly brings down the Dragon Eye. Max got a buyback to rejoin them. They've already used one of the purges. Raven's going to try and disengage, but Q's got the Yours, and now there's the buyback coming through, but they need to lock him in place. LSA is just a little bit too late. Do they want to commit though without the mag?
He hasn't BKB'd yet on Savage.
Get the bash, but they're not going to go outside the base here. Do they want to smoke though? Void's going to be up in 20. That might be when they go. Yeah, smoke picked up from Boombell Radiant. They're still going to hold the triangle though. They don't want to leave this side of the map just yet. Raven completed the Abyssal Blade. This could be big for the fight. They haven't been able to scout this one out just yet. Savage walking up. He's going to find DJ. Does he want to jump him instantly? He's got the Abyssal Blade. He's going to try and bring him down. Jabs as well. Can they cancel the TP? They don't have the vision. It's just another pickoff coming through. They find the support there. It's going to give them an opportunity to try and get these lanes shoved in. They're hunting Moo. Q.
Just out of range, even with the Aether Lens and the cast range talent for hitting off that Yule Scepter.
Been really close to getting punished there, but you see how important. I mean, I've constantly harp on information, and now we got a gem picked up from the mag. So just being able to D-ward, super nice against the Nyx Assassin as well. Just the constant scurrying that he's doing with this Vendetta. Now you've at least got a way to be able to kind of control your map and really enable you to be able to find that first jump.
Opting to go for the skewer cooldown as well at level 15. Hasn't put a point into his level 10 talent. I was thinking maybe considering his role as the front liner, the bait, if you will. Thought he might have gone for that little extra bit of strength, but just looking for the utility. Trusting the rest of his team that they're going to be able to back him up, and as he gets bigger, it's going to be a lot harder for the Fnatic boys to burst him down. They've got a smoke as well on Motivate, if they wanted to use it.
Well, if they got that Roche timer, they're going to know that well, at least the age is going to tick out here in the next 25 seconds, so they got to kind of deal with the lanes. Yeah.
Going to be able to spot out this Observer Ward as well. Oh, wait, who's got the... Is it Death?
Void Spirit. Void Spirit's got it at the moment.
Okay. Well, they missed the one that's standing right in the middle of the lane, and that could spell disaster. They should have seen that Elder Dragon form get popped, so there's no need for them to go that deep.
Dip on the back. Let's see what Moon can catch.
Moon
straight on top of the slaughter, but now instantly on the side.
Dead.
Savage going to be able to find the Shadow Demon. Such an important target now with the chain locked in.
He's gone.
Just
Perfect.
The timing from Motivate. They're going to look to turn with the RP, controlling up the Dragon Knight Raven. He's going to try and man fight here, but he's going to be careful about his decisions. Yours up controlling him. They get the LSA. He's still got the cheese, the battle chance to be able to utilize Pops. Yosman's going to try and look to turn, but the Yours Scepter completely kiting him. He doesn't have a way to be able to protect himself without the BKB. Now Motivate even popping the cheese here. Oh my god, what a fight.
Oh, perfect timing. Literally the second that it expires, and Fnatic just making that dive a little bit too deep, assuming that they're going to be able to get a pick off, but Savage knows who his #1 enemy is. It's this Shadow Demon, and every single time he tries to make a beeline right for him. This time, Jab's just slightly out of position, not having the Blink Dagger, and you can see he's gone into the A on disc. He does not want to get picked off at the start of every single fight, because realistically, it feels like he lives, Fnatic win. He doesn't, it's Motivate.
I mean, this is big here for Motivate. They just get the Aghanims completed on the Phantom Assassin. Death just hit that level 20 talent as well, so the 4 minus armor and the Corrosive Haze. So they are really going to start shredding through. And also PA, that triple Stifling Dagger as well. Potentially, definitely would have had it last fight actually, but just highlighting it now. It's kind of been pretty important here for Motivators. They've been able to claim a 5,000 net worth lead now, and they've trying to control out the rest of the map. We even got some neutral items coming through. We'll see if we can get some new ones.
So the PA's got the Nullifier queued up next, which I like. I think it's totally fine. I think, honestly, this is a game where Rapier or the Shard. I think the Shard is totally fine here, because you're going to be able to disable that Fervor for 3 seconds if you are in a man mode situation. If you use it when you just before you go on the Dragon Knight, suddenly he's missing 12 armor. Storm Spirit, no overload, probably not as big of a deal, but I think especially that Dragon Knight is just going to enable that intense pick-off potential.
They're underneath vision here. Moon's going to try and jump the map, but now with the Abyss Blade, Savage needs to get a couple of creeps coming through, maybe a bash as well. They need a retreat. They've got a Phantom Strike target. Looks like that's going to be all she wrote, although Savage never mind. He wants to go back in. He's going to find Mastros, pops the BKB. Dragon Tail sets up for the medium hammer. They're going to try and disrupt this, but they haven't found the Shadow Team. Instantly, Fear's going to try and do the job that Phantom Assassin needs to rely on. They break him down. Double the RP as well, controlling up 2. Sets up for Laguna Blade. Mastros is falling incredibly low. They're going to be careful. A buyback's coming through from both teams. Phil is getting control, but the Scepter is going to allow him to disengage. Moon's going to try and catch him with the BKB, but it's not enough protection. Void's down, doesn't have a buyback. Can they reset the fight though? Oh, Boom Bell, that's greedy. He wanted the gem. It's going to get punished. Motivate, they lose 2. It's the price of that engagement there. So a 2 for 3. Slardar buys back. So does the Shadow Demon. Roche is up in 10 seconds as well.
Oh, the unfortunate timing for Motivate. They haven't realized just yet. No Courier sitting inside the pit, but that's where Jabs is going right now with his. He's just going to sit it right on in there. Make sure he gets instantly revealed, and it's going to be in the perfect timing. Any cool tier 4 neutrals coming out here?
One, the Stormcrafter on the Slardar. We might not get too much of an opportunity to scout this out though, as Radiant, they're trying to walk through the triangle. Dire posturing by that tier 1 tower, still down bot. Let's see if Savage, he's got a ward. If they run down to the low ground, they might be able to instantly assassinate Jabs. Maybe Moon's a better target with the LSA from downtown. Savage, he wants to defend, but over the Abyss Blade. Oh no, he's in trouble. The 2 mates on his wall. Can they get the protection? No, they're fighting. He doesn't have a buyback, and Death's in trouble as well. Moon's going to go to work now with a troll as well. Raven's able to close the distance to bash from afar. Death, he'll pay the price here. He's got that Stormcraft. They're going to try and utilize it. He might be able to get out as well. Mastros has got the counter though, but Storm Spirit though will still end up falling. So at least the Lina punishes 1, but they lose all 5 from Motivate. And their base, mid shoved in here. I mean, you got a buyback on Lina. Void's going to be up in a couple seconds, but the issue is that the Troll's still alive.
Troll's still, oh, okay, I guess the tier 1's getting attacked. It's going to get refreshed, but yeah, Boombell, he's been able to clean it up, make sure the base isn't too much of a concern. Fearless is going to be able to push that one out as well in the mid lane. He's approaching his level 25 and just buys up the tome as well. So Dissimulate now stunning for 2.5 seconds. It feels like their lockdown is starting to become a really big factor for Fnatic as the BKB timers start to slowly tick down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They need to be careful about their waves though, as Raven tries to get to that Abyssal Blade, but the Lincoln's going to pop it. So mid and top are shoved in. Bots, creeps are coming in pretty soon. But it looks like they're going to back off here. So they will not be able to get any objectives claim after that. But they are well aware that Roshan is available.
And DD. DJ was there.
No.
That's a Skadi finished as well. Just a pretty tanky boy on Raven.
He's also got the Battle Trance Strong Dispel as well. So this is going to be so important. You know, the Shadow Demon is that defensive factor, but we've seen the target prioritization coming through from Motivate. The Void, the PA, making a difficult game for Shadow Demon to be able to play it. But now that Raven, you know, even if Shadow Demon's not there for the defensive factor, he can still pop that Battle Trance, and he's going to be A-OK. And now they've got the ages now picked up on Moon. Was there a refresher shard? There was. So Shadow Demon's got that one. He's got the shard as well. Okay.
That'll be pretty deadly. And he's even got the Illusionist cape as well on jabs, so he knows how much of a priority he is for this PA. So hoping to bait out the early jump-ins by him. Maybe even the BKB. That'll be huge if he's able to get that out of 23 Savage's arsenal.
How much is the heal, I'm thinking, with the Demonic Purge?
I haven't seen it yet, so I cannot say.
And it doesn't say in the Demonic Purge as well. Like, that's the annoying thing. I mean, at least, you know, it doesn't say how long it's going to last.
Healing for its damage value, so I'm assuming 500.
I miss?
At the very bottom.
Oh, yeah. Okay, no, there you go. Well, the big factor is as well, you got to keep in mind that Dispel. I mean, it's just going to be so annoying. Yeah,
it's
I mean,
really good.
The Slaughter Corrosive Haze really not going to be an impact if you use it defensively on someone like the Troll or, you know, really anyone you want to here. So, you know, the Silences as well from Fearless to keep in mind. But, oh, Savage, he's got his own shard as well. The Aghanims and also the extra Fan of Knives.
My man. I want to see him use that onto the DK. Try and burst him down before he can use this cheese.
Motivate. They're coming out. They got some information. Let's see if they get the target. Oh my god, the spike cameras from DG! No, the trouble, but
the boot belt!
The RP, but where's the Phantom Assassin? Savage is in there at the moment. They're going to bring down the points. For the first five, it's fallen as well. Savage straight on top of the backline, gets to blade out. The Phantom Knives as well, trying to deal with the Shadow Demon, but he doesn't have the damage. A bash, Moon, Super 4, but they got the Pistol Blade. Now the Phantom Assassin refresh coming through. He's going to end up falling on buyback. Motivate, they're in trouble here. Phil is going to dip away. He bought back for this, and he's in trouble. Motivate, their tournament lives now in pressure here as the bash. 3 down, make it 4. As Fnatic might have just eliminated there, and then Boombell, the sole survivor, but that might be it as Radiant, they didn't lose anyone, just the ages.
Oh, what a great RP turnaround by Boombell. He needs to drop the Philosopher's Stone right now. He's only 50 gold away from buyback on this PA. If he gets the passive gold extra, they might be able to make this turnaround before the Aegis goes down.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They need to do something. He drops the Philosopher. Sorry, drops. There we go.
There it is. He's picking it up.
Let's see if it's enough. They need a hold. They don't have Glyph. Thane is available. Boombell as well, but the buildings, they're just getting shredded. Stuns up on Mag, and that might be it. Fnatic, they sweep it. 2-0. That's going to be all she wrote. Masros taking down his old team. Savage unable to get a little bit of revenge as well as Fnatic. They're going to move on in the lower bracket.
And you can see from the gold border, the PA has just got a buyback. Just as the throne descends into the ground. So it's little plays like that. Even at the previous fight where PA went down, I think she was only about 200 gold away from buyback then. If she wanted to use it, try and come back, that could have potentially been the Roche fight going for them as well. And then again, it's completely different. You know, they can start to make the push forward. You can force buybacks away from Fnatic. It was a roller coaster game all throughout, though. You know, just win probability. Dota Plus could not decide who was going to win for the majority of the time, but it was just way too much for them to handle. As soon as that Aghanim Scepter on the Shadow Demon came out, it was some good baits as well with the Illusionist cape, making sure that he was able to avoid the brunt of the damage.
No doubt. I mean, such a incredible performance here from Fnatic, and I'm just happy we at least got to see a couple of the shards as well. You know, towards the end, unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to Motivate, but you know, what a strong performance here. You see just, you know, a couple of these fights, how they're able to turn when they get those, you know, incredibly important targets, that Abyssal Blade from Raven, just, you know, locking them in, the counter initiations, and a back and forth game. But man, I wanted a game 3 just for the storylines and for, you know, more Dota that we can get with this patch. But you know, we're gonna have to wait till that next series, which is gonna be a pretty, you know, one to at least a good one to be able to watch as well. We got T1 taking on Execration here in our second lower bracket match of the night, guys, so you don't want to miss it. More 7.28 Dota action coming up in just a second.
So not only, you're probably going to be level 15 by the time you get it. So you would assume you're going to get the extra 20% Anchor Smash damage reduction. That brings it up to 80%. So T1 towers, just as an example, do 90 damage. You take away 80% of that damage, it's doing minus 72. So you're doing 18 damage. Then you've got the Kraken Shell blocking the damage as well. So you're regenning more than the tower is able to do to you. It is crazy if you're able to get it to work. It's just one of these weird situations of when do you fit it into your item build? Because there are a lot of important things that a Tidehunter needs before then. You need things like the Greaves, which just had the buckler added on as another component that it needs to be completed. Or you need a Vlad's, or a medallion got a little bit of a buff recently. Things like that. You just need to think of making those decisions. And if it is Cuckoo playing it, wouldn't surprise me to see if he went really ambitious and tried to get it pretty early on.
Radiant team ban.
Ooh, the Spectre.
Okay. Well, we see Execration still go back for the Mars Phoenix, still that combo there. Beautiful way to be able to protect the Supernova. But I like this Riki getting picked up. Now, we don't really see Riki too much. It is a new patch. We'll see how that's going to change. We did get some changes to that hero as well.
The Sleep Dart.
Which is cool. The tricks of the trade, Aghanims as well. Scepter, you have you can hit 2 units now instead of 1, and you can also just use a smoke screen in general in the tricks of the trade, which I think is just a nice little improvement for the hero, just a value of life buff there. But it's a great way to deal with the Mars. You get out of arena. You've got 2 ways to get out of arena with the blink and the tricks of the trade, and you're always backstabbing him, so you don't really care about the bulwark at all.
Yeah. Man, that dart's going to be really good against the Phoenix if he's able to pick it up, right? Like, a good way to interrupt the sun ray. It's got decent range. You're probably going to have the blink strike increased cast range by that point. I just love how Riki looks on this draft screen as well. It's like Tidehunter's saying, "Don't talk to me on my son ever again." He's just standing there behind Daddy Tide, behind his big fish. The fish is bigger than Riki. Anyway, Phoenix, another one of those heroes that really likes the shard too. It's all you need really is the Tranquils, a magic wand, maybe an urn if you're feeling really frisky about things. But then you can go straight into that shard, which means that your fiery spirits, they just replenish every 7 seconds. So you're essentially always going to have fiery spirits available just to farm. It takes 2 fiery spirits to take out a creep wave, but also you're never going to be in a situation where you're completely useless in a team fight, because what Spectre drafts want, and what Phoenix drafts wants as well actually, is just longer team fights. So the fact that you've got this replenishing resource is going to be really impactful if you're able to get to that point.
We see now this pick for Execration trying to go for the mid hero. Although they banned the Doom, the Timber as well. I guess just some of these lost.
They wanted to get rid of the break on the Doom. Very good against the Spectre. Even more so than it used to be.
So what's available here now for Execration? I mean, they've got a lot of team fight, probably needing a hero that's not going to be as reliant on cooldowns. They shove at the lanes okay. They're going to go Invoker. So doubling down. I mean, you've got a way to be able to make plays. Now that Spirit Vessel is going to be super nice versus the Tide. Can make plays early with the Quas Wex. Scales into the late game, depending on if he goes for the Midas. And I'm all down for an Invoker.
Even if you get a good arena off, Cataclysm is still pretty damn good. Like they nerfed it a little bit with the cooldown being a bit longer, and you're probably going to be going Quas Wex, so it's going to be happening a little bit later. But it does give you that good scalability into the late game. It's not just all about the Spectre, which is going to be really nice for Execration. And this is just hard aggression though from T1. Let's see what they rounded out with. It's a Void Spirit again, so something that's going to look to get super active really early on. And it is the Cuckoo Tide.
Okay, well, they don't have... It's a very difficult way to be able to deal with the Void Spirit, to say the least. I mean, Invoker is going to give you a little bit... It is nice, the Tornado aspect, to be able to get rid of the Resonant Pulse. So that's one factor heading into it. The EMP could be pretty nice as this one continues on. The Mana Pool from the Tide, the Enchantress, the Riki as well. But... Are you worried that Execration might be too reliant on their cooldowns?
Not really. I feel like Spectre's probably the only one that you really need to be super concerned about that with. I think their concern is just making it out of the laning stage, because this is a really aggressive, really strong laning lineup that they've got for T1, whereas it's a lot more passive on Execration's side. We'll see. It's a 4 Phoenix as well, by the way, not paired together with the Spectre.
Well, yeah, they're gonna get at least a nice laning stage here with that ET to kind of give Spectre a decent time, and we'll see how he can continue on for there. But T1 are just gonna run them down. Like you know, Jackie getting that diffuser blade timing, if he's able to have a pretty good one at that. You know, Carl more than likely with an early Yule Scepter can even go that early Ags if he really wants to as well. But yours will give you a lot more opportunities with how you're able to play. And yeah, T1 literally just gonna look to try and, you know, put the pedal to the metal and not really give Execration too much opportunities to be able to, you know, find the farm in the jungle, then really come into the late game. The one thing I do like at least about the Tidehunter is that you're not always a hero that relies on a blink to initiate in fights. You know, you can just wait for Execration to heavily commit, chuck out that Ravage, and then go from there. Because, you know, if you're the only one that, you know, initiates on your team, then blink is definitely a big factor. But your Spectre haunting in on top of you, you're still going to be in the middle of the fight more likely with how you're positioned. So, you know, at least that can be somewhat of a nice thing here for at least the side of T1 as these team fights go on. But that's really their only big team fight ultimate.
Yeah, that is true. Well, if there's anything my man Faker likes from T1 Entertainment and Sports, it is a lot of aggression coming through from them. I'm sure they won't let him down, and that's the thing I'm really worried about, particularly for this Phoenix, right? In the lane, you want to go for the Fiery Spirits, of course. You know, it's good harass, it's good ways to help contest denies and last hits, and the thing that sucks about it, though, is that if you go into that, you're really vulnerable to dying. You know, the Riki, of course, can go the Blink Strike. You've got the Enchantress that's going to have Enchant just to slow you down. And if you've used up all your spirits, you've got a 50-second period where you're essentially a range creep. And it's going to be quite vulnerable. So I like the fact that he's gone the Fairy Fire, just maybe hoping to style on the T1 heroes a little bit, maybe get away, juke his way out. Once he gets to his level 2, it's not quite as bad of a situation. But yeah, definitely scary stuff in the super early game.
Yeah, with how they're hopefully able to transition this one and see how they fare as the game goes on. Is there a draft you're kind of favoring at the moment in this first game of our second series of the night?
I mean, just because it's a little more different, I'm going to like T1. I like innovation, right? Like, yes, we're in the middle of a tournament, but it's still the time for discovery. You know, these things do matter, and I like that T1, they're of course going to take their opponents seriously, but it's such valuable practice to be able to put this on in an official setting as well. You know, trying a few new things out, seeing what works for them, because, I mean, if history's told us anything, you can win every single scrim and then lose at a big tournament like TI, or you can lose everything and then suddenly you're 2-time TI champions.
Yeah, you're just gonna turn up on the main stage. That's the big thing. You know, once we do get those lanes coming back in as well, I'm excited to see how a lot of these teams are going to continue to fare. But you know, what I'm excited for is just more Dota 3 action. I mean, this is something I've been looking for the entirety of the day. I literally woke up, first thing I checked is if the patch was out, and now we got 2 games earlier. I was hoping tonight to get 6 games and have like a 70-minute one. I know that would have been, you know, we would have gone late into the evening or even the AM, but you know, it's I can't complain about 7.28 Dota as much as we can get.
Exactly. More Dotes. That's what we need. And we've got a reconnect coming through here, so that's nice. Expect to reconnected. Take your time. Lots of drawings on the map. Oh, let's be careful.
Don't get too creative there, but I mean, at least now, how is at least what is one of the lanes you think is going to be high impact and potentially a high amount of kills here?
I mean, T1 are definitely going to be trying for that in the safe lane. That's for sure. It's just a matter of how do Execration look to respond. Do they I don't even think you can start with a tri-lane, you know? It just needs to be RR playing super BDZ playing super defensively, and you know, using vision as much as he can to his advantage. Do they have any wards? No, they're actually going down with 3 towards the bottom side, so I kind of like this as well. You know, you've got the good setup with the enchant. You're assuming that they're going to have. Cuckoo might even go for that 1 point into the gush super early on, just if it is going to secure them the kill. And then, you know, you're still going to be able to rotate top and potentially be 2 kills up, like 1 minute into the game.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the value point coming through with that gush early, and it just gives you so many opportunities to find these early first bloods and really get that nice little chunk of gold that can be a big factor. Not even the gold, the experience is another big thing as well, because we've seen players now are really starting to utilize that extra level advantage. You just got 2 spells instead of the 1 from the enemy team. If you really, you know, push the tempo with that 2 before they get their extra. So I would hope that T1 can maybe find a first blood here, and you know, unfortunately it looks like already Radiant actually setting up with 3 heroes up top. And you take a look at that vision, a lot of emphasis here just with the rotations.
The battle begins.
I will say this is a very cool Riki set as well. I know I've seen it occasionally, but my boy Jackie there is, he's looking pretty clean on the Riki.
It's like Jack the Ripper sort of looking thing.
Yeah.
A little steampunky.
I like it a lot. We'll see how he's able to fare. You know, we haven't seen the Riki too much for a while. Of course, new patch, so we'll see how this one's going to transition into it. But if they can put the pressure on, you know, this is going to be a lane where Execration, the Phoenix early on, not going to do as much, and against the matchup of Mars, you're already a pretty good matchup, so.
The harass begins. You can see there just immediately jumping in onto him, actually leveling up the impetus instead. Okay, thought they might try and continue to commit. Hope to go for him. It would have meant using both blink strike charges, so maybe feeling like that would have left him a little bit vulnerable to losing some of these last hits. But Whitemon, of course, always going to be showing some expert gameplay on his Enchantress.
Yeah, this is one of the heroes I've been very impressed when he's been playing the Enchantress throughout the BTS Pro Series so far. Just really secured a lot of their safe lanes, and it's allowed Jackie to thrive on this new team as well.
BDZ doing a good job though, making sure to body block that hard camp. So Whitemon is not going to be able to get a creep as soon as he hits level 2. A lot more harassing onto him. What spot? It's the Vools. Okay, so nothing too crazy the Whitemon would be able to grab if he did just opt for a small camp.
Take a look at the mid matchup at the moment as well. 6-3 with the Void. Only 2 and 4 at the moment for the Invoker. Early on to be expected going Cost Wex. Your damage not as high. I mean, we did see that Quelling Blade get nerfed slightly. It's down to 13 damage here, which is going to be pretty important, honestly. Just, you know, we see a lot of these melee heroes.
Mars is probably dead here.
Torpedo's in trouble. They get the spear, going to push away Jackie. Already used all his blinks.
Still though, that's a lot of pressure, but now Phoenix has been able to get up to that level 2 mark, so he's got some safety.
Another pause. Gives us more time to work out how the lanes are going. We'll take a look even down bot as well. With the Tide and Shadow Demon versus the ET and the Spectre. They've got the lanes kind of shoved in at the moment, and there are no blocks on the camps as well. So this is going to allow RR really to be able to utilize that Astral and try and stack up. But let's see if he's going to be able to make the small camp pool. Might not be able to, but he's always got that hard camp to utilize at the moment.
I think they're doing a fine enough job. Oh, as I say that, he just gets banished. Tries for the body block, keep him inside, forces the dagger out.
They've got a lot of stacks as well, then we're going for that. Well, that now really disrupts at least RR from getting the pull off. I mean, they do have double range at the moment here for T1, so this lane is going to start to push in, but they were well aware with how the lane was situated that the ET wanted to start to make rotation back and pull the wave, and as soon as they saw him go for it, they're like, all right, this is our time to put some pressure onto the Spectre, and they do a very good job there. Double range
creep deny for Cuckoo. Immediate chat wheel afterwards. He doesn't know any other way.
It's always got to give the little bit of BM, make sure they're well aware that you're the alpha in this lane.
I mean, have you seen that belly? He is thick.
He's got a big ass belly. That's a beer belly, as we like to call it. My dude's chugging him down.
500 ping.
That's a rough one. Don't want to be playing an elimination match on 500 ping to say the least here. But let's see if they go on the Mars actually. Yeah, Enchant is through. BTS is gonna have the Fire Spirits backup available here, but Jackie can always utilize that Tricks the Trade in the blink, and yeah, Mars is falling incredibly low. There we go. Utilizes the last little extra abilities that Jackie's got, and is gonna be able to pick up first blood here.
Important kill for them to get. I think you're kind of banking on having that for the laning stage. BTS though, now he's level 3, so he's got those 2 points into the Fiery Spirits. It's a lot harder for Jackie, who's already completely out of regen. So much as a White Mon, he's still got the 2 tangos remaining, so might look to ferry one over onto the Ricky, in addition to that healing salve that he's got coming out for him. Just letting him prioritize, doing the damage. White Mon, we've seen him do so much with so little.
Rotation mid, Carl. Should be fine with it to simulate though, but they get the cold snap dive as well. He actually doesn't go on the higher ground, and now Carl. I mean, that cold snap's now worn off because they didn't get the extra damage tick with the Resonant Pulse. The last right click not going to be absorbed here, so they still get that kill. And now let's see what he's going to miss mid. He's got a couple creeps that he will not be able to find the gold or experience on, so that's a very big kill for Ken, who only got 12 last hits at the moment.
The pulls continue here, actually able to take away a ghost, so going to be able to slow down this Phoenix Mars pair. It's just more and more fun for Jackie though, putting a lot of faith in him. Got a good spear off, but yeah, it's so hard to kill an Enchantress this early on, just with the insane range that you've got, and White Mon's micro, top class.
You see, they're even just running down the Mars. They're like, we're not going to give you any room here to play Dodos down bot bounties. Def is able to get the banishment to stop RR from counteracting with the Echo Stomp, and they're stacking up the poison actually. RR could be in trouble if the Gush Slow as well is just going to enable Zephyr to continue chasing. He uses the poison, but it's not going to be enough damage. One more stack. Can he find a secondary one? RR trying to juke, and he will be able to. Zephyr now still got the mango, but they're going to double back. Spectre coming over with that dagger, 2 points in it. Gonna be trouble still on RR because he just runs back in. 3 poison. Zephyr will claim it. He doesn't have enough ways to be able to get out. Oh, okay, looks like the Spectre doesn't want to continue chasing. Meanwhile, top as well, Mars. He's in trouble, although that's a big one. Mid lane, Ken, he gets a solo kill on top of the Void Spirit there. Okay.
Second solo kill, by the way. So things looking pretty decent for Execration in the mid lane. Like, yeah, sure, you'll be sacrificing a few things, some couriers going down. I think you're always resigning yourself to the fact that you're gonna probably have a multiple deaths happening in this top lane. The fact that Mars has only gone down once, that's a decent win for them. But Jackie starting to get a little bit out of control in the farm department, nearly doubling the Mars.
I like this rotation from Ken. Let's see if they're gonna scout it out. Jackie.
No cloak and dagger just yet.
Kind of back at the moment. They're going to try and go for him. He's got the creeps coming forward, but the spear perfectly timed off the tornado. Unable to get that blink away. Lovely rotation from Ken. He kind of shoved out the wave, so Carl wasn't able to really scout that out. They didn't have a ward as well by the power rune, so that's a big rotation because you literally just highlighted the fact that this is going to be a pretty difficult lane here for Execration to be able to play in, and Mars gets that kill now for him, and even down bot, Cuckoo, he's fallen pretty low here. RR not going to try and dive under the tower because Zephyr's stacking up the poison. Not going to be enough to claim the kill on top of the Spectre. They still want a man fight though. That Astral's going to give an immense amount of damage. They get the banishment to give them some space. RR now slowed down.
It's not going to be enough. And this is the sort of game where you wish you were a Zeus, you know? Just ult, clean up.
Global now. Uh-oh. Mars is in trouble. They used the trick, so let's see if the Mars going to be able to drag him away. And yes, he does. Beautiful timing there, but the impetus from White Mon. Have another one up in a couple of seconds here, but it looks like the Mars is going to be able to get back underneath the tier 1 tower. So Rupido is going to be able to keep his life. BTS's even going to give him a nice little salve as well. But this is, you know, still tier 1. All their cores are getting a lot of farm at the moment. They've got 1, 2, 3 in the net worth.
Very nice. First time I think that this hard camp actually hasn't been blocked, and Whitemon is trying to get that little bit of extra farm. Now the harass goes in onto BDZ. Even the little skeletons making their way towards Rapido. Yeah, such a menace. Always needing to be concerned about him. Nothing too out of the ordinary though. Diffusal Blades, the build up for our Ricky. What have we got on our Invoker? He's going for the Urn. Some Blade Mail, Spectre. Surprised they didn't change too much about that.
Yeah. What they nerfed about Spectre? I'm trying to remember. Did they slightly tweak the dispersion? I think in the Desolate. Believe they. I really wish they had that tooltip under the abilities because they've had it previous patches, but not there at the moment. Or their mid lane, Carl's in trouble. They're just going to be able to burn him down with the Sunray. Okay, I mean, you know, he's been having a pretty difficult lane so far. This Invoke guy's had his number 3 deaths. It does leave Rupido solo up top, so Jackie and Whitemon's going to be able to punish that.
Perhaps some lag coming through there for Carl, the DC coming in. They just made Dispersion. It's not that huge of a nerf. It's like, it was 22% at max level, the Dispersion, and now it's 20. So, nothing super major.
Yeah, I remember they did do a little bit of drop off in one of the abilities, and we actually see that he's gone for, he's actually gotten rid of the Blade Mail. He's gone for the Manta. Oh, never mind, alright, he's gone back for the Blade Mail. Usually we've seen the Spectre pretty much rush it though, because it gives you an opportunity to just leave the lane as soon as possible, farm up the jungle, but you know, the Spectre's actually gone for the Treads and Wand as well, so not that Blade Mail rush.
They've spotted out the fact that this Possessed Mask has just dropped here, but it's the Dyers. Zephyr's close enough that he's going to be able to grab it, though. I don't think you'll get the Astral Spirit Echo stomp on in time.
Surely.
They're going to try.
No. Close. Nice attempt. Whitemon, though, is underneath an Observer Ward. They have the Urn coming through as well, so this is going to be a pretty big kill if they can get some Urn charges, but he's well aware of this, trying to scurry himself away. Just dodges that Tornado as well, which would have been so important for them, but they've got the vision. Allows Ken to get in range for the Cold Snap, and if they can continue locking him down, yeah, they get that big EMP damage now, but the right clicks is enough. So now Ken comes some Urn charges to be able to utilize his 3-0 and 2. So the early game Invoker has been very impressive.
Oh, the chipped vest on the Spectre as well.
Oh no. Maybe you don't need a Blade Mail if you've got the worse version.
That's always nice.
Small adjustment.
Especially against someone like the Ricky, I suppose, that's going to be hitting you a lot.
See, what is the 26 damage? Heroes, 13 damage to creep, so even the HP regen's going to be pretty nice as well. Like, Spectre's always got a decent amount of regen. So, it looks to be some real big issues getting on with the connection at the moment. So, actually, I think someone said there was having a bit of weather problems there at the moment.
I'm assuming
so
Pong get lost means packet loss.
Probably.
It's using my 5 head, my big brain.
Don't need Google Translate for that one. We can kind of just presume there. I don't know about that. See, that's where we need John.
That is true. John is a font of information.
Yep. We can pretend. Let's do you want to try and guess what they're saying, or
no? I don't need a scandal right now in my life.
That's true. I'm not even going to try that one. So we do have the bounties that are coming out pretty shortly. So we already see the rotation coming through from Carl and Whitemon. This is getting scouted out, so they see Carl making a movement to top. Radiant aren't really in an area to contest. Ken's thinking about coming over as well. But the Mars still isn't level 6, unfortunately. Yes, he's only died twice. Well, I say only. That's still, you know, not the greatest for him in the lane. But he's got 28 last hits and not too much experience, considering that his counterpart position 3 is level 7 at the moment here for Cuckoo. So, can they really contest it? Because BDZ's not there. Spectre's going back to the base. So he will have a Horn available to join them if they want to try and take this fight. They've got good information as well by that secret shop, actually. So we'll see if they want to try and contest it.
It's not going to happen this game, but I I can't wait for the moment where we get a Spectre against a Zeus and just the new Spectre shard. That's what I'm really looking forward to. So like Zeus ults just to try and, you know, give some vision or scout out, you know, maybe a Roche attempt or something like that. Then immediately Spec just pops it, jumps on the Zeus, Manta, burst him down, then just able to zip right back out. Not this game though. No global potential right now on T1. So.
Well, here we go. ET is going to come top. They got the vision of Carl at the moment. They need some extra help coming through. Looks like Ken will be the reinforcements required, although the Mars might just get brought down instantly, and he will. The rest of Radiant aren't able to keep that position 3 alive, and he's continuing to have a bit of a rough game. Even Whitemon gets the eye on the observer ward, so not giving an inch over to Execration. There's a free lane for Cuckoo down bottom. Well, they're thinking about taking a fight here. BTS with the roll forward. Tornado catches out Zephyr here. This is a pretty important target. Looks like they're going to be able to bring him down. Carl's even trying to commit to clean the kill. I mean, he's going to have another ultimate charge up in a couple of seconds, so he should be A-okay. But they get the Echo Stomp. Cold Snap still on cooldown, so not going to have the extra control. Carl will make it away.
Really important for Carl there, picking up both of those kills, so that's going to bring him a long way towards recovering. Like, even despite dying that many times in lane, he's essentially level with the Invoker on net worth.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it still goes. I mean, he's got a, 13 last hit advantage at the moment, considering even though Ken's got 4-0 and 2. But it's Carl having a pretty good time and dishing out a lot of damage on Ken. Even Zephyr's coming over, actually just picks up the level 6. Gonna have some protection with this Elder Titan on the backline, and now Void Spirit may have overstepped the mark, has got the illusion. Purchase off that slow, but it looks like Zephyr's in trouble. They're going to close the distance down with the Horn, but an instant banishment provides Carl some distance here. And now that Horn can be completely wasted here.
This one was not for you.
And Yoei knows. He knows that that's a big cooldown that now they need to be playing around, playing a little bit more passively, especially as this Riki gets closer and closer to his Diffusal Blade. He's only about 550 gold away. Carl is in a little bit of danger. I think he's fine to go back if he wanted to. You know, just regen up in base. You've got Jackie who's made his rotation through here. They might just think that it's only Zephyr around. But he reveals himself.
He's the one in trouble. He's just getting chased. Look at this man run, but Ken's going to catch him out. So he's going to be able to stack up a couple more earn charges. He does drop a very deep ward, which it looks like they don't have any thought of it being placed. But yeah, unfortunately that Yoei, utilizing the Haunt there, not getting anything out of it, but he's working on the Blade Mail as that item, unable to really keep up with the farmer. I've been impressed with how Jackie's fighting the net worth at the moment. For mid lane, they're going to be able to drop the arena, spear, combine up. Carl's in trouble, gets to the simulator, going to be able to juke out. Even Jackie makes it out as well, but Carl, he doesn't have any more ultimate charges, so he's in trouble. They get rid of the Sunray. Resonant Pulse isn't enough protection. The Fire Spirits might just tick him down with the urn as well. Jackie actually goes back in. They drop the Supernova, the spear combined. Jackie's in trouble, gets the tricks of the trade up on the higher ground, but the Supernova might just tick him out. The blink, not enough to get out of range. The Supernova's going to end up popping, finds the stun connection, and Execration get a second kill mid.
Really value. I mean, he made that rotation because of the death on Ken previously. Oh, sorry, not the death, but on the fact that he had to go all the way back to base. And now it's just delayed his defusal timing by what's probably going to be about a minute and a half, which is a really big deal. By that point, the Spectre now has the Blade Mail coming out to him, so it's a lot harder for you to get those single target pickoffs.
And I like this from Cuckoo, instantly taking bot, heading towards the top side. I mean, he is one of the more difficult heroes to be able to bring down. Yes, you've got that Sunray, which is already level 3, so the fact that BDZ's actually a relatively high level, I mean, he's the 4th highest in the game, tied with, Void, and also, a couple of the others in the Spectre. But yeah, this Sunray is going to be a very key way to deal with the Tide Hunter, and even if they go into the Spirit Vessel, but it actually looks like Invoker's going for the 4 staff instead.
Okay, maybe just wanting to make sure that he's not getting hit by these Ravagers in the middle of team fights, give him a bit of an escape from the smoke screen once that starts to become a factor, but wanting to commit to a BKB super early on. Speaking of Tide, though, he is a farmed, thick boy. Nearly finished up his Vlads already. And, well, that Ancient stack's certainly going to make things easy for him.
Yeah, Cuckoo's going to be loving life here. I mean, They don't really have anyone else to farm it, so he's like, all right, you know, this is my stack here. Get the supports to create that for himself, and you know, he's already top of the net worth, and that's just going to be able to continue finding it, his increased net worth. And well, here we go. This is the diffuser blade now picked up for the Riki, so this is going to be able to give him a decent little power spike here where he can make some havoc across the map. T1 probably going to start to look to ramp up the pressure.
Diffuser blade Riki. Shadow Demon's got his arcane boots. He's going to eventually disassemble them into the Aether Lens, and Tidehunter's got the Vlads coming out to him just now. So, lots of danger. You can see them converging around mid. Very important tower to be able to take. Just provides so much access into that tri-camp area. They've already taken one stack, but they don't want it to be a second.
Radiant structures are
Radiant, do they want to fight? They've got all their ultimates.
Radiant's middle tower
They're coming over at the moment. They are smoked up. They're going to drop a ward as well, which sees Whitemon inside the river. Smoke's going to pop, so they got the information now. Rapido on the front line. Drops the arena with a tornado combined as well with a supernova off to the side. That's a decent start to the fight. They're unable to deal with the Phoenix Egg. Ravage going to try and disrupt it though. The egg ends up popping. Now with the Sonar, they've got to be careful. Jackie has got a way to cancel this. They're melting through them. Camel 4 to start. No one died just yet on T1. Dissimulate's going to give him way to be able to jump on the back. Jackie's in once again to try and deal with the sport. Diffuser slow. Stops the Phoenix from being able to disengage. Jackie wants to go back again. He's got the tricks of the trade. RR trying to juke out throughout the tree line with the Echo Summon to disrupt it, but it doesn't matter. Execration. They've lost 4, potentially 5th as well. Carl doesn't have an astral step. So Cuckoo, the only one to drop here from Dire. Even though it looked like a pretty good start to the fight, that arena tornado connecting on 2. They had the supernova, but they just, you know, the Ravage really disrupting the follow-up when that egg popped.
Yeah, not even just that, but making sure that he gets the Ravage off right before the EMP hits. So making sure he uses all of his mana. He doesn't want to take the burst damage and essentially be useless without the resources. Ken's trying to get this solo pick onto Zephyr, which would be pretty big.
Jackie's coming over. They have any detection. It's not going to matter. He doesn't even get out of the smoke cloud. So Zephyr's just baiting. He's farming a stack, and he's like, all right, I'm you know, have the boys come through, and I'm gonna just dangle my life there. And second death here for Ken.
He's a notorious dangler, is Zephyr. And he's just been able to finish up his Aether Lens if he wants to bring it out to him on the courier. It's going to make its way over towards the secret shop. I think he's still waiting on the recipe, actually, to come out. Is someone else bringing that with him? No, it's just waiting inside his stash.
Come on, Cuckoo. Get the shard. Please do it. We want you to do it. We really do.
Feeling it.
20 minutes are coming up pretty soon. He's going to have that 15 around about by then as well, especially if no one else is farming the Ancients. But look at them continuing to put the pressure on. They know that Radiant used the ultimates. Carl's actually in and out, but Whitemon's the one to clean up there. So, yeah, I like that T1 aren't really getting, you know, they're not relieving too much of the pressure here. They're continuing to make the plays, because Execration with these ultimates on cooldown. I mean, Supernova and Arena's back up. But the big thing is that Haunt's on cooldown. So, you know, you've got that diffuser timing on Jackie. Carl can get really involved. He still doesn't have the Aghanims, but he's getting pretty close to it.
Well, exactly. Getting a little bit lucky with some of these neutral items. I think we've seen a bullwhip in every single one of these games, which is going to be really helpful. Cuckoo just smacks himself on the back and starts to move faster towards this mid lane. I think they just avoided the vision for that. That smoke coming through there, but Rubido potentially getting caught out here. Yoa, yeah, he's being scouted out a little bit here by Jackie, just avoiding it.
Radiant, they're coming over. Smoke's going to end up popping. They'll run into Whitemon. Beautiful position here from the Enchantress. They got the wrap coming through as well from Cuckoo, T1. They want to try and take the fight. Yoa on the backline. Zephyr's already committed the purge here, so not going to have this available for the fight if it does end up breaking out. Radiant have a nice ward in the background with the sentry as well, so they see Jackie. Even Carl's going to show up as well, but he doesn't have the Aghanims underneath the T1 tower. Radiant, can they drop a ward? Jackie straight away going to try and deal with the Mars 4-stop. Provide some distance. They're not heavily diving. It looks like actually Cuckoo. They got the vision now. He's away from the rest of the team. They're going to be careful. Can they cut them off though? Because they got this high ground ward now around the secret shot. Rapido drops Arena onto both the supports here. Beautiful choke point for them to take an engagement. They're even going to commit with the Horn as well. Yoa on top of the back. Cuckoo.
He's so fast with that haste, just slipping away. It was really good presence of mind of what was happening in the team fight. I think you can't allow two supports to get caught out like that as they go in on an individual target. This would be a nice little consolation prize.
Although Jackie They're eating some damage at the moment. It's that tricks the trade. Gets him some space, but... Oh, that's what level Sunstrike? That would have been...
Just level 3.
Bit ambitious.
But yeah, Cuckoo, he pump faked the Ravage that time. He was quick enough on the fingers to make sure he got rid of it. Oh, the silence coming through.
Got the force to provide some distance, but it's not going to matter. Jackie, the double blink capability, he can continue to chase even against that force staff. And well, T1, again, just recognizing when the ultimate's on cooldown for Execration, they are very much in a difficult stage where they can't really make any plays. And I love this wrap coming through from bot to top. It looks like they're aware of this, but Dai got the ward in the backline, and Cuckoo's still got the Ravage as well, so they're going to be careful if they group up here, Jackie. Deals with the support instantly. They don't have any of these defensive items at the moment to be able to get out of that diffuse or smoke screen combo.
Come on, Cuckoo, you know you want to. It's 20 minutes. You've just got 1,500 gold. Let me see it.
Come on, sir, do it. We wanted some shards. Don't be a team player.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
He's keeping us waiting.
Structures are fortified.
God damn it, the tease. We just want to see it. That's what we're all here for. 10 shards on either team. Or I should say in every game. And well, Radiant, they're gonna smoke up, but they don't have Haunt for another 40 seconds. They do have the combo at least in the Mars Phoenix. Jackie mid, smoke's gonna pop, and well, they drop the sentry. A bit too late though. Jackie's got the illusion, so gets out of the cold snap and also that urn. So this is the nice kind of value thing about being able to hold that one.
Oh, I saw that Cuckoo had spent about 1,500 gold, and I was like, oh, but it's just the pipe.
Oh so, no.
Very disappointed.
Well, maybe next. He's going blink. Okay, maybe later in the game. Who knows?
It's not gonna be good then.
Yeah, I know. Like, we want it now. We don't want it later on. Give us some entertainment. Where is Carl getting killed down bot? Might be punished though. Gets his last ultimate charge, but there's no real follow-up at the moment here. Rapido still chasing. But you gotta be careful now, because if they're not protecting the Void Spirit, then where are T1 making the plays? And it looks like it's top for Yoe.
Middle tower is under attack.
Just a little bit short on damage, you know. Yeah, you get the kill onto the Phoenix, but it's early on enough that, well, I say that they're probably not going to go for a Roche attempt as they walk right on in. They now have the potential to go for this sort of kill. Yes, you're lacking the arena, but don't really need it. You know, Roche is one of those areas where it's so closed off, you just need to pop it on the left-hand side. There's no real ways that they can deal with it, and yeah, they decide the same. They're looking to back off, reset, go for one more pick-off, and then look to make the Roche attempt happen.
T1 in this first game being able to accumulate a 9,000 net worth lead at the moment. Have done a very good job at playing around with the timings that Execration have on their ultimates, and this is a BKB completed here for the Ricky. He's got a new item queued up as well. Interesting. We're going to see...
Mage Slayer, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just going to be going right in onto that Invoker, making sure that, I want to say it's 35% less damage, magic damage, that... you know, spellcaster classes do.
Yeah, with that passive, if he gets a proc and... Oh, Jackie. Hunt's in there. But they get the kill on the ET. Maybe that's enough for them to think about going back into Roche, because ET can really disrupt this, even though Radiant have all their ultimates. And, well, that Alpha Wolf is even going to enable it just that much more. And the nice thing, at least, is that you've got... What? Oh, he's got it queued up. Alright, let's go.
It's happening.
You got to commit to it. You know, queuing up it is one thing, finishing it is another. As Radiant, they scout it out. The T1, do they stand their ground though? They're coming over instantly, but Carl's positioned with the Remnant, so they're well aware of them.
Lots of cooldowns available.
Oh my god, that's Arena now just completely wasted here. That's pretty much their combo, and now T1, they want to punish this. They're just back in. Jackie even pops the BKB, but they need the vision to jump forward for the backline here. BDZ could be in trouble. Got the Force dive as well, but now RR, he's just going to get chased down. Tries to drop the Earth Spoon in a spot where he can disengage, but Yoe, he even runs into Milv as well. Commits the Haunt. They're going to drop the Ravage.
Nice Ravage.
He draws up a couple on top of the backline here. They still end up losing the Ricky now with the Supernova. It's going to force Dai to disengage, but where's the catch at the moment, Ken? Gonna have grab that force off into the ice ball and the choke point here. It's a decent position now with 3-man silencer from Carl. They're going to try and deal with the back. Astral Step. Ken will pay the price here. They get the Echo. Still the damage coming through from the Sunray, but where's the control? Ken is protected with this banishment. Now they're going to be careful. They still stand their ground.
The illusion.
The spear. It finds the illusion instead, but Yowe's still alive. He's slowly chunking them down, but they're going to back him up here. They're stacking up the poison up
White
to 4
Mon's cleaning
right now.
up.
They're going to be careful, but look, the Enchantress going to work. Whitemon, he's tearing them apart.
Triple!
The Infinity gets the 4 stuff away. Triple for Whitemon. They want more blood as well as Carl's hunting. He's got that Arcane Rune at the last second, gets the silence, prevents anything from the Phoenix. Ultra for Whitemon. Been so impressed from his Enchantress play throughout the BTS Pro Series, and it's continuing to show in this game 1 here. An Ultra for your position 5.
You love to see it. See, now they can go take Roche. It's nice and easy. Yes.
What a interesting
He's
fight.
got it.
Oh, let's go. That's so nuts. That's actually so nuts. Spectre's gonna tickle him.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's a big net worth lead they've been able to accumulate now after that fight. 15,000 gold advantage. Big experience lead as well. And now they've got that extra life to be able to utilize too. And well, they know that Radiant used some ultimates for that engagement. So instantly T1 heading top. They want to try and claim this tier 2 tower. They've got a nice ward on the triangle, and Whitemon already positioning if they go for some form of like a wraparound play.
Look at the tower. Click the tower. Minus 137 damage.
He still just takes nothing. Actually, that's stupid. What?
Called
I tested on the T1, and I'm like, I don't know if like, you know, I know the Tier 2 does a little bit more, but I hadn't seen on the Tier 2, and it's like stupid. Alright. What the hell?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ah, so funny. These new shards, you get a good laugh out of them. And, well, look at Whitemon as well. He's got Treads, Force, Windlace. See what he wants to go into that next item. I mean, the Enchantress got a couple of nice little buffs as well, I think, through the last patch. So, you know, I don't know if we'll see him kind of transition into something, but if he gets an ultra kill like that, might be able to keep playing around.
Unless they get their spells off absolutely perfectly, this Tide isn't dying, right? You're always going to have
Carl
the
might die though.
duration.
DP rotations coming through. They drop the arena, but now with the haste, they want to try and punish Radiant instantly.
Who's actually in danger?
Out. Carl, can he get any control? No, the Spectre's TP a little bit too long, and they even dropped the Ravage as well. A lot of hate, giving him no opportunity to haunt away. And, well, they were hunting out the Void Spirit, but they doubled back, and...
I'm pretty sure that's a situation where 2 people TP to the same spot, and it just takes a lot longer. Little things like that, a Spectre dying in this kind of lineup is... Yes, you can come back. Yes, you're a Spectre, but it's going to be super hard. Like we've been saying, Cuckoo, he's just going to continue walking into these towers. He can stand under it, take absolutely 0 damage. It's literally 0 damage, by the way, that he's taking under this. And, yeah, they can't do anything. Like, he's got the mech, sorry,
mid
he's
lane,
got the
Jackie.
Vlads.
Straight on top of the Invoker, but they get the Purge out, so the Force Staff does nothing. He's slowed up as well on top of the backline. Mars trying to disrupt it, but they're not going to be able to. The supports hold their ground. Carl's back in once again. Without the Spectre, I mean, he's going to have his Haunt up when he's back alive here, but look at Carl's positioning, man. He does not give a damn. 21,000 net worth lead in T1. Walk up the higher ground here. They really want to. I mean, the ages for another 2 minutes. Mid and bot are shoved in. Yowe's showing he's got to be kind of careful at the moment without the Mars and the Invoker here. They get the banishment. Stuck inside the silence, and the Purge available once again, just counteracting the Forward Staff here. I love this combo. Riki's a hero who gets heavily countered by Force, but you pair it up with the Shadow Demon, just takes that effect away. And I mean, Zephyr's got the Aghanim's already as well, so 3 charges to utilize.
It just seems like everything's all coming together. You know, everything's happening at the same time. Towers go down despite not having a natural tower taker because of this Cuckoo build. Like you mentioned, just the direct counter is countered by the fact that the Ag Scepter just comes up at the perfect time, and even just not needing to have the mana. Like that's the struggle that Cuckoo's having right now. He does not have mana to keep casting his Anchor Smash.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Let's hope they can get a little bit back if this fight continues on, because he wants to chuck out that big RP, Radiant. Vector's up pretty soon. They've got all their ultimates, so they want to try and fight. Let's see if Dai is still going to hold their ground. Age is in their hands for another minute 10 here. Maybe doubling back. They've got a ward more to the northern side, Cuckoo. He knows how strong he is, and oh, there we go. Straight away on top of the Invoker. Force-Up's going to do nothing. BKB a little bit too late as well. Now with the Arena drop, but they're not getting that combination out. Phoenix, Sarge, Jackie, Insling on top of the backline. He's still got the Aegis, hasn't even popped the BKB as well. Look how aggressive that the Dricky's able to play in the Ravage. Finds all 3. They check out the Horn, but the damage just isn't there at the moment from Yahweh. The break from Zephyr, 4 down, and T1. This is such a masterclass performance from them. They're going to be able to take a full set of racks down, but they can easily go mid as well. This tier 3 does nothing to them because of the Tide Hunter.
Yeah, I think even a Spectre Draft is not able to come back from this. There's just no way that you can get the damage. I'm not seeing the effect that the Elder Titan is having with this particular style of game plan. It was just really good drafting all around. You know, the Enchantress is just nullifying everything that they're trying to do with the offensive Dispel. And yeah, honestly, the teamfight ultimates have been pretty damn on point. That I think it was a 17-minute or so Ags as well from Carl. Despite the poor laning stage that he had, it just means that they can't do anything on these backlines. You know, you take the Phoenix out of the equation and nothing really happens. Forces him to go into this hyper defensive build as well with the Lotus Orb. You know, you're not taking the offensive. You're not putting yourself out there to try and get kills. It's just try and survive long enough that Spectre, just through the use of the Blade Mail and the Dispersion, is going to get kills passively.
Oh god, it's 100% probability. Ooh, this one's looking rough here for Execration in game 1. I mean, Jackie's still hunting as well, straight on top of the ET. He's got a goddamn Nullifier, so they already had the Purge to be able to deal with the 4-star from the items. Now they even got the help of Nullifier as well from Jackie. Chucks that one out, straight on top of the Monster. Supernova. I mean, they're trying to do whatever they can. They won't be able to kill it off, even though Carl and also Cuckoo gets straight on top of the Phoenix, but they've got the extra lockdown, and I mean, ET will buy back. Phoenix can rejoin them as well, but it's a 33,000 net worth lead. They got 33 kills, 31 minutes into the game. A lot of 3s and an extra kill, though. Carl goes in, Cuckoo to follow, Jackie. This has been... I mean, I love the Riki pick this game from T1. It was just an incredible draft from them. The Riki, such a good matchup to deal with the Mars, to deal with someone like the ET who kind of, you know, sits on the back line, the Phoenix as well. You've just got the catch and they don't have the control to deal with them. So he's freely able to jump the back, really drop that silence, really disrupting them. And, you know, these are heroes that you want a long sun raid, kind of disrupt the Echo Stomp, get that combo, and it just wasn't there. T1, beautiful draft, beautiful execution.
Beautiful entertainment and sports. But yeah, I mean, even the Phoenix on top of that, right? Like, you can't do anything if you're smoke screened, and it's not like you're going to be picking up a BKB on a Phoenix that's in a losing lane. So it's yeah, just a lot of pressure coming out from super early on. Like I've been saying before, it feels like on this patch, because of the big power spikes that can come from, you know, some of these big new items, it feels like the power creep is real with, you know, some of the neutrals coming through. We saw how effective Cuckoo was at tower pushing when they don't have a tower pusher. Once that Aghanim shard is able to be picked up, and games are just ending so much faster. And it feels like if you're not setting yourself up to be in a good position from the laning stage, then good luck coming back.
Yeah, this is the thing about new patches. When you don't have a real good understanding of what the meta is and how to really come back, games are always at the start. They're going to be incredibly fast until teams are really able to get an understanding of, you know, these new items, new heroes, new abilities, and how they can really reset and communicate and execute a comeback potential. But, you know, they're going against, you know, T1 that are looking incredibly strong. Yes, they did get knocked down to the low bracket, but this is just a performance from them that is still looking like the T1 that we've, you know, come to love throughout the group stages. And, you know, even just one thing I want to highlight before we end up closing this one out is that Zephyr, he also got the shard as well. So we saw 2 shards that game. You know, still very much enjoying every shard that we were able to see, and any new Aghanims as well. But that's going to be it for our game 1 here in our Execration. Their backs against the wall. They are 1 game away of being the 4th team eliminated for the BTS Pro Series Season 4. We're going to take a quick break and see if they can force a game 3 or if T1 will sweep this 2-0. Don't go anywhere, guys. Break up shortly. on the physical damage. It does get answered in the Rubik. There are very good abilities to steal here. Oh no.
Instantly. I'm nearly just going ahead and saying T1 have got this already. Like, you've got the Frost Shield already to be able to deal with the push, and now you've got the Arc Warden with the magnetic field, and the laning stage that's probably not going to go your way. I honestly think Rubik is probably top 5 strongest heroes this patch, just because of how they've changed him up a little bit, given him moved the Fade Bolt down to level 10, the steals damage from enemy heroes, and giving him cast range as well with his Arcane Supremacy, which I think is just nuts. So yeah, I just think this T1 drafts is just too good already.
Do you think? How do you? I know you said Rubik, you feel pretty strong. Do you think he's a lot better? Because he was already, I think, one of the top, I'd say top 5 position 4s in the last patch, and they buffed him.
I think he's better.
Yeah,
I think
which I find really
they give him
surprising.
more cast range.
That's nuts. Like,
really? Like the standard build for every single Rubik player should be Arcane Boots, Aether Lens, Blink Dagger. And now you might be able to get away with not actually going for the Aether Lens, just because you're going to have a lot more cast range coming through purely from your skills. So it's like, can you go this hyper greedy style? You might need to, because you've there's certainly a lot of good spells to steal in this game. You know, the Chain Frost is going to be nuts, especially on the backlines. I mean, it's going to be nuts for the Lich, let's be honest. If they ever try doing any sort of siege with all of those TB illusions, it's just going to rip straight through them, and they don't care all that much about the Guardian Angel.
Yeah, and even that goddamn shard ability, the telekinesis, like, what the heck's going on there? You're just chucking yourself or your allies at everyone, and even the Rubik, it now has even more potential of maybe being a position 2 and actually having some core factor. But in this game, Execration, they have to deal with the Arc Warden. They don't have ways to get on top of him. Terrorblade might even have to, if you've got a lineup that doesn't get on top of someone, Terrorblade might have to go for like a Blink in the Aghanims, just with that fear. It could be a way to deal with him. You are worried about this protective factor in the Frost Shield, but this last pick, I mean, what's gone? Ember's gone, Storm's gone, Batrider's gone, so very high mobility heroes to be able to jump the Arc Warden. They're gonna need a way to do it here for Ken's mid lane.
I'm just gonna go on a limb here, because I honestly don't see how the draft works in a normal sense for Execration. I'm gonna say this Rubik is mid. I'm going to say this Omni Knight is position 4 paired together with a Slardar, and I think they're going to pick the 5 now. Some sort of 5 that can be a little bit more aggressive, that wants to do some initiating. Could be a Clockwork, honestly. Like, it's not amazing against the Void Spirit, or it's kind of fine against Earth Spirit, I guess. And then if it does get super later on, you have that new Clockwork, when you're in the Power Cogs, you're Spell Immune, which is a nice late game talent to have if it does get to that stage. Certainly nullifies a lot of what Earth Spirit, Lich, and Viper, and Void Spirit are trying to do to you. But that's really the only way I can see this this draft working for Execration, unfortunately. Just taking advantage of Rubik being a lot stronger, in my opinion, as a core hero.
Yeah, I'd be a bit worried if they're gonna put if they don't last pick a core though. I'm hoping Puck or something like that. They're gonna Mars.
Choose your hero.
That gives you a way to jump. It's looking like it's gonna be a
mid Mars, maybe. It's
Omni. I mean, more than likely, the matchup versus the Void, they can. Yeah, mid Mars. Okay, so we might see the new Aghanims and the Shard as well.
It's possible, to be sure. I mean, that'd be super nice if you could spear Arc Warden and his Tempest double with the one spear with the Aghanim Shard. I don't know. I can't see this safe lane going very well for Execration, unfortunately for them. I know they've put on a very good showing throughout the group stage. I mean, they were top of the table for the first 4 or so days, I think. But it's been a little bit of a drop-off for them since then, unfortunately. And who knows? I might be dead wrong, but I feel like this draft from T1 addresses a lot of what Execration are trying to do.
Yeah, I'm just worried that they don't really have the greatest way to be able to get on top of the Arc Warden as well. I mean, Mars Arena is one of the best ways to control fights, but you know, Jackie's just going to have a BKB at some stage. They don't really have, you know, Whitemon could even go like a Glimmer Force, one defensive item, and then Arc Warden's going to be fine. Like, I honestly think Terrorblade needs a blink. I don't see what they're able to do. Like, you're gonna have to. I think Terrorblade has to have a really good game for them to actually take this. And I agree with you. This lane's going to be super rough. You've got a defensive support, so you're not really able to pressure the Viper at his weakest stage. So Viper Earth Spirit's going to take over that lane. Startup Rubik, pretty strong. I mean, Arc Warden's a little bit more of a weaker laning stage, and it's also a Lich with a ranged hero, so you're unable to really get the combo with the Frost Shield to play aggressive. But, you know, I think Execration have to play this game like perfectly to win this. Just a cheeky Arc Warden in an elimination match is going to be difficult for Execration to deal with.
And it was instantly picked as well. They were so confident on T1 that this was going to be able to just handle everything that Execration are trying to throw at them. It's not going to be a huge factor in this game, but Rubik is another one of those heroes. Like I've talked about the changes to his abilities, you know, like Arcane Supremacy providing all that cast range super early on, really nice. The stolen debuff amp now is on the spell steal instead. Do you want to hover over that telekinesis Aghanim shard for me?
Did you say the telekinesis? Sorry.
On the Rubik, yes,
Yeah,
the Ag
yep.
shard.
Yep.
Allows you to target yourself or allies with telekinesis. Throw range is 60% longer and cooldown is reduced by 30% when targeting allies. Throw delay reduced to 0.5 seconds. You can lift people out of the enemy's chronosphere. You can lift your teammates out of the enemy team's black hole with this ability. I don't know if that's intended, but you can do it. It's not going to be great this game because there's nothing like, you know, busted that's going to completely lock them down, but it's still pretty crazy mechanic.
Yeah, what the heck?
If you don't believe me, go and test it in demos. And while you're there and while we wait for this disconnect, feel free to follow me and Aries on Twitter. I am Danog on Twitter. Aries is Aries_HD. Did I get that right?
Yep. Yeah.
Very, very good. And I'm also on Facebook at Danog. But because this very well might be the last game that Aries and I are casting for this tournament. Like we've been saying, it is Execration's life on the line, unfortunately, here. And like you've been saying, it's going to need some perfect execution from Execration to be able to try and come back into this, force us to a game 3. Otherwise, we're going to have a very early night.
Yeah, we've kind of been getting used to, you know, throughout the group stages, been going to like 4:30 in the morning. You know, last playoffs were 2:30 last night, so it could be an early one, honestly. But Execration, I want a game 3. You know, tonight heading into it, I really wanted to see 6 games, just get as many new patch games in as we could. But first series with 2-0 and T1, they're looking to try and claim it 2-0 as well. Let's see if they can, you know, go against the Arc Warden, though. It's going to be a difficult one to say the least.
For sure.
All right, what do we got? They any real shenanigans come through the setup so far? No, it's looking. I'm just intrigued to see the Mars, like how is going to try and itemize this game. You know, we did see the changes with the Aghanim Scepter, the Shard as well. So how Ken wants to kind of play. He did do very well in that laning stage with the Invoker up against the Void Spirit. And the issue is though, like it's going to be a melee matchup. Yes, you've got the God's Rebuke, which is going to be nice, but Carl will always have that Resonant Pulse, well, at least a majority of the time, to really protect him through a lot of the damage here. So it is going to kind of minimize how much harassment Ken can really do, but, you know, it doesn't have a full uptime. That is the big thing.
For sure. Yeah, you just compare things here, like Jackie, he's able to get a lot of good harass along with Whitemon onto this Slardar. Yes, you've got a decent amount of armor. He's also bought himself the Ring of Protection to assist with that, but it's not going to be enough. I feel like they're just going to burn through all of their regen a lot quicker, and it's going to be the complete opposite story here. As soon as this Metamorphosis wears off on Yue, it's just going to be a whole lot more difficult for them to try and get anything out of this lane, and Zephyr, he's making it even harder. He's pulling the wave all the way through, so they're just going to be able to farm it underneath the tower.
Yeah, Cuckoo did have to commit that TP, but I mean, meta's about to be expired, so now Yowe's at least kill potential is now evaporated, and Cuckoo's going to get out of the threat of dying early on. And well, we see Whitemon as well. Look at just the pressure. I mean, this is at least the double range though. So the Slaughter really unable to utilize that bash and constantly trying to trade with the enemy team. And just, man, that Frost Blast is still such an incredible level 1 nuke potential. You see Whitemon, yeah, I mean, he had 2 mangoes before, potentially even the 3 as well bringing out. I didn't see the starting items, and he's just, you know, going to work on the Slaughter, who's falling incredibly low, although Whitemon is playing super aggressive, but BDZ still doesn't. Oh, he just actually picks up the level 2, so now with the drag back.
Look at how far forward Cuckoo and that are as well on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, they're just playing so aggressive, but this might be our first blood as Whitemon's going to try and run in the tower, but Rapido is going to be able to pick that one up. And yeah, Zephyr and Cuckoo, they're not even allowing Yoey to be able to farm under the tower. He's going to have to cut through all the trees, but Zephyr, he sniffs it out. Unfortunately, his cut in is still going to be able to actually cut out with the tankers, and now Yoey's like, oh, where do I go, guys? I'm stuck. There's nothing I can do. He's going to have to now TP to the tower, but now they know he's stuck here.
It's a rough one, that's for sure. And as well, Cuckoo gets the pull off. He's going to be able to get that farm. They've completely denied a full creep wave away from this TB.
Ken, nice score to be going to push Carl back here to simulate. Should be able to give him the distance. So a very nice attempt there with that Mars, but this is at least the nice thing that the Void Spirit has. Whenever you get dragged under the tower to simulate, just that value point is always going to give you a nice kind of disengage factor.
I wonder what Ken's going to go in terms of item builds. I feel like, yeah, Bracer's fine. Maybe just wants to stack up on the pure stats just to avoid a lot of this magic damage coming through from the Void Spirit. I think it is just that. You need to be as beefy of a frontliner as possible. Your way.
Terribly.
Chased up a little bit here. Heavenly Grace is still good for being able to save away from all of that movement speed reduction that T1 are trying to get onto him.
When you take a look at the lanes though, like Terrorblade's got 9 last hits, Slaughter's got 7, Arc Warden's literally free farming, Void Spirit's having a pretty good time mid at the moment. Like, you know, we were hoping Execration, you know, they really needed to have a strong lane and continue out of this game, you know, went on, but it's not looking good at the moment as RR. He's going to TP out, the roll from Zephyr's still on cooldown. You know, maybe they're able to get the power rune away from Carl, who doesn't even have a bottle just yet, so not DD for Ken. That's going to be able to help out at least for his mid matchup.
But Cuckoo, like, of course he likes getting the last hits, but that's not his job right now. It's just to zone out Yoey as much as possible. He's got onto his level 3, so that's going to be nice to be able to potentially transition through the jungle with those conjure images, but you don't want to be popping meta in the jungle. You know, that needs to be used for the laning stage, and they're just giving him no lane to play with. Nice little pull being able to get through there from RR though, so that's going to deny some of the experience away from Cuckoo, but just goes to show the power of this Pos 3 Viper as well. He's just using the left click on the poison attack, making sure the tower's not drawing any aggro onto him. They're trying to get the turnaround, and here come the TPs.
Well, BDZ is going to be able to get there in time. He's got the telekinesis drag back. Yoey trying to get in range, but where's the extra control, Cuckoo? No boots at the moment, but it looks like it doesn't matter. So that TP does absolutely nothing. Now they're going to be careful because Void Spirit's coming over. They're going to have the bounty soon as well, so he'll be able to get a little bit of extra health and meta to utilize. But Cuckoo and Zephyr still trying to contest this. They'll get the kill on top of the Rubik, and now on the high ground is Cuckoo, so he's going to be A-okay, but it looks like Zephyr's the target for Yoey. But again, they just... a very defensive position 5 here, not really able to enable the Terrorblade to utilize that extra damage it gets in the meta early.
And he's just not farming at all. You know, his Metamorphosis is gone now. You've got Zephyr, who's probably just going to walk all the way back to base alongside the Viper, get full HP. He's got the Urn of Shadows, just TP straight back out, kill him again. Or even if you don't kill him, just stop him from farming. It's just as good.
Well, it feels like this game's on Ken. This is pretty much the one lane that Execration have done relatively well in. He's got that level 6. Let's see how many plays he's going to be able to make across the map this game, because if they... yeah, they might just get run over here with the first 4 heroes that T1 have, just making so much space for the Arc Warden, just continuing to farm. And then even then, like, you're going to have like a Void Spirit setting up, an Earth Spirit setting up, and then you're going to have a Tempest Double to eventually come through. So their pickup potential is going to be through the roof here from T1 as the game continues on. And they might just be able to shrink the map as... well, you're going to have to really try and do something, otherwise this game is going to continue getting difficult.
Dire are scanning.
Harass just coming straight onto him. Oh.
They do find the Arc here, but with Lich coming over, it's going to force the rest of Execration back. They were trying to get a bit aggressive there, but won't be able to.
Able to just throw out that Tempest Double. They've got the Flux available as well if they were wanting to put a bit more harass in on. Wave's pushing all the way in though, so Rapido, he's going to be able to at least get some experience from here. He's level 5, so not having a horrible time, but when you compare that to the Arc Warden already hitting up onto his level 6, he's got the Midas coming in about 400 gold. It's not the situation you want to be in.
Zephyr is just so annoying.
You mentioned the fact that his lane's the only one going kind of okay, but he's just being constantly harassed out by Carl.
Yeah, Carl's doing a good job at being able to just constantly bring Ken down to low so he doesn't have a threat of being able to burst down the Void Spirit. And he needs to just a little bit of extra bit of help in top lane. Yeah, I mean, the Omni's going to give you a little bit of help with the Purification, but it's not enough as they're going to be able to find that kill up top on the Terrorblade. So that's so important. We're probably going to see Terrorblade go farm the jungle, but they're mid. Spear with the Arena committed. They're going to be able to get the follow-up on BDZ. Okay, that's a big target for them, finding the Void Spirit.
Very nicely done. And now Ken just immediately starting to put some pressure onto the tower. I mean, he's just looking to chip it down a little bit so that when the TB does eventually have enough farm to make a rotation, he's going to get a decent amount done. Or he could just be trying to bait out some kind of rotation to relieve some of the pressure on these side lanes. But T1 not falling for the bait. They're fine just to, you know, lose a little bit of farm underneath this tower. It should probably only be a couple creeps.
Ken might be in trouble here, actually. Zephyr trying to contest the power rune, and now as soon as the Void Spirit respawns as well, so he's able to get a bit of a return kill there. Just going to feel nice for him. Like you said, just relieving some pressure, so allows him to be as aggressive in these side lanes. And, well, yeah, we see Yoei, I mean, he's farming up the jungle, but Zephyr's well aware of this, being able to drop a deep Observe Ward. Now, Terrorblade is one of the better heroes to be able to fall back and farm the jungle at a decent rate, but they're not giving BDZ any opportunity to try and soak up some experience mid, as the duo support coming over, helping Carl with a little bit of a gank train, and another nice little kill for them.
Nicely done. Ken TP's in, cleans things up. He's trying to chase them down a little bit. They've actually scouted out some of these stacks as well that they've been able to create. So Carl just says, thank you very much. Takes that for himself. They don't have the best ways to take it. Other than, like, the Ancient stack is probably not going to be achieved, and Carl just body blocks that hard camp as well. So just doing everything annoying that they can to make sure that this TB has no way to come back into the game. He's still level 5.
Oh, God.
He's like, where's my creeps? You said there were creeps.
So there was a stack, it's just gone, and I mean, mid lane, Ken, he's got a DD, so this should be a 100% a kill. At least, I mean, he's 2-1 at the moment, 59 last hits, having a good start, but down bot. Rapido, he's in trouble as, you know, Carl's starting to get pretty active here. Killing spree for him, and a very nice involvement, and the supports are getting some help as well. Some items coming out for them early is just going to be able to help their mobility across the map. And man, this Arc Warden, top of the net worth, and this is really scary for Execution, because this is not what you want. Arc's, you're not the greatest hero early on. You know, it's going to be a little bit slower as the game continues, but we do have some aggression mid though, as Ken is going up against pretty much all of T1 at the moment. RR's going to try and get involved, but he won't be able to close the distance to help out with any of the sustain.
Getting dived on as well.
Again, yeah, and Carl's even got a haste to be able to continue with the dive here. They even find Terrorblade on the high ground if they want to go for him afterwards. Looks like they just leave RR and go for Yoei instead. He doesn't have a point in the Sunder. He goes for the maximize in the metamorphosis and the images that really trying to enable him to find the farm. And I mean, if this is a game where you've got to pick up a point in your ultimate at level 6, then yeah, it just shows how rough it is. It's such a bad ability for you at that stage because of how poor of a laning stage he had. He just needs to find as much farm as he can, and I mean, T1 giving him no room at all.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do. Like, he made that rotation through the tri-camp area. He didn't see the hard camp, so well, now he's going to have the metamorphosis to try and make something happen here, and he should pop it on this ancient camp. I wonder if there's going to be any sort of scouts, but it looks like they're all committed onto the top side of the map. They just want to take this tier 1 tower, and that's totally fine. You've reached the point where the Arc Warden can start doing the push on his own, surrounded by the rest of his team, and then just have his Tempest Double doing Tempest Double things.
Almost got that Maelstrom completed as well, but And what is the Mars going for next? Okay, so he's going to commit for a blink. At least it's going to give them a way to be able to initiate. Even Slardar's going for a blink next as well. So maybe if they can stall this out, get those blinks. I mean, you're not going to have the damage from the Terrorblade, so it's going to have to come through from somewhere else. But even Radiant want to try and defend their bottom tower as well, giving them no room to find some objectives. RR's in a decent positioning here. It's going to disrupt the combo, but they don't have extra help. They're coming through at least a little bit later here, but the Slardar's going to be able to scurry away that maxed out sprint. He's actually coming back forward, but they haven't seen the rest of the rotations. Just the Lich down here at the moment.
He's just finished up farming that tri-camp area on the TB. No Metamorphosis, but with the rest of his team, he's feeling confident enough. I just wonder if that's going to be a little bit misplaced, given that Whitemon, he's got his level 6 now, just sitting underneath the tower experience range. He wants to be able to turn around if they make a deep dive onto him.
Slardar. Nice cut through from him. If they can find him,
the Jukes.
Jackie's going to show up as well with the Tempest double here, but
they know he's there. They found
RR's going to get caught out here. Let's see if he can cut through the trees, or do they even want to try and attempt the dive? RR's going to try and get involved. Nice silence prevents the Omni Knight from getting the help out to save the Slardar. And they even get the Chain Frost connecting on top of RR on top of the backline, so the Omni Knight won't be able to treat somehow. They're still alive, and now with the Chain Frost as well, can it bounce back? He tries to chuck him straight on top of the creeps to enable the Chain Frost. Beautifully played actually there from the Rubik. No one dies on Execration. The position from RR disrupting them from being able to kill off the Slardar, and well, we see the Rubik help out there.
Yeah, some good players coming through. Yoe, well, they weren't able to take the tower, so I suppose it's a little bit of a victory for T1, considering Jackie was just farming up these big stacks in the meantime. And like you mentioned, he's just got the Maelstrom coming out to him now, so he's going to look to burst those down. And yeah, Whitemon doing his job, but he didn't quite have the mana to cast something else after that to prevent the steal of the Chain Frost.
Well, we do have the blink now completed for Ken, so this is going to be a pretty big item for them to help initiate. Let's see if they're going to be able to get a perfect reveal out of it, though, as Radiant, they're still trying to maybe bait Carl down bot and continue defending the tower. Maybe smoke they do, right? They're going to smoke up. Slardar showing at the moment he does have some heroes in the backline, so they're going to be careful if they commit for the Slardar. They're even going to, I mean, Ken and Yoe just reveal themselves as well, so they're well aware of the positioning. They got the Viper that can show up, even the Tempest double from the Arc Warden. It's actually down at the moment for 20 seconds, but Cuckoo's coming in to take this fight if it does break out. And they're dipping out. Terrorblade wants none of this as well. Slardar tries to run through the river. Needs the Omni Knight to get in range. On the high ground. Can he get there in time? No, the Heavenly Grace not going to be fast enough. Now Zephyr's going to try and punish this. Ken's coming over. He's got this blink. They're going to be careful of the positioning. Oh, the Iron Wood doesn't find the connection.
Chain Frost is back up, though. So they might be looking to try and make a play when the Slardar's back online. But yeah, here we go. Smoke coming out. Who are they going to try and find? Arc Warden would be main priority, but Jackie knows well enough. He's just going to be nowhere near harm's way.
And now this T1 tower is going to take a little bit of damage as well. They did see Carl coming through top.
Atos on Cuckoo as well, so a lot more pickup potential too.
The control as well is just going to make it so difficult. This Slardar, I mean, you do have the Omni Knight, nice position from Cuckoo. Going to find BDZ. They just see him rolling up, so Zephyr's going to try and chase Atos through. They get the silence, and Rubik is ultra dead. Instantly, you see that the Mars is just like, all right, brother, you can be the sacrificial lamb, just let me survive. He'll try and get some creeps, a little bit of gold before he does take away some extra farming potential that Radiant can get, but you know, you are allowing the Terrorblade to find farm. The issue is still, you can't really keep up with the Arc Warden Midas, though.
Very difficult. Like, the dream scenario is TB's allowed to get his farm, he gets to be decently big, and then eventually Mars is going to, hopefully, if my fantasies are correct,
they want to turn it, Ken. Blink's on cooldown at the moment. They're coming over. RR's going to be able to keep the Slardar alive. Even Yoe's going to show up as well with the Metamorphosis here. They chuck up the GA. Repeater's still going to end up dropping to the magic damage. Spears off the mark as well. Cuckoo just dancing around inside the arena. Now the Terrorblade's stuck inside the river. They get the roll forward. The chain lockdown. Beautifully played. 2 down from Execration. They're not done. Roll in. Zephyr on the Earth Spirit. There was a reason he's your background. We're seeing so many plays come through at the moment from him, and they're not done. Carl's going to want to try and punish this. Ken caught out. We'll set him up. RR might be able to get a defensive factor, but it looks like they don't have any turn potential, though. Just maybe hoping to keep the life of the Mars, but it won't have been enough. Although Whitemon falling very low. BDZ, can he get a kill? He rolls in, get one for the fade, but the tower would do it. but still the Rubik falls, and even they show RR as well. He's gonna face check that. They want to dive underneath the tier 2. It looks like they don't, but I mean, they got a big kill on the Terrorblade there. Someone who, you know, hadn't died in a while, was finding a little bit of farm in the jungle, but showed up pop meta and got absolutely nothing out of it.
Level 9 TB against a level 14 Arc Warden, by the way.
Yeah.
16.5 minutes in.
No bueno.
Yeah, does not feel good. And, well, okay, he's reached level 10 now, so, you know, clap.
He's clapped.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult for them to come back from this. The dream scenario that I was thinking about is being up against a ranged core and having this Mars. Of course, the bulwark's going to be good, just to be able to redirect all of your attacks to you, but it means that as the mid laner, you're not doing any damage yourself. Same sort of thing with the Arena of Blood. You toss it out, and it's just highly dependent on your spears being on point. But if eventually you are able to go into, you know, getting tanky enough, BKB is a good way to do it. I'm liking this build. And then get the Ag Scepter. If TP has an okay amount of farm...
They're going to try and burst through the Void Spirit here, but Radiant, can they counter-initiate? Zephyr's going to roll forward. They do claim the kill on Carl. Zephyr's in trouble as well. RR's doing a nice job with the Omni Knight to keep them a little bit alive, but look at the Chain Frost go to work. Ken and Slaughter just take the full brunt to the force. It's a 2 for 2, which honestly, at this stage, you're going to take for Execration, but man, oh man, that Chain Frost did so much work there. 2,400 damage. For Whitemon's Lich.
He's been the MVP for me all throughout this, honestly, the playoffs, not even just the this particular series. And well, deaths like that lean further away from this ideal scenario that I'm envisaging from Execration. Like, you can't sacrifice the damage to purely put everything onto the TB.
And this is still like, Arc Warden's gonna get to, oh my god, he's got that new item. He went for it. Interesting.
Ooh, the Gleipnir.
Gleipnir. Alright, that's how we're going to try and pronounce it. Gleipnir. I mean, this is... It doesn't give you that attack speed, which is the one interesting thing. The stats are a lot better. Who do they find in the river? Okay, Cuckoo's going to get caught out. There's no other Radiant heroes nearby here, so Viper trying to link down bottom with the rest of the team. Maybe trying to attempt a catch on the Terrorblade there, but they will not be successful at doing so.
I wonder if he's ever just going to use the Gleipnir to farm it sounds so stupid. To farm a creep wave, right? Like, it's within a 450 radius. That is a big area.
Cost rate's pretty decent as well.
Zap.
I mean, I wonder if this is just him trying to see how it's really going to feel with the Arc Warden. Like, again, it's not giving you that attack speed. I mean, you've got the Agi, it's going to give you a little bit. It's only 12. The stats are nice. The root as well to kind of help control, which is the different factor. But the Mjolnir active can also help out a little bit more if you have ways that you're worried without being able to deal with the Terrorblade illusions. But I mean, what do we got at the moment here? A 5,000 lead for tier 1. It's about to be 20 minutes in, so yeah, we do have... Okay, actually, hang on a second. Jackie might get caught out here. Smoke's gonna pop. They don't get the information, and Radiant, they've got the ward on the high gun, so they're going to scout them out. Repeater's going to try and blink forward, but can they get a range? This is a big pickup. They can find him. Dire, can they counteract, however? Straight on top, they get the double Sans, but the Arc Warden's already ended up dropping, but looking to go to work. Once again, the Terrorblade's going to try and show up. They got rid of the Chain Frost here, Whitemon. On top of the rib of the Frost Shield's going to at least give him some protection, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the Radiant try to retreat away. Even Cuckoo's going to get caught out as well. Okay, Execration, I see you. 3 kills, that's a big one as well, finding the Arc Warden.
For sure, it just turns everything around. How much? Was that a decent amount of gold as well? Yep, 433 or 43 going towards the Rubik. Going to be really handy for him. He's not going to venture too far away. How long have they got left on
They got the vision now on Carl. Oh, to simulate up underneath an observe ward.
They got to make the decision. I mean, you've got the Slardar here, and you've got
what, taking too long.
15 seconds left on the meta.
Has it actually?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, them going for that kill on the Void Spirit. Just wasting a little bit of extra time, and well, at least you take a big fight there. Like, you get the Arc Warden, who was flawless so far this game. He also had a massive Pidus, so wasn't able to utilize the farming speed. Obviously, with that being on cooldown, but well, Turboblade second in net worth. What's he got? Manta, Dragonlance. He's going for the MKB as his next item as well.
Okay. You can get 2 Gleipnirs off as well. Just gonna laugh every time I have to say that word. In each team fight. Or, sorry, in each Tempest double spawn. So that's gonna be pretty handy. You know, TP it straight in, use it immediately, and then use it right before the double expires.
Well, I guess this is the one nice thing about Execration, where they have a much easier time with being able to take Roshan with the Slaughter. And I mean, he's got that level 12, so the Corrosive Haze now 15 minus armor. You know, TB is always one of the better ways to deal with it. So Radiant always have to kind of keep tabs on this. I don't imagine Execration are really going to be able to sneak it with how aware T1 will be. Like, that's the only way I can see Execration really coming back. Unless they win another big fight, and they might have to now, although they don't have meta, unfortunately. Radiant, they are smoked up.
They're going to have to be careful. Perhaps play a tiny bit passively here on Execration, at least until this BKB gets to Ken. It's just arrived, so he's going to be ready to fight now. Immediately the smoke comes out. They're keen to try and turn things around.
Oh god, if they get jump right now. Alright, they're right. I was a bit worried that Radiant were going to stick on the high ground. We haven't really seen them get many Tempest double kills as well, so their net worth isn't there. Carl's gonna get jumped. Can they chain lock him down though? Ken's gonna have to fall up as well. Looks like the rest of Radiant need to disengage. Well, that's the pickup potentially into Roche. Ken's even got a double damage rune as well. Alright, Execration. See if they can claim it though.
It's doable.
Yeah, they got the meta available. Radiant's gonna scout this one out. But Roche is falling low. They're going to try and buy back. So now the arena's on cooldown, and they're going to stick around those. Zephyr with the roll forward doesn't find the connection, but instant telekinesis, they're going to be able to bring him down. Nicely done, but there we go. Look at the root coming through on top of the backline, holding 4. RR's falling low. The procs, not enough. He pops the G8. They need to sustain up. Can they go back in? But they committed the meta. They have to smoke up and get more. That ward of the backline from Radiant might have just gave them a little bit of vision. The scan connects as well. Uh-oh, Cuckoo in the river, instantly jumping him. That's a big kill if they're going to be able to bring him down. The Maneki field, they need to get straight on top. And now with the chain frost in the choke point. Look at it go to work. He pops the BKB, but now with the Viper strike. Turboblade needs to get the Sunder off. The Time's going to be able to get it. But now it's just hitting on top of the Tempest double. Once again, rooted. Look at the damage. Turboblade might end up falling. 2 more right clicks is enough. It is. They bring him down. Execration. Looking like they're able to take a successful fight, but walking up the high ground into the chain frost. Zephyr's back alive, catches Rubik on the backline. Jackie gets a double, and T1, they'll hit back. Full 5-man wipe as Execration down in the grave here.
They're looking to go and take away that Roche. So effective if you're able to pick this one off against a Slardar lineup. All that minus armor, just a big part of why it's so successful, being able to push in onto the high ground with the extra life, suddenly taken away by a single lost team fight right in front of the pit.
Age is now picked up on Carl, yeah. I mean,
as Roshan loses his Santa hat, you gotta feel bad for him.
At least he's got the festivities, but unfortunately it's... I mean, man, that Gleipnir in those fights, whew, so much damage to control as well.
The Radiance is too big.
Yeah, oh, no doubt. It's gigantic. And the range you can use it from as well. Whew. Yeah, I'm loving to see it at the moment. And I mean, Jackie's now got a 10-second BKB. You know, it's getting even more difficult to find. It's now actually going to get really difficult to bring him down. And Cuckoo's almost got a blade mail. So heavily committing on top of the Viper is going to be a lot more difficult. So I mean, Execration, what we're starting to gain a little bit of momentum, winning a couple back-to-back team fights, unfortunately giving that last one up, and you know the big one was losing Roshan as well. But they're going to jump forward. They find Whitemon, utilizing that Observe Ward. They even find Cuckoo as well. They want to try and catch him, but his Spidey sense is tingling. He's going to dip out once his support gets caught there.
They've given themselves a chance, though. You know, this TB, he's coming back in. Surprisingly enough, the win probability is pretty damn even.
Oh, yeah.
Despite how the laning stage is gone.
It was in Execration's favor almost for a little bit.
With an Arc Warden with like 7k net worth advantage. Tempest Double nearly just soloed Yoe, by the way.
I mean, he's got Manta Dragonlance, so a little bit of stats. The MKB is going to give him a lot of damage, though. Oh, top. They're setting up on Zephyr. Ken. drops the arena, but Zephyr just gets the roll out. Now with the glyph, they actually come back forward. Zephyr's going to counter up, and Cuckoo's showing up as well. Sans prevents the counter up. It's on top of the Omni Knight, and look at the glyph controlling two. They
What
get
is
the
that
fourth as
range?
well. Ken pops the BKB. Raputo is going to try and Guardian sprint away. Ken has to try and TP out with the Protector in the Magic community, but it looks like, unfortunately, Rupido, he doesn't have that same factor there as, man, the range of the Gleipnir is nuts.
Alright, how much does this item cost?
That's a lot.
6,150. Okay, it's a heavy investment. But man, on something like an Arc Warden where you just have 2, that's just a little excessive.
The positioning from the Mars might be in trouble here. BTZ, he stole the Frost Shield, but it just doesn't matter. There's so much magic damage, and they drop that Nether Toxin as well. Just getting rid of the passive there. Bulwark, not much of an effect. Now Carl's going to deal with the backline as well. Finds the Rubik, sets up for the roll, doesn't get the stun connection, but they're just able to dive, forcing out to buybacks here. Yoa's going to try and wrap around. They're going to be careful how deep they do go. Zephyr will pay the price, but I mean, this is the Metamorphosis committed here. So Radiant, they're just able to get the lanes shoved out. They even get that tier 3 tower, and I mean, they can reset and go back in knowing the meta's down.
Still having the Aegis as well, by the way, for another 2 and a bit minutes. Even Carl making those deep dives basically on top of the fountain. He's still perfectly healthy. Going into... What is he getting there? The Sanj and Kaya? Something a little bit different. Just wanting some more of that status resistance, I suppose. And Kaya, as always, very effective for all these heroes that rely heavily on the magic damage. Great against the TB to be able to quickly burst through those illusions, not leaving everything for the Lich to do with the Chain Frost.
Well, this one's it's getting pretty difficult right now. The Arc Warden is continuing to find so much farm. He's even got an Enchanted Quiver as well with that tier 3 neutral. We've got any of the new ones. Elven Tunic. Okay, Slaughter's got that. Attack speed, evasion, some movement speed. Spider legs as well. That's going to be pretty nice with the positioning. Radiant, they got a new
Ceremonial
one.
robe.
Yeah.
It's going to be nice. We haven't seen any of the mini Radiants just yet. It's like Burning Tunic or something.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Cloak of Flames. 45 damage per second, plus 10% magic resistance, plus 5 armor for a 400 radius. That seems a little busted for me for a tier 3 item.
So they're going to enable some of the heroes that can't farm to be able to get a little bit of gold as well. I guess it's 27 minutes in though, so if it was a little bit early, it'd be nice on some of the heroes that weren't able to find the net worth. But Dai can't even think about defending this top racks knowing that the meta's on cooldown. I mean, they really need this Terrorblade BKB because there is a lot of magic damage that's coming through from T1, and they've got at least tier 2 towers down mid and bot. So they're just like, all right, guys, you know, let's hope Radiant dive too far inside the base when we got BKB. We know we can't fight into the Aegis, which is about to tick out here in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, have to be careful. Carl was pinging the racks and saying, guys, take it. And I'm sure the conversation was, what the hell, man? You've got the Aegis. What are you telling us to go in for?
They're even going to smoke up. They don't actually care about the Aegis ticking out. They still want to get pretty aggressive here. They're hunting. Rapido's in a relatively good spot by his Observe Ward if he can pop this through the nighttime fog.
He's nearly got his BKB as well, only about 400 gold away, so that's going to be relatively major for him. But Yahweh, he's still quite a bit short. I'd say at least 1,000.
And this is now getting to the stage where you see they're running out as 5. And just unfortunately, I mean, they're not going to get any outposts, might not even get any bounties as well, as if they get to top fast enough.
Zephyr's gone way deep, just rolling in onto that high ground.
Arc Warden just picked up an MKB as well, and he's almost finished the Hurricane Pike. So he is just continuing to find item after item. They find RR and Your Way. They're going to be really careful with their positioning right now. Like, they are giving him absolutely no room to find this BKB. You see, it's just going to continue to be a slow one for him. Just completed now. But it's... How close is the starter? That's a big thing. If they can get the double BKB timing, maybe they can think about taking a fight here, because they've got meta back available, but they need a choke point and they need some vision. Radiant, they're the ones in the choke point. Manta, Yowie gets out of the ATOS there. They've used it pretty early though, so they're going to be careful they commit on the back. Carl's even popped that haste, so it looks like they're ramping up for a potential engagement. Carl also just got that level 20, but they're going to smoke up all the way with the wraparound. You need the Terrorblade to kind of follow up here. A lot of their damage. Carl's showing being up at the back. They're flying Cuckoo, pops the BKB. They get the Spear as well. Metamorphosis going to get popped, but the Cuckoo out of the arena is going to try and turn. The damage is still there, but bring down the Omni Knights. A lot of their sustained right now. Carl still holding his life. Yoe's going to be able to get the Sunder, but they haven't found the real Arc Warden. So Jackie on top of the backline is going to be able to go to work, but the BKB pop straight on top of him. Sunder's on cooldown though, so Yoe won't be able to do anything. Jackie on the Arc Warden finds a double. Rapido's going to get caught out as well. A triple for your Arc, and I mean, this is a game where they don't really have the ways to find the Arc Warden on top of the backline. Ken's even trouble as well. Look at him go. They're going to have another Gleipnir up in a couple of seconds, but that's Mars down 100 seconds on the deck, and it's going on a Viper there. It's not easy. He's goddamn tanky, and it just wasted so much time, and using all your committal to bring down Cuckoo just heavily enables Jackie to go to work.
I gotta pick up this item, this Gleipnir. I wonder if it's Gleipnir, Gleipnir.
I don't know. I was honestly just waiting for you to pronounce it, and then I was gonna follow you, because that's a hell of a word.
Well, I feel like, I guess none of the units would have voice lines, right? Saying, you know, how they say like Blink Dagger and stuff like that. They wouldn't be able to say Gleipnir. You know, it sounds so weird.
Oh, we'll be the first ones, and I mean, it's such a wonky pronunciation as well, so well, we'll find out eventually. We'll keep going with Gleipnir. That's good enough. Everyone's at least understanding what we're talking about, and well, everyone's got a pretty good understanding of T1's positioning this game. 17,000 net worth lead, and how they've been playing this second game is very methodical, making sure they do not give an inch to Execration to throw this and force a game 3. It's still 88% probability, which I'm still incredibly surprised the fact that it's not in the 90s right now. It's getting close, but it's, you know, at least Dota Plus giving Execration some hope to come back.
It's a stretch, and it's only going to get harder and harder as that BKB starts to get lower for the TB.
Arc Warden's level 25. He's even 25 and like 2/3 here. Jesus Christ. Have we got any shards? I haven't noticed that so far.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm just doing a scan, making sure. No shard. Come on, guys. 16,000 advantage. Surely someone picks a shard.
I mean...
Oh, alright. We're going to see a new blink. The Arcane blink for the Arc Warden. Interesting. So here's, what's it? It reduces the cast point. I think it's got a cooldown as well, if I remember correct. The cooldown reduction?
Yeah, cooldown reduction as well. I want to say 20%, but that would be a guess.
Let's take a look. Blink.
25% ability cooldown reduction for 6 seconds. And reduces cast point by half.
Jesus, that Gleipnir from downtown just going to be
and now that he's hit his
easy.
level 25 as well, he's got the Tempest double duration reduced. I mean, they've just taken away another Aegis from them.
Zephyr.
So
look at his warding position. Oh, they're going to find it, but he gets the silence. Now the telekinesis. Yowie pops the meta, but now with the silence on top of the backline. Beautiful initiation for the Void Spirit. They try and commit the magic immunity, but is it going to be enough? The arena, it doesn't trap in anyone, so it looks like Execration. They just have to disengage with the protection of the magic immunity, but Yowie, he's in trouble. He's already popped that BKB. The Mantra as well. It's not going to matter. Can he get the Thunder off?
Oh, the Lotus!
Oh, God! No buyback for Terrorblade, and that might be all she wrote. Cuckoo drops the voice lines, and oh, even the tip as well. Don't do it to him. The BM Cuckoo. Oh, they're not done.
They both had the voice line, the Lotus, both Carl as well as Cuckoo, so there was no way he was going to be able to get out of that. It's just the Aegis, it's fine.
They've got Crush up pretty soon. Is it going to be fast enough? Can he get a bash? Nice silence instantly now with it to simulate. He's A-okay, so I mean, he loses the Aegis there, but and the rest of the team trying to shove it in. Okay, here we go. So Jackie's got that new blink that we're going to see for the first time. Unfortunately, it's already so far late into the game.
That's actually so disgusting. So he uses it right before he uses the Tempest double.
Oh, yeah. Oof. That's... This item's stupid. What the hell? 38 duration Tempest double with a 26 cooldown.
Yep.
What? What? Ozfrog.
He misused it there. He got the full cooldown on that one. 35 seconds instead of the 26.
Oh, wait, hang on. Mars has got the shard. Okay, not that it's really going to do much, but I just see some flames on the ground. I'm a little bit excited. At least we get something new, but man, it's Spark Race galore right now. It's, you know, I guess what? Has Rubik got his own? No, he's got the magnetic field, so it's making it a little bit difficult for them to try and siege. Jackie's got that, the help with the items, but...
Lich has it too. He's got an Ice Spire ready.
Oh, this is going to be cool. Okay. Won't die. They pop the glyph. They're going to go in, but where's the help of Rapido? Instant Lotus Orb. Ken's going to fall up as well. They find the real life. This is a perfect target here, but Yahweh is falling low, and he doesn't have the Metamorph as well. They're going to pop the G here, but the bash comes out. Arc Water. He doesn't have a buyback here. They're actually going to be pretty careful. Cuckoo's falling low as well, but the Terrorblade does get the
Chain Frost.
Stuff he does. Now with the Chain Frost bouncing back and forth with the Cinder Gaze. Terrorblade's going to fall. It's going to buy back with on top of the backline here. Execration. They've lost 3. Make it 4. They do get the Arc Warden and also the Viper, but the price to pay a full set of Vax mid and 4 heroes for them as well. They want to try and hold the Terrorblade buyback, but I mean, this game, 27,000 net worth lead, and it's... What's the probability now? Yeah, now it's jumping up pretty high. 96%. Carl's back in once again.
So, would you agree with me in saying that the Arc Warden, the real one, got basically immediately popped in that fight?
Yeah.
He did 8,000 damage in that fight. The next closest on his team was 2,000. And that is purely from his Tempest double.
Jesus.
With the Gleipnir, with the Arcane Blink, by the way, reducing the cooldown of Gleipnir even further. And he's got the Tempest double, which lasts 38 seconds. So that's like, what, 3-4 casts of huge range, 220 damage with a 2-second root. Seems good, OS Frog.
Zephyr's even got an Agnums as well, so we're seeing Chant Remnant, which I don't think they did any works to. So it's still just the same old like it was previously before the patch.
Nah, it's just the shard.
Yeah.
That gives a little bit of vision. Might be nice, but realistically, they know exactly where Execration are, so not really going to be hugely beneficial. And they just TP Jackie right back on in. The real one's staying way behind. He's like, look, there's no way you're going to be able to kill me off if I'm all the way back here.
Alright, I'm a big fan of this ward that Execration plays. They know they have to defend this high ground. This last set, that lane ward pretty deep in before tier 1 have got set up is at least going to probably see out of the position of the Arc Warden. You know, maybe if he's just hiding in the trees, which might be a little bit better positioning because you can always Hurricane Pike out if you really want to use it like that, but...
You're going to be able to get behind, though.
Yeah, that's the issue. Like, you see how Cuckoo's positioning Whitemon as well, just in case they go for a full wraparound. What do we got? I mean, they're going to smoke up. They'll attempt it. Mid's getting shoved in, though, which is the only issue. So someone's going to have to deal with it, otherwise it's going to be pretty obvious. Scan. Yeah, it does connect. I mean,
they have to know.
They're just so aware.
They're looking over that way. Carl's like, well,
Carl's
try
hunting.
and find me.
Yeah. At least Ken's going to try and cut mid a little bit, but it leaves them out of the bottom side of the map. So Jackie might be able to get the tier 3 tower with this Tempest double. Won't be able to, but Carl's actually going to jump forward, maybe forcing out a couple abilities here from Execration. The overzealous defense here to try and keep them alive, but once again, this Tempest double has such a short cooldown thanks to that fresh blink with the Arcane. Yeah, the good old Arcane blink there, OS Frog.
BDZ's got the magnetic field,
Terrorblade, he might just get brought down. The Sun pops the BKB. They're going to try and initiate
the Lotus again.
The Lotus. Carl, once again, is going to be careful. The Astral Scepter, they find Jackie with the BKB pop. The Uranus not going to protect him now. They're going to be careful because the Thunder's on cooldown. Yowei, he does have the BKB as well. Look at them tick out to the Magic Chain Frost. Magnetize, bouncing back and forth, and that might just be it. Zephyr
kicks the stone
Yowei
back.
in the stone, kicks him out. They kick him out of the game as Execration will be the 4th team eliminated for the BTS Pro Series Season 4 at Tier 1. They're going to move on and face Fnatic now in the lower bracket round 3.
I told you these guys like to do some innovative things, you know,
Yeah.
show out what's a little bit busted in the patch, and well, Tidehunter and Arc Warden turns out they're pretty damn good when paired together with some of these new neutral items and the Ag Shard. But some really great play coming all throughout. You know, Cuckoo and Zephyr made Yoe's life a living hell in his lane. He didn't get any farm. They stole away his stacks at his tri-camp. And even White One just making some perfect plays to come out and get some key chain frosts. Multiple fights, actually. And yeah, it was just clinical from T1. There wasn't too many mistakes that they made. Nice rotations to try and come back into things. Getting that pick off onto the Arc Warden was super nice. But yeah, I think with this Slider lineup, unless you're taking Roche, it's probably going to be a lost draft for you.
Yeah, and I think we both agreed that this was going to be a pretty difficult draft here for Execration to be able to execute. You know, they had to make very, very minimal mistakes, and unfortunately, just the laning stage that they had. I mean, Arc Warden got way too much out of it. You know, the Lich was doing such a good job at the early levels to allow the Arc to have a free time. I mean, Slardar against two range heroes never going to feel too nice. And then we also see that, you know, the Terrorblade Omni Knight, it's just a lane that's not really going to work out in favor of and against the Viper and the Earth Spirit. Like, Omni pretty defensive, Terrorblade, you want to kind of find those kills when the meta is available. And then, you know, T1 did a very good job at pulling that wave, dragging away, wasting that first metamorphosis, and then as soon as it was over, they just put so much pressure on. And mid was the nice factor for Execration, but unfortunately we couldn't really see Ken kind of offset the other lanes that didn't really go in their favor. So unfortunately, we're going to say bye to two more teams. Motivate, Trust, and Execration are going to be eliminated tonight, which leaves 4 teams remaining. TNC, Team Dog are going to be playing in your upper bracket finals, and then Fnatic versus T1 in the lower bracket round 3. So I don't think anyone would really be too surprised. These are all the teams that finished in the upper bracket. So they finish in the top of the groups, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So, you know, I don't think a lot of people would be surprised. And I mean, I'm excited to see how the rest of the playoffs are going to end up faring, especially with this patch as well.
Yes, me too. Top 4, very worthy, very high quality coming out from all of them. And honestly, some of these results might just depend on how these different styles clash. You know, we've seen so many times in the past, you know, if you're able to 2-0 some opponents, even someone that might have a worse group stage record than you can 2-0 you. You know, it's how close it is at the top of this Southeast Asian region. But like you mentioned, we will be watching it from the sidelines. MLP and John will be back tomorrow and the day after to cover the next, how many series is it? 3 series? 1, 2, 3, 4 series, 2 each day. And yeah, we really appreciate you guys tuning in. Thank you very much for the kind words. It has been noticed, so we really do appreciate that. And again, if you do want to keep in touch with us so that you see when we are casting in the future, make sure you're following us on Twitter and Facebook. For myself, just search up Danog, and Aries is Aries_HD. And of course, thank you to Monster, you know, keeping us energized. It's 12:30 a.m. here. Prime time to play some more Dota, I think. How about you?
Yeah, I reckon, well, we're used to the 4:30 finishes, and now we're actually, you know, we might jump off, play a little bit Dota, see how this new patch is feeling. We even, you know, got some other games that we're able to watch as well on the new patch. So this is exciting time right now for Dota with the new DPC kicking in pretty soon as well. But, you know, more importantly, I'm excited to see how the rest of the BTS Pro Series is going to fare. So I appreciate everyone for tuning in tonight. You got 2 more days of the playoffs underway, 4 teams remaining who will be crowned the champions of the BTS Pro Series Season 4. You have to find out in the next upcoming days. That's it for us tonight, guys. Have a wonderful rest of the night.
Live to win. They lost in Game 3 against Live to Win with the +4 CK, and it looked good, but it wasn't enough for a victory here. So Spider-Pix is playing their first CK of this entire tournament. I've never seen him play the CK before. So you say offlane, I'll agree with you. We'll see what this offlane CK brings to the table. It's a long stun. What else?
It's just the whole idea of the Ags, right? Again, it's an untouched hero for the patch. The Ags, that cleanse, that dispel, that you get throughout the entire map, very good. But also, let me just do a quickly Control F Chaos. Oh god, yeah. Oh, his Chaos Bolt is so weird. So basically, now with your Aghanim Shard, when you throw a stun at someone, it creates a Chaos illusion on that hero as well. So not only are you stunned, but you're also taken down this by a CK illusion. Brain with the instant Lycan pick. Very good Lycan pick. This is a very scary lineup. They've got the push now from Fury and DP and Lycan. Spider Pigs have no tower defense. And with this AA pick, it was a response to the DP, and potentially that's where that flex was coming in from that Venge, if they're going to have some quirky, maybe 4 Venge, 5 AA or something. But they really need some strong mid lane that can do wave clear. Kunkka, an amazing ban. Hard counters the Lycan. He has the wave clear, the X to keep him back. Lycan doesn't want to buy BKB. And thinking of what other noob heroes that might be good, repellents of aggression. Maybe I think Pangolier. You might want to take away the new Pangolier as well.
5 seconds remain.
This is interesting as well, considering Lycan being picked up. DP, which has been seen in the off lane, has some teams played as a carry even, or just like through the safe lane position and in mid. And then you've got Lycan who can also go mid, and this is also a hero that Wish would like to play. He can play either of these, the Death Prophet or the Lycan. The NP has flex, the ET has flex. This is one of those flexible Braim lineups again. Or they can
it's
go
flexible,
anywhere,
but the meaning of the draft is still present, right? Like you still know that it is going to be doing its thing. It's that push. It's that constant ability to pressure you. And Spider Pigs, the last time they played Medusa, they weren't able to defend their Tricamp. They weren't able to keep her in that game and give her that real kind of support network that she needs. So it is going to be potentially difficult again with these type of heroes, and they need like Brain ban up Puck, and I really feel like Spider Pigs will most likely be going for a Pangolier. It just feels like the only hero that Noob plays right now that could be this anti-push. Maybe Ember, but it's so weak. How do they round out their draft? You mentioned flexibility. It's, in my eyes, I expect it to be just... Actually, no, yeah, like you said, it's the Fury, could be the carry, could be... No, sorry, the offlane or the mid, the 5 DP.
Seconds remain.
They have 40 seconds of reserve time. Yeah. Go on.
I was just thinking because Braim has been pulling off these drafts where they are mixing up with a lot of heroes being capable of going pretty much anywhere. I think that was with the draft we saw. Was it yesterday against Live to Win? Let me look at that. So they had the Earth Spirit mid with Phoenix, Enigma, Ursa, CK. So it's like these guys can go pretty much anywhere. So I think what they're doing here is the same thing. Spider Pigs is a very open lineup. They have very strong laners on Braim once again. We've talked about strong lanes. We will continue to talk about strong lanes for Braim.
Very
this
strong.
last pick, though...
Ooh, okay.
So now I'm really looking at this mid like an off-lane DP with support ET, Nature's Prophet. I might be wrong, but this is how I see it.
Well, the thing is that you don't need, like... You see it one way, but it doesn't really matter because like these heroes can go in all lanes, right? The troll can go mid, can go carry, the Lycan can go mid, go carry. Like they're gonna decide when they see Spider Pig's hero. So that is the key, easiest way to describe it. It's just they can decide lanes when they need to, but the overall idea of their draft is just overwhelming pressure. Oh, okay.
Yeah, in a sense, yeah. Wait, Skylark Lycan. Okay, offlane Lycan, safe lane troll. Okay. Mix things up a little bit.
Oh yeah, this Batrider though, it's like the way that you can counter a push lineup is either punish the lane so that they never get confident enough to push.
Yeah.
Or you have that D push and team fight. And Spider Pigs are like, well, we don't really want to all in on one hero being that D push. So let's just try and win our lanes, hey lads. So they're gonna have these, strong lanes, CQ plus AA, Venge plus Dusa, Batrider against mid, and they're gonna hope that they're able to just win their lanes and offset Braim's ability to group up. Because if Braim do group up early on, Spider Pigs don't really stop this.
10 seconds.
Yeah, not really. Let's say they just need to buy this time for the Medusa. Get Thug online. It's one of Thug's go-to heroes with this team, that they protect this Medusa all the way till the end. They've got some good high ground defense at least, but I don't think Spider Pigs ever want to be in that position because... I guess they might even want to be like an Eternal defense where they're actually not too far behind against Braim. Because, the Lycan, he has a bit of difficulties going up straight into 5. Kind of like a Slark. You never want to really 5v5. You just want to pick off singular heroes. I think we've seen too many prime examples of a Troll Warlord ulting and getting stuck on the high ground and dying there.
Aggro to tier 4s, yeah. It gets rough.
So there's difficulties for Braim. I like the way that they can work this out. How much damage they have, how they can kind of like... I had this Power Rangers kind of mindset where they just unite. Right. But Spider Pigs can be very, very strong as well. I don't think I really know who's going to win this one.
Well, the thing is, I think Brame has draft advantage by like 70 to 30, just because they have this overwhelming amount of push and presence that if one lane gets countered, i.e. the Batrider, they still have that Furion presence, they have the DP presence, they still have the Lycan. You know, there's so many forms of push that Medusa, of course, eventually sitting in a high ground, defending these tier 3s, she will be the absolute raid boss. But I think if Brame just play out that slow early game, don't get crushed by this attempt of aggression from Medusa Venge, CK plus AA, they can just have a strong timing of take that first Roshan, instantly Baron into high ground with, you know, all this Zoo, right? It's just the Zoo strat, the Lycan, the Furion. And yeah, I think I do favor Brame's draft, but maybe there's a small chance that Thug can find that farm, can protect his tri-camp, get that ancient farm, and, you know, there's so many clowny items in the game now. Hold on, let's see. Are there any good items for him to buy?
Yeah.
I don't think there is. There's not really Medusa items.
I'm just loving the chat going on right now. I mean, I talked yesterday. I talked with LeBron after their game, and I was just commending him about the clip, about the good luck, have fun after they got first blood. And now he gave it at the start of the game. He gave an instant tip to the Nature's Prophet, and Spartan is complaining about he can't hear anything. And now he's just calling him out, like, if you played pubs, you would know your audio's not working. It's like,
yes.
Where's your practice, boy?
First
this is
of all,
unofficial.
Let's do a quick update on the fact that the game, first of all, starts at nighttime. That is a really amazing change to the game, in my opinion. The Bounty Rune contest, the high ground advantage that you had, really made the early Bounty Rune contest quite boring. But now the game starts at nighttime. It forces, you know, a little bit more careful play. Maybe teams will look towards actually smoking properly for aggression. We saw at the tail end of the previous patch, a lot of 4 or 5 man smokes, but now it's nighttime. Unless you're some Bane or some Night Stalker or Night Vision based hero, Slark, for example, as well, Luna, that's when you're going to be like, do we really want to walk up this high ground and try and steal this rune? Maybe not, but my God, I love this change. This is probably one of my favorite changes, I think. And it's only because it's like the only map-esque change, right? The nighttime.
Yeah, that was a thing. I even posted on Twitter today. I wanted 3 things from the patch, and one of them got close. I wanted, I've been wanting this for like 2 years. A combination item between the Orb of Venom, the Blightstone, and the Windlace. Well, I got 2 out of 3, so I guess I should be happy in a sense. But no map terrain changes, no mini-map changes. Like, this thing here, you're starting to look a bit outdated in a sense, in my eyes. It's never really changed at all. The actual bloody box in the left bottom corner, like, give us something new.
To it?
I wanted something radical for this patch. Because, to be honest, that previous patch was starting to feel really boring. It really needed something completely new. Focus, meanwhile, LeBron gets a first blood. DNC is dropping low too. But AA is going to live. They're just going to punish this Nature's Prophet as much as they can. Hold feet. Nice stuns. Yep, that's 2 kills.
That Venge stun, it flies so goddamn quick. What the I know I was quoting that the Venge projectile change had been increased, but it went from 900 to 1350.
1350. Yeah. Have you ever played with the world editor?
I haven't.
With Warcraft 3.
No.
I've done a lot of stuff with that when I was like, what, 11 years old or 10 years old. So I messed around with projectile speeds a lot. Plus 400 projectile speed is massive. It's absolutely massive. That is like, it takes away so much from your reaction speed.
And the again, we got to look at how we actually laned it on Brame. We mentioned during the draft, it's going to be the off-lane Lycan, the mid DP, and then the carry Troll Warlord.
Yep, carry Troll, off-lane Lycan. I think the only off-lane Lycan player I've actually seen will play Lycan up till now is who's the SA guy? Lelis.
Oh, SA. Okay. Kezu did it a little bit with Chaos.
Yeah, Kezu's done it too. Yeah. I remember Lelis played a lot of Lycan this summer in the offlane. He was the one who was always DP and Lycan off.
The idea of the hero, especially in offlane, it's you are pretty tanky with your Feral Impulse with the built-in regen that you get, but you activate the entire draft because you're playing in the offlane, you get that early Necro, you force everyone to react to that safe lane, and then suddenly your safe lane is being like completely opened up and free of any pressure. So if it's in the right draft, it can do a lot of work. And for this draft of Brame, they don't care about having an offlaner that can team fight and that can scale into the late game because they just need to have good lanes early items and with 1-2 items, they should be pressuring every key objective.
Bring him down now. Stuns connecting in bottom.